I have many faces.
Your powers are mine!
You know what time it is, Ben?
You're darn right I do, Matchstick.
Come on, Ben! Say the thing!
Nope, I'm not saying it.
Supernova!
Disappear!
It's clobbering time!
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Good. So much for vacation. Come on, fight! You're mine! Out of sight.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Slice and dice! Silver bullet! The hunt is on! What a hack! Judgment's coming! Still got an edge! A thousand gods! Bury the light.
Hello everyone. 저는 젠지에서 뱅가드 역할을 맡고 있는 펀펀이라고 합니다.
네, 저는 젠지 팀에서 듀얼리스트를 맡고 있는 엑지라고 합니다.
Okay, I'm GenG Tiger Nation, the Vanguard position, Chapa.
네, 일단 첫 마블 라이벌즈 첫 이제 오프라인 대회인 이그나이트에 진출하게 되어서 너무 기쁘고, 그리고 다시 해야 되나요?
일단 아시아 대표로 젠지가 오는 거는 당연한 거고, 젠지 팀 소속으로서 이 세계에 저희 실력을 보여줄 수 있다는 게 좀 많이 기대됩니다.
뭐 전 세계에서 이제 1, 2등 팀들이 모인 대회라서 뭐 긴장도 되고 잘 할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 최대한 저희가 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내려고 노력하고 있고, 네, 뭐 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내서 한국으로 돌아가겠습니다.
제가 생각하는 제가 가장 붙고 싶은 팀은 일단 센티널이라고 북미 팀인데, 제가 듣기로는 이제 현재 지금 거기 팀이 가장 강력하다고 들어서 저희가 이제 빨리 경기 다 이기고 결승전에서 센티널이랑 붙겠습니다.
저는 중국 현지 팀인 오유지 아니면 노바라고 생각하고,
저도 당연히 목표는 우승이긴 한데 그래도 다른 팀들이 다 잘하는 팀인 걸 저도 알기 때문에 일단 최대한 좋은 성적 한번 노려보고 후회하지 않을 경기 그냥 하고 싶습니다.
Okay, the passion 여러 각국에서 뭐 자기들 하는 일도 뭐 그만두고 이 게임에 몰두하면서 뭐 직업이 프로게이머인 사람들도 물론 있을 거고 뭐 그런 사람들이 여러 각국에서 모여서 경쟁한다는 게 경쟁하면서 또 1등을 목표로 하는 게 저는 한 단어로 패션.
Hey, iRemix, look at you. iRemix, 100 tips, okay?
I will kill you. 다스모.
Okay, Ambios, come on, come here. Do you wanna smoke? But Koloji, don't hurt me. I'm sorry.
Hello, we are Team Envy.
Hello, my name is Nero. I play strategist and I'm from California.
Hi, my name is Schmieder and I play Duelist.
Hello, I'm Kalush and I play Vanguard. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start playing. Like, I'm focused and my main goal is to win.
You don't like dwell on any past mistakes and make sure you focus on like the current map, current situation.
Like Kalush said, you need to be forgiving. You need to just, if someone makes a mistake, you tell them like it's okay. Like everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's human at the end of the day, and that just makes them feel more comfortable and more confident in themselves, which is very important when it comes to playing in matches. I want to play versus Sentinels because we lost versus them in our first match in this Ignite qualifier, and I just want to get my revenge on them.
I want to play against 100 Thieves. They talk the most trash to me, so I just want to beat them and then talk trash back.
Yeah, I'd say also 100 Thieves because they love to trash talk and it'd feel good to like shut them up.
My team, of course, wants to win the championship, and I think if we play how we play in scrims, we'll easily win.
I'd say it's amazing because, coming to a different country and being greeted with all these people that take care of you and then being able to show up and do something I love, like play the game, it's awesome. To 100 Thieves, the belt's coming out.
To Sentinels, you're going to wish you still had Kalush.
200 Thieves, 我会把你放在垃圾桶里。
Shout out my family. I know they're watching back home, and shout out my grandpa for being the best supporter.
Yeah, shout out to my mom and dad. They've been supportive of me this whole time.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Thanks for supporting me.
嶺南有句俗話，飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Mid-Season Finals. My name is Cozy here in Guangzhou, China. Joined with me are the 10 best teams in the world here for one common goal on this very stage. The championship trophy, the highest honor right now in Marvel Rivals. Guys, this is history in the making. We're here for the game we all love, for the first ever LAN event live, and I can assure you the plays, as the great Star-Lord says in the game, are going to be legendary. The pace, relentless, and the moments are going to be etched in Marvel Rivals history. These teams' legacies forged in the fire that is going to be Ignite. Now, this is Marvel Rivals at its best, folks, and I can assure you we've got a good one today. Now, we kick things off with the play-in stage, where 4 teams will step into this spotlight. Only 2 will be moving on, and that means the margin of error is going to be razor thin. However, I can assure you, I've talked to the teams, talked to the players, the coaches, and what you're going to see is going to be an absolute show today. So, folks, get ready. We're going to introduce the teams right now who will be competing. Let's get to it. First up is Team Nova. Nova Esports is the most dominant team for the China region, while the full picture remains a mystery to the rest of the world. One thing is crystal clear. This squad is not here to play around. They've been putting serious work behind the scenes, sharpening their blades in the shadows. And now, they step into the spotlight for their international debut. Nova's rise has been quiet but deadly, and today, they're ready to show the world that Nova isn't just here to compete. They're here to conquer. Next up is Team Rad, representing the EMEA region. Team Rad stormed through the group stage in second place and booked their LAN ticket with brains, brawn, and a whole lot of bold. This is a team that doesn't just play smart, but they operate like Cerebro. Unique comps, pinpoint planning, and total trust in their leader. This just might be the moment they turn second place into a first place finish. Next up is GenG Esports. Representing the Asia region, this is the org that needs no introduction. With a trophy case full of titles across the esports world, GenG brings the championship DNA to every game that they touch. Now they set their sights on Marvel Rivals, aiming to carry that legacy straight into the mid-season final spotlight. Can they add another chapter to their storied run? We're about to find out. Now our final spotlight lands right here on Team Envy. Representing the America region, this squad is stacked with decorated veterans and rising stars, blending experience and explosive talent in one dangerous package. They made waves in the MRI, NA, and Ignite series, and now they punched their ticket to land as the 3rd seed from the region. But don't let that number fool you. They've got the legacy, the firepower, and the spotlight. And now it's time to see if Team Envy can make this their moment. The arena is ready, the heroes are assembled, and the spark has been lit. This isn't just the beginning of the tournament, it's the start of something unforgettable. Ignite the battle, and now, let's bring it to the casters.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rival Ignite Series mid-season finale. I am one of your co-casters, I Run Shib, here with my co-cast, Dogman. How are you doing today, brother?
Doing good, Shibskis. It's good to finally see you in person. I mean, this has been phenomenal, hanging out with you and everybody else here. You're going to go over it, obviously, but man, $500,000 in the line in the mid-season. Holy crap.
Are you kidding me? And the production value. Did you see what we just looked at on the stage? Well, there's going to be a lot of familiar faces. You may have saw some right there with the teams that you've been supporting, the players that you are interested in, playing the heroes that you like. But there are going to be even more new bits of action that you can get addicted to, finding new teams that you want to jump on the bandwagon for. And that, it means you got to keep it locked right here, August 6th to August 10th, to see all of the action. Speaking of familiar faces, you know what else we have today is some of your favorite streamers locked in, actually right up there above us, keeping their eyes on their stream, on their chat, but also on the action right here.
Oh yeah, and there's going to be a lot of action.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be a jam-packed week of action all across the board in the Ignite mid-season ship. I'm super pumped, and it's not only going to be us, right? It's not going to be me, you, and everybody else behind the scenes. Will be. I'm just already rambling because the nerves are crazy at this event. I mean, it's so much fun. It's going to be me, you, Cozy, obviously, like Tetra behind the scenes, other casters, and also our streamers.
Yeah, that's it. We got Boger, SK, FanFan, J3, Lulu Lovely, and Necros. Do not be afraid to drop in there. Say hey to them, drop into the chat, show them some love while they're here in China with us. And I got to say, beautiful. Beautiful over here.
Yes, absolutely beautiful, just like our co-streamers for sure. And, you know, I'm curious to watch those back, like what they think of the event. You know, I'm sure there'll be a lot of kind of clippable events, even like some stuff going down. We'll see what the players do. I don't know, like who knows who's gonna maybe even talk trash. You know, I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you do.
To see who's talking the smack, and you know, obviously, I imagine somebody like Necros is going to be quite aware of that sort of path. But man, a lot of incredible stuff's going on. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of stuff like the patch, but yeah, super fun.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, just looking at those team walkouts, how about that? You know what I'm saying? That was crazy.
No, absolutely. And, you know, by the way, our official roadmap for Season 3.5 is here. Check out what's in store for the what's in store for the next half of the season. The sharpest hero is ready to leave his mark on the battlefield. Get ready for Blade on August 8th. By the way, guys, Season 3.5 maintenance is going to begin on August 8th at 9 a.m. UTC. And it's expected to take about like 2 to 3 hours, basically. So just make sure you guys are kind of sticking around. You obviously don't have to have it up and ready to go, but you will be on a sort of a short break while the new season kind of drops in. Man, we are both pumped for the new hero and these skins.
Yeah, we haven't had hands-on experience yet, right? I'm a little bummed we weren't there to see it, but I would not trade this experience for the world. But look at some of these skins, man, we've got on the screen. Look at that Iron Man Extreme Beyond, armor. That is, you can actually see a look at his face, which is very, very, I think you only see it on his silver skin in his MVP. So outside of that, really cool that you're seeing that change, and also that, look at that Penny Parker Wasteland mech.
Dude, that's sick. That's your favorite one, the Penny Parker one, the Wasteland mech?
Yeah, I just like those unique takes, man. I think that's just a really cool, different take. I'm a big fan of the Venom skins across the board, but Extreme I mean, that looks wild.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I'm going to make Shib. I'm going to make you do Penny Parker one trick. Unranked to top 100 challenge, Penny Parker only.
Yeah, no one's going to want to see that. Trust me, it would be disturbing. But we've got our first match coming up here. We're going to have GenG and Envy. So this is going to be a huge game for those of you who don't know. Both teams were considered some of the best in the region, but fell flat when it came to crunch time. So that is something that they're going to want to prove. Can they get the job done now?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a big kind of deal. And this is, by the way, for anybody wondering, basically today we are doing the play-ins, right? So the entirety of the play-ins will be done today. Basically, the lowest seed from each region has to kind of come through and build their way back up. Obviously, there's only one team from Oceania, so they're already in the official playoffs. But we have today the play-ins with 4 teams from every region. Like you said, Envy, GenG, Nova, and Rad. There we go with the last one from Europe. So a lot of really good teams. And like we said, people thought Rad was the best team. You said that we thought Envy was the best team coming into the stage of 1 of Ignite, and then also same thing with GenG, man. So anything is up, and also Nova as well, another confident team that think they can win it all as well.
Yeah, this is one of those experiences where we might see some of our best games, obviously, until we head later in the tournament right now, today in the play-in stage. Best of 3. Remember, these teams are trying to get in. That is the key. Day 1, get in and start proving to themselves they can get this done. I mean, I know we've all talked about who we expect to take this thing home. I personally chose Envy, so I could be embarrassed today if they do get knocked out, hoping that doesn't happen just for the sake of the reputation. But, everyone, when it comes to Marvel Rivals, shows up at different times, and all the competition is so close in level.
Well, to bring up Envy first, I mean, this team we always talk about is that best team, right? Yeah. And they have that mechanical skill. Everybody talks about how good they are. I know I was talking to the Sentinels guys. They're saying how, this is always a team they want to beat when they do play against them in the North American region because of, the fact that they are very confident in themselves usually, right? When they are at their best, when we see people like Cal popping off, this team is dominating. We already know the consistency of Kaluj, of Speedery, and all of the other guys on their team, but it's a matter of, can they get the confidence at the right time? And they definitely have the firepower to beat anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you also got to mention Speedery, which is potentially in the conversation. We're going to have a lot of this today where we're talking various heroes and where certain players line up, but Speedery is potentially the best flyer in the world. So a very strong choice. And I know we saw some Storm in the past. Johnny Storm's been everywhere, right, as well. Yeah. So Torch, very likely ban target, and we'll see what that looks like as we progress forward here. But yeah, I mean, just a really strong flyer. And Cal, like you said, hit scan. They've got Kaluj on tank. Window. They've got so many strong players. I could mention everybody.
Yeah, and I imagine today on the broadcast, we're going to be seeing a lot. This is going to be all your guys' first experiences with the North American region, and also now with the Asia region with GenG, the other team playing. So, a lot of people, I'm sure, are staying up either late for this or getting up early across the entire world. This is the first time at an international stage we're seeing any of these teams compete together. And the team that you mentioned, I mean, we have a lot to talk about with GenG, right? We always talked about with Mello and stuff behind the scenes in the Asia region because we have, representation in terms of casters as well behind the scenes from every single region here at the event. And he was kind of telling us, GenG is a very, very good team, and they should have potentially even won the region, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you bring up like different casters in different regions, the passion that each caster has for the region. It's so funny. It is exactly what you'd expect. Everyone wants their region to do well. I know that we're all pushing for somebody from our region to take this thing home, but I mean,
I want us to lose. I want us to bomb out. Straight up, just kidding. I'm not. We're not. Just get out of here. Go home. No, I think with GenG though, the thing is that at least I've experienced. It's just you can't ever doubt the Korean teams, right? It's the tough aspect of hero shooters for somebody like me from North America is the inevitability of being replaced by a Korean esport talent because there's so many good players in that region. The thing is, how many hero shooter players that are veterans are coming over to this game? We know that GenG has some of those guys. We know people like, everybody talks about OUG. A lot of these guys are very experienced in the hero shooter genre. So coming over to Marvel Rivals, they've kind of made that transition. It's a matter of, does the region of Korea have those strong, talented players that are veterans of the scene, or maybe even up-and-coming talent that are now starting to pop off that are highly mechanically skilled?
Yeah, and I think one thing that draws is not only is this Rivals, you can tell the passion of the devs, right? With the constant hero changes, or hero additions, the changes, the balance patches. So the game gets a lot of love, but outside of that, just look at things like this. We are here in China with the most insane production quality behind me. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Everyone wants to get in here and make a name for themselves. So a lot of that talent is making the transition. But you're right. I mean, we just haven't really seen them together, and that is going to be a huge part of this, right? The pride. People are going to want to take this home for that first land, being etched in history. Kind of like you and I being here right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's a great point. Yeah. I mean, everybody wants to be that first team to win at the international. I think that point cannot be stressed enough. That's what everybody remembers, right? In other esports, if we're talking about just players, right? Because that's just the overall, history of it, right? We talk about like Booga, he's a very talented esports player as well. We talk about Faker, these guys that have made like a name for themselves. We got Tens as well. A lot of these guys from other, games that are really talented in their own aspect. And right now, like we said, guys, the play-in is today. 2 of these teams are going home.
It's crazy. It's nerve-wracking. You don't want to come all the way out here just to get sent home, right? So there is a lot on the line, and the nerves. So you got to mention coming in here day one, being on the big stage, literally on the big stage in front of eyes. It adds a whole nother level of pressure, and that's why we have seen some of these teams falter when it comes to being like in these high intensity situations. That is really what identifies and what determines who is the strongest team, who can get it done in the most intense pressure situation.
Yeah, and we'll see who does it in that exact case. Looking at that trophy, $160,000 for that champ, dude. $500K total. I mean, what would you do if you had $160K in the bank right now?
I don't even know, man. I don't know if I can even speak on it. I would cry, I think. I mean, that is insane. We're in a mid-season final, $160K for the winner, and it's not like it's all put on the winner. $500K prize pool here. Second place gets $80, third gets $60. You just want a piece, right? Yeah. And it goes all the way down to $20K in 10th. So everybody finding a little bit of value, and you get the experience of being here.
Yeah, I mean, we know how much people want it. The fact that we saw both Rad and Citadel sign their rosters before coming to this event because they want a part of that pie, like you said. So any esports or kind of watching on the outside, I imagine, is going to look at this tournament and is going to want it.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more. As we look here into the play-in stages, we got GenG, Envy. We mentioned that is going to be the first game as both teams are setting up right now. And then after that, we'll go into Nova and Rad. And then from there, we'll have a loser's bracket side and an upper bracket. Remember, 2 teams going home today. If you lose that first game of the loser's bracket, you will be out. So a lot on the line. Best of 3. Everybody's tension, everybody's nerves through the roof. I can't believe it.
Dude, I can't either, man. We got and later on, obviously, to see if those teams go home. We got the first 2 matches. We got Mello and we got Liger in the backside, ready to go to watch and see who goes home, man. That's going to be intense. I don't know, man. The full schedule today, obviously, match number 1, like you said, Ship, GenG and Envy. We'll be bringing you guys through that first. And then with those TBDs, we'll have to see who kind of shows up first in those matches, man. I mean, you thought, I don't know if we don't really do predictions up here as much, but
sure, no.
you're thinking Envy takes this because you got Envy winning the whole tournament even though they're play-ins. Maybe you could talk about why that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, I've had eyes on their team, right? They just look incredibly strong. I know we talk about talent. Obviously, GenG has an insane amount of talent as well, so it's not fair to really call that out as we talk about insane talent.
Oh yeah,
here.
And I got this. I'll talk about them real quick because on the opposite side, I'm taking even though Envy, we've heard behind the scenes are so good, I'm taking GenG.
Love it.
On the opposite side, just to make sure that we have some tension up here on the desk, because we know how good these guys are. I mean, I've seen XE in ranked. We play with that guy all the time. I mean, he's so good, so talented, and so is the rest of the lineup. Fun Scene is one of the best vanguards in the game, alongside of Dotori. We got Snake, we got Brownie, we got Zune, right? This whole team is full of really good players that are definitely the best in the region, like you talked about. They only faltered at the very end versus Reject. And same thing with a team that's not even here in Crazy Raccoon, another team that people thought was going to make it over even teams like Reject. So the fact that they're here right now is a testament to how good GenG is. It doesn't matter what seed you are, as long as you're here at the tournament in GenG, because they're so talented, because of how strong the Korean region is, I got them today.
Absolutely. I love it. I love the back and forth, the tension as we look over here to Envy, Month, Nero, an insane backline from both of them. Month plays more traditional lines, while Nero is not afraid to pull out something like Ultron Window, one of the strongest vanguards we've seen in the game, right alongside Kaluj. I mean, I can't keep saying that because, you know what, to be honest, this whole team has that kind of talent. Speedery as well, we mentioned that before on the flyer side, and Cal on the hit scan side, coming in and clutching up in the last tournament and saying things along the lines of, I want in. He was actually on the bench, struggling in the first few games, called out that he wanted in, and started popping off.
Yeah, I mean that was the kind of the trajectory that they've taken from then. Like you said, it started popping off the whole team. That's kind of the story of it, right? Is the fact that we already talked about how consistent Speedily is. We already talked about how good Kaluj is. Speedery, sorry. By the way, Speedery, we talked to him at the hotel, man. I said, dude, change your name back to Speedily. He said no. He said, screw you, bro. He said that's the whole reason he did it, because he started laughing at me. He's like, that's why I did it. That's why I did it. So Speedery, like you said, they already know how consistent they are. Or we already know how consistent he is. Yeah. And that entire lineup is so good. So is Cal, right? We talked about how before this tournament, Cal's even talked about it. He was like, I was kind of doing bad, right? He realized that. He took that internal look and kind of realized that he needed to sort of step it up. And by God, everything we've heard, he stepped it up.
Yeah, and that's the fun thing, right? You like the I want the ball coach mentality, where you maybe get put on the bench and you say to yourself, I want this moment. Oh, yeah. I'm going to come back in and take this for us. Came back in and absolutely clutched up 3 games, I believe 2 of which were MVPs. Just looked incredible out there on HitScan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we'll see who kind of wins this first one. We're going to be going to the first map here, it looks like, Shipskis.
Yes.
The new map that came out with Phoenix.
Yeah, it's going to be another one of those sides of the Symbiote. It's going to be Clintar is what it is called. It's another domination mode. I personally like this map a lot of off angles, a lot of height, right? Especially, it's very much a level-focused map where points can be down below, where you have a lot of high peak angles. There's a lot of flank angles, so you can see some dive, you can see some poke. Everything's pretty viable on these maps. It kind of depends on which one you start off with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're wondering, like you talked about earlier, right?
Sure.
We see the attack and the defense, right? We saw one of the teams is actually going to be over to attack. I kind of missed it, actually. Who's going to be going over to attack first? I believe it was GenG. And, we talk about on those angles, on those points on domination, people are wondering, why does it matter who has attack and defense? Yes. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so we talked about this yesterday. It's about right side peak angles. When you're playing a third person, shooter, at some point you want to make sure that your angle is so you can peek to the right side. And if you have that advantage, depending on the map, that is going to allow you to play with line of sight and then peek only when you need to and not expose yourself.
Yep. And maybe on this as well, that's why it's so important, is because if you can win that first fight, I mean, that's everything, right? We talked to, I was talking to Trust Me, one of the players behind Rad Esports. He was talking about how, in those maps on domination, it matters so much if you take point first. You notice how when we watch the pro players, even like good Wolverine players, we were watching Nova scrims and stuff. Let's go to the stage, by the way, and kind of look at everything,
This is crazy.
for this tournament. I mean, this is a beautiful stage that we have, and my God, we're ready to go, I think, today, Shipskis. We got GenG on the right side, or left side, I suppose, of the stage, and, we know how good these guys are. We got Zune on the backside.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the first point. We were talking a little bit there. You can see Zune here zooming in. You talk about when you get that first point of domination, if you're able to hold it, it's all about stalling and getting percentage. All you need to do at that point, especially if you get up into that 80% range, 70, 80% range, it's a one-fight win for the map, right?
Yeah.
So you want to get the point first, you want domination first, because all from then on you need to do is stall for as long as humanly possible, and that gives you a massive advantage, which is what these teams are going to try to do. You'll see that here, even using ultimates maybe in a situation that may not win a team fight, which is typically, when you're climbing ladder, not looked down upon, but when you're in a team environment like this, it's all about these minuscule wins, and they know exactly what we're doing. We'll try to call that out when we see that today.
Absolutely, and we're going to go back and check out all these players. So we got Snake, we have Brownie, we got Zune on the back, at the front. And a lot of these players are actually talking about where they sit, right? Where they can kind of look over and kind of see where the player they need to kind of be in position is. That's kind of a LAN difference. This is the first time we're seeing any Marvel Rivals tournament on a LAN, at least to the official stage. So the fact that we have that, there's so many small things that you can kind of do. You can see, rotationally what to do, kind of look over to your teammate sometimes and kind of figure out something, make sure they're checking the right sort of play there. So there's a lot of sort of moments like that kind of matter at the LAN stages. We're getting used to it, right? We know that these GenG guys are so good. We talked to Krusty behind the scenes, the coach of this team, and he talks about how good these guys are as an overall unit. And this is you and I's first experience, at least officially, casting over these guys. So it's going to be so much fun to kind of watch over these guys.
So much fun.
So much fun.
Yeah, I do think LAN experience is something that needs to be discussed. I think that when you've been in front of a stage a lot, the nerves look like, you just ready for action,
well,
right?
Speaking of which, sorry to cut you off, Shipskis. It's, I mean, speaking of LAN experience, because you just said it, XZ, he's that guy. He has so much experience under his belt. Obviously, it's about the full team environment. We don't want to talk about one player too much, but Eggsy is that guy behind the scenes. Everybody talks about how good he is. He was even wanted by a lot of the teams in the West.
Sure.
Everybody's looking at picking him up. Besides, on the opposite side with Reject with Finale, everybody talks about how good Finale is as well. So many good duelist players, and Eggsy has that experience, like you said.
Yeah, you know, it's still, since the game is in its infancy still, teams are still looking for talent, right? I mean, it's not, and nothing is always set in stone. Obviously, contracts are very, you know, it's going to be very dependent. It depends on what you're looking at, but everybody's scouting talent, and we're seeing a lot more of that happen, even through various MRCs, like the MRI. Teams are still shifting because they want to find the proper team and lock in with that team for the long haul. As we see Cal here showcasing some of that hit scan. Potentially, you're going to see some Phoenix today, which we were not able to see in the last tournament besides the MRC.
Yeah, apparently that guy's doing insane on Phoenix. And I don't know, Chip, can you talk about it with Marvel Rivals specifically? And you talked about Speeder earlier, how flexible this guy is. I think that's the biggest takeaway that we've heard behind the scenes from every single pro player. It's like some teams are locked into playing certain things because they don't have that flexibility. But when you have someone like Speedery, who we saw, I mean, target banned, basically.
It's a vulnerability if you're not
For
flexible.
sure, yeah. And I don't know, how do you even get that flexibility? What do you recommend to maybe new players that want to reach the levels of somebody like Speedery? I mean, it's going to be hard because of how good he is. People talk about how good Speedery is as a unit, but I don't know, what's the biggest takeaway? How do you even add to that flexibility if you're uncomfortable playing a hero that you need to play for your team?
Sure, I mean, there's a lot of answers to that, right? The key is being a one-trick can be very difficult, especially in this level of play because of the ban system, and we'll talk about the ban system as that comes up here shortly. But you need to be able to be flexible. But how do you become flexible, like you're saying? You got to be the one that's willing to change for your team to adapt for a various situation. Typically, in hero shooters, there is a triangle. You have brawl, dive, and poke, and they typically beat each other in a triangle format. So you want to make sure you have something that fits along the lines of at least two of those so you don't get hard countered at all times, and you have something you can switch to. I would highly recommend to practice in quick play. I know a lot of people are trying out heroes for the first time in ranked. Do not recommend that. I know a lot of people have had that experience or will disagree with me right now on the stream and just say, nah, I do it anyway. But hey, I'm being honest. You definitely need to put some serious time in. But I do think scrims, playing with people of a high level and locking in with some new heroes, some new team comps, and trying to go against a team that you know is coordinated is a really good way of going about it too. So try to find some friends in ladder and see if you can put together some scrims to really learn how to play in a team environment as we look at Nero here.
Oh yeah, no, I just like looking at the players and stuff. Like, you're right, 100%. I think that's a good point. You gotta play scrims, you gotta practice at the unit, and that's the fun dynamic. We just saw Nero there. We're seeing Month. I mean, two sort of opposite spectrum players, right? We know how good Nero is and how much of a veteran in the scene he is in hero shooter genre. I was teammates with him for a little bit before apparently I got snaked and kicked off the team because I was not seen as good enough at the time. But on the opposite side, we have Month.
Not cynical about it. Yeah.
No, I'm not cynical about it at all. No big deal. Just Boston Uprising. Screw you. Yeah, Month at the other side, right? He was a new talent. He's we talked to him in the halls. He's sort of a little, I mean, I wouldn't say a little nervous, but he's just like a sort of taking everything in,
yeah,
right?
It's a lot. Yeah.
That's the big thing that you talked about earlier, is how big of an event the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season is. This is the first time a lot of these players are going to compete on a stage, and you can play online all you want. I mean, sometimes you just don't have the it factor, that sort of chill, that ice in your veins sort of that we've seen out of Cal in the official tournaments online, right? We remember him, how good he can be whenever he pops the hell off, right, Shib? I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how everybody does on land, because who knows how you react, right? How it's sort of like, I don't want to like cuss or anything like that, but it's a matter of, you know, what do you do when S hits the fan?
Yeah,
right.
Agreed.
What do you do when things gets real in the moment when you're down?
Can you cut through the noise, right? Like that's the key. That's the key. Like, can you figure it out if things are getting crazy? Can your team lock in, or is it a panic blame fest? Right, that becomes tricky. And we talk about a lot. Teams that are very close become family. Family is willing to fight and learn. But when you're still just friends or still new with your team and you fight, it can break bonds. So it's a difficult discussion to have whether the teams are quite at that level. I know this team right here and even GenG have played together a lot, and that helps, right? Because you are willing to call out a player without knowing that they won't be affected, they won't be embarrassed. They just want to learn and adapt to be better. Like you're saying, you need to cut through the noise. You need to make sure your team can understand what to do to switch, and it doesn't need to be coming out a blame game. It needs to be coming out, what can we do together?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, taking back a look over at GenG, I mean, we've seen their talented players. They're players who are veterans as well.
Yeah.
And same thing with the side of Envy. And I don't know, Ship, how do you think that the new players, those sort of newbies that are coming on that are maybe really good players, like we saw with Techie, a lot of these teams that have young talent like Month as well that haven't really competed on a stage so far, I mean, do you have any takes based on like what you've noticed in talking to them? Who do you think is going to step up to the challenge, or have you noticed any nerves or anything like that, or what do you think?
Sure. So nerves are definitely a factor. I've seen some nerves from them, but you know, this is the time where we start to figure out what they're going to be like. I think you can talk a big game all you want. It's all about what you can do in these moments. I know there's some big, players across the board, even from some of these teams we're going to discuss today, that are very strong talents. But when it came to this moment where they needed to shine, they were not able to do so. So we'll see what they do here. I mean, I know Month is very strong. I know he's an incredible backline strategist. The key with strategists is just not making mistakes. It's not necessarily about making plays and being hyper aggro. It's more so just making sure that you use your abilities at the most critical times that you possibly can.
Good point.
And that is a little bit tricky to handle.
That's a great point, because I think Marvel Rivals, from everything we've talked about, is a macro game, right? It's a matter of, mechanically, you have to sort of play at a high level no matter what, but realistically, the biggest challenge for these teams is sort of coordinating as a unit, right?
Yeah.
Making sure that you can kind of figure out those rotations, those one-shot combos and stuff that we're going to see today, because, in this game, there's not a lot of neutral game one-shots, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing you can really do. Like we saw Hela originally, that was how Delena, 400 Thieves, kind of got his name when he was back known as Ant in the closed beta test. War of the Realms that we had early on for Marvel Rivals. He was sort of just popping off on Hela, going absolutely insane. That doesn't really happen as much anymore. It's the neutral game is not really. People have gotten so good they don't really falter. They don't get KO'd in these sort of big situations anymore. Everybody sort of stays together as a unit. So we talk to like Trust Me and stuff. It's more about ultimates, right?
Yeah.
But when we're on the main stage, that's in my opinion the craziest thing, Shib. I think what the people are underestimating the LAN effect for sure.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if we see a lot of like neutral fight KOs. Right? Like, I think behind the scenes in the scrims, people are getting so good, so consistent, but nobody is taking into account, from what I've seen, the effect of being on stage.
Making mistakes.
Right. It's definitely going to happen, I think. And, we saw...
That's really well put.
For sure. And we saw in the EMEA region with, like, somebody like Pokey. Right, there were so many times, like he was the reason why I think he's one of the best players in the game, and I don't want to obviously talk about somebody too much, but with Pokey in the for Citadel Gaming, he was insane at just finding picks when nobody else really would.
That's invaluable. Yeah.
And that's what I think is going to happen here on LAN. I'm curious whether GenG or Envy sort of does that.
As you're climbing ladder, folks, you'll find out that this game is very much, all hero shooters in general are a resource game. Pulling out a cooldown is value, so do not be afraid to call out. If you were able to pull out low-key crystals, for example, that is a huge win for your team. Stuff like that, and you'll find that in these neutral fights, them getting value at just forcing out a cooldown, making strategist ult early, anything like that is insanely invaluable as long as you're up in those resources. So, like you're saying, finding a neutral pick like that is, especially if you're able to find the actual KO and get that pick, it puts them down a number, but also they're unable to use any of those resources, unable to have an ultimate if they didn't pop, or say it was Loki had crystals, had invisibility, had clone placements, had swap and teleport. All that is now out the window, so your team immediately pushes forward. It forces the team to draw back, or it forces them to take a fight with an insane disadvantage.
Absolutely, and I noticed some of your viewers, when I go over to twitch.tv/IRunShib or TikTok/IRunShib, make sure to check out Shib, by the way, over here. Definitely not a shill. But when people come into your chat and stuff, they're like, damn, like, because you're a high-ranked player, right? So when people come into your stream and stuff, they're like, you can't make mistakes. Like, it feels like maybe when you're in lower-tier ranks, when you're in silver, when you're in gold and stuff, and you're still learning the game, you're still improving, and there's really good players down in those ranks as well. But the biggest thing that they talk about when you come to, your stream and stuff, they're like, you can't make a mistake, and you get punished so fast.
Yeah, positioning is super important. You'll notice here, and we'll make sure we call this out as we watch these teams play. And honestly, folks, if you're trying to improve at the game, watching these folks play right now is the way to do it. These players do not make mistakes. So you'll see them play around natural cover a lot. You'll see them never overextend, and if they do, it's for a reason, trying to pull something out. They're going to make sure they're playing very strategic, smart, cerebral, and only commit when they know that they can find value, or at least in their head they know they can find value. So yeah, it is very much about playing just very intelligently.
Yep, you got to save those cooldowns just like we're saving this match. Ready to go in a moment. Obviously, we have a bit of a setup still. So like, there's guys. It's a LAN event. This is the first time we're going to be in person, and there's always something on stage where you got to figure out what the timings. Got to figure out the PC setups and stuff like that. So. I'm sure they're just setting up on stage. I know that people always get antsy, especially late at night in the West right now. It's what, like 8 p.m.
Yep.
So
up there.
Yeah, back in
10:30 for me.
10:30. Yeah, 10:30 back in the East Coast. So I think for a lot of these players and a lot of these, everybody here on staff, this is a big event. So it kind of takes time to kind of get going, right? And we have a little bit before the match is going to start, obviously, as things are still setting up. So that's why you have me and Shibskis here to kind of
So we do, baby. Yep. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah,
or if you're, speaking of which earlier, or if, besides us just yapping, I imagine the co-streamers as well are checking out.
That is very true. Make sure you drop in and say what's up to all of the co-streamers. But yeah, it's just something to talk about. First off, time is a multiverse. It's crazy that we're over here and it's 10:30 a.m. It's 10:30 p.m. where I am back home. It cracks me up. But yeah, real quick, I want to ask you something we we never talked about yet. You talked about your experience here with the coach of GenG. You had, I believe it's Coach Krusty.
Yes, sir.
So can you walk me through, do you know what kind of style of play they may have or any sort of, feedback you give? I know you know Coach Krusty from the past. He's a strong coach, right? He works with personalities and tries to get people to work together, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's a personality guy. He's sort of like a coach with Sefi, for sure. It's like that's sort of his thing. Like he's a guy that manages those personalities, makes sure everybody's kind of in a good spot. And that's the thing. Krusty was saying how he's kind of here to help them out as like in between, sort of like you see him back there over there in the opposite side. He's got, by the way, Krusty's English has been just insane lately.
Yeah.
He's always worked with mixed roster teams, so this is sort of one of the first times as well. Or he works with many different rosters, but they asked him to sort of come back and be behind them and sort of coach them behind the scenes. Where he didn't expect to do that, right? He said that GenG sort of needed his help. They enlisted him in his sort of off season because he's an esports veteran. He's all over the place because of how invaluable his experience is. I mean, he was the greatest player in the game that I came from, greatest coach that I came from. I mean, it was always a starstruck whenever I see him in the hallways and stuff because of how good he is. But he's such a down-to-earth guy.
That's awesome.
And that's how you know you're a good coach.
Yeah,
I think
I agree with that.
Anybody that can kind of come in and be that sort of stable voice for sure, and somebody that can manage those personalities, like we said, like we saw with Citadel Gaming, with Sala, he's that sort of guy too. He's like making sure that everybody's relaxed and in the moment because it's so hard. We don't talk about how difficult these games are. We can talk about that later, just sort of as a player, how much work you have to do. The fact that there's so many changes between patch notes and stuff like that.
That is true.
But back to the sort of Krusty. I mean, that guy, like you said, he is that sort of general manager type guy too, where he wants to craft these teams and make a good GenG roster that can win at this tournament. He said that they are very confident in doing that.
Yeah, and I know, personality development and being down to earth is something you need as a coach. You need to be considered a friend, someone that you can open up to. And like I said, we get back to the family conversation.
Yeah.
You need to be able to have that tough conversation with the player, with the coach, to make sure you're actually getting to a real solution instead of just like, we talked about cutting through the noise, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, everybody has different styles, too. That's the cool part. Like Krusty said, like he wants to sort of build the roster as well. Like he sort of came in last second to sort of help GenG out and make sure that they can kind of be ready and to go for this tournament. But he's also a guy that's very good at player scouting.
Sure.
He is always going to tell who those sort of up-and-coming talents are that can kind of play on your roster. We've seen legendary players like Striker and stuff. He's worked with so many talented esports players with Xe on stage there. So he's a guy that scouts really, really well, besides being just a coach. So, yeah.
And I think that's necessary. I think one thing that Rival does great, it sounds like I'm pandering MRC, right? We talk about giving the opportunity to try to make a team and prove to everyone else that you are a player that can play at this level. And we saw two teams actually going to be coming into Ignite in Stage 2 that were placed 1 and 2 in the last MRC. Right. So that is something that is going to continuously happen here, which is very exciting. Giving yourself, I just want to make a team with my friends and see if we can do the thing we all say we can do. I could have been a pro player if I just had the opportunity. You have the opportunity. Take it with your friends, lock in, and see if you can push through and get the job done.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's people back home watching right now, and I saw I think Hogs, by the way, we'll probably want to shout out Hogs, obviously, was like, man, it's making me question my life choices not being here at LAN.
Oh.
He's like, damn, I wish I was there. And it makes sense. It's a lot of people back home that are like, they want to be up there on the stage, and that's that hunger, that's that drive that's going to push a lot of people that aren't here to make their names later on. So if you're back at home, one of those pro players trying to get up, or maybe somebody in the lower ranks trying to grind and get improved so you can be at LAN, you'll get there one day if you put in the work, if you put in the time, and obviously make the right connections, because it's not about necessarily just being the best player, but it's also being the best teammate, right? Somebody that's easy to work with, somebody that's not a diva almost, right?
Yeah.
You kind of want to be that guy that's nice and friendly, and it's a slow learning experience for a lot of these guys because they are young. They're so young that a lot of them are hard-headed. Like I used to be that way. I got kicked from one of my first teams because I was too toxic. They said the environment was too negative, and they said every time you showed up, we were in a bad mood. So after that, I was like 17 at the time.
Yeah,
got kicked. Yeah, they actually got signed by a professional roster in Evil Geniuses.
That
felt bad.
Yeah,
so after that, that's when, I was like, okay, I got to go back to the drawing boards. I've added at that point to be more of a leader, somebody that talks more.
Yeah.
And then, it's step by step, but it's like these crucial moments, getting kicked from teams, building your way back up. That's what sort of makes you into a talented player. And it's not the end of the world if you get kicked. It's not the end of the world if you are not good enough at a certain time.
Yeah.
Because you can get better and you can improve.
Yeah, I think that's key. I mean, we could talk about strategies of how to, improve the game, but I do think you mentioned, keeping a positive attitude, working to try to make changes in the game, but also communication is very important. And if you're constantly someone that is just negative in communication, no one's going to want to listen to you, and odds are they're not hearing you because they hit that mute button a while ago. But, let's loop it back here because I want to talk real quick about GenG. I know GenG is one of those teams that is not afraid to pull out different compositions, not 2-2-2. 2-2-2 has found the most success in these tournaments, traditional composition, 2 Vanguards, 2 Strategists, 2 Duelists, but GenG has been known for rarely running things along those lines. They love running triple Vanguard, or excuse me, Strategist, but they have run triple, which is a little crazy. Stuff like that, especially in spawn door holds, we'll see if we can see some of that. And, these teams are, especially GenG, that unique play, like if you don't scrim against stuff like that often, it is going to cause problems because it's almost difficult. Once you get used to meta, you're playing against the meta and you scrim against the meta, things that are even less, off meta, just the fact that they surprise you can lead to a victory.
Oh, absolutely, and that's a good point as well, Shib, that you bring that up, because from what we've heard behind the scenes, that's what's kind of, every team has their own sort of style. Some teams are trying to adapt, and we heard about teams kind of adapting to Envy's ban phase, which maybe we'll see later on. But that's the difference of opinion is sort of changing behind every single team. Every region has their own specific thing they're very good at, and that's what we're going to see today. It's like a matter of how many holes do you have. That's what we saw in North American region is the team, in terms of Sentinels, the reason they won, the reason they got the first seed, they had the lowest amount of holes. We saw target bans towards Crimzo, making sure that every Vanguard was gone. They adapted, they overcame that, and then they still won, got that first seed over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and that is a strategy, right? Like, we'll see some of that in this tournament. We will see Vanguard lockouts, we will see Strategist play, and it forces off rolls. Yeah, Strategist lockouts as well. And we can talk about the compositions, but it's more fun if you just see it. But some of the bans that we've seen GenG in the past, they are very consistent on bans. We talk about how maybe Envy does some more unique things. It seems like it's Emma Loki almost consistently. I'm going to say this, and it's not going to happen, but Caster Curse. But
Caster Curse?
Nearly every game. Emma Loki immediately banned off the rip. I know they really like running cap comps, so maybe we'll see Envy try to take that off the playing field, but then they go to something like Hulk Wolverine and fastball special, just throw the boomerang of Wolverine out. So maybe we'll see that.
Well, on that note, do you think the coaches are also going to feel it a little bit because you don't want to, because you could easily make mistakes in the ban phase, and especially in this best out of 3, because in the play-in stage you have domination map number 1, which is a toss-up always, right? Like, we always talk about pro players, they'll talk to me like we're judging too much off of domination. That's like the feel-out map, because domination is hard to be consistent at, to be one of the best domination teams. There's some teams that are maybe better at it and stuff and playing around that point, but a lot of the objective play is difficult in domination, especially if you go down in this first map, if you lose in this best out of 3, that already sends you to the lower bracket. I mean, there's so much more pressure, I think, for these players today than anybody later on in the tournament that's already, qualified for the top 8.
Yeah, and I think when you are in domination, let's talk dive for a second, right?
Okay. Yeah.
When you're diving, your team needs to set up. I think a big mistake for dive as you're climbing through ladder is teams think, I'm going in, I'm going in, where was my team? What you need to do as a team is called setup. So let's say as Venom, would get to a high ground and I would not use my cooldown of my grapple. Instead, I would try to wall run up to the sky, set up and be ready. Then I'd call it out. I'd let Panther get into position. I'd let whoever else may be diving with me into position. I'd say 3, 2, 1, and at the same time we collapse. Make sure we collapse at the have our cooldowns to escape if we don't find value, if we don't get a pick or a KO. But like I said before, value can even just be pulling out something like Loki crystals. So you dive early with 1, get that out, reset up as a team, go back in again immediately before that cooldown comes back and find success. But in domination, that is happening so frequently. The comms are constantly going off, and the enemy team's doing that right back to you, and you never have a moment to breathe because you don't have a spawn super far away that you need to reset and get ready if they take a point. It is just right back in. Try not to let them get that percent. The time, the clock is running at all times, and that is why domination is so hectic.
Absolutely. As we take back a look at the stage and stuff, as we're still getting ready back for both of these teams, for both GenG and Envy, but you talked about dive, Shib, and a team like Team GenG, and the biggest thing that they are good at, a team that is, a Korean team in general, generally known for having a good dive. But we are actually getting ready for the match already,
excited.
Dude, this is so pumped, dude.
Yeah, this is
oh
sick.
My God. Like, the fact that we're even here to watch GenG and Envy in the play-in stage, the fact that we have everybody behind the scenes, other casters in the wing. On the opposite side, we have our lovely Chinese talent as well with Wei Wei and 2DM. On the opposite side, we know those guys, professionals, as well, and very good yappers just as us. So we love talking to those guys hanging out. And they told us a lot about the Chinese region as well. So right now, Shib, Envy, and GenG is starting out.
Oh. We jumped right through. You can see the
band phase already.
Yeah, right through the band phase already. Likely when the pause went through. As you can see on the top right, the band. So that's a nice little addition here. You got Loki band here from GenG, Cap, Torch, and Mantis. You look over Torch, Luna, Adam. Getting rid of that res comp on both sides there, and Psylocke against Envy. So here we go. Off the rip, the tackle goes up here. Immediately, Xe finds one. Doesn't make value. It does force out that cooldown. We talked about the crystals going out there for the side of Brownie on GenG. Xe going to keep this space and just try to burn some of these walls. Remember, Wolverine can actually get charged off of attacking those walls. Kaluge, though, finds Xe. Make that two as Fun goes down. Kaluge turning this right back at him.
So that's crazy. They actually gave Speedily that storm that everybody's banned. We're actually going for stagger picks on the left side of the map, making sure Kaluge again.
Oh my goodness.
Chip finds those picks, and they're going all the way towards the spawn. They want to make sure they're sent all the way back, so close to the point. Envy with that first control definitely gives them a huge edge. Also, they're building up towards those ultimates for the upcoming fight.
Yeah, as we begin again, Envy with the point and collapse there. They're going to reset back. Honestly, this is, we talk about learning from the pros. Typically, teams try to hold up here tight in these tight chokes. It looks like they're electing to go back to point. As you can see, I talk about those off-angle high peaks here. Brownie on the high side going to start putting some pressure on, dealing some damage to the back line. 99 to ultimate. This ultimate can be very strong here for the side. Oh, wait, that's one value. Or Zune, sorry, excuse me. I thought this was Kaluge up here right now. But no, Brownie again on the off angle. Cal going to try to put pressure back on and shut that down. Whole team electing to stay together on the high side, not taking point yet. 50 on the clock.
Yeah, they're sort of rotating around the point. We usually see these combinations between that Magneto and the Phoenix, right? Talking about getting rid of those shields and slamming down with that Meteor M. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's something we see after all these strategist ultimates are popped. First pick potentially coming through with the marks off the backside, but the Loki crystals are there to block it until Brownie again finds one.
Endsong Inferno goes down. We see Xe with a pick there. Kaluge brings one back, but Brownie, Dotori, Fun are going to sweep the side of Envy. GenG going to now take the point, but 70% on the clock. This is potentially one fight territory unless teleport comes through. So this is a dangerous position to be in as we push towards Fight 3 window, though, on the Groot. Happy to see Groot back in the playing field.
Yeah, the combo between Brownie and Xe coming through, right, making sure those eliminations can sort of happen with the Winter Soldier and stuff. So honestly, Envy maybe not expecting such a fast push by GenG there to combo those two ultimates. So great work by them.
Ult advantage here for the side of Envy just by one as we see a pick, but a pause goes out. Nice shot there early, right before the side of GenG.
Bro was AFK, Shibskis. He was AFK. My goodness. I mean, obviously we don't want to talk about it too much, but the fact that that's a big pick coming into this upcoming fight, and they already are 60% on the board. I mean, what a first round, first of all. Back and forth, Shib. I mean, what's your overall thoughts from that first beginning bit, right? Both teams like going Phoenix. We obviously sort of skipped past the ban phase. I mean, obviously, hopefully we get to watch that later on. But
yeah, we'll see it in future games.
Yeah, we saw that Cat ban come through, like you said. They got rid of the Mantis. And that's interesting. I bet a lot of people back at home are like, why are they banning Mantis, for example?
Yeah, that's true. So the Mantis ban. So this is a good walkthrough. Great transition here. Mantis is really strong. And honestly, Mantis saw a lot more play overseas in compared to American region because they love the damage boost compositions. They'll run things like Mantis and Cloak with the Terra Cloak, and they actually stack that damage boost. So if you can find value, you can even do things like when you use Mantis, and you discussed this with me in the green room, Venom. If you use the Mantis damage boost with Luna, you actually don't even need to use your tendrils to get a pick on the back line. Instead, you can just simply ult. It's much easier. You don't have to focus. You don't have to wait for cooldowns. It's very risky. Or it's not very risky, excuse me. So damage boost compositions, it makes your poke more pressuring. It makes it far more threatening as we see Phoenix in the game now. It's a big problem. So they like to take that off the field. We're seeing a lot more Mantis play at this level of play.
Yeah, and they're looking at Speedily's computer, I imagine. So the curse of renaming yourself from Speedily to Speedery came through, man. He took his own PC down, so we'll see what that is and kind of figure that out behind the scenes as our referees take a look at it. And, overall, Shib, I mean, like, we saw the power of, well, first of all, LAN and stuff, but the cycles that people were talking about, right? The fact that we saw the combination of Phoenix, of Winter Soldier come through, even though there was strategist ultimates up. I mean, Month had the copy ready to go, but he couldn't even use it, man, because of Phoenix and Bucky. He just got one shot before he could even copy.
Yeah, it's coordination, right? Team play is so different than ladder. Everything is so picture perfect, and there's just no time to react, especially when you can use that Phoenix if you get back into the map here to break those things like the lamps or the shields right before you come in with Kraken Impact. Fun. Going to be on that Doctor Strange on the off angle. Here we begin. A heavy ult advantage to the side of Envy. And we will proceed. 68% here for Envy, 39 for GenG. Cal gonna keep that pressure on the left side. Does have Ensong Inferno ready. Gonna look for some height, look for anyone to be out of position. Finds one on the off-angle. Brownie trying to play that off, and we're gonna start immediately here with the bond onto the point. That's gonna be an Ensong Inferno goes out. No major value, but it does get rid of shields. Dangerous position here for Window down low. Here comes an Inferno right back with damage boost. Doesn't find value, but does not. That's 2 ults out. There goes the Eye of Agamotto. Gets a ton. Do they get value off it? Fun. Not able to do so. Great dance there. Speedery finds one. Window. Cal. Speedery again onto Zune. Beautiful play by Envy on the retake, and they will be climbing.
What a scrappy fight, but we saw the power of the Strategist ultimates there, right? Nero coming out first, Month with the follow-up afterwards. Unfortunately for GenG, waiting still on Snake's Eternal Bomb, but that should give them an edge for this upcoming fight. Meteor M for Kaluj on the opposite side will be able to shut that down, as well as Peel for Xe and his ultimate, but that is still 1 ult against 2. It's all gonna be on Kaluj here, or speedily on Cal, finding an opening pick with those damage boosts.
Yeah, Xe here with the Kraken impact is terrifying. You will have that Eternal Bomb there for Snake as well. It's really about trying to clutch up and play smart here. You don't necessarily need a whole point. Just try to drop back and kite. We talk about kiting. It's essentially, think of it. Oh, Cal was fine.
Oh, no!
Brownie with the early pick. That's that neutral we were talking about. Cal goes down. Numbers in GenG's favor. Ults in GenG's favor. This is a dangerous position. We might see a TP back here at this point. Kalu's going to drop back and try to kite away. This is what we'll talk about kite in a minute. What that may mean. Xe finds Window, though. Kraken impact. Looking for more. Going to reset off the clones. Now on to Kaluj. Kaluj goes down.
Oh!
Take this. Almost 3. Can he proceed? He's looking up in the sky to Speedery. We've got to retake. What? Xe goes down on the refight. What just happened?
Do they touch though, Ship? They got 15% of the board.
TP's
It's definitely
coming
gonna
in.
be close. TP's coming out from Kaluj, man. They're gonna have to touch with 90% of the board. Brownie's gonna be on the backside as well with his ultimate ready to go, but Nero has Soul Bond as well.
And the TP goes through roughly 10% if you want to be safe with your TP. Window finds Zune, and that is a huge start here for Envy up in numbers. Out goes Cal. Brownie turns it right back into Month though, and the numbers are now on the side of Envy. Nero, Window onto Fun, and that could do it here on map 1. That is gonna do it here on map 1. I don't think the portal comes through it. They're touching, they're holding. Kaluj finds Snake. Can we get here again? Speedery looking here with the Wolverine. Down goes another. That's gonna be the end of map 1 as Envy cleans it up.
What a portal play towards the end. I wonder if they even tried to go for the stun, man. The reason why I think that they lost towards the end in terms of GenG was because, unfortunately, Xe was going that deep towards the spawn, right? That was sort of the scary factor. They've lost Xe for that fight. They really could have used him, obviously, to help with the portal plays. Also, on the backside, Zune got kidnapped. You talk about the kidnap plays with me as well before this, you know, usually we watch. The fact that he got kidnapped by Kaluj was huge, right? If you're wondering what that is, basically the Doctor Strange portal comes through. They're looking for a target that's maybe back and forth on the point. They think, in terms of GenG, they thought they would be safe, just kind of going around the point. Unfortunately, you sort of default, right? You kind of go back and forth. And luckily for the side of Envy, and Kaluj with a phenomenal portal, they were able to pick off Zune, who had the Meteor M, man. So he was ready to go in that fight with that potential winning ultimate, but he got kidnapped, taken out by Envy early on.
Insane, you're right. I mean, it does obviously transition that ultimate to the next map there, but you're right. Portal plays, when it comes to kidnaps, are far easier on something like Convergence or Convoy, where you can predict where they're going to run, but on Domination, like you're saying, when they're going back and forth, very difficult to do, but when you're at that level of play and you can do something like Kaluj, just predicting that movement, finding that pick early, that was everything, and with that ultimate, absolutely invaluable. So here we go, Speedery on the high side here with the Wolverine.
And it's very interesting that he actually is pulling the Wolverine now. Neither team able to play Invisible Woman to counter the Wolverine like a lot of people think that you can sort of do. Also, Magneto can help with the bubbles, make sure that Wolverine is fully enabled. So that should be huge on this upcoming map. Maybe the other one a bit more open for Wolverine to really be played. You could see a hero-specific sort of picks coming through based on round.
And if you didn't notice, you look at Brownie there on that off-angle high side. That has been consistent all game. Take that into ladder if you are a hit scan duelist. Know that that's impactful. Up we go with the Meteor M. Doesn't find the bond. Gets shielded. Eye of Agamotto goes out. Do we see Fun get a pick? Cal gonna turn it on to Brownie. Window with a 2-piece on a Snake and Tune. Followed up with the Meteor M. Beautiful team play again. They get point 1 early, and we know how strong that is on Domination.
Yeah, that was some clean movement on the opposite side from, I believe, was it Month to open it up, right? Was Meteor M to counter it from Zune, but unfortunately for him, he kind of reacted a little bit too late, right? Month was able to kind of sneak through the back line, peek around the corner, and you know that's that counter that we talk about with that Meteor M, sort of able to take down Eternal Bond with the Cloak and Dagger. But luckily for the side of Envy, they have somebody like Month who can kind of hide around the corner, get in the right position, and avoid that one shot. So Zune had to refocus back onto the front line of Envy. Instead, in this fight, Envy has a big bank of ultimates, both duelist ultimates to combo that potentially, as well as Nero sitting on the Eternal Bomb. Meanwhile, for GenG, they only have their Eternal Bond as well, alongside their Brownie with the ultimate and XE as well. So they can also kind of find something here, but Envy does have the point control.
And here we go with the tackle. Cal is disgusting midair. Shuts that down quickly. Numbers up in their advantage. Not even having to use too much. As Envy is in a dangerous position back and forth. Out we go with another Eternal Bond. And does it land? Speedery gonna find Snake on the offside. Speedery looking really clean here on the wall. Fun gonna hold up there. And that should be another, they might be holding this for as long as possible. This is genius play, and that is team play in a nutshell. Tackle him back and not even finish. Oh my goodness, this is insane. This is brutal. Oh no, find a way out. Find a way out. Down, go Zune.
You know, I thought Entangling Prison was an ultimate. I did not realize Entangling Prison was a passive.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That it is
Strangling Prison.
Strangling Prison. Oh yeah, on the backside of the point.
Yeah.
And regardless, for GenG, right, that was a brutal stagger. That's why you don't want to just AFK, right? If you are battle lose fight, you obviously want to reset, go back with your team. You don't want to just stand there in AFK because the other team's going to recognize that if they're smart and sort of counter it. No, XE gets picked again, man. This has happened every fight. GenG losing more members of the team soon has to pop his ultimate in panic.
Yeah, I love. Oh, doesn't give out great crystals there by Loki. If you can shut down an ultimate with an ability like that, I can't talk about value enough right there. Cal gonna find Snake. Another early pick by Cal.
Jesus.
How many of those are we gonna find in a row on a very crucial teammate? Down goes another strategy. Something with Meteor Rem. And wow, Envy is looking insane right now. Speedery gonna try to find another pick. Down goes Fun. Numbers heavily in their advantage again with ults being out. There's nothing for GenG as Speedery finds Zune, and that is going to be a slow but sure win here for Envy. Unless his teleport is massive, you hold on with the strange teleport for as long as possible to make sure you get as many people back from their KOs. Window.
Wait, what?
Go through XE onto Nero. Brownie onto Window. Caster curse myself. Cal finds Brownie again though. And that's another start here, but still down one number. Cal gonna be up in the sky with the ultimate, gonna burn some of those shields. A ton of damage goes out. Kaluge onto Snake though, and on Cal again on a Zune, even be down in numbers. Kaluge on a Fun onto XE, and that is it as Envy takes map 1.
Oh my goodness, and I think that's off the back of, it looked like month to teleport away to the point, right, he was able to back and forth kind of avoid all that damage coming through, and because of his survivability, because he lived, he was able to keep Kaluge alive, and Speedery as well, to find those picks from their backside of the point, even though they were down 2 from that portal play, but they lacked members, GenG did, and now map 1 goes to Envy in this best out of 3. They already put themselves on map point to go into the next round of play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, that was insanely clean, especially map 2. It looked lights out. Great teleport on map 1. I think that we talk about cutting through the noise, Red. I can't imagine what the comms would have been when they, you lose that final fight, and in ladder you may have trouble. In ladder you may have trouble trying to come back in with that teleport. But here, they popped off and got it done, stayed calm, went in there about 90%, took it right back.
Yeah, that was such an interesting map 1, I think, because we haven't seen, or at least I haven't watched it because you guys watched MRC, and you got to see that map come through. And it's so much fun to see that the difference of opinion, right?
Sure.
In round-to-round basis, right? We saw that Storm come through map 1,
yeah.
And then round number 2, obviously we switched over to that Wolverine. Is it because of how close the corridors were on that second round compared to the first one?
Yeah, I think that heavily favors. There's a lot of there's escape routes too, where you could take height with Feral Leap with Wolverine to escape if you need to. There's bunny hopping with Wolverine. You may not have known that if you use your right click after Feral Leap. That's pretty good too for escape, especially on those angles. But I'm with you. I think Storm doesn't play as well on that map. There is a little bit of height you can cover around, but it's very tight. You play low ground, and
once you go out, you're kind of screwed,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So yeah, it was a great call. Maps are heroes are very map dependent. Like they have strong maps, and I think that was a great decision as Wolverine looked insane there for the side of Speedery.
Absolutely. We saw like the heavy flanks as well committed from the side of Brownie and stuff, and Cal too. That's how he found those opening picks, I guess, because, I mean, if you notice as well, it's something hard to call out because there's so many things going on, right?
Sure.
12 players in a lobby. You notice how a lot of times the Phoenix player is getting the idol, right? That snowflake from Luna Snow to make sure that any little bit of healing that she gets to anybody else, that person with the snowflake gets that healing. So because of that, we see some really, really deep flanks from the side of Brownie and stuff. In other games and stuff, you would assume, okay, that idol, once you're out of LOS, once you're out of line of sight, you would assume from the Luna Snow that, okay, maybe it falls off. Maybe you wouldn't have that anymore. Not in Marvel Rivals. If you give somebody the snowflake, they can be off in Narnia, and they'll still hold on to it as long as you don't put it on somebody else. So a lot of times people will panic right? They'll be like, okay, I'm going to move it into somebody else that's dying quicker, heal them up quickly. A lot of times at the highest level, they don't do that. They're so smart. They practice so much. They realize, okay, the optimal play is to give your Phoenix the snowflake and let them cook, right? And it's tough when you don't have a good Phoenix player who can pop off like Cal or Brownie. But we saw really, really heavy flanks like we see in the early days of Marvel Rivals and MRC and stuff. It's sort of making its way back around with Phoenix because she has her own survivability with the self-heal that she has, with the fact that she can kind of dash back and forth and fly. Because Jean Grey, I mean, she has so many abilities that keeps her alive, and you need to also give her the snowflake so she can really take those heavy and deep angles.
Yeah, and the reset on Ultimate, right? You're right. A lot of escapability, a lot of movement cooldowns, and another hit scan added to the game. You talk about those off-angle flanks and how they're impactful. Luna being great. Things like Invis with that, that shield that you can pop up on somebody taking an off angle gives you additional HP to play around while healing you at the same time. So those off-angle flanks are right back in it, like you talked about early season, because another hit scan is added to the game, which really does change meta up. Talk about maybe Flyers suffering a little bit, but you still see people like Speedery just dominating with Flyers. But as in a nutshell, adding another hit scan to the game definitely changes up meta.
Absolutely, it does. 100%. You're right, Shib. And let's just sort of to refocus back into person a little bit, because we are done with map number 1. We still have a little bit before map number 2 comes out when it's being selected. But man, can we just take a moment to just like the fact that we're even here? Like, just like look, the fact that we even have on the front here Marvel Rivals Ignite with the logo and stuff like that, with this clean desk,
and
man.
this behind us. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God! Like, I just want to kind of live in the moment for a second, Like, can we just like not talk for like 10 seconds?
I don't know that we can, but
we can. Really? You don't want to just sit here and live in the moment for 5 seconds? How long could you be? How long could you stand still without talking on a live broadcast? Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Immediate loss. I think the problem with both of us is that we're both just, the ADHD boys. We just got to keep it chugging.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we don't want to.
We have to say real quick, and one thing I want to call out, you talked about hit scan, and it made me think before I forget, speaking of ADHD boys, that how many times did we see Cal get a pick off the beginning of every single fight?
I know, yeah. That kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. Is that what you're talking about with the like land nerves and stuff like that?
Yes.
And, well, Cal also got picked once too, right? Remember that on that flank? And, because I guess he was a little bit too far out in terms of the angle he took. But that's a good point.
That was a good shot, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's so many things that can impact the game in terms of what you want to do on stage and or in the game. And, obviously on the official live stage in China, in Guangzhou, those sort of things can definitely impact you, and you can sort of falter because of it.
Yeah, and if you get picked in the neutral, like we talked about earlier, way too much value. Especially at this level, they're going to capitalize on that. Like, it is their job because it is their job.
Yeah, and a lot of people are more nervous than you would think, right?
Sure.
It's obviously human nature. You're like, okay, these guys are robots. They're pro players who are just insane at the game.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat have super high opinions of them, but they're just humans. That's why we're watching. We're not watching hard bot. We're not watching hard Wolverine versus hard Groot. You know what I'm saying? We're seeing real players play on the stage that are competitive, but also they have feelings, they have emotions and stuff, and it can really mess with you losing map 1 and stuff. I've seen players and literally just run into walls on land. Like, they'll literally, because they're so nervous, because they're just like backing up and stuff. I don't want to say specific heroes and stuff or names, but I saw one dude when I played professionally in a different game that he just ran into a wall for like 4 seconds, like an actual professional player. Turned his brain off for a second, he shut down.
Just in the moment.
In the moment. And that can 100% happen, especially since you talked about how early days this is right now for Marvel Rivals. We're less than a year into the official release of the game. So there's a lot of players that are here that we're not going to see ever again after the Ignite midseason. That's why it's such a big deal that they're here right now, because a lot of them are going to get replaced. A lot of roster mania is going to happen, and that's the tough business of being in esports, is that you're just always being looked at and replaced, because you always want to get better as a team. Your general managers, your people in charge of these rosters are always looking at the next and up-and-coming talent, like we saw with Sentinels. Even this team that was storied, that won so many times, they literally replaced some of their best players in Hogs and Gasklin, right? They replaced them with, and then we have Exy now coming through, and we have Crimzo stepping up in the lineup. So a lot of players are still being looked at as, sort of kind of coming up, right? And we saw with Techie XD and stuff, there's good players on ladder that are sitting at home watching this tournament and thinking, I could be better. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him.
No, I personally love that. I think we talked about Rivals, like, you have an opportunity to showcase what you can do, so why not do it, right? And that's a great example of getting it done and showing to everyone that you can, succeed. It doesn't matter what your background is or where you came from, or how, if you've been on a team, if you have any experience, you get the experience here, you push forward, you get to one of these teams, and you showcase what you can do on a live stage, and you pop off. You talk about nerves on a live stage. I go back and think to myself when I'm climbing ladder, you're on that rank game, 99 out of 100, and you're there at the end, and you see your hand, and you're doing one of these, you know what I mean? And like, you're just missing shots, and you're making bad decisions. Imagine that, folks, on 100% additional scale, being in front of everybody watching around the world, and then also being on a stage in front of a live audience. It is a ton to process, and it will result in mistakes.
No, absolutely, and that's why, I mean, we have so much respect for these pro players. Obviously, it's not like we don't have to reiterate it too much, obviously, but you know, there's a lot of pressure, and it's so hard, right? Like, our job, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's not compared
we're robots,
to... We're robots. We're here. we could be replaced by AI any time, you know? It's like, it's not... I mean,
let's not say that.
I'm just saying we're going to replace Shiv at the break, and he's going to be sitting here with the same suit. It's going to be a dummy sitting there. And
taller and more handsome, too.
Taller and more handsome, probably, yeah, just like me. I mean, they could replace me with a dog. That'd be hilarious. We come back, we replace you with a ship or something like that. We replace... What would we replace you with?
It's got to be a Shiba at that point, right?
A Shiba? Two dogs, just like one dog here, one dog there. They're just sitting there barking.
Oh, that hurts. It's too real.
It's too. We could replace by anybody. The show dogs. I mean, those guys make way more money, are way more beautiful in general. By the way, if you're wondering, Shiv, now we're in Phil era, right? We're waiting for the next map.
Of course.
So obviously, if you're watching now. Yep, do what we do. Yeah. I'm sure there's some people that hate it. They're like, who are these doofuses?
That's what we do. We are the shield. We're the vanguards.
We're the shield.
You know what I mean? We just soak damage. Hope our strategists keep us up.
I wish I had perma cooldowns. That's the problem. You know, is
I need to ask you though.
Okay.
What do you think? So this is something I need because you're a very strong player, top 500 player, really strong Psylocke. Has been pro, has been on a big stage, has a ton of this experience, right, folks? So you got to check him out if you haven't. But what do they do to change? What does GenG need to do to take this?
Man, it's tough. It's going to be a hard decision into the next map. I think you have to sort of obviously brush it off, right? I mean, first of all, it's domination, and I think a lot of pro players realize how hard it is to win domination consistently.
Yeah.
Like we said, you don't have a lot of time. I mean, you know, domination lobbies, they only last like, I don't know, 7 minutes sometimes.
Yeah.
Right, that series,
that
even though the pauses were longer than the game itself, right? That's what can happen sometimes. Yeah. And in domination, you sort of just have to realize, okay, maybe it's not our map type. Maybe we go somewhere more consistent. It'll be easier, I think, in the upcoming maps where, you know, you've played Path. You've played on some of these other maps out where you can sort of get the vibe on the streets phase and all. And it makes more sense, I think, as a game. I'm not saying domination is a bad game mode. It's sort of, I don't know, it happens so much faster.
There's strengths. You have strengths and weaknesses. There's teams that perform well in domination. We've seen in Ignite that have won domination consistently and then struggle on Convoy and Convergence, and that can absolutely happen here. It's a very different game. We talked about comms and how crazy domination is because you're constantly setting up, you know, if you have dive or if you're at poke on off angles, and then you're consistently also giving comms about the enemy team's positioning, and that is far more frequent than something on Convoy and Convergence where it's very much a fight, retake, fight, retake, fight, retake after the point has given you some time to process.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. We'll see what GenG does in the upcoming map. And, you know, I think we just chill out a little bit. You know, we're waiting for this next round and next map. So
I have a question for you.
Okay.
What hero do you want to see that isn't maybe as popular today or this week?
Today or this week? I think I'm looking forward to. I don't want to leak it too much because I think it's going to kind of come through.
Leak it, all right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the people are talking about a hero that a lot of people that have in chat are like, "What are you talking about?" Before I say this, Jeff. Yeah, you knew it was coming.
I knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we could talk about when that does show up.
Sure.
I know that some of the other casters probably want to talk about it a little bit more, but we'll see it when it happens. And we'll wait for when that kind of comes through. But just look out for Jeff, and when that kind of comes through, Shib. Straight up, when we look at these, when you look at these notes in terms of damage numbers and everything, what is standing out to you at the current moment?
Kalush, you got. I mean, obviously Vanguard guy. You know, no bias here. 10 finals from Kalush, a ton of great right clicks there. You know, for those who don't know, when you use that mag bubble, if it does get popped, it does immediately reset your right click. Make sure you click that prior, as we saw multiple back-to-back KOs there from Kalush. Great work. And then you got to look at Speedery, right? 10 finals. Yeah. Finals are very important. Damage is definitely important, but you typically want to find damage per 10 minutes, which is what we have talked about in the past. If you're pumping damage out and not getting any final hits, all you're really doing is charging up those strategies.
I'm trying to think. There was a player on, I think, was one of the Korean teams or the Chinese teams. I think he said in scrims, I think it was one of the duelist players. I don't want to call him out because I don't remember who exactly it was. It might have been Bobo from Nova, I believe, or somebody. They said they put him on Wolverine. He had like 4,000 damage over the course of the entire map, and they said, "You are banned from playing Wolverine."
Self-banned.
Self-banned. They said, "No more Wolverine for you, buddy. You cannot play this hero." But sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have bad maps. Sometimes you're trying to figure out the vibe, and that's why it was interesting, I think, to me, Shib. I don't know if you noticed it. Exi is known for as a hit scan guy. It's very interesting to see him kind of pick up in the hero, but we got our MVP, I believe. Is this what we got here?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, on Loki, obviously, I think this is a good MVP.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
We saw that last round.
Yep.
I mean, he saved it by teleporting onto the high ground, getting away from the damage. I mean, he was so evasive. And as a strategist, I think Monk is one of the best Lokis and strategists in the game.
Yeah, you don't want to use that cooldown, right? You don't want to use that, and that's exactly why. Small things like that are super impactful. Being able to teleport up, saving crystals. We saw him shut down Meteor M a few times.
Yep.
Which, if you are able to use an ability to stop an ultimate, it's just massive. As we get into some replays here, Speedery kind of start off there on the Storm. The damage boost from Storm, another one of those damage boost sources we didn't really reference that isn't used as consistently. Honestly, Speedery, one of the very few folks that is still using. Oh wow, here this is. Oh, I thought this was the follow-up, but Dotori and Brownie clean those up. Fun as well. This was a great retake here by GenG on their first fight, or the first retake. Monk gonna fall there as well. So this is just beautiful play, man.
Absolutely, and this is the interesting factor, I think, when we watch both of these teams, the difference of opinion. We see Speedery on the Storm on round number 1. Usually I don't think a lot of teams value Storm as much as Enter, right? Because you talked about how good he is at Flyers, meanwhile also playing that Wolverine. But I think this team prioritizes, at least in North America, Storm a lot more than other regions will.
Yeah.
I imagine we might see some later, but even one of the best Storm players in Sentinels with Rymazing, they don't even like Storm that much. So specifically, Envy loves to play that hero. They love Storm. I want to see the other regions, as we learn later on, see what their priority is. We saw GenG played a lot of the Bucky instead of that Wolverine on round number 1 to potentially deal with Speedery in the sky. But, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things we'll see in terms of specific heroes played, even if they're more unique.
Yeah, Bucky has been retaking, priority in these maps, and it's not only just because of that ultimate. Kraken Impact, incredibly impactful, has taken a recent hit in terms of your damage threshold that you can get that KO, but still very strong. You get a second usage of that orb, which can knock flyers out of the sky, but not necessarily the main usage for it. When we find Bucky players, for the most part now, are trying to play more of essentially like a bruiser. You want to consistently be using those abilities, getting that over health, and using that to your advantage in every 1v1 that you take. So you're almost pumping abilities out off cooldown.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of nuance to it for sure in that map number 1 that we saw, I think, with these two teams. And Shib, is there any? You asked me the question, but what do you think? What hero are you excited to potentially see in the upcoming days? Is it going to be a lot of those Emma players, or what do you think?
Yeah, see, I mean, obviously I'm an Emma player, so I would love to see Emma, but I know that's coming. For me, which I think is more of a long shot, I would like to see Johnny Storm pick up the thing and throw him into the back line. If I see it once, check, I'm good. You know what I mean? I can rest, like Thanos.
We heard that that Johnny, that Human Torch, is a hero that it's like a permaban.
Yeah,
right? Much. And there's some teams that maybe you can avoid permabanning, right? We talked about how a team like maybe even with 100 Thieves later on, they're still figuring out how to play that Torch. They have really good players, really good talent, and they can sort of play that hero. But not everybody can play Torch to the level of like somebody like Speedery, some of these other Torch players in the entire world. I think that was the only potential weakness as the North American casters, and I don't want to be too critical, obviously, because I know some of the players are probably listening. There's a lot of fantastic players out there, but the biggest weakness, I think, for the American region was we only really have like one absolutely amazing Torch player, and that probably is Speedery. Like, I don't want to, like, obviously say he's like the GOAT. Obviously, we're amazing, super good at Torch and stuff.
Learning that,
But there was a lot of good Torch players back in North America that didn't make it to the tournament, right?
Yeah.
And that was the biggest thing. I feel like we've lost potentially some of the really good Torch players over here, and I wonder if the other regions are maybe going to be looking at that. Are they going to be forcing some teams over to play the Torch? Even if Torch is really strong, not everybody can play Torch to the level that you sort of hard carry on that hero. Yeah. And I think that we might see some people leaving it open against certain teams. That's what we talked about when we watched North America, that a lot of the good Torch teams are now gone.
Yeah, I mean, the skill ceiling for Torch is insane, and we'll talk about that in a second as we look down. Yggdrasil Path, my personal favorite map. Love this map so much here on Convoy. Should be fun to watch, as we do see GenG is going to be attacking off the rip. Me personally, I like attacking initially too. It feels like your defensive line, your strategy changes once you know the max of where you need to hold that, right? You may force a fight earlier, you may use a teleport. That small advantage is enough.
Absolutely, it is for sure. And as somebody that maybe has made a few too many alternate accounts, that's what we'll call them. Don't want to get banned, obviously. No bussing here, no bussing.
Yeah, different
and obviously smurfing is terrible. Don't smurf, by the way. But when if I was on an alternate account or something like that, I like to go on attack 2 because you can sort of dictate how fast it goes, right? If you play defense first, you think about it like a speed run.
Yeah.
4-minute hold. You could maybe get it done in 3 minutes or less, right? So maybe speed run it like like Otter, right? It turns into a sort of game in that regard. I think it's lame though. I'm done making alternate accounts, Shib. I'm calling it quits here for that sort of thing.
Absolutely respect that. So we are going to see a sub here. Choppa is going to be going in for Fun. Honestly,
Really?
we saw Fun make some plays. Didn't get a ton of value with ultimates is I think the major problem there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is. I'm excited to see it personally.
Champa's a duelist player, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So, we don't know what they've been working on. Or they're going to run. We talked about how
triple duelist. Yeah, with the Wolverine and stuff.
They could.
But what do you do if you get banned out? If you swap in a player in this game, don't the other team realize that? Maybe try to ban against it?
So that's something that is, there's a lot of secrecy and there's a lot of strategy, right? So maybe they have never used this in scrims, but they were confident in the past, or maybe scrimming teams from their regions and not having them to have that discussion. We'll have to see.
I mean, to throw it back, not like that, not throwing it back like that. But when we talk about, teams in North America, we saw like Solaris in the upper bracket. I know a lot of Solaris fans probably watching right now. A lot of those guys. They probably hate me. They're like typing in chat, who's this dumbass over here? But regardless, Solaris is a great team, right?
Yeah.
In all seriousness, they were awesome. Speaking of which, Guru is here from Team Solaris, and I'm sure Gale is watching and all of those guys, maybe Moxie. And they tried to play this triple duelist composition with the Wolverine, with Guru and stuff like that on it. And it can work. It is just somewhat very hard to do sometimes because you need to be perfect with it, it feels like. It feels very hard to execute a triple duelist composition.
Yeah, I think you need to pull something out along the lines of the Wolverine, a pseudo tank, if you will. Wolverine has that iframe additional HP when getting knocked, and it does go on cooldown, but it allows you to play more aggressive. If you do have something like Magneto with a bubble, making them a little more beefy, it's definitely possible. And that's the thing about how we're still in the infancy of this game. There are teams that are still coming up with strategies that we have yet to see, whether it's just in our region or as a whole in the game. And with patch notes consistently coming in, changing the way heroes play, which I personally think is a great way to keep things fresh. I think it changes meta. I cannot speak highly enough about how quickly these. I don't think a single game in my life has had such care for patch. So a big shout out to the devs. These guys do not sleep.
So we might see them.
Yeah.
We might see them later. They might come out. Cool. Yep, they might come out exhaused because of how much they've been working on these patch notes. They're still as they come on stage, they're still like, okay, we need to adjust this, we need to change this. But we'll see that later. I don't know if we've fully talked about what's potentially coming up in terms of a show match. I mean, that might be a little bit of leaks, but I mean, it's gonna be so much fun, and I'm curious to see how this sort of kind of comes to fruition here.
That is definitely on the table, but I'm just curious. That's what I'm saying. So I'm excited to see if there's something I maybe haven't thought of. Maybe thing damage reduces Wolverine, and that'd be crazy if it was a thing solo tank, or Solar Vanguard, excuse me. But there's things that these teams have been working on at the very top level. It is very difficult to find out what the capabilities of different builds and team comps are until you are on a very structured professional team, because that's where you can test limits. It is so difficult to test limits in ladder or with friends.
That's what I tell myself that's what I tell my friends when I'm dying on Psylocke. I have 12 deaths. Limit testing. You're just limit testing.
Of course,
right? Absolutely.
Testing things out.
Just
Kato left and right. You know what I mean? Constantly get knocked. It is what it is.
Sometimes we feed it.
Burning cooldowns. Yeah, that's what it was.
Chip, out of our duo when we play ranked,
sure.
Who's the weaker link, you think?
Me.
Are you sure?
Because you're a pro player. Absolutely.
Are you sure about that?
Couldn't be more sure.
I don't know about that. We'll see. We'll see.
I love the gas. I'm going to be honest.
I get blamed, I'll tell you what, for some of our losses.
Yeah, that's it's you're either blaming strategist or my duelist didn't get the job done. It's that simple.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm just clean at all times.
I love that, though. We play together sometimes. You don't want to, obviously be, blaming people. That's why it's I hate queuing with people sometimes because I'm like, damn, what do you do? I don't want to ruin the vibes.
Well, that's me and you are past that point. You can roast me all you want. I can get you right back.
That's true. That's why every time I'm like, Ship, stop dying. And he's just like,
oh, wait, I have none. I have no KO. I got KO'd 0 times. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about that. But
no, penta.
No, we love playing together, and so I imagine do these players on stage right now after winning. Because winning solves everything.
Look at the smile. You can just see the raw aura. Just knows that this is in their hands. This is their game to lose. GenG going to be a little bit on their heels, but this will be their map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have to wait and see on Yggdrasil kind of how things come out. And man, how is it, by the way, for your first time seeing these Korean teams? What's your biggest takeaway? I'm curious on GenG. I don't know how much you've thought about it, but in terms of GenG and their supposed #1 seeding, now coming out having a tough game versus Envy, who are also the alleged #1 team out of North America, even though they're in the play-ins today.
Yeah, it's so funny to say that, but
crazy.
It does feel. Yeah, it is funny to say they're in the play-ins, both teams being teams that were predicted to take home Stage 1 Ignite, which I'm already excited for more of this. Give me Stage 2. Give me more of these events. These are so fun to be a part of and to watch.
It's a shame that we're only going to have 2 the whole year.
Yeah, I mean,
potentially.
give me 1,000. You know what I mean? I'll do it every weekend.
Every weekend,
Don't
man.
tell my wife. I'll just, you know what I mean? I'll squeak out and do these and then go back home. No,
So,
but
yeah.
speaking of these teams, I mean, watching them play. I mean, watching their just raw accuracy, their decision-making and talent. Granted, you know, it's tough to have that conversation after a loss here by Envy, but now we've got map advantage on their side. We may see some strategies.
Okay.
Their thought processes, getting cerebral, seeing what they're going to do to change stuff up.
So what was their strength? What was GenG's strength in the last map? You think like they came out swinging when they comboed duelist ults, for example? Is that sort of the reason?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some. That was beautiful. Yeah, we saw that combination. I mean, it was frame perfect. There was no reaction time, and I think.
But what happened after that? Right? They stopped doing. They just were not able to sync up. You think it's land nerves?
See, it may have been the utilization of 2 ultimates and then only finding 1 KO and then going into the next fight. Where it was funny because
it was
I don't think
desynced
Envy
or something.
Envy didn't even really commit too much in retort after
That's a
that.
good point.
They essentially just were like, I'm just going to win this fight, and they managed to pull it out. So I can't even speak to that. I don't know how that happened, but
actually, I'm just going to
win.
Yeah. Actually, I just win this. So
Yeah, for sure.
You're right. That's a good point, Chip. And coming on through. Wow, we get some nice close-ups, dude. Hey, from Choppa.
Is that Luna? Yeah.
Dude, it was, I think. Yeah, he's DJing.
I love it. That is awesome.
He is doing some fan service, man. Yeah, the crowd loves it as well, I'm sure. Everybody loves Choppa. He's a great guy. So coming into it, they still have to. That's the thing I noticed about the ban phase, by the way. We were watching these pro players in their rooms, by the way. We're going into the ban phase right now. I'm not sure if we want to talk about it too much, but on the opposite side, we'll see the bans when they come through. But at the current moment, it looks like Mantis, Torch, Captain America are banned for GenG. On the opposite side, for Team Envy, they are banning out Torch, Psylocke, Mantis as well. So prioritization of those heroes, making sure that they are forced onto certain things, right? Making sure that, again, focusing towards specifically Speedily and having Psylocke and Torch banned is definitely a focus on his hero pool. We've seen this in North America as well, but the ban of Mantis came through on and Magneto. We'll see it when it comes up, obviously, but just kind of interesting that the ban phase is kind of happening right now, and we're going to go into Sage, and you guys are going to see it immediately right off the rip.
I do like how it does show it now on the top. That is definitely cool.
Awesome, yeah.
It's cool to consistently know, like, oh, why didn't they make this decision if you maybe forgot what the bans might have been? But
yeah,
I am excited. They are going to be, looks like they're locking in, I think we see a lock-in of Strange here, which is definitely unique. That's a Kaluge lock-in if I've ever seen one.
Yep. That was probably something that maybe GenG were looking at, getting rid of the Phoenix as well. So there's a lot of, or that's on the side of GenG rather. So we'll see kind of what happens when they come in, but the biggest thing that I've noticed so far, and we've seen in practice and stuff, is that, like we said, when we come in and we watch the players during the ban phase, they just kind of vibe and do nothing, right? Because it's usually like one guy or two guys in charge of the ban phase.
Sure.
Everybody else is kind of locked in, ready to go and play the game,
or the coach, right?
Yeah, or the coach, because you want to take off as much pressure of those players as much as possible. Because we saw teams like Team Sentinels. Their coach is a player in Crimzo.
That's so cool.
I mean, Crimzo, he must have immense stress,
Yeah.
for sure, on his shoulders. So it's about alleviating some of that pressure, a lot of that stress off of your guys. And it's interesting that I think Luna Snow, for like across the board, has been a priority of everybody in terms of protect.
Yeah. I mean, Luna Snow, you already talked about Crystal right on the off angle, but the ultimate being incredibly impactful. The hit scan damage, raw damage output is not only, and healing, right? Like it's wild. And the clap, right? If you use the clapping ability and you call that out for your team, fully commit. It is penetrating through the squad. It heals everybody, keeps everybody hyper aggro. It is the way to play. So make sure you're calling that out when you're using that ability as a Luna Snowman as we get into the game here.
We will get in a moment as well as everybody's sort of coming through. We're going to the ban phase now. I might have spoiled it. Oh my goodness.
We'll run it back.
Well, yeah, I completely forgot actually what happened, guys, as everybody is sort of locking in Envy rather was getting rid of the Mantis as we have the first bans come through. This is the first time we get to see something like this.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, so Human Torch banned on the side of GenG, and then they protected Luna Snow. I feel so bad. I just leaked the entire ban phase. We weren't supposed to see it. I'll look away next time.
No, it's good.
But yeah, so Human Torch getting rid of as well for the side of Envy, and everybody talks about how good that character is.
Yeah, I mean, we could discuss that again, but honestly, I just got to say again, getting rid of Mantis, right? Smart play. There's a lot of triple strategists being run, or excuse me, you're running Guardians composition. That triple res is insane. Teams are at this level of play finding the most value. You don't need the highest stat lines, and we could talk all day about how stat lines are. You don't worry about it. Don't trust stat lines, because we've seen Guardians comps that are almost negative in stat lines still taking wins because those picks are negated immediately. They retake a fight, they find value, and it costs them getting KO'd a couple times, but it doesn't matter as long as you get the point or whatever you're trying to achieve.
Absolutely. Kaluge trying to hide away from the lights. on the bench. That's funny. Trying to keep his vision safe. And I mean, it is always going to be bright on the stage. That's why they call it the bright lights, right? On the main stage competing. And now we get to see the entire band phase come through. Next time, Shib, I will not be looking at that early. So
we're all learning together, brother.
We're all learning together here. And, you know, like the prioritization of Luna Snow came through, and both Vanguards, like you said, the Doctor Strange for Team Envy protected, Magneto keeping theirs as well. Mantis, like we said, that is interesting. That character has been so strong at this event. I figured it was like maybe overestimated or overstated by us, maybe talking about how strong Mantis was before, but now we're actually seeing the power of that damage boost and stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I do think it's slept on by our region. I mean, there's teams like Sentinels that run it really well. Honestly, a lot of the teams are not afraid to run it, but I do think Mantis in general is a little bit slept on. They're electing to ban Mantis over Warlock, which may have been different in the past. As we start off here, immediately into the action, we go. Oh, yes, there is triple Vanguard. I told you we are going to see some unique stuff here. The hold from the side of Envy running triple. They have done this in the past. He's going to play on the high side now. Brownie going to be playing Psylocke, looking towards the left, putting a ton of damage on a Cal, who's on cap. I don't think we've ever seen that. Was playing Magneto last time, but Mag might have, no, was not banned out. No, excuse me, it was banned out. GenG, you'll see the bans actually from the opposition above. Choppa trying to get some damage. We do see the Moon Knight just to try to counter up here the beginning of this battle. Take the space back with raw damage. Moon Knight does that very well. Cal trying to chase here again onto Brownie. Right against Stock, almost going to pay for it as Cal's keeping that pressure up. Ultron from Speedery out on Snake. Down goes Snake and Choppa. And this triple hold is looking clean as Window gets another.
Yeah, that Ultron rage builds up so quickly still. They did not change that in the previous patch. So coming into it, Speedery pops that ultimate, goes towards the spawn doors before anything is built on the side of GenG because they were able to get so much charge off of damage, off of the healing that Ultron does. So they're just kind of doing a good job staying alive. Also, Cal is giving the Snowflake, so he is never going to be found. Brownie's over to that Iron Man as well. So much damage to be on the opposite side for the team of GenG. Let's see if they're able to combo well.
See, this is one of those developments in the meta. Oh, Window going to clean up Brownie there. Great psionic seduction by Kaluge. We'll get back to that in a minute as Speedery finds Choppa, and what a hold again. Not overcommitting those ultimates. Still holding on, only using Kaluge, and Speedery's already back to Ultron's rage. Are you kidding me? These players are insane. This triple hold is wild to look at. And this is what I was going to say. These new developments in the game, triple is now a thing, right? This is something that was not present in Season 0 and 1, and now we're seeing it far more as we climb through 2 and 3. And now teams are trying to figure out how to counter it, using things like Moon Knight and Iron Man, maybe even Magic from things like Sentinels, just these unique picks that excel against triple Vanguards. And up we go. Ultron's rage trying to find some value out of Xe. Good escape there. And there is, the maximum pulse does not collect. And that, again, is good for Envy, who are staying strong here on the high side. Through the ultimate, do they find value? Looking very close, getting walled in. And Window gonna have to walk back. It's looking now towards their favor as the dance floors are out. Psionic Seduction to follow up, and that is a lot of damage. Damage boosted Psionic is gonna hit the backline as Speedery goes down. And nice return by GenG.
Yeah, they're coming back though on the side. Detroit went down to Cal, and they come back with Psionic Seduction. I mean, they were able to kind of come through. Even though Speedery goes down, he'll be able to fly back. More eliminations found Shib as this first point hold's going on, man. Still, you would think a team like GenG, who has a lot of experienced players, would not get spawn held like this. But we are 3 minutes off the clock, man.
Are you kidding me? And that is an example, again, of value down to 1 minute here for the side of GenG. Not even out their door. Envy looking incredible. Still going to have the portal play back if need be. And that's why they kept it strange. Such a big brain play. This is blowing my mind. Window getting ready with that strangling prison. The hold coming in. Does Groot say we are Groot together? Guess not yet. As we do see out goes the final. Ooh, Nero gonna find Brownie. Xe on a Kaluge, traded evenly. We are gonna have a number down on the Vanguard side for Envy. GenG gonna find another as Xe takes out Window. 2 Vanguards down, the teleport may come through here. Yes, Kaluge making that switch as predicted. Choppa onto Cal, and finally GenG are getting out the door with 25 seconds on the clock.
I mean, job done. I think right now for Envy, we'll see if they can keep it up. Obviously, they still have a while to go in terms of getting that hold. Teleport comes through from Kaluge. This is why they protected that Doctor Strange. And right now we're in the second phase of the map, or second part of the first phase of the map, where we're already 10 seconds left to go. 2 professional teams, by the way, and one of them is getting potentially spawn camped. We'll see how GenG does here.
And that is going to be a Q fest as we see Speedery immediately launching that rage. Does not get value, and that is good position there by GenG. Way to hold on there. Even being down an ultimate charge. Out goes the Strangling Prison. It's huge. Do they find value? Oh, he allows it too. What just happened? I think he got turned. He got frozen. I don't know. He was trying to turn back, I believe, and fake them. But no, it didn't even need to happen. As we see Kalush, Speedery onto Choppa. Will they end this now? Nero onto Snake. What a hold here for Envy. Overtime ticking down slowly. The dance floor is being forced out. Will they be able to get back to the point in time through the wall soon? Gets tackled away by Cal, and they are held at .1.
I mean, what a shock. An absolute insane performance by the side of Envy, and they looked like a well-oiled machine. That was not map 1. It was not as close as you would think it would be on that round at all in this map. I mean, Envy just looked disgusting. By the way, they are now up a single map, and this potentially could close it out. That could send GenG into the loser brackets already this early in the tournament, man. And I like their adjustments, right? Just to talk about it a little bit. They, instead of having Nero on Ultron like they did in our North American stage 1, got Speedily on that Ultron. And we talk about how good that guy is on Flyers. And it's not that Nero can't play Flyers and stuff. It's just that I like that adjustment. It makes so much sense. And I think that you're seeing Cal as well over the Captain America, sort of being that flexible player, picking up more heroes. I like this adjustment from Team Envy and Coach Gator to make those changes coming into such a big stage like this.
Yeah,
it's huge.
I think that is the strategy they've been running is when they're running triple, they have Speedery running that Ultron, and they're not afraid to pull Nero out when they're going back to a more traditional composition. I mean, we saw Cal smiling there, but everyone else has been locked on the side of Envy. They know the job's not done, and you look over here at GenG, who they want this. They want to hold on. They've got to get real creative now, though. Things are dicey at best with that early hold.
Guys,
Envy, wow.
And GenG is not a bad team.
No, they're insane.
Yeah, and maybe that goes to show the Strimbucks are adding up, and Shib is going to look like a giga genius when Envy wins this whole tournament, potentially. Obviously, there's a lot of good teams still ready to go, and I think we cannot talk about how it's crazy that Envy is even in the play-in stage, considering everything we've heard behind the scenes.
Yeah.
We'll see how things play out, but man, I would feel so demotivated right now if I was GenG.
Dude, Speedery's damage right now is so insane. Just walking in, keeping the damage boost on everyone. Notice the low level of play. You can see, obviously, the aura, for those who maybe don't know, of where the damage boost stays into effect, but they're using it to their advantage as down goes Choppa, cannot be out-healed, even through positioning, and already Envy are walking them back on a map that was chosen by GenG. What a set of plays here from the side of Envy as they do find 2, and they are going to force teleport here right back from Choppa.
They're done. They're done. Nothing else to talk about here, Shib. Honestly. I mean, you have actually Rez himself. They come through the backside. They're on triple strategist.
Oh, my
Points about to be capped, too. 1 meter left to go. Nobody's there.
They portaled off the door, I think.
And they portaled off the door. You're right. I barely even noticed that towards the end. Kaluge. Nail in the coffin. Envy win.
That was insane. I mean,
we're speechless.
Yeah, that's wild. Envy just looked lights out. I mean, that was the most flawless victory I have seen in Rivals in a long time.
Yes.
It's that simple.
I mean, we always see first point holds kind of come through later on, maybe.
Sure.
That was 5-6 fight wins in the spawn door.
Yeah, exactly. And against a team of this caliber. I mean, you talk about how good GenG is. You guys don't understand how strong they are of a team. Like, they just did that against GenG.
I can't. I want to see the memes, the copy pastas after that. You know, we had like things like the catch my boy Speedery in the spawn door running triple.
Yep.
Or something like that. I don't know. Maybe there's probably some creative stuff happening right now in the chat room because
the Choppa dance.
The Choppa dance. Yeah.
Somebody clip it.
Somebody clip it. But I mean, that was insane. The performance by Team Envy to go into the next round, one more series away from going to the main stage and getting out of these play-ins because it seems like that team shouldn't even be here into the play-ins at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how strong they are of a team. We talk about how there was conversation of them being potentially the best in that region, but, they weren't, right? It's that simple. Who got the job done in that moment? That wasn't Sentinels. It was not them, and they got pushed down to third, and they're in the play-in stages, but that looked like the team we expected them to be. They are known to be threatening, and they're not afraid to pull out unique comps. I do think the triple-triple like that on certain maps is incredibly impactful, and they do it flawlessly. And also, Strange lock-in on Yggdrasil is big brain. The lockouts on spawns, the retake from triple is so smart, and that's the kind of level of playing that you don't really think about until you watch them, right? So now we all know that. I'm not saying that'll happen in ladder because you do need to coordinate, and you're going to have one tricks on your team. You're going to have the Spider-Man, I promise. But, as a team, that was such a smart save.
It was absolutely a smart take. And, we'll see on stage when the interview comes through. I'm curious who we're even going to interview, who Cozy's going to interview with our lovely translator on the stage in just a bit. But, man, that was pure dominance from the region, and I was wrong in my prediction. And as per usual, Shib was right. So for GenG, maybe not as well. They're a good team like we talked about before. I mean, maybe I'm coping over here, but you know what? I'll say this for later on. Maybe I should save it for the predictions for Nova and and Rad when that comes up later.
Game as well.
So I'll probably save this discussion for later when that comes up. But man, that was dominant by Envy. I mean, what can you really say when a performance is that dominant? What was is there even a takeaway we can have besides Envy looks damn good?
I think, and I'm not sure, because we're still trying to learn more about these teams across the world. I almost said the region, but no, we're at the world stage at this point.
Yeah.
GenG, I'm not sure if they're comfortable with triple-triple. I'm not sure if that's what they're used to doing, but they had no other option. They had, they typically run 2-1-3. They have done triple-triple before in the past, but nowhere near as consistently, at least from my understanding, as the side of Envy. So forcing them into it, already puts them in a down mental state, and that's very important. It's a mental game as well.
That's a good point. It's a very North American thing to go for the spawn hold on triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. I mean, it feels so good, honestly, just to like spawn camp somebody for 4 minutes. That doesn't even, in Marvel Rivals specifically, that doesn't happen, chat. What we saw, I don't know why I just called chat.
Yeah, they're chat.
Or chat's there.
It hits.
Basically, that never happens though, right? I don't think we've ever seen a team hold that long on triple strat. Like they usually portal back, like we saw later on. But man, that was insane how strong they were for so long, and that was probably a testament to how good they are, but also how GenG, just like you said, I don't know that you already touched on it. They just didn't have an answer.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to where you ban Strange on certain maps. I think there's an argument for banning Strange on Yggdrasil, especially when you have Kaluj, right, who is that good on Strange if need be. And I do think there's an argument, and there's probably more if I can think about it, but I'm doing this off the top of my head, something like Central Park, where you almost guarantee another fight there off that spawn door. It almost happens every time as long as somebody's willing to switch. Please do that if you're in ladder. You guarantee another fight on that first point. So I think there is an argument where that ban makes a ton of sense on those maps.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's because, well, I mean, also to add on to it maybe a little bit, just like the fact that if you're getting rid of that, that's a tangible thing you're getting rid of, right? That's the biggest thing that you pointed out. It's you're going to get rid of the portal teleporter stuff. You're going to get rid of spawn camp or spawn blocks. The door portal block, that collusion that you called out.
I couldn't even tell if that was collusion. I'm looking for.
It was 100%. Yeah,
it was. Okay, I didn't know if it was their portal back that they accidentally.
No, there's no way. That'd be the dumbest thing you could probably do. I would hope so. Not to be too mean, obviously, but that would be crazy if they did that. I mean, I've done some stupid stuff as well whenever I play Doctor Strange, and because as somebody that's a duelist player, you're coming back to the point on Doctor Strange, you use it halfway through to retouch the point on domination. Your teammates are like, why'd you do that? Why did you waste our portal? You're one of 6 players, and you changed Doctor Strange to help touch the point. You should have saved it when we had to touch last second.
Yeah, and it was likely a smart play by Kaluj to reset up and essentially lock them into that building, forcing them to have to walk around, and then getting ready for your second portal to try to throw it in front. And honestly, that could have happened as well.
And he's a veteran, too. That's why Kaluj is thinking on the fly like that.
I love it so much. As we look here at the stat lines, once again, I mean, the entirety of the team looking fluid across the board. You see Speeder Nero with 4 finals there. Well played. Month obviously looking really good on the healing front. Most here in the lobby, and then you gotta show love to Window on the Groot. I love seeing Groot get back here in the meta.
Absolutely, it's great, and as well with no Wolverine out there. Is interesting. I think GenG maybe struggles in the Wolverine department. We saw that he got, not XG didn't get diffed per se, but in terms of how the team played around a Speedery on Wolverine, that looked clean. So I don't know, they didn't even ban Wolverine, right? So that wasn't even banned, and they didn't play it against Groot. Like, why are you not playing Wolverine against triple Vanguard, triple Strategist? Obviously, we don't want to be too mean too early on in the tournament, but that's just crazy to me that you're not playing Wolverine against Window, who is an easy MVP, right? We saw the damage done by him, and then also blocked in, the blocking off the other side of Zune, trying to run away from him and stuff. He did so much, but regardless, it was interesting that their answers were just not good from the side of GenG, unfortunately. Like the fact that you play Moon Knight, I get it and stuff, but when we saw the side of Envy, how strong their Vanguards were, how it was so hard to dislodge the back line, they did so many things right, and I just think that it was a perfect play from them in general. Like we saw, if we go back to it, Shib, just to kind of look back at the highlights, the reason why they could never get things done is because they just don't have enough damage to kind of break through this frontline Vanguard combination. Cal is constantly on the back line, so they don't get a lot of healing from the Tori and Snake because Cal has the Snowflake on him, so he's never going to be in danger. And then on top of that, on the front line, they don't have to worry about their Vanguards too much because they can always wall themselves off. So, I know I'm talking a bit too much here, Shib, but like, regardless, I think that there was just so clean by the backline to stay alive. And I think the strategists, people talk about how good Nero is, people talk about how good Month is. They are probably the best, one of the best Vanguard duos in North American region. People talk about how insane they are. People talk about how good Kurova and Aramori are.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of good duos.
Absolutely. And I think the difficult aspect is GenG's answers were just not good, right? We saw XE find eliminations eventually with the entirety of his ultimate, but regardless, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to play something with damage boost. Obviously get rid of the Mantis, but maybe you can't play the Storm. Maybe you can't play those heroes. I don't think their answers were it. I mean, yeah, we didn't even see a single good ultimate out of Brownie.
Yeah, that freeze was insane. I'm not sure what happened there with the angle. Sometimes with Iron Man, you try to trick the system a little bit and get, and start spinning just to try to take eyes away.
Those shields,
Just, try to twist a little bit. It could have been a shield up there, but that freeze the last second was great too. Allowed for the follow-up pick. Speedery right here.
This is what they should have done.
Yeah, this is so good, so smart. Play low, use that damage to your advantage. Maybe pull out the Wolverine, maybe even the Fist, who does great into these Vanguards, and that they're going to see some buffs and some changes here coming up in these new patches. And we recently talked about Groot going to get a little bit of a change and buff coming up here soon, so we'll see him in the meta with a new wall as well. Lots to talk about there, but we'll get into that as the week progresses.
And there's so many things to talk about here, Shib. I mean, the fact they subbed out Fun.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah,
absolutely interesting as well. And there's a lot to learn, I think, from this series. From this, like a team as good as Envy is theoretically, this is better than other or more important than other teams right now is to just take away the fact that we just lost to a good team, reset, and just go into the next game like, okay, we need to figure out what to play against it. And it's okay to copy people, right? I know that a lot of talent and analysts will be like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't they just swap to this and whatever?
Yeah.
And, like, sometimes, and people will be like, oh, in other games, for example, people are like, oh my God, if you're not good at this composition, why are the pro players playing it?
Yeah.
But realistically, it's because that is what you have to do no matter what, or you lose.
It's the answer.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to practice against the other teams. You only have like a week or whatever to fully prepare. Sometimes it's okay to copy.
Sure.
Like, I think that GenG copying what Envy did on their attack, running over to the Storm, practicing that sort of stuff, that's fine. They could just copy that, pull it on over, save a lot of that mental pressure, because in this game, more than others, it feels so hard to adapt on the fly and use that brain to think of different things to do, because sometimes it's okay to just copy and save yourself that energy.
Yes.
And that, like, to
the mental.
theory
You
craft.
don't need to use your brain if you can just essentially, you're hitting Control V, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're just copying that composition, running it right back. It found value. It worked. The Moon Knight was played there for a little bit to try to get out the door, and it wasn't as successful. The Iron Man wasn't really working.
Yeah.
And that's no disdain towards the players, right? The players are obviously at the top of those heroes. I'm sure some people at home are saying, oh, I would have played Moon Knight differently. You wouldn't have. No disrespect. These players are insane on these heroes, but you're right. When it gets to this level of play, it's about finding the answer. I think Rivals does a good job of adding a lot of new heroes that, that maybe provide more answers, and you still don't necessarily have always the solution, because things are constantly changing. So it's very much a cerebral game. It's about understanding and working as a team to try to find different ways out of the door. So that was their solution. It had worked for them in the past. It just didn't work today.
Yep, and on that, right, that doesn't send GenG home. They're still here.
Yeah.
GenG are going down the loser brackets in the play-in stage of this tournament later on today. So that means they have to play again. That means Envy is going to get a rest, I believe. Well, no, they're resting until later when they have to play again in that third match or the last match of the day? I believe it's the third match or fourth match.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Sure,
we'll see them
at some point.
Yeah, we'll have the bracket up later on, and we'll see Envy later on. But that puts them one step closer towards that main stage, which they are absolutely confident. We were talking to Gator in the hotel lobby when we were eating breakfast. He's like so confident, man. I mean, obviously, everybody wants to beat Envy because of it. When they come across as a team that is as we're going to win as possible. If you're walking around the lobbies like we're just that guy, we're just them. It kind of triggers some people. So it gets the nerves kind of prodded at,
Yeah, I think you need a level of confidence. I've always said if you're a duelist player or, a player in Rivals, you need to believe you can do it. I think if you're playing on your heels ever, you're going to make mistakes. And if you're afraid to try to make a more risky play for some value for a pick or something, if you're consistently doing that, you're not pursuing the full value of your hero. I think you need to have that confidence. I truly do believe that. But we will be moving forward to a second matcher coming up. That's going to be crazy, man, as we go over towards Nova and Rad. That is a wild matchup.
That was the longest BO3 I think I've been a part of, just because it was so much fun to watch them on stage as we get set up. I believe it's going to be Kaluj. I can just look over there real quick, just give it a little bit of a check. Yeah, Kaluj will be on the stage with Cozy and our translator, man, so we get to talk to them. And maybe even have some special guests. There's some stuff happening behind the scenes right now, and I'm just excited for it.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I'm curious on his take on his thought processes throughout the Vanguard play, right? Saw some huge play from him. We saw, topping the charts of the KOs, in terms of final hits, which is, it's great as a Vanguard to be able to do that. If you're able to collapse and ensure you get value out of every ult, meteor M's or your eyes or whatever, Strangling Prisons, that's everything. Obviously, ults are very important in this game, but it's more so about them as a unit cleaning up those KOs.
Yeah, and that, to me, I think the most surprising thing of that series is just how dominant Envy was versus a team like GenG who have veterans on their team. The Korean talent on the team as well are so good, and I don't want to talk about them too much, but man, Chip, we're gonna to the main stage in a second here with Kaluj, I believe, like you said.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's toss it over there whenever they are ready to talk.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Are we still talking, Chip?
Hey guys, welcome back. We've got Envy taking down GenG 2-0, and I'm joined by the one and only Kaluj. My man, congratulations. Let's start with the obvious. First land, first dub. How you feeling?
Feels great playing in front of a crowd again. First time on this game. It's good to see a lot of new faces and hear the crowd when, things go good for us. But when they go bad, I don't really like the crowd as much. So.
Well, I know you guys are an experienced team, and a lot of y'all, and this is setting history. It's the first land for Rivals, so I know you may be confident. How is the team feeling, though, overall coming into this?
We got some new guys. I think they're nervous. They didn't really seem nervous on stage, but we got people that played on stage before, so it's kind of just like another day, like another match, whatever.
Yeah, awesome. I can confirm, by the way, Kaluj, bigger in person, man. I mean, I got to tell you. Looking at the band phase against GenG, it feels like you had them figured out pretty well, and this is your first time going up against, the Asia region with the bands. How did that differ, and how did that work out?
Well, Asia has like a specific style. They play Mantis more, and they like playing Torch, so get rid of those two characters, and they kind of just fall over. It's pretty easy.
Love the answer. And finally, I want to ask, tell the people that don't know Team Envy, tell them about who is Team Envy?
Team Envy, we're best team in the world. That's all I got.
Easy, short, and sweet here from Kaluj, but there's going to be more action coming pretty soon, guys. We have an electric matchup with Rad versus Nova Esports up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Slice and dice. Silver bullet. The hunt is on. What a hack. Judgment's coming. Still got an edge. 1,000 gods! Bury the light.
大家好，我是 NOAH 战队的波波，然后我也是这个战队的队长。
大家好，我是柯南。
大家好，我是温莎丽。
兴奋吧，然后也有点小焦虑，就怕自己打不好。
季中赛的话，我还好吧，我不会很焦虑，我比较放松的一个状态。
我觉得团队遇到困难的时候，还是得每个人需要给多一点的反馈和沟通，当时自己当前位置上遇到什么问题都得说出来。
我觉得主要是队伍的拉扯比较重要。我觉得国内外最大的差距在于阵容，但是我是觉得我们打他们还是有信心的。
国外相对于国内更多是节奏的不同和阵容 BP 上的不一样吧。其实个人实力真的没有特别大的差距，甚至感觉国内的个人实力反而是要强于他们。
这天我们训练赛的一些内容就是针对我们接下来的对手做一些战略的部署吧。
觉得包括前面打的那些比赛也没有什么压力吧，每个队都一样。
我们组建就是为了拿冠军来的，
入围赛冠军也是冠军，
听天由命。
RAD 吗？然后他们就是玩的跟大部分队伍都不一样，它是一个非常独特的阵容。
夸一下这个波波的林蝶啊，确实很厉害。
我觉得老温的那个捍卫者角色玩的都不错啊，像他的奇异博士跟万磁王，
也包括他的石头人跟毒液也玩得非常有模有样。我来这个项目的时候本来就一无所有，所以你们最好也别被我带走了。
随便打打，早点回家。
RAD 希望你们能把饭票给用完。
Hello, we are Rad. I'm level 1 Crook and I specialize in Mantis, Loki and Lunar Snow.
Hello, I'm Trust Me. I specialize in Captain America, Venom, Hulk and Penny Parker.
It's definitely exciting. We want to win it, we want to do our best. It's definitely a big event, see what we can do really.
I hope we can do our best and I'm really enjoying it so far.
There's no downside, and I think we can happily go into the mid-season final tournament and perform our best.
The big two for me are Envy and Sentinels. Envy is, honestly, we think probably one of the stronger teams in the competition. They're definitely ones we are going to be putting in a lot of focus into trying to beat. And Sentinels is also a team which I have friends on, and I know there's a high chance we'll play them early in the tournament, so they're one of our earlier focuses, and we need to make sure we beat them as well.
Personally, I would like to face Citadel Gaming again, since they're the other European team, and we did fall short to them in the Ignite finals in Europe. So I would love to meet them again and show that we can be the better team.
I think we will be able to beat any team. I don't think anyone is able to put a lot of pressure on us. I think the only thing we can do is focus and do our best. I think we need to put pressure on ourselves rather than be pressure from any team.
Yeah, I mean, you got no chance. We're going to be the ones to win, we're going to put in the most effort, we're going to roll every game, and to the team we see in the finals, unfortunate for you, but the crown will be ours.
The results will speak for themselves. L'anxiety lay Suzamti.
《嶺南有句俗話：飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finale as we push forward to our second game, and this one's going to be a doozy.
This one's going to be a doozy, man. I think that a lot of people are excited for this one, tuning in now. Late in America, obviously, for EMEA, they're over in the AMs.
Yeah.
So here, you know, a lot of the fans are going to be, I'm sure, hyped up for this one. Team Nova versus Rad Esports. So, man, I don't know. This is going to be a banger for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Rad, known for being very aggro, setting up some crazy dive and one-shot compositions. We'll talk about that shortly. And then we get into Nova, which I like to think of them as like Mysterio, a team that's shrouded in mystery. We haven't had eyes on them too much, but we know they're obviously a very strong team. Kept under wraps. They like to, you know, make sure that they're very locked in on their compositions. They do some more unique stuff, but they want to be known as the more nonchalant team, just keeping it even and making sure they're calm, cool, and collected at all times.
Absolutely. That's the way to do it, right? I like that. That's a good call out because I believe it was Moxie who pointed out how Solo was saying that they're a team that does a lot of interesting stuff, or not, rather, that's the other team. That's Citadel Gaming.
Right.
Wrong team. Other European rosters. See, that's the problem. North America, all the same. No, I'm just kidding. Regardless, Rad Esports, I think they are seen as also, it's sort of like the Envy situation, a team that probably should have got first place, even though Citadel is a fantastic team in their own right. I think that they have one of the best players in the world in Pokey. This team as well is super well coordinated, and that's because of, like you said earlier, we were talking about during the break, Trust Me is their sort of leader, the guy that does a lot of comms, I believe, that does like so much talking for the team. Did you watch their scrim, or was that Moxie and them watching it?
I had eyes on it.
You had eyes on it. So he was like a macro guy, just saying a lot of different stuff for them?
He is a huge brain. His strategy, things that he is saying, I think he's the one who actually taught us both about the, you know, when he gets to that, you could talk about the damage boost, but his one-shot setups with things like Venom, you know, get very... I think they like to refer to him as cerebral. He's just very, very smart and comes up with strategies that I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a smart team that I think we might see some interesting things when it happens later on. But on the opposite side, they're playing against Nova for the next step in this play-in stage, right? It's if they win this, they're not done and into the main event. But they still have one more. If one of these teams win, they will be going up against Envy later on. And we've heard that Rad and Envy are two teams that kind of go back and forth with each other. Two teams that a lot of people, when we interviewed the pro players, were saying were favorites to win the tournaments. They said Rad and Envy are those two teams, and they're both in the play-in. So yeah, that's
and
crazy.
And
GenG,
it's a curse, right? So it seems like everyone that was seeded to potentially be the strongest is faltering in the moments they need to until they get here with Envy. But yes, that would be a wild matchup. But I am excited to see what we're going to find out here about Nova. We know Rad. You know, you could talk about the players all day, but they have this very consistent, very scary things like Panther, Venom compositions, and really coordinated plays, and they have their maps that they know they can get away with some crazy dives. So would be a ton of fun to watch. I'm curious if it's going to be matched or if they're going to try to find a way to counter that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, we just talk about what we know here on the broadcast, right? Overall, as the NA casters, you know, we watch a lot of that stuff, and you know, we try to watch the other scenes when we can, and we watch them now here in person. But that's a lot of Marvel Rivals content that I'm sure a lot of you know about and are super passionate about as well. Considering, I mean, hours upon hours of Ignite Stage 1 for not just our region, for EMEA. We watch like 8 hours of a game. This team, Nova, has so much experience and always sort of loses to OUG. It's sort of a weird situation where OUG always beats them. But people say OUG is one of the best teams in the world, so that's not really a slight at them. It's okay to lose to a team like OUG considering how good they are. And we've heard a lot about Team Nova from the likes of 2DM, the Chinese cast on the site, speaks a lot of English. He's super helpful as well for learning about these teams. Team Nova, I watched one of their scrims and stuff. They're very, very strong at communicating and stuff. We saw from Bobo and stuff. We'll talk about how good Uwu is. He's one of the best.
Uwu is apparently one of the strongest duelists out here right now. So that's going to be awesome to watch. I'm excited for that. And Bobo, you mentioned Bobo Vaughn, one of the MAG lore, just very, very good on MAG. As we progress forward to Rad, Naga, Melio, Trust Me, Rajaro, Level 1 Crook, and Fate. And these guys can run some crazy compositions. I'll leave that to them to show, but they are not afraid to get crazy with how they make plays and do things outside of the box that is very difficult to practice against.
Absolutely. I think that is going to be exciting to see both Rad and Nova going against it. And people talk about how Ghost, I think, right, for this roster of Nova on the opposite side is a player that was huge in a pickup, right? They said that he is the reason why they are winning a lot more games. And I'm curious to see how that goes, right? We can talk about any of the players on their team. I know that 2DM was telling us that Clem is a bit of a trash talker.
I
Right?
know you love that.
Yeah, absolutely. As somebody that did a little bit too much of that, I think, and didn't really back it up sometimes. But regardless, that guy is apparently a trash talker, and I'm curious to see. I want to see if he yells across the stage potentially. Everybody's been cordial so far. Maybe things will get, the gloves are going to come off eventually, right?
Yeah, we're still early in the tournament, right? So I personally would love to see it, but I'm sure we'll see more of it as we progress, and that value, that monetary value starts climbing, and tensions just get crazy. But yeah, I know you love a little trash talk. It does get the rivalries going, right? Sometimes you step it up when teams start trash talking, and you know what I mean? Like you really lock in to make sure you shut that down. But this team plays a little more traditional stuff from my understanding. They can match the dive if need be. But I know they're a little scared of some of these more unique compositions. So I think that when it comes to things like Rad, that is maybe a weakness of theirs.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that Rad, you're right. It's about finding those kind of holes, right, as quickly as possible. And that's the tough part about this playing stage is that we are in a best out of 3.
Sure.
So as soon as you lose that map number 1, if it happens, you need to make those adjustments in the ban phase as soon as possible. And that even maybe can go back to the GenG series. I don't know if we saw them make those adjustments in the second round. In fact, they got worse, right? So we'll have to kind of see what these teams do and how fast they react because, yeah, we're going to the first map, which will be Burn of the Chala, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see kind of how these two teams want to react on this map, right?
Yeah, I think Nova on the attack side here. I do think Burn of the Chala is favorable for, actually, it depends on the map. There's some open, good flying maps as well where teams will have to break that center console, which will, bring up those giant walls for you to play some more aerial play styles. So maybe we'll see some Ultron compositions. I think they do like running that Ultron protection where they'll keep him healthy and just allow him to just do his thing, get that ultimate incredibly quickly, use the rage to try to find a pick on the back line or at least force something out. And that's what Ultron does really well. So we'll likely see that from them unless that gets banned out. I'm curious to see their ban phase. But Rad, I don't think they're too scared of this map by any means.
No, absolutely not. And I think that, like you said, it's a matter of who can control that first point ASAP, basically. And it depends on which round we go to. We saw, I think something that changed from our stage, Shiv, was the deviation of heroes based on round. Wasn't that something? I was talking to Trust Me in the hallway in the bedroom. That's kind of weird. That was a statement. I was talking.
That's where they were scrimming.
Well, no, in his actual room.
Oh, okay.
I went up earlier with Trust Me.
Touche.
Not for something specific, different reasons. I went, obviously, to talk Marvel Rivals with them. That's what, as you do. You go to your friend's room and you talk Marvel Rivals. So we were we were talking for way too long. We had something else to do because, man, that guy has such an awesome brain to sort of pick at, right? He has so many awesome ideas. The way he thinks about the game is beautiful. And obviously, a lot of the players are like that. There's so many intelligent players like Trust Me, just one of the guys that we happen to talk to. And Trust Me was mentioning how just like their team and how many things they like to do can potentially change on the round and on the map.
Yeah.
You get, like we saw in the GenG series, right, with Envy.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw round 1, this we talked about. Like, what did you think about that with GenG, or with Envy, playing the Storm first round and then swapping off of that? And Trust Me, it was like, not enough people do that.
Yeah. You get comfortable, right? When you know what to expect and you start countering, if you change that up, and that is an art in and of itself, you obviously don't want to utilize too much alt charge negation, like you don't want to lose too much. But yes, that is very much a strategy, especially if you play it well. You use an alt prior to a round shift, you make the shift, you come back in, and the team's like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? I wasn't expecting that. They obviously could see it as you're heading forward there, but still, like you're talking about Storm, the damage reach compositions. If you then switch from that more pokey side of things to a dive comp, your whole idea of how to handle that team gets thrown out the window. And certain teams like Rad do that better than anyone.
Absolutely. So you think it is very map specific or round specific, I guess, if we go to like a domination.
Well, it's more so just it's about alt charge, right? Like if you have something building and you are tracking for some reason, that's a whole other conversation we need to have about alt tracking and understanding who needs to counter or who needs to make a play when or who's going to use theirs to pull out cooldowns like strategists. That's a story for another time, and we will have that discussion. But I don't know. My take, and I'm not his brain, so I'm curious what his dive in of it is that it makes more sense once you've utilized or forced at least something out or on a map switch.
Yeah.
But it depends.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm curious to see if he were to win or if the Nova guys were to win, what they have to say to Koji on stage. So there's a lot that I'm sure we'll talk about. And, Chip, speaking about talking about something, predictions for the series.
I love it.
Who do you have, you think, between Rad and the side of Nova?
I got to go Rad here.
Rad.
And it's just to kind of cover my own butt, I haven't had eyes on this side of Nova just due to the fact that it's been impossible to find their matches. Which is a strategy, which is an advantage coming into here, right? So
for sure,
it is definitely interesting, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do and what kind of compositions they want to run. But yeah, Rad just looks really good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we heard about how good this Ghost guy is for the side of Nova from 2DM. This whole roster, like you said, it's hard because you either watch on Bilibili or I believe is it Dojin and stuff. There's like streaming websites in China that a lot of the games are broadcast to. And for the side of Nova and them, we haven't had too many eyes on, like you said. So this is going to be super fun to watch these teams. I know a lot of people on Twitter, or X, I suppose, and on social media talking about how excited they are to see these Chinese rosters in OUG. A lot of people talking about how good OUG is. Not enough people are talking about how good Nova is. I know the team eHome, I believe, lost to Nova earlier on. Definitely some of the best teams. People love Bobo. They said 2DM called this guy the Prince. They said Bobo is obviously facially, in terms of what he plays. This guy is
very young too. Very young.
Very young, yeah. He's probably got a supervisor for him as well for this event, like a lot of players do because they're still super young. So
prodigy, that's awesome. That's awesome to see.
And we're going to see more of those type of guys as we progress because there's so many people that aren't here that definitely could have been as Uwu staring off into the distance.
Yeah, Uwu, and we can revisit this again. A very, very strong duelist. They have argued potentially one or two in the region. And as you see some of these picks here, you got the Iron Fist, which, I think Fist is slept on a bit, especially at this level of play. I think he is very strong once you really know the limitations and the animations and how to handle that flying and then, making sure you say block at the right moment, which is an art in and of itself. I remember trying to, for a fun example, tackle Terra, and I was just trying to bait out his block, and I could not get him to fall for it. He's just so much better than me.
Look at this for Vonxel. Sorry, Jim. They've only listed.
I told you the Mag Lord.
They've only listed him as Magneto. That's hilarious because I believe they said that Vonxel he's a Mag 1 trick, right? This guy only plays Magneto. He plays some other stuff, obviously, maybe, but not as good as he does Mag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny because this guy over here, he is the one to do all the flexing, right? He's playing the Emma, right, running everything else for the Seam and Yexin, and he's also only listed one hero. Guys, you have multiple favorite heroes?
It's the Mysterio, man. I'm telling you, it's a smart strategy play. I love it. I love it so much. As we started off there,
it's not very secret though. If we've been told that from the Chinese caster, how Voxel literally only plays Magneto. So
I'm curious if they've scrimmed other teams, if they decided to run other compositions like that. That could be some really smart. That goes back into just these crazy strategies teams may have. But that does result in you not working on your composition that you love so much, and that could be a problem. But it's anything's possible, right?
Anything's possible, yeah, for sure. And that's why I think when we talk about predictions, I'm going to go with Nova. But we'll talk about that later.
Love it.
And I'm going to put something on the line for it as we get to that point. But for Rad, we know these guys, right? Fate, one of the best strategists in the game, and he's a very sweet guy as well, very nice dude alongside a lot of these players. So he's still a young guy as well. We talk about that. I don't know if you noticed this shit, but a lot of the younger talent, right? A lot of the younger players maybe aren't closed in. They're trying to talk and they're trying to have fun and relax and stuff. But for a lot of these super young guys, they're still trying. They're sort of figuring things out, especially a lot of the strategist players. So I know that Fate is an awesome dude. He always wants to hang out. Same thing with Harvey and some of these young guys. Level Run Cook as well, one of those guys as well who can play. Very mechanically skilled strategist.
Yeah, really good, man.
Rad Esports, they say their backline is one of the best in the game, too.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at a ton of talent here across the board. I do think, I love seeing some of these picks there, too. You saw Fate showcasing a Jeff pick as one of the viable options. Love to see stuff like that. And you said you wanted to see it here in the tournament. This may be the match that we do. Rajaro, one of those Vanguard, shielding Vanguards. We find a lot of the time, if you're a Magneto player, you typically are the one who pulls out Strange. It does transition pretty well in terms of just the understanding of what you need to do in the moment. Obviously, they're very different heroes, but it's typically consistent like that. And then there's an off tank, which we'll see that Emma, that maybe the Hulk, or whatever they specialize in more.
Yeah, and this is the guy, Trust Me, as well, that we were talking to earlier, the guy that has a lot of those ideas. He put Penny Parker as one of his heroes, obviously, because, he said he would play Penny Parker potentially if they could, but a lot of times the only difficulty is, the ultimate's not good, right? Everybody talks about how Penny Parker could be so much stronger if the ultimate was a little bit better, and that's scary, right? Because the character is so good, but realistically, this game's all about ultimates. That's what we talked about. It's all about making sure you pop them at the right times and having the strong ultimates, right? Not these crappy ones like with Penny Parker, unfortunately. Thor at least maybe could even pull off more with his ultimate, in combo with some other stuff.
Especially now. I mean, the new change to Thor, for those who maybe didn't know, you actually get grounded. You're unable to use movement abilities once you've escaped from his bubble, which is a new change coming in the next patch, and that is going to help that ultimate a ton.
Good point.
I do think Thor, maybe, making a rise here. I know there's a lot of very passionate Thor mains, so shout out to all y'all. You're always in the comments and videos. You crack me up. I love it. I'm looking forward to that.
Out of my rank games, though.
Yeah. Well, let's not maybe bring that up. There's definitely people that can pull it off. But
No, I'm good. Get on
I
my
don't love
rankings.
it. Yeah.
Get on my rankings.
I don't love it, but maybe we will in the future, right? Like, and that's why I'm excited, and that's why this game. You talk about the balance changes happening so frequently.
Yeah.
Any hero's time is coming. So you just got to, you got to be patient. You got to try to see what you can do with your hero in the moment, and just know that if they are underperforming, they will get something at some point.
Absolutely, and it's all about being flexible, right? Getting off something if it's not working, or at least being able to adapt to different heroes whenever the ban phase comes through, because that's the most important thing from this tournament, right? When you talk about the overarching Ignite series, we've had a new ban system, right? With the 4 bans that come through and 2 protects, right? So the system is sort of asynchronous, where it sort of the bans happen at the same time first, and then it sort of desyncs, right? One team protects, ban, then then another team protects, then ban, and then it resyncs back up for a double ban again.
Yes.
And then it goes back and forth till the very end when you have 4 bans and 2 heroes protected total.
Yeah, and then you'll see, just for those who maybe are confused, as we get into the map, we'll show you as we get there, you actually will see the bans then transition over to the other team. You'll see who they cannot play over their team name. So that may have been something confusing in the past for those who were concerned, but you'll see that actually transition in the banning phase. You'll see them switch over sides. So it is a pretty cool little feature, a neat thing to see, and I do think it involves coaches. It gets teams, really, it adds a whole nother layer to the game, and I'm not just saying that lightly. I mean, a whole massive layer to the game to understand, if this character gets banned or protected, what do we need to do in that next moment, that few seconds we have?
Right, yeah, absolutely. That changes so much. And, obviously Nova's ready to go, excited for the match as we have some energy coming through. They're shouting out some Jayo in the crowd, I believe, which is a hype-up speech almost, right, in Mandarin. So they're excited, ready to go, maybe supporting their home crowd as well. That's going to be so much fun for these guys to play in front of the home crowd. That matters so much. We could probably talk about that a little bit. I want to see if they banned the Jeff, by the way, first of all. I know that was something we talked about earlier because that's something that can come through. But regardless, talking about the home crowd advantage, Shib, it definitely matters, right? I think that for a lot of these Chinese players, for Team Nova and for the side of OUG, when we watch them later, I mean, the energy, it's almost like you have a 7th person in the lobby, I will say, because, like I said, I competed at the, I can't say the actual name of it, but I played at an arena in Atlanta, and it was like 2,500 people for our team supporting it, and man, it felt so, like that, I've never experienced something so I don't know, just good.
Adrenaline rush,
It's a different sort of feeling. It's like, when you have like a head.
Euphoric,
it's euphoric. To have so many people supporting you, cheering your name.
Sure.
And on the opposite side, if you're team Rad, it's
devastating.
Oh, but no, but it's so much more fun.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say if you lose. My
if you lose, if you lose, the crowd's quiet, and you're like,
yeah,
dang, everybody here that was supporting me
touche.
Is dead in the crowd. Regardless, when we talk about being the opponent to the home crowd, right? Being the opposing player, there's almost sort of a fun thing there, right? There's sort of villainous approach that can kind of come through.
It's that trash talk mentality.
Absolutely.
You turn it on, right? Like you want to win now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. I played, there was a team called the Shock of San Francisco. We'll go backwards on it to make sure we can avoid some things. But this team, they had so many fans, right? They had an unbelievable amount of fans in the crowd that were cheering for them. And boy, oh boy, did it feel so good to shut them up and send them home. So I imagine for the side of Rad, even though there's no malice, everybody here is having fun, and you're super excited about the fact that there's so much energy in the room. If you are the opposing team to the home crowd, man, it's got to feel so good to send them home and make sure that they are quiet. That's the best feeling, is when, I know this is sort of a mean approach, I suppose. It maybe is a bit too much, but I think it's good to, quiet down the opposing team.
I mean, it's like one of those human nature things, right? Like, it kind of drives you. It doesn't need to be more, more. It doesn't need to be deeper than that, right? It's just something that's like within you. It makes you want to win. It makes you feel like you're the underdog. Underdog stories always drive teams, and I think that's important.
Absolutely, yeah, that's very important. And I think regardless, the biggest thing, I've seen some very interesting takes as well. I know the players have their own takes. They want to be, exciting and having fun. And I think regardless, for these guys, right, I saw a crazy interview in a different game, a different esport. I think I told you about it. There was a guy that was like, man, I love to see, it was like a fighting game, right? And he said, I love to see the opponent's family behind them
that's crazy.
Cry. He was saying it's even better when they start crying. I was like, that is the most insane thing you could possibly say. about having a advantage. It's a bone to pick. It's not a bone to pick. What's it called? Save me here. Somebody that is a professional speaker for the living can't even talk.
Give me a minute.
You have regardless, something to Yeah, I can't think today. I'm already
It's satisfying? I don't know.
It's satisfying. Yeah, there's the reason they have is they have a chip on their shoulder. There
Sure.
we go. We got there eventually.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
And you know, like that's important, I think, for a lot of these players to have motivation to play the game and to compete at the highest level.
All right, as we move forward here, and I see that. I think that is a driving factor for a lot of folks. I think it's just instinctive. But
yeah,
we do move forward here. Rad is going to ban out that Mantis. And we'll see the side of Human Torch getting removed as well from Nova Esports. They do not want to go against that, locking in that Luna Snow.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see.
That's a lot of that recently, huh? Luna Snow?
Yeah, I think Luna Snow. And that's interesting. They're already going to protect the Mantis.
I think Rad has potentially one of the best Mantis in the region when it comes to level 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is goated with it. But that's interesting they're prioritizing that over Luna Snow when everybody else before has prioritized Luna Snow, right?
It could force an Atom ban, or it enables that one-shot composition there for the side of Rad. I think there is a lot, and this is what I'm talking about when it gets cerebral, right? There's a lot of stuff that we just can't anticipate until we see it, and they elect to not actually remove the Warlock. Said they're going to get rid of Luna and keep the cap. So this is quite the ban phase. They are removing Magneto for the opposition as we see that transfer over here very shortly.
Yeah, both mags getting removed, and I wonder, I mean, none of these teams have, both of the teams playing today have not practiced against each other at all. I mean, maybe there's some, gamesmanship behind the scenes with trying to see what they're banning and what they're practicing and stuff. That's obviously, a bit more devious, and I think that kind of crosses some lines when you start to try to find, practiced VODs and stuff of the players playing the game.
Yeah.
But, there is
integrity as well.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, people do it, right? Any advantage that you could possibly get, these players want it. So I think that for both these teams, this is that feel-out map today, and I'm curious how much they even know about each other.
Yeah. I think that's exciting. I mean, I'm sure they've, I don't know if they've scrimmed, honestly. I believe.
No, they haven't. There's no way. Because if you know your matchup coming up, why would you ever scrim them,
Touché,
I guess? So.
touché.
But, and it's been weeks that we've been here in China. The players specifically showed up before us. We came a week ago, right?
Yeah.
So these guys have been here for weeks on end, practice against each other, getting ready.
That's a great thing to call out. I do think you need to say that at this point, teams are not, there is no time zone advantage or disadvantage. Teams are now locking into this time zone. And so just to keep that in mind, because I mean, it would be an advantage greatly if it was a day or two transition. I know it took us a few days as well just to make that happen for ourselves. So
absolutely.
Pressing forward here. We are going to have Nova and Rad, and I am excited. I do think you kind of mentioned that, we talk about how smart they are as a team for Rad and how mysterious Nova is. This could be the battle of the brains, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do here on Burn.
And you talked earlier about how unique Rad is, for sure.
Sure.
Rad was the one to protect the Mantis, correct?
Yes.
So that is already unique in the fact that
Agreed.
we have never seen that, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier, but I don't think it'd be stressed enough how
And they didn't worry about the Luna ban.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're just like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and man, I'm curious to see how that pans out because that's sort of already different than what we've seen earlier.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Very, very exciting. I wonder what the strat line. Go ahead and give me a guess. What do you think the strat line is going to be here for Rad?
For Rad, I mean, it's got to have maybe some Ultron Mantis play or something like that, like we saw earlier, that since that didn't get touched. We've seen how good Mantis can be with the damage boost, like you said. Maybe they're running that triple backline as well. Maybe we see some Adam Warlock with it. Maybe some of the Loki. Did Loki get banned, actually? I don't think it did. So we might potentially see that later on. But we know how strong the Mantis is. And, whoa, we got the Jeff coming out. We got some Jeff.
I love it. Full res comp here for the side of Rad with Jeff. For Fate, this is the crowd I hear behind me already stirring, getting excited, and this is what you wanted to see, and I had a feeling it might be coming. Trust me here. Going to start the playoff. Very aggro here on Venom. You can actually, in the new patch, bind Easy Swing as a separate cooldown, which for those who maybe don't know, it enables you to instantly slam. So very, very strong addition. It's like a buff without a buff. So keep that in mind as you play Venom as we progress forward here as Naga. Going to keep adding pressure. Bond goes out early. This is going to allow them to just kind of play very aggro, not stress too much as Cap escapes by the skin of his teeth. And Yexin finds Naga early, but their res will come through.
Yeah, on the opposite side, you res it through, like you said, it's so much pressure. A lot of people, trust me, thinks that this is the best composition in the game for a reason, Shiv. They res back, the pressure's back here for Nova. Nova's running this sort of counter dive composition. They have the Jeff with those squirts from across the map. And this is the thing as well, Shiv, with this composition, with the Jeff comps. They can play this to a T in terms of just getting on the back line, setting up everybody because you have those speed boosts from the bubble. So you sort of 3-2-1 dive.
Very
and
smart.
your dive is so lethal, so quick because of the speed boost from Jeff.
Yeah, imagine a spinning Star-Lord with speed over you. You know what I mean? That's almost similar to a mag bubble where it's a little more slow, but at least has protection. This now just allows you to ensure that you're tracking and following everyone, getting that ult charge incredibly quickly. A lot of just very unique synergies here, and damage was obviously nearly across the board, but definitely on that Venom when that ult comes out, I'm sure of it, as that will help. We're have to see what they're going to do there as Rajaro going to be playing the Emma. This is, Emma's going to have to play a little bit differently, obviously. They do have triple strategists, but they don't have a ton of burst healing. Ooh, so, ooh, like we talked about, one of the strongest duelists is going to find Trust Me early, and that's huge for the side of Nova, but the Reds goes out by Melio. Immediately, Trust Me's back in blood, and the Jeff doesn't find value. We'll look shortly as the off map is right there. No, Jeff does not find much as we get the dance floor coming in here from the side of Ghost. Vaughn is going to have that Psionic. Trust Me finds Uwu, though, puts them back up in numbers. Make that 2 as Rajaro gets a pick on Bobo, holding on to ult as well. Very low in HP. 15, are you kidding me? Still holding on. Wow.
I mean, the target focus there faltered a little bit, and Rad, I mean, they're backing up right now, Shiv, at the backside of the point. And right now, I mean, the side of Nova Esports, they are finally coming back into this point. But man, Rad, maybe overcommitting towards that single fight. I mean, they're still on this point. They're still delaying it for so long because of the reses coming through.
And that's that stall tactic you had mentioned, Trust Me mentioned. You try to hold the point for as long as you possibly can. Now they're at 74%, and it's almost a one-fight territory unless that teleport comes through, which, obviously it will. But that is already putting you at a disadvantage. Lost an all charge and a force and a brand new selection, which maybe doesn't synergize with your team comp. Naga is going to press forward here with Rajaro as they are holding that. And they, as always, Trust Me, as you see here, using that wall climb first, not using his out cooldown, immediately going out of the back line. Good tracking, great freeze though, as we do see a combination. Out goes the Galactic, doesn't find one with a Psionic. Both very low. Oh my goodness, great positioning. Melio finds Bobo though, but that was a great retake in the fight and way to drop back to get healed up.
Absolutely, it's tough for Bobo, especially on this round. This is a hard map to play Psylocke because of the distance, because of the range, and they're going for more. They're hungry. Nova didn't reset fast enough, and the Jeff, it's disgusting, Chip.
That is crazy. Rajaro with another
Spawn
pick.
camp.
That is, oh, they are. Why not? Don't let him teleport and knock him back into the spawn. Trust Me finds Ghost, and that might do it. As I don't know if they're going to be able to trying to find this off angle with Uwu to get the teleport off. Will they be able to shut it down? Trust Me not looking that direction yet. It looks like the teleport might go through. They're going to retake and drop back. Great usage there of the. Oh my goodness.
It was too far. 5% from the spawn. That cap, he tried to run and, unfortunately got stuffed. And that's why, like those spawn camps, like you said, Shib, that was so clean,
necessary.
so smart.
Yeah,
it's necessary to prevent the portal, like you mentioned, from the Doctor Strange. Now we're heading over to Warrior Falls next, man. You like the Jeff stuff, huh?
I love this. I mean, the raw speed that they're using with Jeff.
Yeah.
If you were to ask a ton of the ladder, let's say an example, what's Jeff's best utilization? Obviously, the speed is great out the spawn door, and that's a common thing to say. But a lot of the time, people would say that ultimate. You try to use it to get people off point. You do it for this and that. At this level of play, it's not going to get nearly as much value. It will find some success in various situations. Instead, using that speed boost and the jet stream, especially in hallway play, appealing everyone and dealing damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so clean from all of Rad Esports to win there, and it's nice to see them kind of pop off and speed boost, like you said, on the backline. Meanwhile, for Nova, this is interesting. They're going to swap to like full sort of, they're trying to do full counter dive. They got off to Bucky. The Bucky wasn't working. But the tough part is you kind of want and need to play Bucky because he's like one of the stronger anti-dive heroes. I don't know if Star-Lord, especially without the Adam Warlock team up, is going to do as much for Team Nova here.
We begin the first fight. Uwu gonna spin to the backline, but Naga takes out Uwu. Ghost goes down. Trust Me with a two-piece on a Yex, and Ghost. Trust Me in these early fights, consistently still holding on to this ultimate, finding value is wild. And Venom just follow. Oh, nice. Okay, we did have a Jeff E there. It is gonna isolate and stall, and what a big brain play. Finding that stagger just through Jeff ult is insanely smart. Using that for that reason is something I honestly never thought of. You find the last person, you Jeff ult them alone, and you wait as long as possible and throw them in a zone that forces them to try to make sure they get KO'd.
Well, I wonder why Vaughn's even playing Doctor Strange here, man. This just feels so odd and sort of disjointed, right? Doctor Strange with this competition to play the counter dive, sure. But maybe this is what we were talking about earlier, where Vaughn is a bit of a Magneto one-trick potentially, right? So that sort of turns things on its head, the fact that, Vaughn's maybe not able to play a hero that he's comfortable on, and maybe that ban could potentially set Nova so far back to win in the series, because at the moment, they look a little bit lost. I want to see them kind of come back through. They have the Invisible Woman to help with the peel, but right now, Rad is so oppressive on the back line, even early Star-Lord ult with the peel.
Uwu Galactic Legend goes out, does find one on a bait. Clem goes down. Vaughn finds level 1 Crook. Uwu with a second. Bobo on a Rajaro, and there is what you need to see. That's exactly what you need to see. If you are a fan of Nova, that was a great play. Still roughly holding on to ults. They will be down 1 in the next fight. Oh, almost 2.
Well, trust me, he's going to stall, and they're coming back into it, right, with
my
that Mantis Soul.
goodness. Are you
They're
kidding
running
me?
it through because of the res, man.
I honestly missed that. What a play there. Naga with 2 more on a EX. Again, still holding on. We talked about the stall tactic. Do whatever it takes to stall, and they are relentless. It is so hard to force them back to the spawn door.
Poor Bobo, man. He's being hunted. How is he supposed to run? He can't run away on
That's
Psylocke. You have 2
crazy.
dashes in Invis that Jeff just sends somebody after you. He says, sick him, and that Psylocke goes down.
I love these utilizations of ultimates. Very different strategies. Using them aggressively and defensively to stall and stagger is unique, right? It's not about getting big 4-man off maps. Instead, it's about just utilizing the fights that you just won and extending the time that you're on point. Yexin going to try to take space here. Does have the ult ready if they can find the play through. Freedom Charge will be utilized, I believe, as they walk forward, forcing them off. Nova going to try to hide from the Psyduck seduction around the point. Out goes a few. The shield going to stall a little bit. Rajaro not finding much. Walking as the Jeff. Bobo gets 3 now with the Cutterfly, excuse me. And that is a bunch of value, but at this point, 99% here for Rad is dicey.
Yeah, what a huge ultimate from Bobo. That was so clean. I mean, Rad utilizing all their cooldowns earlier. We saw how they used the Soul Bond, or Soul Bond earlier from Melio, and then also Level 1 Cook popping his own ultimate to kind of win that previous fight. Now resulted in that upcoming fight going down to Bobo with a fantastic use of the Dance of the Butterflies. But now we'll see on this comeback, right? How can they hold with the Fate of the Worlds, right? They also have that Starlord ultimate ready to go as well. So I want to see how Nova does here on these holds, like you said. But they have to win so many fights in a row.
And we begin again, trust me, playing hyper aggro, still holding onto those cooldowns. Notice the patience, not needing to use that E until the very last second. Still has that Q up, ready to devour, going towards the backline. A ton of bodies! Ooh. What a freeze there, and follow up by Bobo to clean it up as Uwu now. Trying to follow up and get 1. Down goes Naga. Do I see 2 on the Crook? Crook goes down. Make that 3. Uwu with a triple KO and taking back the point and holding on at 45%.
Well, there we go. Not to be a negative Nancy, though. A lot of ultimates saved for Rad Esports. They didn't even want to use anything in that previous fight, understanding they were going to maybe lose, trying to just win with the Soul Bond. They've got the Resurrect ready to go. Nova also did commit a single ultimate in that fight, so that was actually nice and clean by the side of Nova to not even overuse. So, ooh, fantastic work to be the only one to commit ults in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, that freeze from Ghost was fight winning, right? It was everything. Trust me, did have ult too, and was definitely looking to make that play, but it's very tough to get an angle in the tight quarters like that. Out we go immediately from Bobo. Does it get value? Out goes the Mantis to counter right back. The Eye of Agamotto! Oh! Gets slammed out of the sky! No Eye, back to 50% he goes, as they will press forward. Trust me, gets 1 as Clem. Naga gonna clean up Boo, and this could be it until the teleport comes through. Will they be able to hold on? Will they be able to retouch as Vaughn makes the transfer over, holding onto that portal, and out goes another legend. Level 1 fights Bobo. Naga gonna try to clean up the rest. Will they clean it up? The teleport, down goes Ghost, and they'll be down a strat in this next fight, and that could be everything, as Rad might take home map 1.
It did, yeah. Vaughn didn't even portal because he was already on the point. He was the only. He didn't go down. He was one of the first ones picked off, and because of it, Rad win map number 1 up on the Chala ship. Holy smokes! What plays there by the side of Rad Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough side of playing Strange, right? There's so much value in being able to swap to Strange. It's, I mean, that was...
And that's the tough part when you play Strange, is that, because he's so tanky, he's not going to go down first.
Yeah,
it's always going to be Bobo or somebody else, and then they can't portal too. So, man, maybe this Nova team really does have a huge gap in the fact that Vaughn, his flexibility is just kind of non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because stat line, I believe he did well, right? Like, he looked good, but you're right. I mean, it just doesn't matter. I think
they were playing weird, I think, to me. Sorry, Shiv, to talk over you, but...
You're right. I just think they were losing fights, right? Like, they had the advantage in certain fights. They would still lose. I saw very smart play, right? They weren't overcommitting. We talked about that even in that last fight, only utilizing 1 ultimate. Obviously, a pick had happened first, but they seemed patient. It's just like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just Rad.
So, yeah, exactly. It is. And this is why I think Trust Me said that he thinks Triple Res, the Adam Warlock Triple Res
that'll be gone.
Is the best in the game, right? Yeah, that's got to get gone. Got to get out of the hero pool next ban phase for sure. You're right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I think with this, there's no one to dive, right? And that's the hard part, because I think Trust Me said now that they're one of the best teams at peeling, at kiting, getting away. Basically, when you talk about a kite, you're just getting away from everybody else. Imagine how a kite, when you throw it out there, it flies in the sky. So that's in the esports scene in Marvel Rivals. Whenever you're running away from somebody, avoiding ultimates, not using your own, just trying to back up, that's called a kite. So really, what they did is they kited so well. You saw Rajaro using that diamond form to get the damage reduction, falling back to the team. That was just so clean, so smart, and that's the hard part. That's why they said there's nothing to really do. It just feels like you get diffed in the ban phase, right? Because the Mantis got removed early, and they prioritized that. And that's the hard part as well, because what is Bobo supposed to dive, man?
Yeah.
Like, Bobo's setting up for the cap dives, but then he gets pressured out because of all the healing.
Sure.
And then all those cooldowns go away. He has to kind of still regroup so the cap goes for the dive again, but you're down your second dash on Psylocke. You don't have invisibility because it's on such a long cooldown.
And there's Bond.
And
Bond ready too. And Jeff was just tough to find, and Mantis was asleep. I mean, Mantis is a little more diveable if you bait that cooldown, but when you have Bond ready and Jeff, who is so good at escaping and speed boosting whoever's in trouble, it is very difficult to find value with that.
And to me, it seemed like it was over as soon as they swapped off the Bucky, and it's because
I agree with that.
I mean, Bucky's the only counter dive hero you can really play against. That you play the Starlight, they did better with it, I think. But maybe that's a comfort thing or something with Uwu. Regardless, I think once the Bucky was just dove on because they had really good target focus to make sure that Bucky couldn't do anything.
Sure,
it was over for them, right? And that's how you can see how strong Triple Reds is.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we won't be seeing that in the next map. I think that strategist line is wild, fun to watch, but I think that there's a conversation to be said where it's you almost don't want to show your hand too early. This is the play-in stage, and that was flawless. But was it worth them using that now? I think that will be a very focused target ban in the future.
Probably,
but the thing is, it's like you still want to get in, guarantee you get in. So there is an argument either way. But maybe, I don't know. They just looked so clean. Everything was smooth. I love the play off the Jeff bubbles. I love the speed boost spin. I love the collapse and the idea of using Jeff to spit your teammates for speed and which you see that sometimes in ladder as you're climbing and you're like, it wasn't as valuable. But in team play like this, it's very different. Or using it to force stagger as long as humanly possible, throwing somebody in a position they cannot off map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot you could do with it for
That's
sure.
Crazy.
And I think to go back onto it, I think you made the original point that a lot of teams are a little bit too cookie cutter, right? And Rad is not. You mentioned that how they are definitely a team that is not cookie cutter. They do unique things, like you said, protecting the Mantis and banning it, right? So Nova, maybe they were a little too cookie cutter, right? We don't know obviously too much about them. A lot of the fans and stuff at home, if you're watching from the West, this is the Chinese team that was in second place. That's why they're in the play-in stage with Rad Esports. But I think the biggest strength of a lot of teams from the West, which I'm curious what the Asia region says, I'm curious what the Chinese region as well as the Oceania region think. The biggest strength out of a lot of the Western teams that I have seen when I watched the EMEA region, when I watched the North American region, the ban phases out of the top teams are all really good. The only team that I think was lacking in the ban phase was a team like Envy before. But I think 100 Thieves, I think they're looking a lot better now, by the way, Team Envy is in the ban phase.
I agree. I love what they were doing.
But regardless, I think Rad was one of the best teams in the entire world at the ban phase. And Sentinels and 100 Thieves, same thing. That's why they're here, is because they were so good at adapting to the new Ignite format.
Yeah, and we talk about how smart they are as a team. We saw, trust me, really running those ban phases. He's very much understand. It's like a lot of teams have coaches in stat lines and statistics, Excel sheets essentially. But it was all in his brain. He just knew exactly what to do and made the decision. Having conversation with the team, obviously they are still a team environment, but it was fun to watch, and I think that they're doing great on these ban lines.
Absolutely. I think it's what it kind of boils down to preparation, right?
Sure.
And the fact that there's so much to do, you're always underprepared, right? Because there's so many things to take into account, like you said. And maybe even on the opposite side, maybe Nova wasn't even thinking about triple res. They didn't think that was a problem. But from everything we've heard behind the scenes, this is one of the best comps in the game, if not the best. So the fact that you gave Trust Me what he feels is the best composition of the game, that's a brutal ban phase for Nova.
Yeah, and I think we are going to see the switch up, but that's definitely their strongest composition. Or who knows? But I know it's a comfort pick for them, right?
Right.
Trust me, with 8 finals, you look over at Naga 9, crazy Rajaro. You got to show love to that tackle. Canceling the Eye of Agamotto could have been a very different ending to that map if that eye goes out. And they are very focused. I know right now Strange does not have the capabilities to pressure through a strategist ultimate by himself, but with this level of team play, there's a really hard focus, and you will still find picks through that play. So it looked really good over there, and you look over on the other side. Ooh, still has 8 over there with Star-Lord. So a strong play as well, but trust me, wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, at points it doesn't matter what you do statistically. It feels like it was. It comes down to who's running the better compositions, right? Who kind of won in that ban phase and in that protect phase.
Sure.
That's sort of been a big dictating fact in the Ignite series. Meanwhile, pretty reasonable MVP based on everything we've heard with Trust Me.
Yeah, it was clean. I think the only mistake, if you will, was the attack onto a 4-stack back line. Like, they're all grouped in that corner. Tough for them to get a lot of momentum swings there. And so did get caught by the freeze, and just the raw burst potential was wild to see. Just instantly gets KO'd.
And that's how you know it's hard, is that the fact that you're relying on situations like that, like a big freeze, a big skill shot. You need to remove, I think, the pro teams, and this is what professional coaches told me. The biggest thing is cooldowns for a reason, but also like, if you're relying off of these crazy hard-to-hit shots, right, crazy hard-to-hit freezes and stuff, you're not going to win.
Yeah,
you need consistency. This game is like a MOBA, right? You have to think about it from a top-down perspective because it's your first-person or it's a third-person shooter game, so obviously it's hard to think about it that way.
Sure.
But you do, because everything is, you want to make it as easy as possible on your players on your team, because on match day, it's the easiest to make work, right? And for these dives and stuff, all you have to do is do a 3, 2, 1 countdown from Fate with the speed boost from the Jeff. Everybody's there, dives in. You already know, because they practiced it, what you're using first, right? Like you talked about the Soul Bond.
Yeah.
They use that first. You've built up support ults, then you come in with the Mantis ult and stuff. It's like this constant battle of attrition.
Yeah, I think it was very smooth play. I liked what you were talking about initially, right, where you're saying things like Luna, at this level of play, when you can bait out that freeze cooldown that maybe even doesn't get hit in the first place, and then you can hard dive focus, which we might, we'll likely see here in the replay, but this is a perfect time to talk about the Guardians comp. So in this next patch, Guardians comp is actually getting removed, and they are instead changing that fact. So Luna, right now at the top level play is not great into dive. Unfortunately, struggles into dive, has one cooldown that you need to bait, and then you're good to go.
Yeah.
But in the next patch, with that removal of Guardians, I love what they're doing with Mantis, and I love what they're doing with Warlock. Warlock now is going to instead enable Luna to be able to have an ability that she can link with an enemy, and all damage she deals heals her. So she will now be good into dive. So we will see things potentially, it depends on what the meta looks like by the pro scene, of things like Warlock and Luna. So that is going to completely change the way the hero is played. And being able to do that in a shooter with team-ups is so cool. It's so unique. And I think it really changes the flow. And now we're going to start seeing more anti-dive potential with heroes that may maybe struggled in the past.
I think you're right. And there's a couple things on that I think that you bring up. That's a good point, right? If you've maybe left the game because of triple res, because you didn't like it so much, you're coming back.
Come on home.
Come on home. It's gone now.
We ain't going anywhere. Yeah.
We are, the game changes so much. You talked about how the devs are constantly adapting, changing things constantly. And that's one of those things is those team-ups get benched, then they maybe come back later and stuff. But man, it feels like I think the only that was a huge grab. That was a massive play in the replays. I think a huge thing as well in terms of anti-dive. The only other thing I completely passed over me is the Iron Fist team up with Luna Snow.
Sure, yeah, that's impactful as well.
One of the only things you could do against like these full dive compositions, but it's tough because you have to play the Iron Fist with it. Do you have a good Iron Fist player? There's a lot that kind of goes along with it. And do you want to commit everything into playing anti-dive? Do you want to play Invisible Woman? Do you want to play Bucky? Do you want to play that Iron Fist with that Luna Snow? Because you're committing a lot to that, and the flexibility isn't there for a lot of these players.
Sure. Sure, and it's also difficult to anticipate, right? It's difficult to anticipate exactly what they're going to run, especially on the first map like this, where we're still learning, teams are still learning each other. As this tournament goes on, that will change. But remember, these are the play-in stages. 2 teams are going home, and that is crazy.
That's insane. Yeah, the fact that we are going to be seeing that later on, obviously with Langard Mello, later on, that will be so much fun. I think we'll be watching the crowd, vibing it out, checking it out, because, man, the energy in this room is awesome, especially for the home team in Nova. Regardless what happens today, I think they have a lot to change for this upcoming map in that ban phase, like you said. But, man, that's crazy. Do you think that Nova even expected the Mantis Protect to come out first instead of a Luna Snow Protect?
See, no, and I think that shook them, right? And I think it just was confusing, and then it changes your ban structure, and that's why we talk about coaches being so impactful. If you've experienced stuff like that, you add it into your bank. You start thinking to yourself, like, okay, this is what happened. We can no longer allow that to happen. But as you do that over time, you eventually have a comprehensive list of what your decision needs to be, and that's going to help you win. But then you get into, who are the strengths in the opposition? What hero pools can they pull out? And that gets even more complex. It is wild what these coaches have to do. So then you think of things like Crimzo, a player coach. I can't. My mind couldn't handle that. That's just so much. So there's a lot of complexity, even in the banning phase. And I think we saw them work that system.
Yep, and luckily they have another chance if you lose, right? So GenG, the team we saw earlier, sent down the loser brackets. That we will still see them again, right? But that is going to be the tournament life on the line. $150,000, $160,000, right, for first place?
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane. $500,000 total for every single team here at the midseason in Guangzhou, China. So, man, that's a big deal, and I think that the home team in Nova definitely has to step it up in this next map.
Yeah, absolutely. There is potential, right? The bans are definitely going to change, and we'll see if that impacts in the map is going to go in their favor, and we'll see if they have some sort of, composition or something that they run that maybe is going to throw off the opposition. Rad may not expect something, and that's what you have to do now, especially in a situation like that where it looked pretty consistently one-sided. I mean, there was some good fight backs, honestly, especially map 1.
Yeah.
But map 2 was tough.
And I feel like this kind of goes back to a discussion that we've had before with like Star-Lord and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like we saw Uwu swap over to the Star-Lord instead of playing the Bucky, and it did feel like the composition was a little bit disjointed. As we go over to Aegis Path, we're going to see Nova pick the attack again. You said that teams like to prioritize playing attack first. We'll see if Rad wants to do any spawn camp strategies. We might see them probably do it, but I think for this team, for Team Nova, they have a lot to think about in this upcoming map, and I don't know. They look like they could figure out something in this upcoming phase for sure, this ban phase.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this change up. What do you think? I mean, my question: you need the Bucky probably for the dive, right? You need potentially Bucky. It depends on really what their strengths are, but that mag, like if that gets banned again, I know that is a heavy strength for them. If that gets banned immediately, they're going to be back in trouble. They need to have something else.
I don't remember who I was talking to. I believe it was it was a pro player, right? Anonymous pro player. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Basically, they were talking about how against the Atom comp, when you play the triple res composition, it almost feels like there's something you can really do, right? Like when you play Bucky, there's like teams that will go Bucky just as like a panic pick for sure. Like because it always feels good, right? When you're playing ranked, you're like,
that's what you calm every time. Someone go Bucky.
Someone go Bucky. Yeah, but exactly. But the problem is, once you go Bucky, you're pigeonholed into playing that composition. You like hopefully you figured something out to help build around it. But maybe that's when you start to add the Iron Fist, the Luna Snow. When you think of the ban phase, you don't want to think. This is what Trust Me said, by the way. So it's not coming from just me. It's also coming from the player who just won on stage.
No, I love this. Yeah.
Trust Me was saying how you don't think about the ban phase one hero at a time. You think about the overall picture.
What do you want your team to look like? Yeah. Or do you not want the enemy team to look like?
Exactly. That's great. So you have to think about getting rid of certain things, prioritizing certain things, and also, like you said, maybe focusing on yourself first and foremost. But you can't just think about what hero to pick because they're good. You have to think about why they're good and the overarching reasons that maybe you want to play Bucky to play counter dive, but you need to have more heroes with it. But maybe in the current patch, anti-dive isn't very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how that is going to change in the future. I mean, like you mentioned the Iron Fist team up being, good for Luna. I do agree, anti-dive, but it's a little easier when it's a strategist that is able to give you that team up, right? So when you Warlock coming in, then you just have your backline switch and the problem solved. At least it seems like it's going to be a very strong team up. I'm looking forward to seeing how this all plays out coming up here over the next next week, I believe. So it is.
Next week.
Yeah, this is just, I'm very excited to the change up. I love how Rivals does that. Can't preach that enough, but look at the teams here. Rad looking very locked in. You mentioned the young guys being a little more quiet, docile, still locked. As you see that right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's Fate's a bit more of a reserve guy. I think like on
great
the
Jeff.
outside.
Great Jeff, though.
Great Jeff. Yeah, absolutely a great Jeff. But he's a very talkative guy. He loves to hang out and just be, amongst the legends in which that he is, right, at the moment. Like a lot of these guys who are new to the scene coming in, they all deserve their flowers, right? Everybody here that has maybe not competed in hero shooters before or even been involved in the scene, all the casters who are still, coming into it and veterans in your own right and other things, but it's definitely, everybody deserves their flowers for showing up, being at this event for the first time, and because this is a big deal.
Yeah, agreed. This
really
is where you cement yourself as a legend, right? Like, if you take home this, or at least you place well in this tournament, that is etched in history, right? Like, you don't want to be the team that goes home early. No matter what, you're still getting a piece of the pie. But this early on in the infancy of the game, this is where fans are born. Fandom is born. Teams are starting to get liked. This is where everybody has their eye on these teams. Maybe they want to, join in or sponsor or have their back. And that kind of stuff is massive for the team, for the sport. And I do think that these guys are trying to be one of those people.
I guarantee you there's so many Western fans looking at Uwu3 just because of the name. I mean, it's like 100% there's players who are becoming fans of all of these players as well. Bobo.
Because Uwu looked good, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is a handsome man. And so is the side of...
I meant on Star-Lord, but touche.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Going down the wrong path there.
Yeah.
But I think that this team, in terms of Nova, they have a lot to look at right now. Back of the drawing boards. Shib, we will be here until the 10th, I believe, right? So... Yeah. And we fly home, obviously, the next day, and that's going to be very sad because I'm already so excited.
Too fun. Yeah.
This is going to be over in Snap. I was telling Shib before this, I was like, these events, man, I mean, they just go over in a blink of an eye, and it's very sad because it's so much fun.
Time flies.
Yep, time flies when you're having fun, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we are, it's just a whole nother level being here. I love this event. I think NetEase did a great job putting this together so, effectively. It's such high production quality. It's blowing my mind. But as we do look again, Vaughn, that is one of the best Magnetos in the game. But we're seeing here slowly that maybe not as diverse of a hero pool. Still looked pretty good out there on the Strange. Had some good final hits and definitely had some good all potential.
And this is what we're talking about. No matter how mechanically skilled you are, if you're having to do stuff like that, you're already behind.
Agreed.
Because they played the Star-Lord, they played the Doctor
And that's why we're
Strange.
seeing less Strange, I think. You need to have the ability to have somebody else swap Strange.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. So
and that's brutal because I love playing Strange. But I do think that at this
he's like a comfort
point,
pick kind of for people, right?
For sure. I mean, he is your standard Vanguard, right? Has a large 800, I believe, shield. I got double check. I remember again.
It's something you could do in ranked. Right, if you're just playing a ranked game, you're just like not comfortable on Vanguards. Like I have to go Doctor Strange because it's the only one I'm comfortable on.
Yeah.
That's fine, but not here at the professional level, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I would argue that things like Groot, now that they're taking a little more of a forward seat in the meta, Strange comes back, right? Shields are Strange's issue with Eye, and not having Eye with Thing, with Groot, still playable, very playable
we just saw
heroes.
him,
It gives that all much more value, so it does bring him back. And then obviously the change recently where his Maelstrom or his E does not have damage fall off, so it does help his ultimate get a ton of damage burst. So a lot of positive changes to Strange, definitely viable. But at this level of play, they like to have the ability to teleport back or guarantee the teleport back.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of things there that sort of add up. And I think when we watched our North American region, right, when we saw a team like Shroud X, rest in peace, what happened to them is that, you know, they put, I think, some of their players onto Star-Lord, and it looked good because it was a comfort pick, right? These guys were so good at playing Star-Lord in the most compositions, but when you don't play with the triple res, it does feel so much worse, right? Like, because if you go down on Star-Lord, like, Star-Lord's playstyle is almost built around Adam Warlock, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
aggressive.
I'm so curious what happens in the upcoming patch that you talked about earlier, because, like, half the playstyle is going in and, I mean, I hate to say it, it's going down, getting KO'd, and then coming back with the res, and now that's gone.
Well, there is the new addition. So they do have now, he will have a teleporter. So he will be able to join, but it requires Rocket on the team. So that's the other trade-off where who knows how it's going to work. Can place a portal or a teleportal, and it has, from my understanding, based on the feedback I saw from the streamers, it has no range limitation. So you can essentially play hyper aggro right near, place it right near a health pack, go in hyper aggro, have Magneto bubble you, play like crazy, teleport out as soon as you're done. So there is going to be, it's crazy, dude.
That's insane,
There's
bro.
so much coming, so exciting.
my God.
I'm stoked to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we're changing things every month.
I love it.
That's crazy. Make sure to come back through when you can see our roadmap, by the way, online. Season 3.5, I believe, right? So that's insane, man. All the new skins and stuff, too. So many changes coming out. And that reminded me, I was going to say something I completely forgot because I was just staring at beautiful eyes. And I completely forgot what I was going to talk about. It was something along the lines of... no, just...
You're good. Just the new team-ups in general, I think, is where we left off. But, I mean, I am excited to see how the rest pan out. Like I said, see the meta shift. I think the consistent patches of once a month, right? Like, that is crazy, if not more. I mean, more so the seasonal patches, right? With 3-5-3, and then a little 4-4-5. Excited to see who the heroes are announced. We haven't even got Blade yet. I can't wait to see Blade. Blade looks insane.
Yeah.
I love the sharpest hero. That cracks me up. That ultimate with anti-heal now being a part of the game. There is so much stuff coming into this game and changes to the meta and new, like, just foundational ways of playing. I just can't wait for more.
Oh my God. I can't either, man. I literally can't either. I think you got maybe a little bit of a sneak peek on that stuff.
I was here. I was enabled.
You were enabled.
That's it.
Fan phase, man.
Yeah, we've got Mantis off the rip from Rad, but interesting. Nova electing to ban Torch instead, which is surprising to me, and getting rid of the cap.
They're getting rid of the Captain America.
Ooh, there we go.
The Magneto ban as well. What would you notice?
Oh, I thought they were. Excuse me. I thought, honestly, I saw Nova ban the Mag, but Rad instead locking in on the. Or excuse me. Yeah, I saw Rad ban the Mag. Excuse me, my fault. But
so that is interesting. They're focusing on the Loki, and this is what we talked. I was talking to Trust Me in the hallway. This is probably what he's focusing on. He said some heroes are map specific.
Yeah.
Some heroes are not good on certain maps, and in the last map in Domination, you know more than anybody. Loki on Domination, maybe not as good because.
Sure.
You know, you know where he's going to go.
Placement,
yeah, he's always close by. But when we go to a map like Aegis of Path, you can see where Trust Me's coming from, and that Loki on this map is a lot stronger.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah. I mean, just placements alone of what you can do with Loki crystals on the first point is insane.
Yep.
As we push into map 2, will Nova be able to clutch this up and go to game 3, or will it be held and shut down by Rad? On the second map on Yggdrasil's path, this choice is going to be on the side of Nova as they are attacking off the rip here. Composition, going to have that Strange still. Ooh, going to be on. Ooh, I like the flyer play here as they have. Oh, they are going to do the portal. I love this strategy, using the Punisher portal on the back end to force them forward, but unfortunately, it's not got a great LOS.
No, they just walk on forward, right? That was a good rotation. That's what we're talking about. I mean, they already did force out early cooldowns from Rad Esports, but man, that was a good rotation from the side of Rad to get away from all that backline damage. And nobody's gone down yet because of how much value Fate's having on Loki.
Yeah, great positioning here. We talked about the clone placement, right? You can actually put them on some high line angles. You can put them on the right side there and just force his eyes to the left. If you see Loki clones, please break them. Just trust me, it will vastly enable your team to play more aggressively, and it will vastly reduce the amount of healing on the opposition. Melio here, gonna match it right back with the Ultrons. We're gonna see, actually switch here from Nova almost completely. A lot of changes. Yek's gonna be on the Venom. Woo! Gonna shut down. Trust me though. And that is, we talked about the Bucky coming out, of course. We see it. And more Cloak. We haven't seen a lot of Cloak yet.
No, a lot of
a little bit,
yeah. And they're running the triple again. The triple with the triple strategist with the Ultron alongside the Mantis backline for the peel, as well as the healing for your divers. So already here comes that Psylocke ultimate ready to go. The Greens are forced out. Fate goes down.
Bobo with one Naga onto Ghost though to try to even those numbers, and they do. Rajaro onto Clem. Melio with a two-piece on Uwu to finish it up, trying to find another good retake by Rad to hold on.
And this is the tough part about being Psylocke, right? Once cooldowns are used, Bobo found one obviously on the backside from Uwu in the spawn camp, but because Rad is playing such a mobile composition, because Trust Me was found early, it doesn't matter. I mean, Venom is one of the fastest characters in the game at getting back to the cart, so playing objectives so well is that side. Only losing Fate as well. Good split up, I think, from Rad Esports there, as they already have 2 minutes off the clock. This is looking similar to the Envy game earlier.
And we start again, ult advantage heavily on the side of Nova. The tackle goes out. Trust me, just trying to bait out cooldowns. Does see the, that's great bubble placement there. It is gonna hold on. Match right back, but no. The Eternal Bond keeping the team healthy, and that is gonna be a cooldown traded. Well done from both sides, way to stay healthy. Melio still holding on tight. Rajaro goes down from Clem. Following up on the Eternal Bond, again, play hyper aggro. If you are playing Cloak and you launch that ultimate, don't be afraid to stay in damage mode and allow your healing to do its job as Ghost and Bobo trade right back. Trust Me goes down. Will they keep holding? Looking really good here. They need to press forward as there's only 1:30 on the clock. Great crystals, goes in Viz, gets popped early. Yexin gonna clean out Fate.
Yeah, nice clean plays by them and Rad, and luckily for them, they don't have to worry about res, but they do have to worry about this portal coming back from Trust Me. They have ultimates ready to go. Can Nova react with Ghost and that Fate of the Worlds?
Very good patience by Nova, though, in terms of overutilization. Clem, the only one popping ult in that entire exchange, and now they have 5 ready. Ghost gonna use the dance floor. Will we see a damage boost combination here with the Venom, potentially, or the Psionic? Good tackle, Bobo! Gonna find Melio. Onto Trust Me. They're up 2 numbers now. 3 ults get popped. Bond goes up in the sky with the Meteor Ram. Doesn't land. Holding on to that Kraken impact. Everyone's walking. Make that 3. Rajaro. The Psionic seduction. Just walking everyone to their KO as Naga tries to chase down.
Man, what a play there by Rad. I mean, Rajaro, like you mentioned, came back through. Fate, by the way, swapping over to that Warlock to help support level 1 Crook on the Mantis, give themselves those resurrections. Fate no longer off on the Loki, giving up on that hero who is seen as such a strong one to give themselves that team up in Rajaro, like you said, huge ult.
Start another fight here as they do press forward. Nova is trying to get back out, forced backwards, and we will see a retake again. Still holding on to this Kraken impact. This needs to get launched quickly here before the team gets those ultimates back. Bobo gonna find Naga, and that is massive. Gets Fate, still holding on. There it is, the Kraken impact goes. That's one as Rajaro falls. Do I see more? Up we go, bang! Does not land. Fate gonna res back up. Bobo gonna find level 1. Fate right back into What a play there by Fate. Very clean on the Warlock animation. Cancel to find some value. Yexin gonna take out Fate now with no res, and that should be point 1. Finally, Nova able to walk this thing through NOT.
And this is interesting. We heard about Nova Esports, how aggressive of a team they are. They have not been able to play aggressive. They've been more of a counter dive team like we saw earlier, coming back through, able to take down those divers, coming through on the top side, knowing where both Fate and Naga were. Shut down by Bobo, shut down by with a nice headshot on Bucky, and it's going to be so hard to stay alive versus it. Fate's also now over to the Jeff, so we're looking at the exact same comp except minus the Star-Lord for Rad Esports.
Yeah, Jeff back in the field again. The triple strategist line is there. And there is no ban on Star-Lord. They're elected to just not use it at this point. Out we go with the Feast. Doesn't find too much value. Way to escape there by Yexin. Still holding on to the point. Just going to stall as long as possible. Try to build some ultimates up. Trust Me does have the Feast zone. We know how strong they can be as Bobo! Make it 3! Yexin cleans up. Bobo is different here on the dance of the Cutterfly. Do I see 4 with the chase down? Will they get it done? No. The res is not going to be used. I believe they will be canceled and start again. You got 1:30 on the clock.
Well, Trust Me just found 2 on the back line. They're losing everybody, but oh my gosh, knock out this guy to Bobo. He talked about this guy, man. He's freaky with it.
Bobo is showcasing some power here on the side lock, looking very fluid. Great position, great patience, and honestly, just great connections, great tracking on those shots. Bobo with a bunch of headies. As I say that, down goes Melio, Bobo from Melio, as they're going to walk them back to the spawn door. Great retake. Didn't get a ton of space there from the cart, but that's why they just have raw speed here for the side. Oh my goodness, by Rad. Jeff has a ton! will they be able to get there?
No.
Only movement from Venom, so Venom should make it back. Yep.
So Bucky.
Oh, Bucky with the jump back.
He killed. Wait, he got rid of Naga.
Interesting.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Fate threw Melio off. I don't know if Fate knew, if I'm being completely honest. Or maybe, you know, just pure confidence. Or I have no idea.
No, that was a mistake. It must have been.
Must have been.
Maybe he doesn't have a bound or something. That's crazy that you would throw off your own teammate. That's like that's a quick play thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe there'll be an interview question. We'll have to hear about that. But, you know, at that point, at this point, they just need to win the fight, or that will be something talked about. And they go right back heavy, and Melio's already here. So it ended up not being too much of an issue. Still was able to trade a few. Maybe that's the argument. It was an even trade. Ghost going to find Melio. Rajaro onto Yexin, though. Excuse me, Yexin onto Rajaro. They are still walking. Just trying to hold here from Trust Me. Ultimate advantage heavily with Nova, who are looking much better here on this map. Trust Me, though, onto Bobo. Melio going to res back and still hold on. Trust Me frozen. That was the problem last time. Out we go again with that butterfly. Doesn't get a pick. Everyone's stacking. Great play. Kraken impact goes out. Does it land? It does not. It does, but will they follow up with Meteor Rev to reset? And they are not able to hit it. And it allows them to hold on. A lot of ultimates there with not a ton of value.
Yeah, the thing is they're not making mistakes here on the inside angle. Until now Clem goes down. There's too much pressure. The cooldown's used, and they're all flanked. Here comes another Jeff ultimate.
Trust Me with one. Bobo gonna find Crook, but still up in numbers is the side of Rad. And there's one picked here from Fate. Will it throw Magneto off? I believe it will land, as Magneto does not have that ultimate to get back to the battlefield. Melio gonna find one again. Numbers back in their favor. Still holding on a point, just stalling for days. Yexin just trying to hold on. Naga keeping that space away. Melio gonna find Yexin, and that should do it, unless we see some sort of teleport. Ooh, on the teleport, I believe it does go through, as they should be on the back side. Now they are. Yeah, the teleport does go through. Held on tight, though. Train just holding that shield on the right side, not allowing people to press through. Trust Me, gonna find Uwu, and that could do it. It does.
Yeah, I think that was, man, that was so fun, so interesting out of Rad Esports there to swap over to that comp fully. I mean, give up on the Loki stuff. You could see that maybe they kind of threw out the window, understanding that the map was probably good for the Loki on the first point, on like very beginning.
Sure. But
swapping over to the Jeff stuff yet again to get the hold in the second phase of the map. And I think maybe to go over to the Jeff teammate elimination, I'm assuming it's probably because like he wants to get, you know, to the coast as fast as possible.
Sure.
So you're like, I just got to keep holding on to you, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but I got to get there to throw these guys off the map. Shows up, accidentally takes his own teammate's life.
No, I do think you're right. I think that's exactly what it was. He was down to the wire, and you know he knew Venom was getting back. He was trying to get a two-piece trade 2-for-1, and that's exactly what was happening. But
it's so
still,
funny.
the Bucky punch was just perfect.
He threw off Melio, right? That's what you said?
Melio got back for the next fight, though. But
he did. That's like that's the last guy you want to throw off, right? Because both.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's what you called it out. You said how like everybody has mobility there.
Sure.
That got thrown off on the other team. Melio's the one guy who doesn't because he's Adam Warlock.
Usually, when you have time with Jeff, if you're right on the edge, the speed of the initial propulsion, if you're looking straight down, won't allow the punch back from yeah, but he just couldn't get there in time. It's not like you're wrong. You're absolutely correct. It was just way too far. So at that point, it's worth probably throwing your teammate and just hoping that you get somebody else. They still they cleaned up. I think the comms are more so follow me and you'll at least get another. And I think I had to double check on the replay. I think when they punched back, they were taken out immediately.
See, that's the thing. Maybe we got to add for Jeff. Maybe you give like instead of throwing your to maybe nerf griefing on Jeff. Maybe give him a blowhole, you know? Maybe give him a blowhole at the top.
That might be too much.
That might be too much. Make sure your teammates can live instead of being able to spit them off the map with the same mouth.
Jeff is, you know, it's funny to see him played at this level so consistently, but goes to show you Jeff is still playable. I do think it's very difficult to find value, but running triple like this, especially with this Guardians comp, Jeff is absolutely viable because you have Bond and you have triple just to kind of keep the team healthy. Rajaro gonna find Bobo though, and that's one Naga looking up towards the Venom. Does it collapse? No. Still chasing, gets stuck there on the edge just slightly. Good retaking, good repositioning, but still holding them. And Rad is just walking them on point one and setting up for the next fight.
I mean, it's an unbelievable amount of pressure right now. They're trying to play the
that's a tough Jeff spot.
It's a tough Jeff spot, too, yeah, in the main side, too. I mean, this is going to be so hard for Nova to retake here.
Yeah, I mean, if you just spray your line down. Ooh, but Clem with a great blind. Down goes Fate. Trust Me, gonna find Ghost. Even down Bobo onto Naga, trying to retake this point and get those ults in time. Clem does have the Eternal Bond, and down we go towards the back line again. Bond goes out. Team will stay healthy. Wow, what a good Bond from Warlock. In return, Jeff does it. Oh! Are you kidding me? Fate with a 4-piece right to the side. Will he jump with? Yes, he will. Fate with 4, and that should give them point 1.
Oh my goodness, what an eat by Fate. Entire team sent back to the spawn, man. Shiv, what a play. We haven't seen that yet.
Are you kidding me?
That was crazy, man. Unbelievable from Fate. 5 minutes left to go in the second phase of the map now. Rad also saving on the ultimates because of it. I mean, it was so efficient. Just 4 in the mouth, off the map, they win.
Yeah, I have fear for how many Jeffs we will see in ladder after this tournament. Fate, what have you done to us? Fate is different. That was so smart, so patient. Honestly, maybe crowded by the noise of the ultimates. I'm not quite sure how he got so many off this level play, but it was beautiful. Meteor M goes out, does not collide. Up we go with Galactic Legend and the dance, but it gets matched by another dance as Vaughn finds Fate. Vaughn doing a good job, doing a ton of damage and not missing onto Jeff, which is a difficult task. Trust me, goes down from Vaughn again. Vaughn looking really good on his comfort pick. Make that 2 more. Vaughn is built different. Bobo gonna clean up the rest. Oh, psych, as the rest comes in.
Yep, Rez coming back into it now, and now they're actually going to use the speed boost from Jeff as well, from Majaro. They're able to avoid it, though, and actually take down level 1 Crook, who has to use the self-res, so all cooldowns gone. Nova actually put themselves in a decent spot, but they have no ultimates. Neither does Rad.
That's kind of slept on. The speed boost Psionic Seduction from Emma. That's actually kind of crazy. It didn't work there, but I like that idea a lot. Trust me, gonna find Uwu. Bobo back to level 1 Crook. Bobo is looking so good in this map, finding so much value without even ults. Obviously using ults to force out strategist line cooldowns, but nobody has ult yet. Gonna be very close to an even spread here on the final fight of this point. I say that, psych, I lied. There's still a final fight if you're on defense because it's right there, but 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Yexin and Bobo, they're all stepping up now. Nova does not want to go home, or at least go down to the lower side of the bracket just yet. Yexin on a Rajaro.
Nova are so good at living. I feel like the pressure from Rad is unbelievable. And this is what I noticed as well when we watch their scrims from Nova. This team is so good at peel jobs when they need to, right? To come back, to stay alive, regroup as a unit, and I mean, it's just so clean. It's so high level from them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Fate does have ult ready, trust me as well. They will see matched actually an advantage on the side of Nova. Yexin with an early pick, that is very big. Especially prior to a fight like this when you're 96% to an ultimate. That's going to force a reset from the team. You'll see them be patient. Please do that in ladder. Drop back if you're down a number if you have the time. No reason to waste more time with staggering. Well played and great decision making by Rad, but that is second nature to them at this point. Here we go with the engagement. You typically only want to engage with that, with the movement cooldowns if you have ultimate up, so you can have double shield. It buys you enough time to get it back at the end. Naga goes and tries to find one just barely. Not able to find it. Great positioning by the back line and very intelligent to find a way out and force a cooldown out without using much. Another good eat by Fate. And it does manage to grab the Venom on his side, but it's going to just kind of buy some time and try to give them an advantage in the fight.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Take him out for now, at least allowing level 1 Hook to find Uwu, and now they're coming back in, going aggressive with Rosario again to cap this last point.
And out goes Sonic again. Dance floor is matched on a point. Team staying healthy. We still have Yex in here with the Feast. Just going to use that to stall if possible, if need be. Bobo with a pick. Melio going to res. Level 1 Crook. Remember, Warlock, if you walk forward, you are the beacon for the res. It is not the placement of the location of that beacon. It is your hero. So walk forward, Vaughn. Going to find Fate. Rajaro, trust me, with a 2-piece. Numbers back in their favor once again. No, it's not, though, as Yexin takes Melio. Are the portals coming out with a minute 40? There will not be a portal reset. It's a 3-minute cooldown.
Yeah, is that too early then?
Might be.
Oh no, are they going to come back? Then yeah, level 1 Crook's going to have to swap back. That's a good call out. I mean, they teleport in. Wait, they want to close it out here right now, but Bobo, level 1 Crook's only a little bit too far.
This is I'm sure it's, here we go. Yexin going to try to find some value here. Very low on both sides of the strategist, and they pay for it. I don't know if that portal was worth it. They will not have it for the end here. They're going to have to reset as a team and try this again. Got to get an ult fight working. Nova looking clean right now, showing up when they need to on this defense with a minute and 16 on the clock.
Yeah, the peel, the healing from Uwu going over to Adam Warlock with the Ultron, they can't be dove upon as easily. So this change is working so well for Nova, on top of the fact, like you called, Vaughn, Bobo, and Yexin are all problems for Rad right now.
Here we go again on the next fight. We do have the It's Jeff ready. Yes, that is the name of the ultimate. And the Galactic Legend level 1 fights Yexin early. Jeff gonna try to find a few in the back line. It does! 2 strategists is huge. Walk away Ultron. Gonna shut it down. Clem is different. What a good decision. Way to hold on and saving out of that Meteor and instead electing to use Ultron's Rage. Very good decision as it does allow some eat there, but it didn't find much value. Vaughn falling low. Rajaro finds one. Holy, back and forth we go. Uwu gonna res up here on Vaughn. Trust me, gonna take Ghost. Uwu onto Ghost again. Right back in they go. Nova staying healthy. Will we be able to keep on to the point here with Vaughn? Yes, they are so far. Bobo onto Naga. This is so back and forth, folks. The res goes out.
But grabbed. Oh my goodness. stop for now. Bobo also slept, but they can't shut him down. Chip, they've not been able to take down the problem. Nova with Bobo is disgusting, but Naga finally takes down Clem.
Are you kidding me? Rajaro now. Rad might close this out right now. 3 seconds on the clock. They look like they will. Wow, what a defense, but no, it does not matter. Rad wins this map and puts Nova into the loser bracket.
What a performance from Rad, and honestly, shout out to both teams. That was a beautiful play from Nova to, against all odds towards the very end, make those swaps, right? That's the big thing we talk about. If this was not just the best out of 3,
they looked so good, dude.
I wonder what would happen in the next map, and we'll see if they can make it out of the play-ins. Maybe even later go back and look at it, because a BO3 is not a lot of time to make adjustments.
Agreed. I think they looked like a much better team there towards the end, and strangely, they didn't change the bans up. Maybe they were more afraid of something that they saw, whether it was scrims or they know of. Because I do think they just let that happen again with the Guardians Cup. I'm not saying it was necessarily what forced the loss or made them lose, but strange decision there. I'm not sure exactly what that is for, unless they just consistently keep bans that way. But wow, that was a battle, and Nova almost did it.
Man, and well, you know what? That was a great game to watch and see. Who these players even are, right? When we go back and look at Nova, we talked about how hard it is to even watch these guys in the West. Now, they've made a name for themselves, right? They're they had a close series with one of the best teams here. People talking about how good Rad is.
Sure.
Pretty much all the Asia region teams, whether it be China, whether it be from Korea, they talk about how good Rad Esports is right now. So they're not just a play-in team, like you said, with Envy earlier.
Yeah.
So Nova looked really good despite everything that happened, despite losing 2-0.
And they ran that most crazy, unique composition. I love the Jeff pick with Guardians. Guardians is incredibly strong right now. Do not get it twisted, but the Jeff decision with the speed boost, not necessarily needing Magneto, using the Venom to just follow up on everything, the spins and the speed. It's so difficult to escape. I mean, that was awesome. Mantis, obviously, for damage boost, for the Eat, for that Feast of the Abyss. They just looked really, really good. But Nova, I liked what they really adapted. They just could not shut it down.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rad Esports definitely a team that is so good right now. I mean, they're just going to be definitely a force to be reckoned with, and we're going to see them versus Envy coming up later. Yeah, man, and we get to see also on the opposite side GenG versus Nova. So we're going to see that China versus Korea matchup, and on the opposite side we're going to see EU versus North America. So that's going to be a lot of fun later on in the day, man, to see who qualifies and who gets in to the main event in the main stage.
Yeah, I love that. It's only something you can see right here in the mid-season finale. This is beautiful and a ton of fun to watch. But yeah, I mean, while we're still here, because obviously we're going to be transitioning casters over the next patch, who do you think takes home the next 2 maps?
Man,
I'm throwing you on the spot.
Next 2 maps?
I think that, or excuse me, the next 2 matchups.
Right, so we got Rad versus Envy later on. I got to go with Envy, I think. Rad looks really good, but there is some stuff they need to work on. That's the difference. Maybe on the opposite side, maybe they played against a potentially easier lineup, with GenG maybe having a hard time so far adapting. Because Nova looked pretty damn good. Yeah. So realistically, like, I would maybe want to I'd change my bet, actually. I'm going to go with Rad. I'm going to go Rad. I'm changing it up. I talked myself into it. Just because of how strong of an opponent Nova looked like they were. Sure. The fact that Rad was able to get it done, I think there were some things they need to work on for sure. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I feel like Rad actually probably wins that series. But what do you think on that one in that matchup?
See, I think if a team can handle the obscure comps, or at least understand the banning phase, I do think it would be Envy that would be able to handle that. But Rad looked incredible, but I'm going to stick to my guns. I have to say Envy.
And both teams, every team still has a chance to qualify.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So, even if they lose that, the 2 winner sides of the bracket, obviously, for those, but those who maybe didn't understand, whoever wins that match will immediately be in out of the play-in stage, but then that loser will go down and play the winner of the winners, or the losers, excuse me.
Right, so it's going to be a lot still going on. No team sent home just yet.
Not just yet.
Until we see that GenG versus Nova matchup, man. And that's going to be brutal.
Crazy teams to have to send home.
Already. Yeah, that's insane that we have to send one of those teams home. I know Nova, they did play really well. I think I've earned a lot of respect for them. I don't know about you. I mean, for sure. And I think Rad, we already know how good they are, so that's kind of why I don't talk about them maybe enough. Because this whole team, as a cohesive unit, they look really good. And, they have very unique strategies, like you said, with the Jeff stuff, the 3-2-1 speed boost stuff that they kind of do. There's a lot of sort of momentum shifting things. The pressure that they had was so much. The fact that somehow Nova was holding on when there was that much pressure on them, right? With all the Adam Warlock soul bonds, with the Jeff speed boost and stuff, with those Jeff eats. The fact they were living for as long as they did is absolutely crazy. But that goes to show the pressure of that triple strategist composition with the Jeff and with that Adam Warlock.
Yeah, the only issue I see with the side of Rad was not banning that out. I mean, if you're not going to match it right back, the triple, right? Is that what you're mentioning? Or?
Yeah, for Nova, yeah.
Like that's just in my. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. on the side. But I mean, I do think that I don't know. I think there needs to be a change. I think we need to see some adapt. I think we need to see these teams just harness. We saw some confidence come back. I think that's super important. But yeah, we go into these now. Now that it's getting a little more crucial to win, it's going to be a whole nother level of play.
For sure. And I think it was sort of an interesting approach as well that they banned the Magneto round number 1, or map number 1. Didn't value it as much in the next one, right? They let Vaughn just play his comfort pick.
They weren't worried, which is awesome, right? I think that's a sign of confidence. And Vaughn is really good on Magneto. You saw the tracking there on Jeff a few times. Obviously, Jeff can be difficult to hit, especially with the speed boost in that Finn form. So really clean, looked really impressive. But I think we need to see some changes in the structure of the bans, and maybe things will change up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, and at least in terms of what you're going to play, at least change it in the game, like they did towards the end. I think Nova adapted. When we watched GenG, we didn't see many adaptations. I think, unfortunately, or adaptations rather. When we look at GenG later on, unfortunately, I don't know about you, but I feel like they look like the weakest team we've seen so far. Is that a fair statement?
I would agree. Either that or Envy looks like the strongest. I do think that performance, there was a lot of mistakes. Being down ult advantage from GenG, they were not converting, or being up in ult advantage and not converting was a problem. But I just have yet to see, and I'm sure the audience may have an opinion on it, but I've yet to see if that's a downside for GenG or an upside for Envy. And that's something we're going to learn over these tournaments. I need to see, and we all need to see these teams in precarious positions, doing things against weird comps, for example, or when the ban is heavily targeted to somebody that maybe has a lesser hero pool. I know these teams are working on these pools and trying to have other compositions they can pull out, but if you really hard focus somebody, it can be detrimental. If there's a weak link, you exploit it. If you're down a number every single time, you're going to win every fight.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, we'll find it out very soon how the side of Envy is going to look later. Same thing with GenG. Maybe it was, like you said, just Envy being such a dominant team, so good right now. So that's going to be insane. Like, imagine that we watch this series and then we somehow see Rad and Envy in the finals later on, and we get it in the play-in stage. Like,
that would be awesome.
That would be crazy. You know, we'll see what happens. Obviously, things can change, but. From everything we've heard behind the scenes in terms of Scrimbucks, which everybody knows is not the end-all be-all.
No.
But, I mean, both teams, at least visually, look very good out there.
Yeah, I mean, the story is just being written, right? We're going to see storylines being developed right now. Obviously, these teams have, past, and we love pulling from the past and seeing what they're going to do. But at a land like this, the story is just being written. We're going to see teams lose down early, come back and clutch up. We've seen that a few times in the tournament. We talk about how the margin of skill between these teams is paper thin. It's really anyone showing up on any day. And that's why it is so fun to watch. And that's why there are so many fans for various teams, because every team is performing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I want to see the next match as well when we get to see.
We're going to be here for that. We got to watch it.
We got to watch it. I mean, we'll be in the crowd definitely for sure watching that, as we have Mello and our boy Liger behind the scenes going to come up and take on over once we swap out of there. We also, I'm sure Cozy's getting ready on stage. It looks like that's Fate actually coming up. That's going to be fun for the interview on stage. And
Silent No More.
Silent No More. We're going to finally hear him, and that's going to be us probably setting it off in a second as we go back to them and change out the casters later on, man. I'm so excited to see what Fate says.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a bit about Jeff here. I have a strange feeling that we will, but you see, again, trust me, we talk about the big brain, right? Again, taking that MVP 36K damage block is obscene.
It's obscene for sure. And the biggest thing with Trust Me is this guy always, to me, seemed like a very mechanically skilled player.
He is, yeah.
Absolutely. And you could see it in the match that we had in terms of the damage. This guy is always, to me, the guy that I look out for as a super, super mechanically skilled Vanguard player. And the fact that he has evolved and added that sort of in-game leader status, that person that controls the ebb and flow of the game, that cannot be understated how hard that is to macro your team. You have good communication in ranked and stuff, but how can you talk about how hard it is to maybe talk and also be that mechanically skilled player on Vanguard?
Yeah, I think it's dependent on team comp. In ladder, it is good to have an IGL, right? Yeah. IGL finds success with certain teams like Rad, where they do have a leader. For those who don't know IGL, you may have heard this term in the past. It essentially means there's one leader of comms. It doesn't necessarily mean leader of the team, anything like that. Or so, just trust what they say and try to commit to it as a team. And that is what Trust Me does for this team. A lot of other teams will have more diverse comms, where it's more so everybody speaks up. There's maybe leaders that speak more, but it's more open. But when it comes to this team, Trust Me is very much consistently having that conversation, hoping that everyone commits to it, and just thinking about every possibility. I don't know how it's possible to have that kind of brain and still be that mechanically skilled, but he does it.
It's a combination of everything for this man. I mean, he's so gifted genetically, on top of the fact that he is so passionate for Marvel Rivals. I mean, every chance this guy has, he will be talking about the game. We'll obviously talk about everybody else on the team too. There's not just him. Naga was popping off on Psylocke, going back and forth with Bobo, who we talked about a lot. Naga was also doing very similar things on those dives alongside Trust Me. So it's that combination, that tandem of the two. And then the back line. I mean, it wasn't just, the thing is when we talk about back line,
it is so slept on,
So slept on for sure.
Level 1 Crooks, Mantis. I can't believe they're still letting that Mantis through, in my opinion. That needs to go. We saw a ton of Melio reses that were massive. And then we don't even mention Fate, who will be having this interview here shortly. But look at this right here. 4Ps is so beautiful.
They didn't replay the one where he took his own teammate out.
Well, I think it's oh, no, it's not later.
No, that was earlier. They're hiding it. They're saving it.
Yeah, got to hold on to that.
Never happened.
The team's going to show that one later. But
I wonder if Cozy will bring it up. Probably not. He probably doesn't want to piss off Fate. Fate comes out the interview, he just punches Cozy.
Yeah, right.
Because he's like, why would you bring that up, man?
No, but that was disgusting. And just great off-map angle there, being very close. It just had plenty of time. And then at that point, when you have that many of the enemy, you just commit to falling off the map and getting KO'd yourself, because that trade is just so worth it. You don't want to give a chance for anyone to be able to climb back, especially if somebody in the next patch, with Venom, may have easy swing bound. As long as you hit that button, you'll be out. But there is that res we're talking about from Melio, doing a great job keeping the team healthy. And honestly, this fight right here was everything. Obviously, it's the last 10 seconds of the game, so that's very self-explanatory. But more so, Nova was heavily up in ults. They just could not stop. And when they did make a play, Melio rested the team back and no one went down. And instead, Rajaro with a 3-piece there. Gorgeous. Crook finding a pick. Really well played.
Absolutely really well played. They locked in for sure. So, dude, that was like, the whole meme where somebody's sitting back in the chair relaxing.
Yeah.
And then as soon as it's, getting serious, 3 minutes left in the streets phase, gamer posture. Full forward, dude. They were
smell the screen.
They
That's
smell the screen, dude.
Yeah.
Smell the sweat there, smell the spit that you obviously had earlier. But that, man, what a series. That was so
us
much
casting
fun.
today. You know what I mean? During those games, man, I was inside.
You were
the screen.
spitting everywhere, dude. Chips, saliva,
disgusting.
I have bottles everywhere. Keeping it home, selling it on eBay later on. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it would be free. Freemium. But, man, what a fun series. There were 2-0s, right?
Yep.
That did not feel like a 2-0 at least. That last game it felt like ages, and I think that is what we're trying to see here, seeing the teams bounce back. I do agree, GenG didn't step up in that moment, but teams, and you like to talk about this a lot, I think it needs to be talked about, have weaknesses. It isn't always this team is better. Some teams just play better into each other, and that's based on their comfort picks and their compositional changes, just who they feel like they can run, or even if they just understand their opposition more. That stuff all comes into play, and it's never black and white like that.
No, yeah, it's all about finding holes, finding the weaknesses in your opponents, what heroes maybe they're not as strong at. So we'll see, obviously, when that pops up later on, man. But yeah, it's been so much fun. There's so much more to go. That's the big thing.
Yeah, we're going to learn over the tournament about that. And they're all going to learn. They're watching these games too.
This is still early days. We're still early on in the tournament, in the play-in stage. Coming up is going to be the potential eliminations. We're going to go to the stage interviewing Fate with Cozy.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the post-match interview. We just saw Team Rad defeat the hometown hero here in Nova Esports, and I'm joined by the team captain, Fate. Hey, this is your first LAN, and this moment has built up to so much. What does it mean to you to come out here, and how do you feel?
I mean, we feel so good. The stage, everything, it's unbelievable. The setup, it's so unreal. I think we're very happy that we get to participate in this tournament, and we're going to prove that by making sure we win it.
Well, I think Rad is known for their diverse lineups. And we saw a lot of Jeff, the baby land shark. I know you viewers always love a good Jeff game. And we saw your own teammate go off the map, and also 4 enemies going off the map and clutching wins with it. Tell me about symbiotic shenanigans and how that helps you out while you use it, and talk about Jeff into your team.
Yeah, I think Jeff is a very underrated hero. The team up is very strong, and there's a lot of tech towards Jeff that a lot of people don't really understand yet. So I think he's a very undiscovered character, and I think us and Envy are the 2 teams that are really proving that Jeff is becoming a good character again. In terms of my ult, it wasn't the proudest moment. The rest of the map, I was trying to make sure I recovered it. That's where the 4K came from, but it's not the best, but we got there. We got the 4K.
People are just happy seeing Jeff, and getting the 4-piece was awesome with it. With all that diversity in the lineup, when it comes to the pick ban phase, does that help you and allow you to adjust to what you might see, because you guys have so much in your arsenal? Walk me through the pick ban phase against not only Nova. Did they do anything that maybe surprised you?
Honestly, we didn't really know what to expect from Nova, because they're one of the Chinese teams who we haven't really scrimmed or played against much. But we kind of just went into the match, did our bans, and just rolled out on what we knew, and it was fairly easy.
Yeah. Well, awesome. I mean, for those that don't know you from, obviously you guys are from EMEA, but for all the other regions, for the viewers that don't know Rad, who are you guys? Tell the world.
We're the team that works the hardest, we're the best players, and we're going to be here to win the whole fucking tournament.
Oh my, love the confidence. Well, guys, we're going to be going up, and you're going to see them in just a moment. It's Rad versus Envy next up in the play-in stage, and then we're going to have ourselves a good match after that. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're back to the action. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Supernova! Disappear! It's clobbering time! Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Hello, we are Team Envy.
Hello, my name is Nero. I play strategist and I'm from California.
Hi, my name is Schmieder and I play duelist.
Hello, I'm Kalush and I play Vanguard. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start playing. I'm focused and my main goal is to win.
You don't dwell on any past mistakes and make sure you focus on the current map, current situation.
Like Kalush said, you need to be forgiving. You need to just, if someone makes a mistake, you tell them it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's human at the end of the day, and that just makes them feel more comfortable and more confident in themselves, which is very important when it comes to playing in matches. I want to play versus Sentinels because we lost versus them in our first match in this Ignite qualifier, and I just want to get my revenge on them.
I want to play against 100 Thieves. They talk the most trash to me, so I just want to beat them and then talk trash back.
Yeah, I'd say also 100 Thieves because they love to trash talk and it'd feel good to shut them up.
My team, of course, wants to win the championship, and I think if we play how we play in scrims, we'll easily win.
I'd say it's amazing because, coming to a different country and being greeted with all these people that take care of you and then being able to show up and do something I love, like play the game, it's awesome. 200 Thieves, the belt's coming out.
To Sentinels, you're going to wish you still had Kalush.
200 Thieves, 我会把你放在垃圾桶里。
Shout out my family. I know they're watching back home, and shout out my grandpa for being the best supporter.
Yeah, shout out to my mom and dad. They've been supportive of me this whole time.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Thanks for supporting me.
Hello, we are Rad.
I'm level 1 Crook and I specialize in Mantis, Loki and Lunar Snow.
Hello, I'm Trust Me. I specialize in Captain America, Venom, Hulk and Penny Parker.
It's definitely exciting. We want to win it, we want to do our best. It's definitely a big event. See what we can do really.
I hope we can do our best and I'm really enjoying it so far.
There's no downside, and I think we can happily go into the mid-season final tournaments and perform our best.
The big two for me are Envy and Sentinels. Envy is, honestly, we think probably one of the stronger teams in the competition. They're definitely ones we are going to be putting in a lot of focus into trying to beat. And Sentinels is also a team which I have friends on, and I know there's a high chance we'll play them early in the tournament, so they're one of our earlier focuses, and we need to make sure we beat them as well.
Personally, I would like to face Citadel Gaming again, since they're this other European team, and we did fall short to them in the Ignite finals in Europe. So I would love to meet them again and show that we can be the better team.
I think we will be able to beat any team. I don't think anyone is able to put a lot of pressure on us. I think the only thing we can do is focus and do our best. I think we need to put pressure on ourselves rather than be pressure from any team.
Yeah, I mean, you got no chance. We're going to be the ones to win, we're going to put in the most effort, we're going to roll every game, and to the team we see in the finals, unfortunate for you, but the crown will be ours.
The results will speak for themselves. L'anxiety,
嶺南有句俗話，飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
让世界记住我们的名字。
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. That's right, we are here at the mid-season finals. My name is Liger and I am joined by
Nello Mello will be your commentators for today as we continue the action in this mid-season finals. But first of all, how are you doing, Liger?
Nello, I am feeling absolutely amazing today. I have an amazing week in China. I'm all the way from Oceania. I'm having a great time. I am so excited for some Marvel Rivals gameplay. I've been waiting to cast for so long. And honestly, I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, I can feel the excitement exuberating from you. And honestly, I feel the same way because after a banger of the match that we have just witnessed just now, courtesy of Iron Shib and Dogman, I mean, what a banger of a match. Match 1, number 2,
Absolutely
1 and 2.
Amazing matchups. Absolutely amazing matchups. Honestly, I am so excited to see how this is going to turn out because we're going to go into some very desperate matches. The lower bracket.
Yeah.
It's going to be some final chances for teams to make it through.
Yeah, but next up, it's going to be Rad versus Envy, and both these teams are going to decide who's going to be moving on, and the other team will obviously have another fighting chance in the lower brackets. So right now, a little bit of time for GenG and of course Nova Esports to recuperate, recharge back in while they're fighting for the tournament lives, right, in the lower brackets. So at least there's a little bit of time for them there. But right now, we're super excited to watch what's going to happen between Rad versus Envy. So, Liger, Rad versus Envy, one has the shark factor, the Jeff factor. The other is just so good. I mean, they've already claimed, like, who's Team Envy? Best team. Best rival teams.
But at the moment, right now, that is what I want to witness right now. They're coming off some fiery wins, both getting 2-0 in their series, feeling confident going into this matchup. I want to know ultimately, how are they going to feel going into another team's winning momentum? Because winning momentum, you're going to get a clash.
Exactly.
Guaranteed.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, especially when it's like, how do you put this, two powerhouses going up against each other, and both of them are honestly trying to prove who is worthy, who's the better one, and who's worthy of making it to the plains, which is going to happen tomorrow. But as for now, it's safe to say out of these 4 teams, for those of you who have just tuned in, out of these 4 teams, 2 of them will be fighting for the tournament's lives, 2 of them will be sent home, while the other 2 will be making it to the play-ins tomorrow. Okay. So Rad, Envy, GenG, and Nova Esports. Right now, Rad versus Envy. I mean, I don't want to preemptively predict, but who do you think? Who do you think is gonna have that wow factor coming in, that surprise factor coming in?
We just witnessed the Jeff.
I know.
Woo! Fates Jeff.
Fates Jeff.
Unbelievable from Rad. It is gonna be exciting to see how that also goes up against Envy. As we know, Envy, they got a bit of a interesting situation for them. They didn't have the chance to choose a map because they did win. Right, but then of course when they were versing GenG actually picked their comfort map. So when they were at a disadvantage, they gained the advantage and then ran through. Now that's what I'm seeing right now. It's a battle of these teams sort of had you could say a 2-0. I wouldn't necessarily say it was a breeze. All the teams fought their hardest, but right now we're going to see a bit of a dynamic clash. We're going to see a change of the tide. We're going to see how it all unfolds, of course. And we've got Envy here with us today. These amazing players. We've got Month, Nero, Window, Kalush, Cheptree, and Cal.
Yeah, these are the players that you're seeing on Envy right now, citing the best Marvel rival teams right there. And of course, they are going to have that chance to prove themselves yet again in this bracket, because right now Envy is going to be going up against Rad Esports. But Envy though, oh my goodness, just so many talented players going up against. And also speaking about another talented team right here, Rad Esports led, starting with Naga, and then there's Melio, Trust Me, Rajaro, Level 1 Crook, and Fate. And that's the Fate you're talking about.
Ooh,
Jeff.
yeah. Oh yeah.
It's Jeff. Oh my god. You know what? Jeff, that Jeff factor coming in is definitely something that a lot of the teams, we've talked about this behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
Where they're all afraid of the Jeff factor coming in by Rad Esports.
Yeah. But honestly, alongside that, there are so many other picks. There's of course that Karmic Revival.
True.
That ultimate can change the tide. We're seeing that definitely start to climb up into the reliable strategies for all these teams here today at Marvel Rivals Ignite. A lot of the Guardians rival team up is going to be showing up. You're going to see Mantis as well, Solar Surge. It's going to be exciting to see all of that just pouring in. So much sustain going for these teams.
Yeah, I totally agree. And honestly, I was really surprised that they allowed the Guardian Revival to come through, because considering what happened in that game between Rad Esports and Nova, the moment that Rad was just bringing in Adam Warlock, allowing them to use it in the first half. After that impact in the first game, I was surprised that Nova did not ban it again, especially in that second game, which is why you see that Naga, even though he was eliminated in that very last clutch moment, he was still able to come back to the battlefield. So you cannot underestimate the power of that karmic, that Guardian Revival, the ability to come back to the battlefield as soon as possible.
That's true.
And I feel like that's maybe something they can probably take note of and probably just adapt in their downtime right now while we are waiting for Rad versus Envy's matchup.
Yes, right now the teams are getting ready. Right behind us, you can see this amazing, beautiful stage here today at Marvel Rivals Ignite. Hey, look, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the stage. I am amazed at what is just here today. I gotta say it out loud. You know, I didn't know we were going to get this. I have been so impressed with all of the Marvel Rivals team, with everything they've been developing behind the scenes, building this amazing stage, this amazing event as a whole for everybody to enjoy, of course, sitting at home. And for those who are here today, it is exciting. I cannot believe these players are playing with the best of the best equipment on the best of the best stages to prove who is the best of the best, so that we can find out who is the rest. Because that's all it is, and that's what it's about when we're talking about Marvel Rivals and esports as a whole.
Yeah, exactly. For a lot of the teams right now, this is the opportunity for them to prove themselves as the one above all.
Whoa.
Literally one above all, right?
I like that. I like that. That's good.
Yeah, because this is the stage, right? Right now, all eyes are on these 4 teams, anticipating which of these 2 teams are going to make it to the play-ins, which is going to happen tomorrow. And for those of you who are just tuning in, who are unaware of the format that's happening here, basically what happens is today, it's the day where we are having this play-in format going on, where all the second place, the third place teams from every region, they're going to battle out for the last 2 remaining spots in the play-ins. That's going to happen tomorrow, while all the first place teams are just waiting.
Those 6 teams are chilling comfortably.
Yeah,
relaxing today, learning about these teams. You know, I'm wondering, maybe they're maybe writing down who they want to verse. You know, out of these 4 teams, out of Envy, out of GenG, of course, out of Rad and Nova. Who do they want to go up against? You know, right now, I'll tell you what, I don't want to go up against that Fate if I was playing. I do not want to go up against that Jeff.
I think I share this sentiment when some people always say, I don't play against a one-trick Jeff. But sometimes in the hands of a masterful professional, like being played at a high-tier level, it really tilts the balance, right, in favor of the team that's playing them. Because as you can see just now in that team between Rad Esports versus Nova, you can see that the moment you're fighting, like during that overtime moment where you're fighting for a contest onto that position, Jeff's threat, right, the danger of having it's Jeff right there, it just pushes people out. And if you are stubborn enough to stay in that position, you get swallowed up, you get pulled out, you get thrown out the map.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that evidently on Yggdrasil path. It was an absolute menacing performance coming from Fate onto Jeff. But we've yapped a lot about Jeff. You know, I want to see something different. Okay, we're going to see, obviously, these 2 teams coming off their wins. They're going into it, and looks like, we're going to get, you know, the first map decided. Of course, it's going to be Hydra Charter's base. It's going to be a good one. For those who don't know, there's a lot of lore about this map. I like to do a little bit of lore tidbits here and there, just my style. For those who don't know, it used to be a shield base, but now Hydra has taken over. Why? To experiment on creature known as Hive. Why? I don't know. Maybe the Marvel Rivals devs have something coming down the pipeline. We don't know. It's just a theory.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, we're excited for it, though.
Oh, yeah. So Hive is a great character from the comics.
All right.
I hope a nice evil Vanguard.
All right.
Very, very nice.
All right. So we're going to have all that lore coming out from Liger. I know you're a fan, a big fan of the lore.
I've seen the Easter eggs on the map.
Okay.
Hive, we're waiting for you.
All right, Hive, let's go. But right now, coming into this game itself, it's very important that whichever team comes in first, that's going to be a very strong starting point. This is where they show, like, okay, we're here, we start strong, and they'll probably boost their morale into going into the second game, because technically all the teams here, their skill levels are at a very high tier level. And what separates them is just that minute little mechanical skills, minute mechanical skill difference, and of course, the burning passion. So the moment you get that first win, I think it just boosts your morale all the way. And I feel like the first team that actually wins this first game in this domination map, that's gonna be a huge snowball momentum starting in.
Oh yeah. Momentum is everything in Marvel Rivals. When is momentum? All the momentum you want, everything you need. Leads with momentum, healing momentum. the Vanguard momentum.
Exactly.
Many different factors are what you need to consider. Now, going into this, of course, we're here for Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025. Just to remind everybody, the mid-season finals here in Guangzhou. It is exciting. All the players are ready to go. Looking like they are the best of the best in the world in their amazing jerseys, sitting at the highest quality production studio there is out there today in esports. It is absolutely beautiful. Honestly, I wish everybody could see it in person. I'm amazed every time I see it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all the work, all the effort being put in, not just by the teams themselves, who has been scrimming, who has been practicing non-stop every day from morning till the evening, every single day, 2 weeks before the events even started. So that's a lot of blood, tear, and sweat that's been involved. And of course, special thanks as well to the production team who has been making such an amazing job pulling this team. And just a little bit of insider info, they've done this in less than a week. In order to set up this amazing...
Ain't no way.
That in itself is amazing.
Woo!
Right? Woo! I know. This just shows the great team effort coming in. And this is the name of the game, right? Marvel Rivals, 6v6. Yeah, you can be... You gotta emphasize the word team effort. And whichever team has the best synergy, the best composition coming in, the best band picks coming in, that's the team that's going to come on top here.
1000%. Couldn't agree more. Right now, of course, we're having a look at all the players, making their decisions, discussing what they want to do. Bands and picks are going to be very soon. We're going to see what is going to be the lineup going into. Hydra Charter Space is going to be a good one, of course. Maybe Hell's Heaven. A bit of action, a bit of good times. Maybe we get to the lava. Maybe see some Spider-Man. It's been a while. I don't think we've seen Spider-Man yet today.
No,
We're
not
not
at
seeing
all.
some web sling in action.
Yeah, I mean, we do know that there are a few celebrities that are hosting the watch party. That's probably listening to us a little bit here, but there's Necros in the mix, and that, as we all know, that's the Spider-Man. The Spider-Man right there. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna be rooting for a Spider-Man to appear, especially if it reaches the third part of the lava.
Oh, 1000%.
Yeah.
1000%. We could get something exciting. I'm looking forward to some Doctor Strange portals. A bit of Sorcerer Supreme shenanigans would be nice as well.
Oh, yeah?
But here we are. We are going to get very soon into the games. Okay, it's going to be good again. Yeah, Envy versus Rad.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting to see how these picks and bans go forth.
Yeah.
But ultimately, there's a lot to happen for us today. Could we see some Punisher? Could we see some Panther? Could we see some Magneto? What would you like to see, Nether?
I would like to see that Spider-Man we've been talking about, right? The Spider-Man. I would love to see that dive-heavy potential at the back. I would love to see Jeff. I would definitely love to see a Black Panther, like what you pointed out earlier on as well. But most likely, I think both teams, right? If we're going to be fair, after seeing the power of the Guardian Revivals, it would be pretty silly not to ban out Adam Warlock or at least a Mantis, because Mantis is just so strong at this point.
Definitely. We will probably see that get banned out. I think these teams are aware of what compositions each other run. A lot of prep time leading up to this event. We're going to definitely see very soon as we're going into picks and bans. And here we go. Let's see what are the first choices coming through from the teams right now. And it looks like Envy is going to get that first protect.
Let's go.
Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, that protect is definitely... No, that's going to be the ban. And then it's going to be responded with a low-key save by Rad.
Okay.
So I guess the Mantis factor is really... Yeah, it's out of the window.
Out of the window.
Yeah,
out of the blue.
exactly.
Both teams, Mantis out of here. No Soul Resurgence. It's not happening.
Oh, wow.
Feels bad, Mantis. She didn't dodge. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
But Luna Snow, bit of a protect and ban from Envy. They want the Luna. They want to deny the Luna from Rad.
For the side of... I just have to say, right? For the side of Envy, I think they probably want to protect... they'll probably want to save their strategists a little bit more and take out the strategies of the opponents by Rad, because you can look at it yourself right now. The Luna has been protected, and of course Cloak and Dagger has been protected, which means Rad has no access to both players. No access to Luna Snow, no access to Cloak and Dagger, but at least they will have a Loki in the mix which means they're probably going to rely on Invisible Woman, and that's what we're going to see at the very end. So Liger, playing these two strategists, the difference in the two teams' strategies, do you think that's going to play an important role?
It's definitely going to play an important role. You know, I'm seeing Invisible Woman only, you know, showing up as a protect for Rad right there. Loki, Mantis, Magneto, Human Torch out for Envy. There it is. Okay, Torch across the board gone. Mantis across the board gone as well. No Magneto as well. That is actually very interesting. We're going to see a different Vanguard lineup than what we normally have seen. Cloak and Dagger also showing an appearance. But here we are again, loading into game of Rivals 2025 Ignite playing stage. We're going to see Envy attacking and Rad attacking because we're on domination.
Let's go, Envy versus Rad. Which team is going to strike that first blood right there, right? Yeah, exactly. The team that comes in strong gets that first point. That's going to be the team that builds confidence. The snowball effect's going to play nonetheless. But right now, coming into the position, both teams are just coming in, trying to set themselves up at the best position, trying to make sure that they reach the chokehold point before the other team does. But honestly, it's just going to be a battle of who is going to position themselves better, who's going to get picked off first.
Alrighty, everybody moving on to point. Starting up a battle window in the front line on the
Whoa! The Wolverine, the kidnap, the first kidnap of the game, and that's it. Trust me, has eliminated Window right off the bat. That's going to be a 5v6 right off the start. Envy is going to be playing 5v6, honestly. Rad, honestly, a very, very good start right here, though. But right there, Melio is going to take out Cal, and that's going to be a continuation. Emma's going to be taken out by the Magneto as well. So already off to a very good start, even before the point was actually open.
Ooh. Before the point was open, there you go. Naga, Wolverine, effective with Rad, getting themselves some percentage on the board, nice and early. Rajara close and ever to the Meteor M as well. Emilio and Cal on the Phoenixes. Now I want to bring attention, Phoenix has been showing so much presence that we've actually not seen Hela as much. I've been, you know, having some chats behind the scenes with my fellow casters, and you know, we've been noticing Phoenix seems to be the replacement for Hela at the moment. However, I do feel Hela is a comfort pick. We could see Hela down the line, but for now, we are seeing, of course, Envy on the high ground right now, trying to just throw some damage down towards Rad right there. Oh, sneaking up again, taking them out. There it is right now. Oh, big choke slam right there, putting Naga down. That is going to be collusion on the ammo cost. And the big Mega Hurricane from Chef Tree is going to try to do some damage, try to push him back, but it's going to retreat back to their team for now. Massive Cloak and Dagger hitting the internal one right there. And oh my days, the End Song Inferno. Nice and early from Cal right there, just to add a little bit more pressure. The Berserker is out. Naga is trying to find anybody on the hunt. For now, Emilio gets the pick on Cal right there. And there it is. Another clean hold right there from Rad, leading closer and closer to that 75% mark.
Exactly.
Honestly, potentially, you know, maybe even one more defense, they could just take it right here.
Exactly, and not to mention they have 5 ultimates ready to use whenever they want to, right? So it seems like Rad so far has an answer, has a response in whatever Envy wants to pull off. Even though Mega Hurricane was not used to full effect because you could not stay alive enough to sustain. But right now, the Wolverine coming in with a kidnap, trying to get that one character that's in his sight, and you can see all the Meteor
There's a
M.
4K Meteor M from Rajaro!
What a play! 4 eliminations, and Naga following suit with a double elimination as well. Rad Esports, it doesn't seem like there's any answer by Envy. Right now, it's already at the 98, 99%, and they're gonna get it 100% to none.
Unbelievable, 100% to 0.
Right?
The Dunk Master out here. The Quadra KO from Magneto, my goodness!
What
that
a
was
play.
so fast! Frozen Airfield, right there, taken on Hell's Heaven. Then we're going to the Eldritch Monument. My goodness, that is momentum from Rad.
I know, the LeBron dunk onto all 4 of them. It's like, what is going on? It was too fast to process by Team Envy. But you know what? It is still just the first half of the first round. So right now, Envy definitely still has a chance to make things work out, but right now they have to realize the problem lies on the fact that Rad Esports, they gotta watch out for that Naga Wolverine because that kidnap was huge. And then, I don't know, the Meteor M by Magneto, they're probably gonna watch out the positioning a little bit more right there.
Yeah, I definitely see that happening. You know, Envy right now trying to decide their Vanguard lineup. It looks like they're going for dive.
Oh, the Jeff? Is that gonna be a Jeff full gas forward? Oh no, okay. Just for the bubble.
Okay. So we got Window on the Venom. Okay, Kalush on the Cap. That's Dive Vanguard lineup right now. They're going to be right in the back line for Rad right there. It's going to be exciting to see. Of course, we've got Nero running Lunar Snow. Cal on the Star-Lord. Going to be good sustain, good aerial control as well. Month is there as well on the Cosmic Dagger. Gives some Sceptry as well on the Star-Lord.
Oh
Cal
my god!
in a bit of a fight with the Wolverine on the sidelines. By Naga. Milio on the Punisher, hoping to get some pump action gameplay. Bit of a Loki rune right now, set down by Crook just to keep him nice and sustained.
Yeah, God
Sceptry
of
on the side.
Mischief. Yeah, God of Mischief ready to use as well, but not right now. Shift 3 as well as Cal. They're just trying to deal as much damage as possible, but the fate of both worlds is going to be utilized by the God of Mischief, by level 1 Crook, and that's going to help them sustain and get that first point unlocked in favor of Rad Esports. Meanwhile, Envy though, trying to find that opening. Melio is going to find Cal instead, and Melio continuing to try and find more casualties on the opponent's side. But as of now, they are fighting under the cover of the strategist support ultimates. None has fallen right yet, but the back lines is gonna be in barrage. The dance of the butterfly coming in, just trying to kill. Naga already taken out Month. Unfortunately, Rad Esports continuing the assault onto Envy, Liger.
There it is right there. Oh, Meteor aim online for Rajara. Are we going to see it again? Is he going to take to the skies? He's going to become a Dunk Master once again. It's charging up and will it land down? Waiting for the Lunar Star. Oh, not enough damage. Should have faded both worlds right there. Nero survives. Meteor on the front lines. We're seeing the Sonic Surgeons right there. Sonic Seduction from Trust Me right there. That is going to set them up right there. Sceptry with a double KO on the back line right there. Taking out Meteor to clean them up right there. That's the way you want to see it. Kalush in the back, taking out Trust Me. And we're going to see Naga in the front lines trying to shred down those Vanguards. And oh, Wolverine's going to be taken down by Cal on the Star-Lord, holding it down. Looks like we see a final capture from Envy, and we're gonna get to see some percentage on the board for Envy right now.
Yeah, could this be the beginning of a comeback by Envy? Because right now, like what you pointed out, that one team fight that has won in favor of Envy, that's gonna start things off. Hopefully Rad Esports will be able to come back and fight, contest for that point as soon as possible, but they still have plenty of time, Liger.
There is so much time on the board. I've even played some very desperate times on this map. I'll tell you what,
I know.
We'll fight down to 99 to 99 and we're going to hold a dime because that's how we do it here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're not going to give up till the end. And speaking of not giving up, that's right, the judge, the jury, the executioner. Melio is out here shredding him up, trying to get the bit of big piece of the abyss. Just going to chug him down just a little bit, just give him a bit more sustain, but it's not going to be enough. Trust me, takes them out with a tree trunk right there.
Yeah.
Dance with the butterfly takes its first step. We're going to see Sceptry try to hit it down. Visible boundary coming out from Fate right there. Going to keep him sustained, keep him healthy, keep him nice and ready for the next stage of the fight. Rajaro getting a double, taking out Monty Kalush right there, turning the tires. Wolverine's trying to get some slashes, trying to get some dashes, trying to make it happen. Rajaro, Magneto again, present with a double KO. My goodness, Rajaro and that. Oh my days, that's Magneto.
That's a triple KO. Ooh. That's a triple eliminations by Magneto. Rajaro is a beast on that Magneto, and it doesn't seem like Envy could find any answer to what Rad Esports is pulling off their head, because right now they are very much on their way to the 99% point.
Oh yeah, here we go, 81% and climbing closer than ever to 90%. There we go. I want to talk a little bit about the fact that Tono Bond is ready from Month. Naga does have Last Stand, of course, as well. Ready to go, ready to dash and crash as the Wolverine tries to slash. That's what's going to happen next. But Captain America in the front lines, Kalush, Captain Kalush trying to make it happen, trying to get through, trying to get some pressure. We're going to see a lot of the action ramping up. Oh! Trust me, taken down by Sceptry on the silo, putting in the work. Runes are going to get shut down by the insane Window Venom right there. We're going to be going straight for the Phoenix, straight for the Melia right there. Overtime is ticking over. Rad's going to try to make it happen. And there it is. Another big Sceptry taking out Rajaro. Naga taking out Window in return. Cal gets a pick as well. We're going to see him go down to overtime. And it's out because Envy retake it and get their percentage back up and climbing. And we're going to have to see how Rad try to turn the tides and get themselves this, recapture, because right now Envy's holding it down and they've got more ultimates online. They've also got the Dance of the Butterfly and of course the Fate of Both Worlds. The question is, Rad's, trust me, okay, they're going to have a Strangling Prison. You can group them up. What can you combine with that? That Wolverine right there. It's going to be vicious.
Exactly, and that's why they're saving it up. And even Melio has the ultimate built up as well on the Phoenix. Just one more percent, that's going to be 5 ultimates. The next team fight is pretty much going to solidify who's going to take that point. But right now, they're just gauging each other, just getting into position, trying to make sure, oh my god, everything's being thrown up. The Meteor M, who's going to get thrashed right there? All support ultimates are going to be going down. Removing the shield is the Phoenix Storm. And now, The fate of both worlds coming in, the dance off coming in. My goodness, Naga's just slashing left and right. No one's falling just yet. It's already overtime. Right now, Eternal Bonds to keep everyone alive on the side of Envy. But right now, the kidnap's gonna happen onto the side of Envy. And it seems like, wait a minute, Envy is gonna clear shop. Red is going down 1 by 1, and they're gonna take that game.
Envy woke up right here, taken Eldritch Monument from Hell's Heaven right now, and we are going to the decider, the Super Soldier Factory, which means we get to see some lava.
Exactly, but seriously, Envy finally deciding, like, yeah, we had about enough in the first half. We're gonna go super crazy in the second game, and they just woke up with the Captain America coming in, and of course the dive by the Venom as well. It just all comes together at the very last team fight. I just felt like they just got them off really, really well. They just picked them off really, really well.
Honestly, I'll say Kaluja's Captain America, absolutely stellar performance right there. Holding it down, getting sustained, you know, tanking through. Of course, that massive Meteor M from Majora. It didn't get the value they needed. I will say there was an Ensong Inferno in there as well, you know, just chugging through the damage. But we saw not just the fate of both worlds, we saw the fate of all 4 worlds there when both winners got down to the dance floor. All right, it wasn't just Sarlacc taking the first step. Linda was getting down to jam. And honestly, I think at one point, I think the Venom started dancing and boogieing as well.
Oh my God, yeah.
Why not?
Celebrate, right? It's a cause for celebration, but it is still 1-1, and the next team that wins is going to take that first series. But now, trust me, it's going to be the first casualty of the game almost immediately. Envy has gotten their first elimination of the game. It's going to be 5v6. The point isn't even unlocked for the next 5 seconds, but the team fight is going to start preemptively before the point is unlocked just to get that position. But right now, Naga trying to snipe that back line, but no, he's going to get caught out by the side lock by Shibdri. Shibdri just doing so much damage at the backlines. Look at him, he's just aiming, making the life of the backline so hellish right there. And 5v6 while Naga is trying to come back to the game itself. But right now, it seems like Envy is getting a little point, but the Meteor M coming in. Will he be able to dunk anyone at all? Fate of both worlds just trying to keep up with the piece of the window. Double elimination coming in, but Meteor responds with a casualty of his own. But Envy is gonna clear another one, another 2 eliminations, and that's the Phoenix power coming in.
There it is, representing the season's theme, the Phoenix and the Symbiotes right there, putting in the combinations right there, both getting that double KO each right there. From Cal and Window putting in the work right there. But Rad, you know, they're coming back from spawn. They're going to switch it up a little bit. They got Fate on to Storm. That's what we like to see. You know, represent. We're going to see Kaluj has the Eye of Agamotto already. Sheptree ready to take that first step with the Dance of the Butterfly. Cal, Unsung Inferno is also online. Trying to get an angle right now. Window just scouting for now, as a Venom does. You know, hanging on the sky right. They're going to retreat to their team for now as they get spotted out. But Rad's moving through the gap right now. And looks like we're going to see some marks. Starting off from Cal, taking some shots. 1-2, hit him through. That's how you're going to do it when you're playing Phoenix on the sidelines. Off angles is everything here when you play Phoenix. Nila, I tell you that honestly, I cannot wait to see how this works. But looks like Rad's almost about to capture. But the mission right there because Venom goes in, and there it is. Loki trying to set up. We see a copy.
Oh, that was so close, but just escaping by the battlefield. But now the action continues. The Fate of World coming in to sustain the entire battlefield. But now, right now, that diving strike coming in. The Phoenix coming in, firing, no damage, but the Psylocke at the back line taking out 2 of them. Trust Me responds with 1K, and Rajaro as well, 1 elimination, but everyone just trading blows after casualties as well. And looks like Naga's gonna be that person to get that next elimination. Just the shred coming in is so deadly, but fortunately, Envy able to shut them down. That action still continues. Window just trying to gauge what's going on in the battlefield, just trying to set himself up in the most ideal formation, ideal position, just to dive strike and just send everyone flying to the air. But you know what, Rad, they still have time. They still have time to regroup and come back and just push this point. They have 1 more team fight left, Liger.
1 more team fight left for Envy to take the entire map. Oh, okay, bit of a kidnap coming out from the Wolverine. Oh, Kalush taken down by Rajaro. Hits the Sonic Selection just hard and pushed them away. Trying to make it out. Amelia on the high ground, trying to get some picks as well. Sonic Selection still active right now. Piece of the Abyss as well goes off. We're going to see some Venom action. Overtime sticking out for the blue squad right there. Envy taking it down. The Fate of both worlds met with the invisible boundary right there from Fate. And we're going to see Venom try to crash, trying to make something happen. And Song Inferno is online. The marks are set. It's looking fiery right now. Take it to the skies. Will we see a massive Inferno? The Lucky Lamps are there. The Dance of the Butterfly takes its first step right there. Sheptree trying to get some picks. There we go, Naga doing the final stand. Does take out Kalush. Sheptree getting Naga. Nero getting Trust Me out there. And there it is with the power, the presence. Sheptree trying to take down an Emma now. This is a tough matchup, but Emma's holding it down, getting sustained, but it's not enough. And Nero gets that final clap, taking them down. Marks are on window right now. Overtime is ticking out. Envy still have 99%. Rad need to show every sign. And there it is, a portal to try and contest from Naga.
Naga trying to contest that point. This is the final stand by them. They're just trying to push them out, but unfortunately Envy's sustain is just too huge. Eternal Bond's gonna be used to sustain, but right now Doctor Strange is dangerously low. Naga's being pushed back, and they're gonna take out 3 teammates of Rad Esports, solidifying the first game. First game goes to Envy right there.
There it is, Envy.
Oh my god, that was such an intense game. Like
that was close, honestly. You know, it went one way at the start there, and then Envy, you know, they pumped the brakes and said, nope, hit the U-turn. We need to win this. Let's get back in it. And they made their momentum happen, and they got through.
Exactly, and this is what we're afraid of, right? Especially Rad Esports as well. They're like, okay, we just want to keep our momentum going in. We won the first half, but all of a sudden, point number 2, point number 3, they're the ones that got the better. Envy got the better hand out of the exchange, right?
Yeah,
in the very end.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely a massive turn. Look at that. Look at the stats on like just the numbers they were putting up. We're talking, you know, Sheptree MVP. Honestly deserved. Wouldn't see it any other way. That Sarlacc was taking a dance every time that they saw the chance, and they made sure to get pick after pick right there. So much damage. We're talking about 26k numbers in such a short domination map. That's massive.
Exactly. And honestly, if you want to compare the score as well, I feel like the final hits were pretty much even. I felt like both teams were already, the crossfires was pretty even, but the difference that was made by Kalush window, that was just absolutely insane, because the Venom just dive striking the backlines every single time, forcing out the Loki Lantern, and when they force out the utility skills to be used off, the cooldown time is so long, and then they don't have anything to respond to the next course of action by Envy's assault.
That's true.
So yeah, I guess the name of the game is just to force out these utility spells, force out these support spells, and then when they have that, when it's the duration's over, that's it, Envy just capitalizes.
I'd say honestly, of course, one of those team fights there, you know, we saw everybody, maybe about 7 ultimates be thrown into one team fight. You had 2 Fate of both worlds, you had an insane invisible boundary and Song Inferno, the Feast of the Abyss. So many ultimates were being poured in, and then, you know, it still led to an overtime fight nonetheless. So you got to be careful how you use those ultimates. Try to bait out ultimates at the same time as utilizing yours at the highest efficiency that you possibly can. But that's how we see it for now, you know. We'll see how it is. You know, as we know, of course, you know, every takedown one, what does that mean for Rad there? Rad gets to decide the next map. So, what we learned from this, okay? Envy, we learned versus GenG, right? They didn't get to pick map because they also won their first round. What did that mean? That they were going to be at a disadvantage. They didn't get to choose the map.
Yep.
So let's see if Rad are going to make the same decision and actually pick a map that does benefit Envy. Let's hope they don't for their own sake.
Let's think it
through. Let's think it through.
Let's think it through. Yeah, exactly. But for their sake, I hope that they don't be stubborn or silly and just go with Yggdrasil, because GenG did that. It's like they're picking the best map for Envy, and they just go, well, we'll take it.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll take it, right? It's a freebie, we'll take it. And they capitalize on that map as well, Yggdrasil. So I don't think Rad Esports will probably do the same thing as what happened in the first 2 matches. But honestly, it was very close, neck and neck performance trade-offs. It just all comes down to that very small details at the very end. The Vanguards were just rushing the backlines. They were just a little bit better in forcing the support utility spells out of Rad Esports. And coming in, I hope Rad Esports, they'll be able to figure out what's going on. Hopefully they'll be able to reset and just come back in game number 2, because honestly, we've seen a lot of comebacks coming in, right?
Yeah, and you know, the beautiful thing is you can talk to your team directly right here at a LAN event.
I know.
That's right.
Like, what's going on?
In person, you know.
I'm just kidding. No violence, please.
No.
What's going on?
Pat on the back, you know, constructive feedback to everybody, you know. work out what can we do better, how can we approach this. That's what Rad's thinking right now. We can literally see them right behind us in all the action as their teams are going for it. Of course, Envy, feeling confident, coming with a win right now. Get the winner's momentum locked for them right now. That's exactly how you want to play Marvel Rivals. Momentum is everything. Honestly, very commonly, 2-0s, 3-0s can happen. But
true.
That. We don't want tiebreakers. Come on, we want to have some fun. We want a competitive series. We're here for the best of the best.
Exactly.
I didn't sign up for a sweep. If I did that, I'd grab a broom. I came for some action, okay? So now what I want to see coming forward, we're going to see something special from Rajaro, I think. I think what happened there, Rajaro dunked too hard.
He dunked too hard.
Rajaro dunked too hard.
He broke the rim.
Yeah, look, listen.
Broke the rim.
Emmy's like, okay, we don't want that to happen again. Let's lock in, which is what they did, and they made it happen, Got to give big love, of course, to Window. A lot of pressure on the Venom. Did so much there to just disrupt, just absolutely disrupt all of the momentum Rad had.
It's really annoying when you have a Venom just freely dive striking your back lines, just forcing out the spells being used, and then just easily swing out. So, and couple that with the Captain America, which is supposedly the top Vanguard ban, aside from Emma, aside from Magneto. Captain America is just so used.
They ban Thing?
Not really, but if you play
the Thing for me, please.
Someone play the Thing, please.
I'd like to see Ben Grimm.
Play the Thing, play the Torch, but although I suspect that Torch will be banned a lot as well, especially in the second game.
Can we see that team up?
I hope we can. Ship wants to see that team up.
Oh, listen, we all want to see the fantastic team up between the Human Torch and the Thing. It's a great combo. I've played it myself. I played with a random solo queue friend, and they threw me into the enemy. I did not survive.
Oh, you did not survive.
But it was
so
still
you were
fun.
the sacrifice.
It was still fun.
You were the fiery little sacrifice.
I was the rock.
You were the rock. But honestly, I would love to see it. I think everyone at home would probably love to see it as well. Unfortunately, Torch is a pretty highly viable ban, especially when it comes to this map, especially in Convergence, especially when you're going to Convoy. Second game, you almost always see Torch being banned because right now, in a lot of the teams, Torch is the top flyer duelist right there. So I don't know. I hope that they let out a Torch save. Although I don't think they're gonna save it first.
That'd be interesting. If Torch does make it through the ban phase, things could change. Could take to the skies. A lot of that gameplay is very grounded. Venom was crashing down. Venom was high up, but Venom mostly crashed down. Captain America diving down. Psylocke playing low. Wolverine maybe did fly up a couple times. Most of the time, it's boxed in, especially with Hydra Charter space. You're boxed in. A lot of the action is just like just grouping up. What does that benefit? There's some picks out there that I don't know if these teams are experimenting with. Mr. Fantastic is a good choice sometimes.
It is.
Moon Knight, Punisher we did see.
I know you love Moonlight.
I had to sneak it in once.
Yeah, Moonlight main right there.
Listen, I would love to see the Moon. Here in Marvel Rivals Ignite today in the mid-season finals. I would love to see the Moon and Khonshu just drop some hands down on somebody. That would be exciting. But I want these teams to play their comfort picks, the picks they've been practicing with, the picks that their coaches have asked of them, and don't cater to me. I'm silly.
No. They're probably gonna hear you, and they're probably gonna be like, yeah, you know what? Let's go with Moon Knight. It's pretty good.
Play Moon Knight.
Couple that with a strangling prison by Groot. Maybe that's gonna be a sick combo.
You're calling out some Ground Zero strategies. I'll tell you that. No spoilers for now.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. But one thing we might be able to see is probably Rad Esports Jeff. Right? Because that has made a lot of impact. Fate on Jeff was a menace. I just feel like the threat of having a Jeff swallow the entire team up that's holding on to the point, that's always going to be something scary. Especially if you don't have your utility spells up, your support utility spells, or your shield in time. That's going to be a really peekaboo situation.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, there we go. Just a little bit of a recap from Hellzeman, of course. Look at Fate's healing, 32,000. And that is exciting to see. So much healing coming from Fate right there. Emilio as well, 25k damage, but so much blocked as well. Phoenix, honestly, it's very exciting to see Phoenix, just putting in so much power, especially in Marvel Rivals Ignite, new to the game, soon, not to be the new one because Blade's around the corner as well. How exciting is that? But of course, I want to give a bit of recognition to Sheptree. The insane duels from Envy right there on the Psylocke, 26k damage, putting in the work as well. Final hits, 11! Double-digit final hits, and who matches that? Rajaro from Rad right there on the Emma right there, putting in the work. The Vanguard, 90k damage and 33k block. I expect nothing less from Rajaro. And a lot of those numbers came from Magneto as well. But, MVP Sheptree, as we see,
Very well deserved, right? Very well
100%,
deserved.
100%.
And the fact of the matter is Shibdri was having such a good time as well because the front line was in chaos. They broke the formation with the help of Venom, with the help of Captain America. They broke the formation of Rads, especially when they're trying to hold on to the point. And Shibdri was just finding angles to just keep shooting at them with the perfect moment when the utility spells are down, just goes in with the dance of the butterfly. Now here's the replay. You can just see like Omega Hurricane being used by Shibdri in that first game. However, he was pretty much just running away with Omega Hurricane coming in. And Naga was pretty much a menace with the Wolverine in the spot.
Oh yeah, a lot of power right there. Oh, there it is again.
Woo! Wow,
Jara.
that dunk. 4
Quadra.
elimination dunk.
It's absolutely beautiful to see a dunk like that. Shibdri with the double KO as well in the background. But, you know, Kao getting chased around by the Wolverine, but holding it down, you know. Calmness against the Wolverine is definitely the approach to have, you know.
True.
Keeping it cool, keeping it collected. That's a Star-Lord would. That is the Galactic Legend way. Now, of course, you're going to give the attention back to Shibdri again, putting in the work. Melio gets picked off there in one of those replays as well. But as you can see, you know, a lot of pressure, a lot of power. Invisible boundaries were up in a lot of these fights. You got to give respect to Fate, always keeping the team sustained. And of course, Nero as well with the Fate of both worlds, with the Luna, putting in the work, sustaining him too. You know, just allow that entrance. Oh, again. The end Sonic photo is such a beautiful, beautiful ultimate to see in action. Honestly, it attracts everyone's attention. Everybody looks up.
It does.
And if you're not looking up, what are you looking down at? A Wolverine right in your face, I'll tell you that.
For sure, for sure. And honestly, Red actually had the right idea. They have the combo, right? They have the team up, which is the Phoenix and the Wolverine, right? So honestly, that would have been a really, really good combo coming in. But right now, Envy did have the upper hand coming in.
Yeah.
And after losing the first game against Rad Esports, they just came back hard in the second and third. And honestly, Rad Esports, well, they have this little short moment to recuperate, just to reset, and just to think, like, right.
Stretch out a bit, you know?
Yeah, just
stretch out a bit.
Just get,
focus up.
Just get the first game. It's
That's
fine.
it.
We're still not out of it. But they have to be really careful, though, because if Envy, if you allow it, if you even let out a little bit, Envy's just going to take it and run away with it.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Well, so, you don't want to run away with it, I'll tell you that right now. I think, Rad, you need to show signs of life right now if you want to keep your hopes and dreams alive in Marvel Rivals Ignite. You know, look, yeah, if they don't make it, they could go to lower bracket, but you want it. You don't want it. You want to keep it going.
But ultimately, you know, here's what I think, right? Okay, let's just talk about the map first, and then we'll continue from there.
That's true. That's true.
So Rad is gonna be the one choosing the map.
Ooh, okay. Hall of Jalia is going to be a beautiful map. Of course, the Wakandan Galactic Empire.
Let's go.
Beautiful map, amazing purple, regal, gold, royal designs. It is the best. Honestly, I'm going to say it's one of the best designed entire themes in Marvel Rivals. It's absolutely beautiful. I love Hall of Jalia every time that we get to see it. So, one thing is, well, we get to see a Black Panther.
We're rooting for it. I think I'm rooting for it, right? Especially when it comes to this map. I mean,
of course,
yeah, that's just the dash. Like the strategist be like, oh wait, what's just went by? Like, you know,
gust of wind.
I think something tickled me. Wait, no, it's not a tickle.
Oh,
wait.
Oh, I'm back in spawn.
Oh my god, yeah, that could happen, especially right. But they do spot like they definitely has the capacity to play this kind of lineup in this game, especially since it's. I don't know, from past experience, we have seen a lot of teams that were very, very sturdy. They just held their ground. And the first spawn, I think honestly the first spawn could be a really, really hard choke point, a really, really hard point to get by. Simply because you could run a Punisher there, you could run a Loki, or even, you know, just make sure to pocket those flyers up there, and it could be, it could take a lot of time before they can break through. Into the defense.
That's true, you know, defense needs to be held down. How are you going to defend? Or are you just going to go full offense? That's always an option too. Dive compositions, brawl, rush, different things can be a factor here today. You know, could we see some, you know, I've seen some teams, I've heard some teams running some triple action. Yeah. No duelists, just triple Vanguard, triple strategist.
Oh yeah,
excited to see
we've
that.
seen that before. Just to rotate the cooldowns faster.
Maybe a bit of 4-2-1. I feel sorry for who's the one.
well,
wait, that doesn't make sense. 3-2-1. 3-2-1.
3-2-1.
3-2-1.
4-2-1. The extra one's the coach.
The coach, yeah.
The coach,
the coach is the one. The coach is the one.
The Phoenix.
There are teams out there who run 2 strategists, 4 duelists.
Yeah.
And they're 4 dive duelists. You got a Magic, you got a Spider-Man, you got nonsense. I don't know.
I got you.
Hopefully, not here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. We like to see the best of all roles here in Marvel Rivals.
But ultimately, you know what I think? Before the map picks happened, right? I was just thinking, you know, at the end of the day, yes, it would be super good if you could get one up over the other team. But honestly, realistically, all the teams here are really, really good. And the minimum requirement is just to get 2, just to get to the final 2, and you'll be able to play tomorrow in the play-ins, right?
Ooh.
So honestly, it doesn't matter if between Rad and Envy, because ultimately they just need to win against the ones that they knocked out in the first place, which are waiting for them in the lower brackets.
That's true.
Yeah. So it's not like there's only one team that's going to go through. There's going to be 2 teams. So honestly, if they just got to establish who is that top 2 team, and I feel like Rad and Envy, they probably have an inkling of like, yeah, if either one of us ends up in the lower bracket, we reckon we could handle it in a way. You think?
Well, look, you are right, but it's risky.
It is.
It's risky. You want to get that guaranteed victory. You want to feel comfortable when you sleep tonight, knowing, all right, I'm in the top 8 comfortably. I didn't struggle to get here, and I'll be able to take on those top 6 any day of the week. Because why? Because they've warmed up. And you know what else they've done that the other top 6 haven't done? They've warmed up on this beautiful stage.
Exactly.
They are here. You know, of course, you know, like some of these teams, you've got some young individuals out there, you know, first time on a stage. How must that feel? To play on a stage for the first time, it's got to add to you. It's got to, you know, a bit of nerves, you know, you got to get used to the stage, you know. You're going to, of course, bring your favorite peripherals, of course, you know, your signature headphones, your mice, your keyboard, all of the above. But, you know, the chair might be different. The table might be different. I know some people who play on picnic tables.
I know what you mean, right? Peripherals can be, the equipments can be a factor as well. But honestly, ultimately, it really does come to how comfortable they are playing as a team. And if we were being real here, a lot of teams that are saying that, hey, we're just here to just have fun, just here to just do our thing, they actually achieved a lot better results than most teams that are like, oh my god, we're stressing so much over every single game they play. So who knows? Some teams work really well under pressure, while others can be like, yeah, we're just gonna do our best. And I feel like that's the vibe that they're giving. Like, hey, we're confident.
100%. You want to have a good vibe. You want to go into this with a nice team morale. Team morale is everything. I know some teams out there, they have, you know, these what we call them, you know, coaches that are like sort of part of the team, not necessarily just for the VOD reviews, just for the strict, you know, feedback moments. Sometimes they're there to just be like, hey, are you doing all right? And that's the most important thing about team esports is actually being a team, a family. Most importantly.
A family. I like that.
That's how
I like that. And honestly, you know, you can have squabbles and stuff like that. I know that there are a few teams that has their own personal story about their scrims as well. But ultimately, how they come back, that's going to matter the most. But right now, let's just have a little bit of talk about what you think might happen in the ban picks phase. Because last game, both teams decided to ban Mantis first. You think that's going to happen again this time?
Oh, you know what? Mantis out of the picture could be an option for these teams right now, you know. I don't think Loki will survive through the ban phase either, you know. I will say though, a lot of the times these strategists aren't getting shut down and out very early. You know, people aren't too afraid of these duelist picks that could be signature picks, maybe even specialists on teams, you know. Are we gonna let Psylocke through again? That's another question.
That's true.
I want to see.
I do not want to see. I want to see them ban Adam Warlock.
Oh, that
because this Guardian Revival team up is gonna be a problem, right? It's gonna be a problem for them. Torch definitely needs to be taken out because this is obviously the best map, right? Like the best duelist flyer duelist in this map. So I reckon we might see that. But Liger, look!
Oh, here we go.
The Oracle Liger, Loki being banned by Envy.
There we go.
Rad Esports not banning Mantis.
There are too many strategists
They're banning
on
Luna.
my screen, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Too many strategists. But it's okay. We'll see how it is.
Good.
Well,
Good.
you called it. Adam's at it. He too.
Oh, let's go. Adam Warlock is like, yeah, you can have Mantis, but we're not going to allow you to have Adam Warlock. That's the right idea. That's how it's supposed to be. And both team responds with a double ban of Torch. That's also a really, that's how it's meant to be, right? But right now, saving Cloak and Dagger, that's Envy right now. Rad gonna be keeping, they're gonna be banning Venom because that's the Colluge and Window factor, right? Window was a menace on Venom.
You know, still Captain America's still available, but you know, not having the Venom maybe not worth running Cap as well. Maybe switching to a bit of a backline Vanguard lineup, maybe your Emma, maybe your Magneto combination. You know, but you know who's not going to be burning it up? Human Torch, both teams banned out, and Psylocke is protected by Rad. Yep, I did I did expect that. I feel like it's a comfort pick. I feel like it's getting a lot of value so far. So we're going to definitely see that coming forward from Rad, of course.
Yeah, I think Naga is just very comfortable with playing Psylocke, right? Especially in this map, it's really good, especially just to get that flank coming in from the back lines. It really is very, very good. And of course, with the Luna picks, you can probably expect a little bit of Magneto, Meteor M coming in, but honestly, the map is really big. The terrain as well is definitely going to be in the factor, right, that allows them to hide behind covers. So maybe they think, yeah, this is the correct targeted ban we're going to have. But you know what? There's always another thing to ban. It's never enough bans, right?
Never enough bans, I'll tell you that.
I think they'll ban Jeff too if they want to,
Listen,
if they really can.
You can ban them all, just please don't ban the 3 heroes I play.
Just ban the players, even better.
Don't ban me, I want to play.
Oh, okay, ban Liger.
But you know what I don't want to ban? This map. This map is beautiful. Hall of
It
Jada
is.
is a beautiful time. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. We are already into the action right now. You'll see some peaks coming forward of KNV. Kalush on the Emma right now. Month on the Mantis. Cal taking to the skies on Ultron. Window on the Magneto. Nero representing Cloak and Dagger. And Shepard, of course, on the Psylocke with Rad representing Venom. Trust me, out here doing it up. Fate. Cloak and Dagger. Naga back on the Star-Lord. Rajara on the Magneto, we know. Melio putting up the Psylocke as well. And level 1 Crook hitting on the Luna. That is a fun lineup.
Oh my goodness, the first casualty almost just getting sniped out by Naga Star-Lord. My goodness, Cal was like, what just happened? Kalush is gonna respond and take out Star-Lord in the process, but Rajaro responding with taking out Mantis, Window taking out Fate. The back and forth coming in, it's okay. Liger, it's only 3 minutes in. They're just testing the waters, just trying to take out one after the other. It's just like a game of checkers, right?
Oh,
You take out one, I'll take out one.
Listen, we're playing chess, we're playing checkers, we're actually playing Marvel Rivals here today because there we go, Emilio on the Psylocke trying to make it happen. But the Cloak and Dagger, it's on a board, dropping from Nero right there. Getting a KO, Shepard getting a double KO, taking out Meteor, and level 1 Crook right there, gonna go chase down on Fate. We're gonna see Window clean Vajara out of there, the Magneto v Magneto action right there. We're gonna see NV retreat right now. Not gonna get too greedy against Rad right now. You know, this map, as we know, has that massive, long path right there. You wanna be careful, you wanna play it to your advantage. You've got, of course, Cal in the skies on Ultron, putting in the work, putting in the distance, keeping Rad on the back foot, but Rad are rotating around. And what better way to rotate than a Venom swinging in?
Yeah, swinging in, the dive strike, just bringing them, tilting them, inverting in, just bringing them up to the air. Naga's trying to just build damage. Oh no, Cal's gonna be taken out. Shivdra is gonna go next, and it seems like Rad has already taken out 2. That's gonna be a 4v6 in response. All ultimates gonna be used up. Level 1 Crook is gonna be using up Fate, or we'll just keep the whole team alive. But Naga, the double elimination on to Team Envy, and it seems like they might be able to unlock this point, certainly.
Oh my goodness, look at those ultimates online for Rad right now going in, even after capturing, still only using Fate of Both Worlds just to secure that. Of course now, you know, they're going to start pushing that Panther straight to the throne room. That is their goal here today. Destroying some terrain nice and early as well, trying to get to the high ground, trying to get an opening. Venom already crawling around on the high ground, trying to scout around, trying to get a bit of information. That's what you expect from Trust Me on the Venom and Symbiote. Shenanigans are in effect right now.
Venom!
Bit of a dive from the Venom. He met with the Soul Resurgence from Month. Magneto Meteor M from Window is going to be charged up for now. It's not going to crash down on anyone just yet, but it's going to absorb some of the damage. Right there. Oh, Sonic Seduction coming out from Kalush on the Emma right there. Just enough for Cal to get taken out by Naga right there. And of course, Eternal Bond is dropping from both Cloak and Daggers right there, putting it down, giving both teams sustain. But it's not enough. Rajaro, Meteor M on Nero right there. Melio going to get pick on Month, and Rajaro taking out Window. Melio right there. Wow. The work, and Naga in the skies.
Seems like Rad has woke up. He's like, yeah, we're ready on the offense. We're just going to go hard and strong. It doesn't really matter anymore. We're just going to go in, dive hard, starting with Trust Me, and then responding with a Naga and Melio on the Star-Lord and Psylocke, just dealing damage at the back lines. And honestly, it's showing results right now, but this is a very important point that NV can defend again. So with still plenty of time, 3 minutes, they can definitely do it if they want to. But no, Naga has been taken out by Cal, the Winter Soldier, and then uppercut going up. Shivdra is gonna finish it off. Trust Me going down, and Shivdra, Month taking out Rajaro as well. Envy responding, saying, hey, you know what? We're gonna hold this point like our life depends on it. Doesn't matter. We are going to stand steadfast right here.
Ooh, hold it down, standing strong. That's the way you like to see it right now. Just stopping that momentum coming from Rad right there. Envy gonna show signs of pressure. Cal online with the Kraken impact. I love to see it go again and again. That would be good to see. Naga on the high ground on the stairs, trying to make some action happen, trying to make some damage happen.
Oh, that's a butterfly coming in,
Butterfly. Oh, there it is. The first step has been taken by Shepju right there. It's not going to be enough to get the damage out that they want, but the fate of both worlds is going to be met from level 1 Crook into the Loki runes. Venom's in the skies, trying to make it happen. We're going to see the action come from the Starlord. Naga makes it happen with their ultimate ready and online. Are we going to see the Galactic Legend do what they do best and show them how they write the stories of the ages in the galaxy? We're going to take it out, Rajaro! No!
Let's go!
Milio! Kraken
Keep it
impact
alive, keep it
resets
alive.
could be online, and it's probably going to time out now. Unlucky for Cal, but Venom's going to be there trying to get out. Trust me, making it happen. Put it in the work. Sheptree pushing back the rest of Rad as well. Envy again holding it down. A good defense. What did we see from these teams right there? Rad did use the Fate of Both Worlds. I believe a Feast of the Abyss was early on, but they still have, of course, two Duelist Ultimates online. Envy, however, did use the Strangling Prison, did use the Dance of the Butterfly, a bit of Kraken Impact, and of course, a bit of Loki Sustain as well was utilized. 4 ultimates utilized to hold that defense. Let's see if they can hold it again.
Yeah, that's what exactly they're trying to do. Rad Esports just trying to break that formation at the backline. Look, the Loki's being pressured a lot. He's like, yeah, we're not going to give you a good time healing from the backlines. The Lantern's going to be expanded, but the Meteor Ramp is going to be negated. Shiptree trying to find that opening he needs to do the Dance of the Butterfly and just to take out people from the back. But the Psionic Seduction by Kaluch trying to silence the ultimate of the opponents. Rad is going to be able to take out 3, 4 of Envy players. Make that 5, make that a team wipe. Rad Esports is going to unlock that first point, Liger.
Milio with a Quadra K. Oh my goodness. Right on in, taking it forward into the final section of Jalia right there. Feeling confident as Red scouting on the Venom right now. Trust me, making it happen. Of course, Feast of the Abyss is online. Dance of the Butterfly still online. Envy, what do they have to match? Their own Dance of themselves and a Strangling Prison and, of course, a Kraken Impact. This could be exciting. I do feel as though Envy do have the resources they need, but runes going out from Loki. A fight starts up. The Dance takes a step. Milio taking out Nero right there, taking out the Cloak and Dagger. That's another one taking out the other. Psylocke, Sheptree falls. Rajaro picking off the luge right there. Rad cooking right now. Milio hitting another Quadra KO! The Psylocke, my goodness!
All gas, no brakes. Envy cannot find an answer to respond towards Rad Esports advance. And look, they're already knocking on the door of Envy's base right there. And honestly, Envy, right now, this is the last stand that they have. They gotta defend this like their life depends on it.
Oh, it does depend on it right now because you cannot let them just steamroll through. 1 minute 15 left in the time bank for Red. Level 1 Crook taken out by Sheptree right there. Bucket trying to get the action, trying to go for the Venom. Hits the uppercut, tries to chase him, but he's out of there. He's zooming, he's booming. Gone. That's the Venom momentum right there. The movement is crazy. We do see Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond is on the ground for Envy to be able to push into Rad's early spawn and try to shut them out, shut them down. Don't even let them get a push. 50 seconds left on the clock. KO from Rajaro. Taking out the Loki. The month is out of here.
Oh my god, a little bit of overextending. They just focus now on Loki, but right now he's just going to come back. It's going to be a 5v6, but now all ultimates are going to be expanded. All the ultimates are going to be expanded across the battlefield. The Dance of the Butterfly going to be used to kill, to clean up shop. The 3 eliminations by Rad Esports. They're gonna hunt down Envy. They're not gonna let them go back to base. Loki's gonna go home. Kalush is gonna go back to this respawn time. And it looks like it might be a 3-0 push by Rad Esports, Liger.
It might be, but Envy's got the Wolverine. They've got the window on the Captain America. Are they going to be able to touch 1.64 meters? Congestion is in effect. Trustme's on the Venom, trying to get the Face of the Abyss. Crashing down on Nero right there. Dance of the Butterfly by Sheptree. Taking out Milio. No chance for Milio to dance too. Rajaro cleans out the Wolverine, taking out Cal. Overtime sticking out 1.64 meters. Who's going to get a Rajaro? Trust me, fake all game picks each, and it's down and out. And they're taking Rad. Do take this first push section of Hall of Jalia, and oh my goodness, now we flip the script and see how this paces out.
Exactly, Rad Esports, every single skill was used in succession, in perfect timing, and can I just say, beautiful, best fate of both worlds. At that very last second, level 1 Crook was just waiting for it, right? Sustain everyone, just push everyone out, and when that happened, Envy, they couldn't hold on to the spot.
They couldn't hold on. I'll tell you what, Crook put in the work. I think it's level 2 Crook now. I think we've got to level him up.
Yeah,
I think it's
level
time to-
max.
let's get real out here. You know what? I will say though, the Psylocke action is beautiful to see. Dance of the Butterflies are cooking up a storm. I'll tell you that. Going to see Sonic Seductions combining as well. That team up and it could be an effect, of course. It is an effect. That's right. Of course, you know the Sonic team up is there as well.
Yeah.
You got the Magneta, you got the Psylocke, you got the Emma.
Yeah.
That's an effect. You got the Loki there to keep it happening, keep the copies going, try to make more happen. Another Sonic Seduction if you want. That's it.
Yeah.
If you want, copy another Eternal Bond. That's there. Nero can drop one too. Loki on Month can drop one as well, and that can be Envy's, you know, the defensive strategist lineup strategy, of
I like
course.
that.
But you know, it's exciting to see how it all unfolds. But Rad, Melio now, maybe tempted to go for the Phoenix pick here.
I think he can. Honestly, they are on the defense right here, so right now, I don't know. NV right here, like you pointed it out, all the team ups coming up in, right? Honestly, they're probably going to try and do a little bit of Kage no Bunshin Jutsu right there with the clones, right, appearing left and right. But honestly, NV, they are also a very aggressive team. They also have plenty of firepower coming in. And honestly, this could, I mean, I'm just foreseeing this could be a 3-point push as well, especially if they play it right aggressively and Rad finds no answer. But for now, it seems like Rad Esports, they are holding on pretty well. A lot of them are pretty halfway down with their HP. They're still testing the grounds, but no! Naga's going to be the first person down. Shipring, they're going to make it 5v6 at the moment. Rad Esports has to hold on until Naga gets back. But look, trust me, trying to build, trying to take up space with that diving strike is like, yeah, we know we're down one member, but no, we're just going to keep pushing you in. Envy, though, I'm already starting to unlock the point. Like,
Pump action coming from Cal. Oh, taken out by that clap from the Crook. Window taking out Crook in return to get that trade, take the body back. You got my guy, I'm gonna get you back. That's the way it is, especially with the Frank Castle. Window taking out Emilio as well. Naga forces Shepard right there. They're getting pick after pick. They're making it work. There we go. They're moving in. Envy's feeling the pressure right now. Total Bomb is there to sustain them. Nero's there. But we're going to see the pentagram of Ferrara. That's right, the portal front. Trust me. Keeping Rad in contestant right now, but it's not going to be enough. Rad's going to retreat for now as Envy start their push.
Yeah, and it seems like Envy is also doing this at a very fast pace, right? They already unlocked the first point in a fairly fast manner, and they're already looking to push it forward. And with 4 ultimates in their arsenal, they could pretty much, like even Cal almost has his ultimate ready. They could pretty much respond whatever Rad throws in. But for now, Rad still has Meteor. Alright, that's a butterfly coming in. Meteor M trying to take out the Luna Stone! That's gonna happen! Beautiful dunk by Wendell right there. Envy, that's gonna be a 6-3-4 in retaliation. Fate is gonna go down. Rajaro is gonna go down. Meteor on the Phoenix is gonna take out Nero. That's the Cloak and Dagger, but it doesn't really matter because Kalush is gonna take out that pesky Phoenix. And the march of Envy continues, Liger.
There it is. Jargon for the Panther is on the prowl right there. Feeling confident that they're going to get that convoy moving forward. But, you know, as they scored it forward, you know, of course, you know, we've got Nero's Eternal Bond online. Punisher ready as well with the execution. That's going to be crazy to see. Kalush, Sonic Seduction as well. Naga, and of course, Trust on the flank as the dives do. But they're also joined by Meteor. To the high ground, we can see the diving strike from Trust right there. The symbiote slam action. Naga getting 1, Naga getting 2. That's a double for Naga. Taking the KOs. Crook gets 1, Trust Me gets 2. That's a double for Trust Me. That is 5 picks for Rad, and Month retreats for now. That is a clean fight for them. That is a clean defensive play right there. They finally do stop Envy's momentum.
Exactly. And you know what? Trust me on that Venom has been a very pivotal, plays a very pivotal role. He just constantly keeps breaking their formation, the formation of Envy, constantly just being a menace in the back lines. And look, it's paying dividends, slowing them down with the tendrils as well. And then if things go south, he just runs away. So he's building up so much space for Rad to push in. But wait, Rajaro, very close to elimination. Will he be able to use that Meteor M? He's going to be committing to it. And right now, who is going to dunk it at? No one is going to be caught off.
Oh, Kalush! Sonic Seduction!
Triple elimination. Window's gonna follow up, taking on Trust You. Envy's gonna go forward. He's gonna save that dance with the butterfly and just try to clean up shop. The Phoenix on Melio is just in no man's land. That's gonna be a team wipe by Envy right there.
Woo, my goodness, that is the power, that is the presence you want to see from a team steamrolling through Hall of Jalia right now. We're going to see Chef online with the dance of the butterfly. Windows ready with their Meteor M of themselves. What I like to call it, the Magneteor sometimes. Dance of the butterfly starts off right now. It's going to be met with the dance of the crazy one. That's right. The fate of both worlds from is there to meet the damage output. Chef does get Melio, and Naga takes out Window in return. The Solites both getting picks each. Dance of the both. Lunar Snows are happening right now. We can see, of course, the action. Oh, my days. Wait a minute. Cal on the Punisher. Take it out, Trust Me. Take it out, Naga. Double KO for the Punisher. The Executioner putting in the work right there. And there it is, as we're going to see. Momentum forward. The zip line back to the group. Regroup, retreat. Oh, maybe Cal might be going for a little bit of a switch here. Let's have a look for a moment. Could be an option. Oh, okay. Phoenix is online.
Yeah.
Good switch.
Plenty of time on the clock for Envy as well. 3 minutes plus for Envy to just make that push towards the base of Rad Esports. Rad Esports, Trust! Oh no, Trust Me! What just happened? He dove in, but he couldn't get out, and that's it. They're going to be fighting 5v6. They're going to take this opportunity, push it forward, and Rad Esports right there. They got to be on the defensive. They cannot push forward. They honestly, at this point, they just got to be falling back, team up, and wait for Trust Me to come back to the battlefield.
That's exactly what you want to do. You want to team up, you want to combo. And they're getting the pick on Melio right there. Naga returns the favor, taking out Shepchi in return. The side v side results in a Naga victory there. But we got Envy pushing in. We got the action happening right now. Venom's climbing to the top, getting marked. Oh, getting choke slam, taken down by Amma right there. Kalush putting in the work. Cancelling the flight, as we know. Cal on the Phoenix knows the character well, knows they can reset, gets the Amma back and cancelling off the flight. So then that one here, and Song Inferno is online, but the Sonic Seduction is going off right now from Kalush right there. They are marked, but they are holding it down and pushing Rad back. We're going to see how it all unfolds as the Meteor Ram is launched up into the sky. Will it crash down on anybody? It's blocked!
Oh my God!
The Emma!
What a beautiful play! The Emma shield came in Candy, but now, right now, Naga is gonna help Naga get that double elimination. Naga just continue trying to be stealth, but they just know where he's at. Shibri clearing up Naga, and Rajaro as well following suit, taking out the second duelist of Envy. And right now, it seems like Rad Esports, it seems like they are more prepared in this position to defend against Envy's onslaught advance.
That is exactly what you want to see right there.
Yeah.
There is the momentum. Okay, it looks like we're going to see, of course, the squads. That's right. It's going to be Envy moving forward, trying to make it happen, trying to make the movements go forward.
The Venom, look at it. It's just so annoying.
Trust me's Venom. Trust me's Venom. Honestly, I would trust me. I believe the Venom is there, the presence is there, the scouting potential, all the openings, they're finding it. They're giving it to Rad on a platter right there. Piece of the Abyss, crunching them down, burning their abilities. What did they burn most of all? Loki, that's right. Yeah. Loki already copying the Luna. Perhaps us against the world, turn one drops out.
Meteor!
Oh!
Fate! How? Window taking out the final strategist at the backline, and now Shibri gonna be taking out Meteor as well. The battle continues, and they are looking to push this with less than a minute on the line. Level 1 Crook with the Fatal Portal is just gonna be using it to to retreat apparently. Shibri, Cal taking out Rad Esports 1 by 1. Cal with that double against Trust Me as well. And they are already at the doorsteps of Rad Esports. And Rad Esports, this is their last stand at this point.
Final defense. Right. 25 seconds on the clock. Red going to hold it down and claim Jalia's victory for themselves. But what he's going to be claimed is he double-edged Song Inferno from both Melio and Cal. We do see Kalush get that pick on Rajaro, taking him out. No Meteor from Rajaro here today. We're going to see Cal take out Melio as well. Sonic Seduction from Kalush is clearing out, and it locks down the Venom. Oh my days, Trust Me taken down, and they push it through. Envy taking us to overtime.
Yeah, what did I say? What did I say? We were anticipating both these teams, full firepower going forward. I don't want to brag, but I was saying like Envy has that firepower as well. They're gonna bring it to three points as well.
There it is right there. Envy feeling confident that they kept themselves in this map here today. Now both teams gonna go for another push on Jalia. The question is, how is it gonna unfold for them? Of course, reminding everybody, you know, there are a lot of picks and bans not available here. Of course, Envy don't have access to the Venom, the Torch, the Atom, the Luna. On the side for Rad, they cannot bring out the Captain America of themselves, or the Torch, or the Loki, or even Mantis. Of course, no Mantis here today. it's a little bit of a break from the
the
the Guardians revival
exactly.
team up. So it's a good break. No Adam either. It's cool to see something spicy, some variety. I do like seeing a bit of Loki. Nice to see some Bucky action. I think Naga might potentially bring out Bucky again, but I want to see Month do something spicy. I feel like Month's Loki can cook when given that room to spread their wings and see how it all unfolds. But Sheptry right now putting in the work. Honestly, I really do love the Psylocke mirror matchup between Sheptry and Naga. But you know, Naga could obviously, as we said, bring out the Bucky instead. Maybe just a bit more impact. That Kraken impact, hopefully, is what they need to make it happen. But right now, you know, we're going to see how it all unfolds because Envy are going to be defending first. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Eyes on the clock. Only 8-second lead for Envy. 8 seconds. You know what? It could really matter.
That's true. Just moving forward as well. And I really like this Bucky pick by Naga, especially to counter Loki's clones, right? Just to reset the Kraken impact even easier, right? And right now, pushing forward, this 1 minute mark might be... it just presents fewer opportunities to push in case they fail the first and second push, right? But right now, it seems like Rad on the high grounds trying to push them away. But careful though, he's so low. Ooh. He's gonna get taken out by Cal. The Battle of Phoenix falls in favor of Cal, and that's gonna be a 5v6. But no, Naga's gonna take out Phoenix as well. Cal a little bit uncareful right there. Shipri just trying to move into a more favorable position. Rad right here, they're on point, and they just try not to let away. They're just trying to maintain that position, try to hold on to that ground. But Shipri, will he be able to make it work? No, that's not butterfly yet, but Naga probably needs a little bit of hook and uppercut just to try to make it happen. But Fate is gonna take out Window, and Envy already has a few players out. Oh no, the portal gonna be in play. Liger.
There it is, the portal contestation at the last second before they capture it right there. We're going to see the Magneto hold it down, and right there, Nero's there on the Cloak and Dagger trying to make it happen. Loki goes for the copy right there onto Month, getting themselves, that's right, the Luna, we're dancing. The Fadeable, ball well today. Magneto Meteor, will it be able to connect? Will it be able to crash down? Window tries to go for Kraken impact, resets have begun. Will there be enough damage? Both Sonic seductions are going up right now from Kaluja, trust me. But the Phoenix is burning as Million takes out Nero right there. Crook falls, Naga falls, Window and Kaluj getting picks themselves into the Loki Rosé, getting sustained there, getting healthy there, holding it down. The defense is strong. Overtime will tick out Agamotto, and it's not enough as it goes.
Yeah, just when we thought that the Melio Phoenix jump was gonna make an impact, the initiation was gonna make impact, and we just came back stronger in response and just held them off, takes out, like, okay, fine, you take out our backline, we're gonna take out the rest of you guys. Woo! And that's exactly what happened. Envy defending it at the 97% first point.
They do, here we go. Let's see how it turns on the tides right now. Let's see how it all unfolds. Going into it, we see some different picks. Maybe the Psylocke will show up again.
Psylocke, yeah.
Magneto action would be
more
there
firepower?
As well. Yeah, more firepower.
More firepower. Bring out Mantis.
No torch though.
Yeah.
Oh,
no torch. No torch. You can bring out Mantis. They can bring out
that's
Psylocke definitely for sure.
That's true. Envy can bring out the Mantis as well.
How about the second duelist? Wait, Black Widow?
Oh.
Black Widow? Black Widow Mantis?
Somebody wants to stack up the shots on Black Widow today. Okay, let's see how Cal performs.
Let's
Bit
go.
of Envy action right there, going for the Black Widow. Look, it could work. You know why? Mantis is an amazing, amazing hero that works very well with Black Widow.
Yeah,
if you get the timing right, if you get the damage amp right, Black Widow can one-tap almost the biggest of even Vanguards if you're lucky, you know?
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. You'll never expect it. You'll be a half HP, bulky Vanguard, and Widow just says, yeah, good night, Charlie.
Yeah, I gotcha. A headshot would definitely just take them out straight away, right? So this is the game plan of Envy. Apparently that's their offensive lineup. It seems like, no, there's going to be a Storm as well. So there's only going to be one Vanguard. So Envy knows that the assignment given to them is they need to eliminate Rad Esports right there. And they're going to bring in more firepower. Let's hope it pays off for Envy.
Yeah, let's hope indeed right now as we see Rajan on the front line. And Magneto, very common Vanguard lineup, and it's very definitely a good pick right there. We're going to see how it all unfolds. Marks are being set by Melia right now. We already have the high ground. Cal on the Ultron now. Okay, a bit of a different strat. Triple strategist lineup from Envy. Shots being fired by Shifty right there, trying to make it happen, trying to get the damage. Looks like we're going to see Emma on the back line. Trust me, getting the sustain and the heals from the team that they require. We've got level 1 Crook and Fate pouring those heals into them right now. Both teams trying to hold it down in the corner, trying to turn, trying to see the first pick is Cal.
Cal!
Fate taking it down.
Huge! One
Naga as
strategist
well.
down.
Chef cleaning house.
My god, 3 of them down, 4 of them down. Envy's gonna unlock this point. But wait, maybe they can bring in the Doctor Strange in time.
Is there
They still have 10
time?
seconds.
Is there
They still have
time?
10
Naga
seconds.
switches to
Naga.
Strange. Do you have the time to
Portal?
wind up the portal, Naga?
3 seconds. They have the time.
Do they have
need
the
to do
time?
it.
The
They need to
portal
do
is
it
going to
now.
make it. They
They
have
need to
enough
do it
time.
now.
No, they don't.
No, they couldn't. And Envy's gonna win this game number 2.
Envy taking it, Nilo.
My god. Envy, the game plan worked.
It did.
Offense. That's the answer. Bring out the firepower, and that's going to be a win for Envy right there.
Envy on cloud 9 right now, feeling confident. Cheftree, double MVP on the Psylocke. I expected nothing less from that Psylocke.
Exactly. And that's a 2-0 sweep.
Another 2-0 for Envy in their books today. Their second of today. How amazing must they feel right now? And of course, sportsmanship, shaking hands, you know, for a good match. They both put on a show.
Yeah, are they really third place? Oh my gosh, they're playing like champions right now.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you that.
Right, exactly. Like, and the show of respect, just shaking hands, like GG, well played. And of course, guys, this is not the end for either of the teams, especially Rad Esports, because there is a lower bracket. So they are going to be facing off against the winner between GenG and Nova Esports. What do you think? GenG, Nova Esports?
That's an exciting matchup I want to see.
Is,
Both teams, you know, had a bit of a tough one getting 0-2 today, but you know, we always say there's momentum in a winning streak, but there's a bit of motivation in a losing streak. I'll tell you that. So who's fired up more than ever to take it, GenG or Nova? You know, it's going to be exciting to see how it all unfolds. GenG, I think they're gonna make sure they pick the right maps this time. I'll tell you that for sure.
True. They have to.
But Nova, what do you think Nova's going to pull out this one?
Nova, I mean, if Torch isn't taken out, Bobo's definitely going to bring out Torch. Psylocke's definitely a very strong character for him as well. There's the occasional Jeff, situational Jeff, that he can play as well. But Taracook, but honestly, these are just some of the things that they can really play. But I feel like Nova might have a slight advantage. Hear me out.
Okay. I'm listening.
Nova might have a slight advantage because before this, Nova's weakness was the strategist lineup. Like they need a stronger strategist, and they fixed it by bringing in Ghost.
Ah, okay.
And Ghost is a really good strategist, and it feels like that fixed the problem for Nova. But as for GenG, honestly, they're made up of all-star teams. For those of you who don't know GenG, they're from the Asia region, second place.
Second.
Yeah, second place. Okay. And their team comprises of the top 2 factions in MRC, Asia. And that's why they have so many star power. And sometimes having so many star power, it might not work as how they intended it to be because everyone is just so headstrong. Sometimes that's what I think.
Look, not everyone can be the prodigy.
Not everyone can be the ace, right? This is not Blue Locks. You cannot have 11 strikers, right? You can have 6 strikers. You can have 6 duelists.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Let's leave it
Not
at
with
that.
6 duelists. You won't.
Teamwork and self-belief and running it down.
I'm not gonna believe in a team that runs 6 duelists.
Playing 6 Moon Knights now.
6 Moon Knights. Yeah, that might work. Honestly, but yeah. This is honestly, I think the factor that has is probably the team that wants it more. Let's talk about their psyche a little bit, right?
Okay, let's go.
Nova Esports, when we talk to them, what we think of them as a team, they're pretty chill. They said, oh yeah, we're just gonna kick ass.
Oh, okay.
Am I allowed to say that? They're just gonna kick. Yeah, and they're just pretty chill. And they're like, oh, we're a chill team. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just here to just play. Right? Whereas GenG, you might not see them show that fire, but they've been dreaming of this day ever since they put together this team back in MRC Season 1.
So we've got a bit of like, you know the hero shooter genre veterans when it comes to Nova, but GenG are the young bucks on the block. You know, they feel like they got something to prove. They came here for a reason. They came here to set their mark early in this new era of esports with Marvel Rivals, especially here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. Look at that logo right there. It's beautiful. Look at everything Brown's been beautiful here for the mid-season finals. It's absolutely a beautiful time to be here. I'll tell you that. But what is more beautiful than that is this gameplay. My goodness, I'm telling you, we're seeing the dance of the butterfly. The first step is beautiful. We're seeing the fate of all the worlds. Every world in the world. So much action. But wondering how it's all going to unfold going into this next matchup, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought out the visuals and the gameplay because Marvel Rivals has the best costumes.
Oh,
honestly, some of the best costumes are in Marvel Rivals, and honestly, if you guys seen the new symbiote costume from the latest battle pass, it's sick. Yeah, the symbiote Spider-Man, symbiote Squirrel Girl. That's so sick. And even the Psylocke with the new costume, I'm gonna go specifically into that. We know Dogman likes that costume.
Dogman loves that one.
He loves it so much.
We know Cozy loves that one too. The Psylocke mains of the caster team, I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you what I like. I like the Thing is chilling, you know, he's having fun. Letting his rocks get some sun as well. He's having a good time. Loki's one. Absolute cinema, I'll tell you that. That one is absolutely amazing. But, you know, Thor's looking good too. Everyone's looking good. But you know what else is even looking better than that? Those new skins coming later down the line when Blade shows up. Oh my God. I believe there's a symbiote Iron Man. Whoa, that's lethal. I believe Phoenix Force for Widow, for Iron Fist. We already got the Moon Knight one. That was the first one. That's my boy. The Phoenix Knight. We got so many people joining the war between Phoenix and Null. So many amazing skins are on the way in the pipeline. It's absolutely beautiful. I can't wait to see them all.
True. But honestly, I'm also very excited. Like you brought out Blade. I'm super excited about Blade as well. We're probably going to see that. I know, no spoilers, but we're probably going to see that somewhere along the Ignite competition.
Maybe.
Marvel
Rose, you hooking us up?
Can
we see some Blade action too?
I mean, it's out on 8th of August, so that's in between. That's in between the dates, right? So we probably might see that. No promises though. But we do know that there are a bunch of VIPs, streamers being invited to this LAN watch party. And honestly, I'm going to take some time to read out their names a little bit later when we see them on stage. But for now, we're not going to spoil. We're not going to read it out first. I mean, obviously, you know it from the poster, but we're going to introduce it when...
No spoilers.
Yeah, when they go up the stage. I think that will be
very soon.
Fair judgment.
Very soon. We'll meet so many amazing people. We'll meet so many more teams to meet tomorrow as well. I cannot wait to meet all the teams. And of course, for you to see our entire cast team, we got some amazing talent here today. And of course, all the production behind the scenes, keeping the show alive. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
In the chat, WProd, come on now.
Come on, yeah, exactly. WProd, WTeam, WChat as well.
WChat.
Yeah, we can't read the chat right now, but we're pretty sure that it's absolutely lit. But for now, we're gonna bring you back to the scoreboard between Envy versus Rad, because Rad was looking like they had the upper hand in the first game. And it seems like they were on the verge of coming back in game number 2. But Envy, with the help of Cal, with the help of Shibri, just look at those 23 final hits. I mean, Melio has 19, but Shibri is, that's next level. That's 36k damage with 23
Honestly, they're both on the stairs, I'll tell you that, but Shibri got to that final step further, you know. Massive damage, 35k. So much damage, but you know who's also up there in damage? Collusion Window. I think the Vanguard lineup is something to notice. I will say, Rajara is exciting to see. You know, but trust me as well, joining them, I really feel like there's a note to be taken here because we've got a bit of a mirror matchup between the Vanguards. Window Colluge, trust me, and Rajara, right? Rajara seems to be the more evident Magneto, you know, having way more damage blocks, 63k, but Window seems to be getting those more pivotal picks, those final hits that you need. And MVP Cheftree also makes sense. 35k damage, 46 total KOs. My goodness, what an absolute menace on the Psylocke. All right there. Assistance, 0. Why? Because Cheftree just goes in and cleans house. Not here to share. Wants the entire silver platter to themselves.
I know. And just with the post itself, it's like, hey, it's me, Shibri, that's the MVP. Never a doubt.
I'm pointing at the MVP.
Envy me, that's what he says.
Envy me.
No pun intended, but yeah, envy me. But honestly, they all played such a good game, right? Both teams played such a good game. Rad Esports, Envy, of course, coming up on top in this matchup. And we thought that they found the answer. They banned out the Venom of Window. But Window was like, yeah, you know what? I could do Magneto as well. So no worries there, guys. Like, and he absolutely slayed with it as well. But yeah, I just feel like in this matchup, Envy they were the better team in this matchup. But right now, just bring your attention to the replay. You can see Shibri, part of his action, part of his elimination streak journey right there. Ooh. Cal as well, also taking out the opponents left and right. Everyone was just doing their job, taking out people left and right there, Liger.
Absolutely putting in the work, Millie on the side, putting in the damage,
this is Rad.
The power, triple KO leading into many quadra KOs. I believe those 2 that entire series. It was exciting to see the dance of the butterfly putting in the work, the feast of the abyss from the Venoms as well. Meteor so consistent on the Psylocke. Just that one step behind Sheptree along the way, but still put in big numbers and definitely showed up here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. A couple of Meteors did get blocked. I will say that is common when we're dealing with Emma. Emma's going to definitely be blocking all those Meteors, of course.
Very important.
You can't block the dance. The dance does take a step too further than you can possibly block with a shield. But I will say, eyes on Trust Me's Venom in the future, everybody. It puts in the work when you least expect it. It is so prevalent, so in everyone's presence right there. A lot of portals, I'll say. A lot of portals that were very desperate, but never got the value they needed. It did buy some time, but it just wasn't enough to make it happen. A lot of Sonic seductions did happen, and we did see a lot of that coming from Kalush. Big Phoenix again. Never forget the Phoenixes are out here to drop their own Inferno. That's right, the end of their song is here. But so is the dance of the butterfly. So much work being poured in. Sheptree, so much work being poured in. Eyes on the fact that level 1 Crook was sustaining him a lot in most of those fights. Big failure to both worlds. Nero as well, so consistent with the cloak and dagger, putting in so much when it came to that eternal bond that did absolutely set them up every time they tried to initiate. They tried to even push, of course, Envy back in, but that's how it is.
Can I just say they were so chill about it too? They were like, okay, GG, and like, oh, yeah, yep, okay, yeah, that's it, right? It's not like we're like, oh, yeah, we're gonna celebrate.
Yeah.
They're just so chill. They're,
Where's the energy?
But it's okay because it reflected in their play.
Of course,
they were really aggressive. They played such a strong game, and honestly,
out here, chill. In the game,
woo,
aggression.
You don't know what's going on inside their minds, right?
Yeah, keep your energy in game. I do respect that. You know,
Probably
put it all out.
inside.
Honestly, maybe one day we can hear some of the comms of the team, see how crazy it could be. We love to just listen into the team comms. Maybe that's in the pipeline with a little bit of the highlight reels in the future. That'd be cool to see and cool to listen to some of that action. I believe these teams, they communicate very effectively. We've learned a little bit about these teams over the past few days. We've heard how things happen behind the scenes, and I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with this class of I would say class this year 2025 of all those competitors here in the mid-season finals for Marvel Rivals Ignite. It is exciting.
Exactly, and I'm just so happy. I think a lot of us are just really excited and happy to see Marvel Rivals Ignite happen, because remember during the early phases we were like, okay, the champion MRC, the champions of MRC Asia, the champions of MRC Oceania. Sorry, not Oceania.
MRC Pacific.
Remember?
That's right.
Yeah. There was that.
That's right.
And there were a lot of people like saying, okay, well that's done, but we're still excited to find out which region is going to be the strongest. And Ignite provided that platform for all the regions to come land into a zero ping environment where Liger loves it a lot, and in order to battle it out.
WOCE, no ping. The training weights are off. I can't wait to watch them tomorrow. But not for now.
Okay.
Don't get ahead of ourselves now. Today we're here for Envy, we're here for GenG, we're here for Rad, we're here for Nova. Okay, these are the 4 teams here in the play-ins, trying to prove they deserve the spot in the top 8 of Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, exactly. And it really is no easy feat getting here, but today is honestly just very nerve-wracking, because not only do they have to play for the tournament lives, they're going to be under the watchful eyes of other teams, because mind you, the team that's going to be playing against them tomorrow, the top 6 right now, that's going to be very interesting. But for now, we are going to be going to the interview with Sheptree.
Welcome to the post-match interview. I'm Cozy, joined by Sheptree, the elite duelist of Envy. We're just coming off Envy taking down Rad 2-0, and I've got to ask Sheptree, first of all, it's nice to finally have you for an interview. I've been waiting to finally get to talk to you, and with so much talent with this team and experience, what makes this team different right now for Team Envy?
I gotta say, we've all, of course, competed before. We're used to the environment. We all play the game a lot, so yeah, we just work harder than the other teams.
So when it comes to your game plan, how much is it countering your opponent or just playing to Envy's identity? Do you look at a team like Rad that's so diverse in what they do in their hero pool? Does that change how y'all play, or just stick to what you know?
Yeah, of course. We have to change everything for every team, because every team plays, so different. And we try to stick to our own strengths a bit, but yeah, we've definitely got to change our stuff for every team.
Well, I've asked a couple players so far, but I know you've been to China a few times. How is it for the first ever history here, Marvel Rivals land, and as a player for yourself with your team?
It's been absolutely incredible. Like, I'm so happy to be here. So,
yeah,
I'm just happy to be here.
It's good to have you here, man. It's good to have you. Well, with it all, obviously, y'all have huge ambitions for the team. As now we have just one more match before we go into what is tomorrow in the main stage. How far can this team go, Speedery?
I think we can win it all for sure.
That's the answer. That's the answer I want to hear, y'all. Well, we've got some awesome matchups coming in just a moment. We have Nova Esports versus GenG. So don't turn away. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. And thank you again for coming for the interview.
Thank you very much.
I have many faces.
Your powers are mine!
You know what time it is, Ben?
You're darn right I do, Matchstick. Come on, Ben! Say the thing! Nope, I'm not saying it! Supernova! Disappear! It's clobbering time! Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
So much for vacation. Come on, fight! You're mine! Out of sight.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Slice and dice! Silver bullet! The hunt is on! What a hack! Judgment's coming! Still got an edge! 1,000 gods! Bury the light.
大家好，我是 Nova 战队的波波，然后我也是这个战队的队长。
大家好，我是克莱姆。
大家好，我是温莎丽。
兴奋吧，然后也有点小焦虑，就怕自己打不好。
季中赛的话，我还好吧，我不会很焦虑，我比较放松的一个状态。
我觉得团队遇到困难的时候，还是得每个人需要给多一点的反馈和沟通，当时自己当前位置上遇到什么问题都得说出来。
我觉得主要是队伍的拉扯比较重要。我觉得国内外最大的差距在于阵容，但是我是觉得我们打他们还是有信心的。
国外相对于国内更多是节奏的不同和阵容 BP 上的不一样吧。其实个人实力真的没有特别大的差距，甚至感觉国内的个人实力反而是要强于他们的。
这天我们训练赛的一些内容就是针对我们接下来的对手做一些战略的部署吧。
觉得包括前面打的那些比赛也没有什么压力吧，每个队都一样。
我们组建就是为了拿冠军来的，
入围赛冠军也是冠军，
听天由命。
RAD 吗？他们就是玩的跟大部分队伍都不一样，它是一个非常独特的阵容。
夸一下这个波波的林杰啊，确实很厉害。
我觉得老温的那个捍卫者角色玩的都不错啊，像他的奇异博士跟万磁王，也包括他的石头人跟毒液也玩得非常有模有样。我来这个项目的时候本来就一无所有，所以你们最好也别被我带走了。
随便打打，早点回家。
RAD 希望你们能把饭票给用完。
Hello everyone. 저는 젠지에서 뱅가드 역할을 맡고 있는 펀펀이라고 합니다.
네, 저는 젠지 팀에서 듀얼리스트를 맡고 있는 엑지라고 합니다.
Okay, I'm GenG Tiger Nation, the Vanguard position, Chapa.
네, 일단 첫 마블 라이벌즈 첫 이제 오프라인 대회인 이그나이트에 진출하게 되어서 너무 기쁘고 그리고 다시 해야 되나요?
일단 아시아 대표로 젠지가 오는 거는 당연한 거고 젠지 팀 소속으로서 이 세계에 저희 실력을 보여줄 수 있다는 게 좀 많이 기대됩니다.
뭐 전 세계에서 이제 1, 2등 팀들이 모인 대회라서 뭐 긴장도 되고 잘 할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 최대한 저희가 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내려고 노력하고 있고 네, 뭐 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내서 한국으로 돌아가겠습니다.
제가 생각하는 제가 가장 붙고 싶은 팀은 일단 센티널이라고 북미 팀인데 제가 듣기로는 이제 현재 지금 거기 팀이 가장 강력하다고 들어서 저희가 이제 빨리 경기 다 이기고 결승전에서 센티널이랑 붙겠습니다.
저는 중국 현지 팀인 오유지 아니면 노바라고 생각하고
저도 당연히 목표는 우승이긴 한데 그래도 다른 팀들이 다 잘하는 팀인 걸 저도 알기 때문에 일단 최대한 좋은 성적 한번 노려보고 후회하지 않을 경기 그냥 하고 싶습니다.
오케이, the passion. 여러 각국에서 뭐 자기들 하는 일도 뭐 그만두고 이 게임에 몰두하면서 뭐 직업이 프로게이머인 사람들도 물론 있을 거고 뭐 그런 사람들이 여러 각국에서 모여서 경쟁한다는 게 경쟁하면서 또 1등을 목표로 하는 게 저는 한 단어로 패션.
Hey iRemix, look at you. iRemix, 100 tips, okay?
I will kill you, 다스모.
Okay, Ambios, come on, come here. Do you wanna smoke? But Koloji, don't hurt me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
嶺南有句俗話：飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
6 minds, 1 heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. My name is Liger. I am joined by
Nello Mello, and we will be your commentators for today. Liger, so excited. We've just watched Envy defeated Rad Esports moments ago. And next up, we're going to be seeing GenG versus Nova. One team is going to be sent home.
Oh, this is our first elimination series. That's right. The stakes are literally as high as they could possibly be. Here today on day one in the play-ins for Marvel Rivals Ignite. This is going to be a very intense one.
It is.
To see how they perform.
Exactly. And both these teams, this is their final chance. So what is at stake here? One team will be moving on to versus against a Rad Esports that has been defeated by Envy moments ago. So right now, who's going to be that first team to be going home? We're about to find out whether it's GenG, the all-star powerhouse Korean team, or would it be a Nova Esports, a Chinese region powerhouse team. So either way, it's gonna be a very, very close game.
It's gonna be a clash for sure. I'll tell you that. It's gonna be exciting. I want to see how these teams perform because it is all on the line right now.
True.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Elimination rounds. What does that mean for the mentality of a team? What does that mean for team morale? What does that mean for the coaches? How do you approach your players right now? How do you make things happen? How do you keep everybody nice, centered, focused, ready to go, ready to perform at the highest possible level there is in Marvel Rivals right now? Today here at Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. I want to know ultimately, can they handle the pressure, or are they going to crack?
Are they going to crack? That's a very good question. But regardless of what happens later on, these teams, all of these 10 teams should be very proud, even because no matter which team ends up in the 9th and 10th position, they've made it all this way to Ignites.
Yep.
And while it may seem like there's only 10 teams here, they've went through a grueling process, either through MRC, MRI, that's where they got invited in the first place, or whether it's through stage 1 as well, the open qualifier into stage 1. So it's been a long journey for all of these teams.
Yes.
And to at least to compensate, they won't be going home empty-handed. They will at least end up going home with $20,000. And that's the 9 and 10 spot.
That is big for these teams. That is big for such an early start in Marvel Rivals Esports here today. And our first team in this matchup will be GenG with Eggsy, Funfun, Dotori, Snake, Brownie, and Zoon. This is a lineup. I'm very excited to watch GenG. I actually met them in the elevator earlier today. They were very kind, and I'm looking forward to see it.
Yeah, they're a very friendly team as well. But don't let that fool you, because they are also a very passionate and fierce team when it comes to Marvel Rivals. Yeah, they're here to prove themselves after all. And this is ultimately their last chance to prove themselves in this Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament. But next up, Nova Esports, the powerhouse team from Chinese division. Right here, that's Yesin, that's Vaughn, XL. Those are the two vanguards of the team. U3 and Bobo are the duelists of the team. Clem, BB, and Ghost being the strategists for Team Nova. And this is also a team with a lot of pride. While they may appear to be chill, they definitely want to prove themselves and go even further in this tournament.
Okay, so a lot of aggression. These guys are veterans in the scene when it comes to the genre. What I want to know, is Nova going to bring out that experience and hold it down and keep themselves in the running? Or are the new gen, that's right, GenG, going to hold it down and show them, hey, it's our time, my time is now, and they're going to make it happen and keep themselves in Marvel Rivals Ignite and live to tomorrow?
I think these teams are going to be pretty evenly matched for a reason. I feel like their meta is pretty similar. Like if you notice, GenG went up against Team Envy, right, in the first match. And remember, they sort of just banned whatever they would have banned in the Asia region stage. Whereas Envy was more prepared, came prepared, and just straight up banned out the rescom by GenG. So I feel like that's something that might have been overlooked a little. So going up against Nova Esports, I feel like they would probably have pretty similar playstyles. So I would say it's pretty neck and neck, and the bans might actually work against each other.
Okay, interesting. Okay, the bans. Honestly, sometimes you could say in Marvel Rivals the win is decided in the banning and picking phase. Could be even a factor, you know, as we've seen earlier today. GenG did have a bit of a hiccup when it came to the map selection. It didn't go in their favor. And of course, Envy did get themselves that dub, that early 2-0. What did that lead to? Envy also 2-0 again and landing themselves that victory. That's right, Envy are comfortably ready to return tomorrow. They are chilling now, relaxing. They can go enjoy some nice food out here in beautiful Guangzhou, China. They can have a nice feed knowing they're here tomorrow. But who isn't guaranteed tomorrow are these two teams today, GenG and Nova. This is literally the deciding factor right here. I want to bring so much emphasis to the point that this is our first elimination series in Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. Of course, this is going to be a big one.
It's going to be a big one indeed, because out of the 3 teams, only one's going to make it through alongside Envy.
Okay.
Yeah, right? So this is going to be very nerve-wracking. Envy is definitely going to be sitting very comfortably after this, right? Because they're already qualified.
That's true.
They're already qualified, right? So basically, this is the battle to find out who's going to move on forward up against Rad Esports. And ultimately, game number 5, that's going to determine who's going to be the second team to advance alongside Envy Esports. So which is it going to be? Starting off with GenG versus Nova. One is the Asia powerhouse team, the other is the Chinese division powerhouse team. Who's going to come on top? Like, if you look in terms of crossfire, I feel like they're pretty even. Although I would say Bobo and Uwu3, they would probably, I don't know. I feel like they are. I would say they have the slight advantage when it comes to crossfire, because they did play neck-to-neck against OUG, which is the #1 team in China for Marvel Rivals Ignite, and they did put up a really good fight against Morlan and his team, right? So I would say that's a slight advantage. But when it comes to the Vanguard, oh my god, I think Nova also has the advantage when it comes to this, right? Because it's the best in China versus the best in Asia division as well.
Okay, well, a lot of factors to consider, a lot of value to be discovered if you can extract that from your players as a coach and as teammates from each other. That is your goal, that is your plan, to bring the best of the best out of all of your squad when you're rolling into Marvel Rivals Ignite. What I want to know is, will we potentially get some dive? You know, look, I've seen, you know, some of the hero pools that these players do bring out. You know, some people actually do have a bit of that gamma charge in them. Maybe we could potentially see our first Hulk in Marvel Rivals Ignite. That could always be exciting to see. Something changing, something different. Namor might be there to support it as well. Could be spicy.
Yeah, it could be spicy. I mean, the first map is Krakoa, right?
Yeah.
And Krakoa, there's the threat coming from the open skies.
That's true.
So I would anticipate they might put their focus into banning Torch first.
Yeah, Brownie's Torch.
Yeah,
it's very valuable.
Torch. It is.
Definitely, GenG would love to get Torch for Brownie, but it's on Nova to make sure they ban that out and lock that out, because if they don't, do they have the hit scans to nullify a Torch in the sky? Do they have the range, you know, the Widows, maybe even Hela, or as we've seen now, Phoenix? Who's really burning it up? Is it Torch or is it Phoenix right now? It's a firefight, I'll tell you that, no matter who's there.
That's true, that's true. And then, I mean, Torch is pretty much going to be a no-brainers ban at this point, simply because of the potential, right? The #1 flyer duelist, especially in Krakoa, where it's so open in the sky. And then the ban will probably emphasize more towards the strategists of both teams. Either that or the Vanguard, right? Because it's either they're going to respect ban Zoom's Captain America, or they're going to just straight up ban out the Mantis.
Well, Torch already locked out a love. No chance for the fantastic Johnny Storm to show up here today in this matchup between Nova and GenG on the first map. And of course, we're not going to see... Oh, okay. A bit of a Luna ban also coming out from GenG. They're going to protect Luna at the same. Captain America protected for Nova on the other side. And they also do the same with the strategists, banning out and protecting Mantis for themselves.
Yeah.
Shout out Venom in the audience. Let's go. The symbiote legend. Woo-woo.
Beautiful cosplay.
Absolutely amazing cosplay.
They're gonna ban out Adam Warlock now, simply because there's a Mantis out on the loose.
Has to be. Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. And of course, finally, after saving Magneto, probably they're gonna ban out Magneto.
Yeah, it could be an option. Could save and nullify the presence on the opposing squad, GenG.
Oh, no, they're going to save Magneto.
Okay, so both teams will be bringing out the Master Mutant of Magnetism. Definitely going to see that Magneto, and we do love a good Meteor M. We saw a Quadra KO Meteor M earlier today. I would love to see that Penta KO Meteor M as well.
This is going to hurt though. I'm so sorry. This is going to hurt because XZ is so proficient on Psylocke.
Oh my days, no Psylocke.
Yeah, right. They managed to ban XZ's Psylocke, whereas but then again, it is nullified because GenG did ban off the Psylocke as well. So no Torch, no Psylocke. They're going to go back to the good old ways, right? Punisher, Punisher, and then there's Ultron. Probably we might see Iron Man, but I won't give much hope into seeing an Iron Man here.
You never know.
We'll never know, exactly. But right now, you can hear the cheer coming in from Nova, the support of the crowd.
Hometown crowd.
I know. GenG versus Nova Esports Liger. This is do or done.
Do or get done. I'll tell you that right now. But it ain't done because we're rolling out of spawns. Everybody's getting a move. Nova rolling out with Uwu on Star-Lord, Yexen on the Captain America, Longsol on the Magneto, Ghost on the Invisible Woman, Sue Storm, Bobo bringing out the Jeff, Clem on the Mantis, and then GenG are rolling out with Loki. Snake going on the Loki, XZ on the Bucky, and Zoom with the Emma. And there's a big pick from Yexen already taken out Dr. D. That's the one I was going to call next. Brownie on the Finny's going to try and make the work, and Fun on the Magneto on the high ground, holding it down. Already met with Uwu on the side right there. Loki's getting set up on top. That's going to be Snake right there, trying to set it up.
Beautifully done, but oh no, Snake almost lost his life right there, but will be able to be sustained. So GenG already trying to fight back, but no! Nova punishing them one by one with the two Vanguards gone. Who is left to protect the front lines? They have to retreat here. They have to go back and regroup. But Nova pushing forward, just making sure that they do not retreat as easily and just holding on to these angles coming in.
Oh my days, Nello, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing Ult Charge spiking up, and who's closest to it but the mischievous one themselves. Snake on the Loki is going to have that copy very, very soon. Very, very, very valuable ultimately when it comes down to the current state of Marvel Rivals. Loki is one of the best strategists out there and already has ultimate online. Let's see how it all unfolds. The lamps are set up on now as we're going to see the runes of Loki. Just keep the team sustained, allow them to have a bit of forward pressure. GenG going to be able to move in with that, allowing Brownie to go forward, show some shots. You're going to see the Fate of Both Worlds breaking out early, nice and early from the Luna right there. Brownie on the skies. Voxel with a dunk taking out XZ with the Meteor, and Uwu taking out the 3 in the side. High lines riding it down on the Galactic Legend style. We're going to see how it all unfolds. Jackson pushing forward, taking out Zoo. Snake forced him over. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the door for Nova Esports right now, as GenG are going to be retreating to spawn as the Krakoa portals are now active and open. You know what that means, Nello? They can come in from right behind them.
Exactly, and just to see this dominance coming out from Nova Esports as well. Look, it's 72%, and so far, GenG was unable to contest that point at all. Simply because, look, Nova Esports, they're already parked. It's like, yeah, this is my territory. I'm going to take spot here. I'm going to take space up there, below. And look at Nova coming in. And look at that damage coming through. Uwu's already taken out one of them. Galactic Legends coming in. That's going to be the huge attacking firepower that they need. They're going to take out the backlines. Brownie is gone. And look, all of a sudden, the Jeff is going to eliminate 2 of them.
Take him off the map! Double KO for each Jeff! Right there, Bubba, taking out Fun and XZ. We're going to see Stallon going through the portals right now, chasing down the Luna, chasing down the one that's trying to get away. And we're going to see overtime, ticking 99% for Nova right now. GenG, you've got the Strange, you've got the portal. Trying to show signs of life, Uwu gets Snake and Zune, and it's going to be a portal to contest right now from GenG. It's going to be a 6v3 matchup in the final fight. Does anybody contest? And they don't. And Nova take first round on Krakoa, and they're holding it down on the carousel.
What a convincing win by Nova Esports in that first part of the game. And it seemed like, look, you banned out the Psylocke, fine. You banned out the Torch, fine. Bobo still has a hidden Jeff. If you guys notice, Bobo has a hidden weapon, the Land Shark right there, Jeff. And honestly, it was only one ultimate by Bobo, but it made all the difference because both Vanguards were thrown off the map.
Unbelievable, so much value.
See you, bye-bye.
Goodbye. That is exactly what you want from a Jeff. Oh, I love to see some Jeff get value. It is absolutely exciting. It is cheeky. It is fun. It is exactly everything we love about Marvel Rivals when it comes down to the spirit of this game. But here we are heading over to round 2 on Krakoa. It's going to be important to see how the Cradle turns out, of course. Beautiful map of Krakoa, a land for the mutants, a haven, a beautiful place to be peaceful and relaxed. But here in Marvel Rivals, it's here to fight and get down and dirty with it. Brownie early on going forward with the Star-Lord, as we know, very prominent style in the last matchup as well, putting in so much work, actually zoning out the Phoenix earlier as well. Massive Galactic Legend did get value there earlier, but let's see how it works out. Brownie gets some early damage on themselves. Going to retreat for now. Uwu also on the Star-Lord. We're going to see the mirror match of the Star-Lords here today.
One thing is for sure, if Brownie cannot get that elements onto the opponents, that's going to be it. But right now, Uwu just coming in, just breaching into the enemy territories alongside Captain America. Freedom Charge coming in, and now Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used right there, right then by Snake, copying the opponent Nova right there. They're going to contest that site here, and now GenG right here doing their best to hold on to the spot, but they're slowly getting pushed down. Yeshin already taking out Snake at the backlines. Their one strategist down, their two strategists down, their duelist Brownie is going to go down. Nova cleaning up shop right there once again, just pushing everyone from GenG to the back lines, Liker.
Unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit him with the dive. That's what Yexen did on the Captain America there. Absolutely shaking up all of GenG, allowing Uwu to clean house. Even Clem getting some picks on the Mantis right there, cleaning up as well, giving him some value, giving him that nice early 15% lead on the board right now in Krakoa here today. But Brownie's on the sidelines trying to make it happen, trying to get the damage, trying to get that forward pressure, and an early pick for themselves. Going to meet another Star-Lord. That's right. That's going to be Uwu 3 on the sidelines. We're going to see how it all unfolds because Eggsy's got the Rage of Ultron ready. We're going to see the Feast of the Abyss from Zune as well. But Nova Esports have 4, potentially 5 ultimates ready for this next fight. Let's see how it all unfolds with this first initiation coming from the Rage of Ultron from Eggsy.
Let's go. Rage of Ultron. Let's see if he gets any value. Brownie's going to unleash the Galactic Sledge as well. But it's Jeff!
It's Jeff!
Oh my god! Is it going to be out?
It's enough to take out the Struts!
No, he's gonna get bombed out by Fun. Beautiful counter towards Bobo. If he actually pulled that off, that would have been insane. But now Ultri coming in with the Galactic Legend, just trying to take out people left and right. Make that 2, 3 eliminations by the Over Esports. They're gonna keep running over GenG right now. Fatal Football is not gonna be doing much but delay the inevitable, which is Nova marching forward. Dotori is gonna go down. They're gonna clean up everyone else at the backline. Snake is gonna be gone, and now Fun, the only Vanguard left on the line, he's gonna be gone as well, Liker.
There is so much value coming from on that Galactic Legend Star-Lord right there, getting the triple KO, unofficial quadra KO right there, which was exciting to see. But going into this next one, 85% for Nova right now. GenG need to show the signs of life and struggle right there to hold it down and get some percentage on the board for themselves. Otherwise, Nova will take Krakoa in whole. This is the final potential fight for Nova to take Krakoa. Are they going to hold it? We're going to see Voxel taking out Brownie on the sidelines. We're going to see the freedom charge from Captain America. Moving forward. Loki sets the runes, keeps them sustained. Eggs is trying to make it happen, trying to get the damage, trying to bring up the Phoenix Fire right there. Uwu taking out Zune. The Venom is down. The Vanguard is down. Uwu is chasing right now. We're going to see a face shift. Uwu takes Eggsy. Snake, Dr. 3 and 5-4. Nova Esports are taking Krakoa.
My goodness, 100% to 0%, not once, but twice, back-to-back against GenG. And can I just say, how often do you see Brownie? How often do you see Eggsy getting shut down like that?
Unbelievable.
They were unable. They were unable to get elims at all. They're supposed to be the hunter, but they're the hunted in this game.
Woo! Insane performance, insane performance. 1-0 in favor of Nova Esports. MVP, well and truly deserved too. Uwu 3 right there. 22 elims, my goodness.
Insane.
But Fun put in the work, I'll tell you that.
Exactly.
Amazing.
That was just absolutely insane. And it just seems like in the battle of the front lines, it seems like Nova Esports was just so good at brawling, and they were expecting that all around. Like Galactic Legends goes in, never mind, I have Captain America rushing in to provide that charge as well. So everything was just happening, and it feels like the band was on point as well. GenG's Eggsy's Psylocke was getting taken out, but instead of affecting both teams like it's supposed to be, because both Psylocke and Torch was getting taken out, doesn't matter. Bobo's Jeff brought so much value when needed, right? And then, but on the side of GenG, well, they don't have any other surprise factor, which makes it a little bit more predictable. And that's where they know, like, okay, we know that XZ is shut down on Psylocke. He's only going to be able to use Ultron. And then with Brownie as well, Brownie, that's the only person we need to shut down, and they managed to do it.
Much, you know, Brownie brings out those that usually pick the Torch, the Wolf. They banned out Torch. No opportunity to bring the Wolverine out, you know, maybe bringing out, you know, I know they do have that Hulk. Zune wants to play that Hulk, but it's just not the time and place right now for them. Unless, maybe it is the time and place.
Maybe. It's time to get mad.
Maybe it's time to do something, do a bit of madness, go unorthodox, try something different, catch Nova off guard when it comes down to it. That is ultimately the opportunity you want to do right now. Like when it really is these desperate times. Do you run it down on what you know, or do you do what the enemy don't know?
True. I agree with that, but unfortunately, it's very hard for me to say this, but at this point, it seems like GenG is getting pretty predictable. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for the Asia region, I'm all for the teams here, but it really pains me to say this, but it's getting a little bit predictable on the side of GenG because everyone that they played, Rad Esports, they played against Rad Envy. Envy, and then they played against Nova, and it feels like they just knew exactly what GenG was gonna go. Just ban out, targeted ban onto the characters that they are so comfortable in getting off picks. And when you do that, they have a surprise pick at the back, and they cannot really adapt.
That's true.
It's so hard for them to adapt because everything was shut down. The targeted ban was just on point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one going forward for GenG, but there's still hope. There's still hope. Maybe they are going to switch it up. Maybe it's time for a bit of a tempo shift, try to change your game plan right now.
Hulk no more?
Hulk no more? You know what? Hulk no more would be good. You know, I don't think, you know, if I'm Nova, I'm not letting Torch through.
Yeah,
it's just not worth it. Look, even if you feel confident, even if you feel like the pace is in your favor, do not let it happen because, of course, you know, this is the lower bracket, lower elimination stage.
Exactly.
That's right. This is, you know, you don't guarantee yourself into the top 8 from this either. You just guarantee yourself another chance to the top 8. And right now, a chance is all you need to keep it moving, keep it going. So, are GenG going to show they are the new generation to bring it? Or are Nova going to show their veterancy, their experience in the long run, how they approach the game, how they approach all these matchups, and see ultimately if, you know, they're just going to take it and move on and go up to Rad.
But ultimately, I feel like if there's any changes that we need to do, right? I feel like they definitely need to make some changes towards the front lines, because I feel like the front line collapsed pretty fast, and Zune alone is not enough to hold on to it. I mean, make no mistake, Fun's an amazing player as well, but I just feel like the front lines were a little bit it crumbles.
Little lean. Need some meat on the bone. You need something strong, something, you know, formidable, a bit of a wall, maybe even a group.
Yeah, like Choppa can come in and play that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Hey, the beautiful thing about Marvel Rivals, you're not locked to your role. You can switch it up. You can do so many different things. You know, teams are out here running even, you know, triple Vanguard,
triple strategist,
double strategist lineup.
6 duelists.
Good work, you know, set things up with a Groot, hold it down, choke slam with the Emma, big Meteor. You can run that Groot, Emma, Magneto. It is actually a really stellar and actually underrated, in my opinion, underrated Vanguard lineup. So I'd actually love to see that. But, you know, let's see how it all unfolds as the teams are getting ready and right behind us in all the action in this amazing arena here today at Marvel Rivals Ignite. Right below, you can see the logo. You already know how it is. This is how we do. For those who don't know, my name's Liger. We got the legend, Mellow.
Doing
it up.
Yeah.
We're here. We're honored to be here. It's going off, you know.
Yeah.
You know, we're out here. We're doing it up. Having a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
There's going to be a good one here today. This is, of course, an elimination series. This is where the stakes are higher than ever right now, because this means GenG are 1 loss away if they're out.
Exactly.
Don't want that for GenG. If they're GenG, if you're a GenG support out there.
Yeah, they gotta relax. They gotta reset. Yeah, right. At this point, the only thing that they can save is just the mentality going in. Yeah, they gotta steal it out, and they gotta reset, and then they just gotta come back and give their A performance. I mean, maybe adaptability is not their strong suit, but honestly, if you can play consistent and stable, I think you might still have a chance up against Nova. But Nova is already very stellar when it comes to stable compositions 2-2-2, right?
Okay.
But while we're at that, I just want to give a shout out to my main man from Asia, Posh Spice, Multitudes, That One Dan. Shout outs to you guys. I probably should do another shout out when we get to see our faces. Like, you're gonna give a short shout out.
Shout out to my fellow OCE casters, Profound Rice and Messi. We miss you.
That's
Having a good time.
Profound Royce. Let's
go. These are, of course, you know, these are some of the best teams here today in Marvel Rivals Ignite, of course. Let's see how it all unfolds between GenG and Nova Esports. This is a tough one. Okay, so statistically, what we are seeing so far, of course, you know, a lot of numbers on the board, a lot of healing being dished out, but not enough final hits. I need to see some final hits. I need to see some action, some impact. You know,
Brownie got shut down. Look, 0.
It's tough. It's rough. It's rough for GenG right now. But, you know, Uwu3, my goodness, Uwu3 Star-Lord is a true galactic legend in their own right. You know, maybe they're living up to the Marvel name, maybe a bit of a Guardians 2 Easter egg. Maybe they got a bit of ego. You never know. You might find out. But as they are maybe a planetary threat ultimately right now, they are definitely someone that, you know, GenG aren't going to let get unchecked now that they've learned. Clearly, Uwu3 is going to be the one to target in this next round.
Exactly. But while we're at that, let's just check out the replays right here. You can see Uwu3 having such an amazing time. You can see where the final hits are coming from.
Ooh,
he was oh my god,
Bobo.
they just knock him out.
Thank you,
They
Bobo. We love the Jeff.
Knock him out.
It gives me life.
I know. And honestly, it's just knocking them out over one after the other. But beautiful dunk by FunFun just to take out the Bobo from eliminating 2 of the teammates. But Uwu3 honestly was the star of the show. Nothing comes close in second because Uwu3, he was having the time of his life. Just the tracking is just insane. Just look at the tracking. Everyone was just melting left and right. And this is honestly super, super insane to watch. Just look, Bobo,
insane.
super confident. Like,
oh, yeah.
Jeff, let's go, Jeff.
Let's go. Big Jeff out here. Big action. We love to see it. I will tell you, you know, I don't want to know who happened to Uwu1 and Uwu2 because Uwu3 is unstoppable. I'll tell you that. Now, ultimately, you know, the third form, the final form, maybe for Uwu, or do we see Uwu4 down the line? You never know. You never know. It's up to them to make it through. Day 2. We'll see how it all unfolds.
Yeah. And while we're at it as well, the promised shout out as well, just a shout out to my quick main man and to the chat in Twitch as well. Marvel Rivals Asia Twitch chat. How you guys doing? Posh Spice and Multitudes are doing the watch party right now, so do check them out if you're in Twitch as well. And of course, that one Dan, our co-caster in Rivals Asia as well on Twitch. And
of course, OCE region. I know Matt C's doing a co-stream, Profound Rice as well. They're doing it up. They're representing our region and talking all the Storm. I'll tell you that, they're excited. And I'm excited too because, you know, tomorrow we get to witness our squad. That's right, the Ground Zero Gaming.
Let's go.
The Australian org from the OCE region. Jeezy Easy, as they say. Jeezy Peasy, as they say it. Hashtag Jeezy Peasy. That is the chant. I want to see they go crazy in the chat tomorrow. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, you know. The shout-outs are done. But there's so many amazing people. W Prod, by the way. Come on, chat. W Production all around us. Marvel Rivals, Neddy's team. Amazing. But let's see. This matchup, this is good. This is big. This is exciting. This is what we want to see. Okay, we're going to go into bans and picks very soon. This is potentially map point. This is potentially where it could end for GenG if they slip up again. But now's the time. Nova's got to make it happen for themselves. Get themselves locked into that final stage of the play-ins. That's what they want. They want to get in there, go against Rad, knock out, you know, try to make it happen, try to knock out Rad. You know, Rad, you know, perceived to be very strong, formidable team coming into Marvel Rivals Ignite. Ultimately, how it's going to turn out is crazy to see. I am excited to see how all these 3 teams turn out because this is officially our first elimination series.
Exactly. We're equally as excited, equally anticipating who will be making it through, who will be the first team to be sent home. But honestly, just looking at this, I mean, Nova Esports and GenG are pretty similar teams to begin with, like what I've mentioned at the start of this game show, right? But when it comes to the capabilities and the crossfire capabilities, it just feels like Nova is just a little bit ahead compared to GenG, whereas GenG might not be at their 100%. We're not free to comment on that, but they are not at 100% at their best. But whatever it is a tournament setting. Whether you're, however situation you're in, you have to come here. You gotta steal it up. You gotta you gotta steal. You gotta come in stealed up and just play.
Yeah, and speaking of playing, it looks like we're gonna have a bit of a switch. Chopper and Fun, a bit of a switch.
Yeah, that's what
a bit of substitution action. It's gonna be exciting to see. Again, as we know, these players are supported by orgs, by managers, by coaches, and of course substitutes are here as well. You know, the best. I honestly believe, this is my theory about when it comes to esports teams in Marvel Rivals. I honestly believe, yeah, we do have 6 slots. We do have 6 slots in the game. But I think teams, you know, as the years pass in Marvel Rivals, I think teams should be building with around that, you know, 7 to 8, maybe even 9 player mark. I believe with such an amazing roster and such potential for a diverse and massive roster when it comes to Marvel Rivals. We're talking about over 700 heroes in Marvel Rivals comics and villains as well. There are so many things that could be available, and I believe, you know, we've got duelists out here that fill different categories. You've got your melee duelists, you've got your, you know, the ones that aim very well, you've got ones that just throw silly things at everyone. I feel like, you know, it's good to have a specialist in each of those categories, especially in Vanguard. You know, you've got your disruptors, you've got your frontline, you've got your backline shielders, and of course strategists. You know, you've got the cheeky ones, your rockets, your Lokis, your Jebs. You know, you got those that hold it down, keep the team sustained. You know, your Luna, your Invisible Woman, and then of course, you know, there's more to that. There's many different perspectives and roles. And I feel like 6 people could be a perfect team, but I think the key to the future of this would be building a team that can have specialists and experts that cover the entire roster as a whole, so you're prepared for any meta, any decision, and even when you feel like meta is not the answer, which I believe we will find out very quickly in Marvel Rivals Ignite at the mid-season finals. Bring out the Moon Knight. I would love to see it.
Strangling Prison into Moon Knight, that would confirm the kill.
Listen, we could get some clobbering time. We could get the Ensong Inferno clobbering time combinations. Very good. Human Torch throwing down Ben Grimm could be exciting. Could be fantastic.
I heard he got thrown down.
Yep.
The sacrifice. Yeah, the sacrificial stone.
I need a good Wolverine and a Human Torch to queue it. I'll tell you that.
It's like, wait, I do not want to land like this. So why?
Shut up, BB, my duo. I'll tell you what. But we're going to, of course, Symbiotic Surface Glinter. This is the theme of the season. That's right, the symbiotes. We are going, of course, to the home of Null, to where Null controls the symbiote hive mind. That includes Venom and many others as well. Now, going into this picks and bans phase, the teams are deciding. I want to see how GenG appropriately makes it happen. I want to see very soon what that will be. But ultimately, you know, teams are just getting ready for now, setting it up. You know, very soon we'll get into the bans, the picks, and all of the above. But, you know, look at this amazing teams thinking now, talking to each other. That's Bobo. Represent. There you go, holding it down.
He's dubbed the Prince of Nova.
The Prince? Oh,
the Prince of Nova.
We got royalty in the house. Hey, yo. Represent.
Yeah, exactly.
Represent.
That's Dotori playing. I know he's a little bit under the weather, but he's toughening it out right now. And as you know, strategist, really important backbone of the team as well.
Listen, they heal the team. Who's going to heal them? I hope their team gives them some support. You know, hey, moral support is my favorite support. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
But, you know, oh, look, a Ghost as well over here putting in the work, you know, going to try to make it happen. I do love seeing coaches sitting behind them. Hey, when you're a team, you know that there's always someone to have your back, and that is your coach and your managers. Shout out to the team. Shout out to all the staff behind the scenes that keep these teams nice and ready and powered up for some Marvel Rivals action again. So, picks and bans are starting up between GenG and Nova Esports. And already the Torch and Mantis are gone. I would love to see the ban statistics so far for today, because my goodness, I don't think Mantis or Torch have not shown up on our screens when it comes to picks and bans.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, banning out the opponent's Mantis is not enough. They got to save it as well. So Nova Esports has a clear idea of what they want to do. And GenG is probably going to respond by banning out Adam Warlock at some point, although we might have to wait a little bit to see what's going to happen. But Luna Snow is gone, probably going to save up Luna Snow as well. And that's going to probably build up towards the next counter, the next few counters. They really need to counter GenG's, at this point, right? Captain America, Torch, Loki would be a really good a ban as well. And honestly, I like this targeted ban. Like, okay, we probably want to force you to counter ban our Captain America as well, but GenG might have a different idea. They probably do not care for the Captain America, probably cares a little bit more for other bans. But right here, Nova Esports has a guarantee. You can picture it in your mind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right? There's a Magneto, there's an Emma if you really want to go for the team up. There's a Psylocke available as well. So that's going to be a pretty interesting lineup to go with.
I do want to note Star-Lord is also banned. Don't want to see the Star-Lord again. Decision for Nova right there. Not going to be able to bring out that Star-Lord. There it is. So we're going to Clinter, and this is the lineup. These are your teams. These are your bans. These are your saves. Both teams saving Magneto. What do we think about that one, Nella? Magneto's presence in Marvel Rivals Ignite so far. It's been pretty exciting. A lot of big dunks, a lot of big meteor M's.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just to counter the opponent's Luna Snow, right? But you can see the bans happening as well onto Luna Snow, although there's also saves coming in. But one thing is for sure, GenG is down 0-1 against Nova. The next point by Nova is going to take it with a 2-0 sweep, bringing them much closer to being the second team qualified. Whereas GenG, they've got a long way ahead of them. They got to win this map, and they got to win the next one if they want to come back. So that's a lot of job coming back. It's hard, but not impossible. The team fight is gonna happen a little bit soon, probably trying to farm up a little bit of the ultimate charge right here. You can see Bobo on the Wolverine, just trying to be that silent assassin from the backline, probably trying to pick off someone and just send them, kidnap them all the way to the side of his teammates. But GenG pretty much establishing a pretty good perimeter onto the point. But no, Brownie! The first one down. Choppa's gonna go down. This is happening much sooner than we expect. Nova cleaning up the third person. Zoon's gonna go down. 3 people left. XZ and Dotori. That's the only one left. They kind of retreat right here. And it seems like Nova will be able to unlock that first point so fast.
Nova storming on through. No Doctor Strange from GenG here today. They're already in the pushing stage. The Symbiote Husk is ready to keep moving. Now, going into this, I want to note something very important right here. We got Brownie on the Phoenix already close to charge. It was just ahead of them. 10% in the lead, already closer than ever. Landing those marks, landing that passive, allowing them to build up those Phoenix marks and get some power. Now, of course, Yexen's Adam did get that first pick early on. Did put in the work. Yexen, a secret duelist in their own right. You know, just when you think Adam is just, you know, going to be out here to be the triple strategist, he is actually the second duelist, the third duelist actually, because they are running 1-3-2. That's right, Nova Esports. Making it happen. On the Wolverine, slashing and dashing. Phoenix and Song Inferno crashes down, and there it is. And it does a bit of damage, but it's going to be met with Dotori's Fate of Both Worlds right there. We're going to see the Wolverine moving back for now. I would love to see how this Meteor M unfolds. But first, we're going to exhaust.
And then coming in the slashes, the Feral Claws coming in and trying to take out the strategist, but no, the support is going to come in. The Meteor M, let's see if the dunk's going to happen. Von XL trying to find that one hit onto the opponent's side, but no one's going to go down just yet. But as we speak, XZ is going to go down. Clem actually getting it. UW getting Zoon out of the equation as well, and they are slowly marching forward, pushing GenG backwards. They are down 2 members, and this just looks pretty grim for GenG. Nova is going to be able to continue pushing in. Bobo getting staggered a little bit a moment ago there. And honestly, Liger, I don't know. They're pushing really, really hard. And the decision to not ban the Adam Warlock onto Nova, I hope that it doesn't bite them, because they have the Cocoon Rebirth at the disposal.
Nello, I think you called it right there. Yexen's Adam is getting absolutely unchecked by GenG right there. Look, Chopper's got the Sonic Seduction. It's good.
Okay.
Oh, big kidnap from the Wolverine. Slashing and dashing, hopefully not crashing out right now. We're going to see the action from the Berserker as he's going to be pushing forward. XZ's going to make the action happen. They're destroying the terrain, trying to get an angle, trying to get the pressure, trying to get everything they need. GenG trying to hold it down. We're going to see Emma. We're going to see Chopper try to make the action happen, pushing forward. We're going to see Ensong Inferno in the skies. I believe it was blocked early and countered out. Not going to get the value they need. Wolverine v Wolverine. XZ versus Bobo. We're going to see the Bulwark from Magneto keep that Wolverine nice and sustained. Snake gets the pick on Uwe in the sidelines. Berserker's rage is 100 right now. It is chomping off. Yexen brings Uwe back in the fight. Last stand right there. There it is, as we're going to see Wolverine going for the slash. And it's going to take out Clem. Chopper gets picked by Yexen with a double kill. Oh my, Yexen brings the team back once again. Against, my goodness, Yexen just bringing everyone back. This comic revival is just lethal. The Guardians team up is just in effect as well right now, bringing the action. But Brownie shuts down the Adam, taking out Yexen. KO and Song Inferno does get a bit of sustained. Zoon with the Magnetic Meteor on Clem. Another Meteor flies. Yexen brings 2. Clem's back in the fight. Bobo slashing, taking out Dottori right there. And there it is, Nello. Double invisible boundary. The Venn diagram of boundaries from Invisible Women. My goodness.
It's coming back to bite them. Look, everyone's falling. Actually, GenG had the upper hand, but look at Nova just bring everyone back one by one, like what you mentioned. Karmic Revival coming in, and then with their own self-cocoon revival. And that's how they managed to keep themselves up and about, coming back to the battlefield, pushing GenG. GenG, this bad pick, ignoring Adam Warlock, might be the fatal mistake that they has ever made in this game.
That is definitely going to be interesting to see how they try to stop this momentum coming from Nova, who are literally 3/4 of the way through the pushing stage of Symbiotic Service right now. Only just a few chunks left, only just a few meters left, and they got 3 minutes 25 in their time bank. Nova's feeling very confident right now that they've got enough time to make this happen. But GenG want to show signs of life. They want to show that they're still here to stay. Chopper's closer than ever to the Sonic Seduction. We're going to see how it all turns out. Chopper's getting pushed back by Uwu3 on the Phoenix, trying to put in the work. And Song Inferno is online, and Chopper's taken down by Uwu3, bringing the fire to the Diamonds, and the Diamonds are out of the rough, and Yexen's going to get the pick on Zune, and Voxel's taken out Doctory. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4 from GenG. That 4 to Nova Esports. Bobby getting the final pick on Brownie right there. They're pushing, and they're trying to make it happen. I'll tell you what, right now, GenG is not going to go. Oh, sniping! Nexi's in the spawn and getting sniped out. My goodness! The pressure, the power, the fire from the Phoenix right there. And there it is. Venom trying to go for the sustained 4.17 meters left. Is it going to be enough? And Sucking Further to crush down into the double invisible boundary. Will it be enough sustained? Will it be enough power? The Wolverine Bobo is slashing, trying to make it happen. GenG showing signs of life. Brownie takes down Clem. Yexen falls. GenG do have Fate of the Battles if they need it. Zune's taking out Bobo. Yexen tries to return back to the fire, and Uwu falls to Brownie. Double, triple, Comic Revival from Yexen. Triple K from Exy on the Hella. What is this insane power right now? GenG, hold it down. It's not over yet.
GenG just bringing back the Hella and being like, yeah, let's go stick back to our roots. Let's bring that hit scan character back in. And that's exactly what they did. And they managed to cover, respond towards the attack of Nova. But Liger, this is not over yet. GenG might be able to win that team fight, but the war is not over yet. They still need 1 minute 40 seconds. Plenty of time for Nova to come back. And right now it seems like Clan B is going to start in, removing Zune from the equation. And now Ghost's going to take out Choppa. My goodness, that's going to be a 4v6. Nova continuing the onslaught, just trying to reach towards that husk. And Von XL, don't forget, this is a triple, this is a single Vanguard lineup. And they're pushing slowly but surely towards GenG.
Fate of the both worlds from Dottery right now to keep him sustained. We're going to be met with the Ensong Inferno in the skies. Coming from Brown. It's going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough to get the value they need. We're going to see Bobo hitting it down on the Berserker. Last stand is online. Let's see how it all unfolds.
Last
We're going to see drills down, taking out Dottery into the underground. Luna's dance is over. Brownie taking out Uwu3, putting in the work on the Phoenix Snake, clearing house on Clam. That's a strategist taking out another strategist.
Oh my god.
And Ghost takes out Chopper. The ammo is down. The Magnesium is being charged up. It's being lined up. What a read! The Invisible Woman was caught out by Voxel with the blind dunk. My goodness. Magneto Meteor M was clean there.
That's why Von XL is the one-trick Magneto right there. And they managed to push all 3 points. That third point was supposed to be the stronghold of GenG. But because of that insane revival, just keep coming back. Not to mention that blind dunk by Von XL. That was honestly chef's kisses right there.
Absolute chef's kiss right there. Absolute read. Honestly, it was even a fadeaway. It looked away.
It was.
He's like, I'm going to throw it. Whatever happens, happens. But they knew what was going to happen. They secured victory right there, taking out the invisible. Could have been a potential invisible boundary that could have kept them in the fight, maybe bringing it even further for them. Maybe GenG could have held that, but the reads were there, the payoff was there. The switch to Hella definitely mattered as well. It did change the tides, but Yexen's Adam Warlock is currently unchecked, as you said, Nello, and that is exactly what is keeping them moving.
My goodness, I never thought that we would see this day where they are straight up just ignoring. Like, Nova Esports saved Mantis.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that be an indication like, hey, ban Adam Warlock, please?
Yeah, come
I
on.
mean, isn't that what's it's all about, right? Bringing the team back?
They should know. They should know. We've heard the rumblings across all of Marvel Rivals Ignite over the past few days. We've heard it. The Guardian Revival team up, the Adams, the Mantis, the
Rescom.
The Rescom.
Right?
That's what they call it. You gotta shut that down. If you know a team runs it and you don't run it better than them, you gotta shut it down. That's the whole point of bans and picks.
Yeah.
Play to your strengths. Shut out their shut out their strengths. Confirm your weaknesses and shut them out too. Do what you gotta do because it can be decided in bans and picks. But bans and picks aside, when you're in the game, you do what you got to do to keep it moving and you keep it burning, and that's what Ubu3 is going to do on the Phoenix right now. Landing some shots, trying to keep it moving, trying to hold it down on defense right now. As Nova are going to be defending for now, we're going to see GenG try to get some angles. We see Hella on the side, a bit of Wolverine on the side from Boba right there, trying to match the pace. Nova Esports trying to see how they can hold it down. Oh, chokeslam taking out Boba. Will it be enough to get the pick right now? Looks like Bobo gets out for now. Emma Frost from Zune is lethal.
The cover was just so good as well. Like the timing just to cover, like, oh, watch me, watch me. That's exactly what's going on. But right now, Bobo just trying to find that angle to try and snipe and kidnap, possibly. Oh, wait, what's going on? Emma right there is just trying to right-click onto Bobo. The left clicks onto Bobo, but now they are just still trying to find that momentum, trying to push in. And honestly, GenG, they're going to unlock this first point. They're going to do it. The 2 eliminations onto Nova and make that 3. Wait, no, the comeback coming in from Clan BB, coming in and just taking out Zune. They are going to... Look, the rest comps. It's just bringing the teammates back again and again.
Again and again is exactly how you want to run it down when you're playing the Wolverine. You want to go forward. You want to bring the pressure. Right now, it looks like it's going to be, of course, keeping the pace, trying to go for an ace. See what you want to do, because this is the race to tomorrow, the race to see who survives. Ubu3 on the Hella, putting in the work. Again, double lining it up with the Hella and Phoenix is exciting to see from GenG. But is it enough firepower to push through Nova's defense?
Got some net, almost instantly getting taken down like her.
And it's we do see the Meteor M trying to match the pace there. We do see Luna dancing. We do see the Fate of Both Worlds. We do see Axie getting a shot, taking out Yaxen. Clem picks up Brownie. Yaxie with the double KO, taking out Bobo. We're going to see Voxel take Snake. Yaxen himself brings them back into the fight. Adam's never out when you think they're head and tail. Zune takes out Clem right now. The pace is over. 1 tick to the 3rd right now for GenG right now, seeing how they hold it down. But Nova do have 1, 2, 3 ultimates online ready for this next defense right now. GenG do have Boundary, do have Meteor, but it might not be enough firepower to push through Nova's defense going up.
The revive.
Comic Revival's online.
Yeah, exactly. It just brought back the teammates, right? Clan BB was back. Von XL is probably going to be revived a little bit soon as well. Look, the value from that Karmic Revive. The Meteor M by Choppa. Let's see if it's going to land to anyone. The dunk's not going to be happening right there. Choppa is not going to find anyone, but he will still be alive, trying to defend. Actually trying to push on that point. Nova might be able... Wait, no. GenG might be able to... No. Nova is actually pushing them out. They're already taking out XZ.
They're holding it down.
Oh, fallen dominoes 1 by 1. They're just pushing them back, Liger. Nova.
Unbelievable right now. 1 minute left on the clock. If they hold this, they survive the elimination. If they hold this, that's what Nova
30
wants.
seconds.
GenG.
1 minute.
There it is. We're getting the pick on Chopper right there. We're going to see Wolverine full raged, enraged, ready to turn the page to stay alive. Ubu takes out Zune right there. Strange on the back foot. Strange is eliminated. We're going to see how it unfolds. Ubu's ready to go. 40 seconds left on the clock. Seeing how it all unfolds. Hella putting in the work right now. Just planting some suppression fire. Going to see Ghost get into position, retreating for now. Clem's online with the Soul Resurgence. Boba's ready with the last stand.
Exactly.
Voxel with the Meteor M. But GenG do have the Fate of Both Worlds, as well as the Unsung Inferno and Goddess of Hella right there, ready to take it to the skies and bring down the crows. The question is, who's going to shoot first?
20 seconds left on the clock, Liger. And look at this, the kidnap happening. Bobo! He's gonna take XZ! Snake's gonna go down! Oh my god, they're gonna fall 1 by 1. And the Meteor M is gonna come in. It finds no one, but it doesn't really matter. Dotori, that's the final guard of GenG with the Fate of Both Worlds. The kidnap's gonna happen again. No! Choppa is gonna go down. Dotori's gonna go down as well. And right now, Nova has pushed GenG onto overtime. And Ubu3, the last one!
Double Venn diagram, invisible boundaries! It's over!
My god, Nova coming out strong! GenG has failed to unlock the first point. Nova Esports, home the advantage here. The crowds scream their name right there, Liger.
Nova survives, holding it down in the plains right now. Voxel with a massive, massive MVP on Magneto. So much pressure, so much power right there. I just got to say right now, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, everybody. There is a 1-1 right now in this series. My goodness, it isn't over yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's 1-1
over yet
right now.
Just Just when you thought it was over, it is still here. They are still ready to go. This is what I wanted. I wanted a competitive series, 1-to-1. I am ready for GenG and Nova to go for their final bout right now. This is officially the final call. This is officially the final chance. This is officially elimination station for one of these teams. Who's going to survive? Who's going to go up against Rad in our final match of the day? That is the question.
Exactly, and it's just so much intensity coming from that game, and it's so hard not to get piped up. I mean, my hair is standing. Our hair is standing.
My hair's standing too. I've got some somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'll tell you what. Now look, this is exciting to see. This is what I wanted. Right now, you know, both teams are fired up. The crowd's fired up again. You know, this is exactly what we want to see. The world's probably fired up. Chat's going off. It is exciting to see how this is going to unfold. What I want to know, going into this matchup, are the bans going to change? Is Adam going to survive?
No, I don't think it's 1-to-1. It's already 2-0.
I believe. Oh,
yeah, because GenG never won. GenG never won.
That's it. Yeah, I believe. Sorry.
Yeah, that was 2-0.
Oh, it was 2-0.
So I was excited for 2-0. I was like, wait, the score's playing tricks on our mind.
I thought I was right. Then I doubled back. Then okay, apologies. My apologies, everybody. It is 2-0. It is the winners. It is as I initially called. I apologize sincerely, everybody. My apologies. No, that is right. That is there, and it is done. There we go. GenG unfortunately do not make it through, and they will be eliminated. And it does mean that we are going to have the matchup between Rad and Nova once again.
Exactly. That's going to be the rematch that they hope to win this time. Because ultimately, that's going to decide who's the second team that's going to be alongside Envy. That's already sitting comfortably, actually. So, my goodness, I can't believe we were like, gaslighted.
You know what? I'll tell you what. You know what? Both teams put on a show just right there. That was so exciting from both teams.
It was.
From both those teams. You know, honestly, hey, big respect to GenG. They were amazing to watch here in Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. They were an amazing team. And I know this team, they're going to come back strong. They're going to come back strong. They're going to climb. They're going to train. They're going to work hard. They're going to diversify their hero pools, work on some new strategies. Metas are going to change. Heroes are going to be released when the next time we see GenG. And I'm excited to see the next generation of GenG coming forward. Keen to see how they all unfold. And again, Brownie was amazing to see. So many amazing players. Snake, Chopper, Fun, XZ, so many players. Kai as well. You know, the squad, Zune, amazing team. GenG were stellar.
Yeah, I mean, this is ultimately still just the first biggest event, LAN event.
More to come.
Right? More to come. Marvel Rivals Ignite stage, stage 1 mid-season finals, actually. That's going to be stage 2 as well. There's going to be the grand finals at the end of the year. So honestly, there's still a lot of opportunities to make it towards that point. And yeah, I mean, no one's a loser here. I mean, you go back with something.
Yes.
You go back with $20,000, you go back with the experience, and of course the amazing culture that you have here in Guangzhou as well. And honestly, they spent 2 weeks here. They've soaked up a lot of the culture as well. So I think it's a win-win for everyone.
Hey, I've learned how to say let's go. Jayo!
Jayo!
Let's go.
That's good.
Let's go. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it.
In Korean, it's fighting.
Fighting. I like that one too.
I know. But yeah, I mean, that solidifies the first team that's going home. That's GenG. I mean, for all the GenG supporters, I mean, guys, please do give your shoutouts to GenG as well. They're on Twitter. So if you guys give them a follow, you could always give your encouragement comments to them, just so that they can come back stronger. They see your support and they can pick themselves back up. You know, be a better, stronger version in the future.
Now, I do want to mention, we are seeing a rematch.
Yeah, exactly.
Next up,
rematch.
For the final series of today in the Plains, we are seeing a rematch. To find out who is that final slot, who is the 8th team going into Marvel Rivals Ignite, who's going to be between Nova and Rad. Now, battle of 2 different regions. This is very exciting to see. How do you think this will unfold?
Let's just talk about their situation first. Rad has already eliminated send Nova to the lower brackets in 2-0 fashion.
Yes.
And then secondly, Nova has to play more games than Rad Esports. Rad Esports has 1 matchup to rest. And now going back against Nova Esports, unless if Nova Esports makes changes to adapt towards Rad Esports, I cannot. It's hard to see a difference in the results, because only a silly person would think that the outcome will be different.
Yeah.
If there are no changes being made.
Yes.
So I feel like Nova needs to adapt.
Listen, of the mentality of running it down with the same comp, I do like doing that in comp. We're not in comp, we're here in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Exactly.
The top of the line, top tier, S tier experience when it comes to gaming with Marvel Rivals Ignite here today. Now, going into this, like you said, let's change things up. Let's work out our bans. Let's figure out how we're going to unfold this entire series for these teams. Now, going into this, of course, we know Rad very well known for, of course, gameplay like Dive. Dive is very exciting. We haven't seen too much of Dive, but you know, Nova do have experience with Dive. They do have a chance to bring out, you know, factors that could also help. But they more run to the Magneto compositions, you know, the Karmic Revival compositions. You know, so it could be, you know, triple res, Magneto versus Dive, your Cap, your Venom. You know, it could be exciting to see how it unfolds. But Naga Psylocke could be a factor again. But just to recap again, GenG 0-2 versus Nova Esports. GenG are eliminated for Marvel Rivals Ignite. That does mean farewell to Dottery, to Snake, to Brownie, to Chopper, to Zune, and Eggsy, and the rest of the team and coaches and staff involved. And that does mean Nova Esports hold it down, keep themselves alive, getting that win 2-0 right now with Ghost, Bongsel, Clem, Yexen, Ubu, and Bobo putting in the work. The Wolverine was exciting to see. Yexen's Adam, honestly, honestly, that's my MVP. I think the Adam was unchecked. Put in the work, did the healing, did the reviving, did the damage, did every factor you could possibly want from an Adam Warlock, and most of all, probably farmed some aura as well, as an Adam does as well. But Vonksel's Magneto, massive damage block, and the MVP Vonksel makes so much sense. Look at the stats across the board, 36k damage block, massive healing received from their team. That means they were taking as much damage as they could, and that is exactly what you expect. Big KO numbers as well, 25, and a bit of assisting their team. That's what you want from Magneto. That's what you love from Vanguards. Helping the team, protecting the team, receiving the heals, doing the damage, blocking the damage. That's all you want from your MVP when it's a Vanguard, and that's Vonksel right there, representing Nova.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't be more deserving than this, right? Because Von XL with that blind dunk onto Snake's Invisible Woman, I think that also kind of messes with their morale as well, their psyche as well. And not to mention, I couldn't stress enough, right? We couldn't stress enough about the availability of Adam Warlock being made for Nova Esports to use. And you can see Bobo just creating havoc, because you know what's the good thing, the best thing about Rescom? Because even if you get to take out Nova Esports, the revive factor is always going to be there. And they will always be able to come back and equalize the number. Like, use up your resource, we're going to come back and do it. Look, GenG, that's the one game that they win. But ultimately, the war was won by Nova Esports.
You can win the battle, but you got to win the war at the end of the day, and that's what Nova came to do. They played the long game. They won it in the end, and now they got one more bout for them today.
The dunk? The no-look dunk?
The no-look dunk was amazing. Amazing. I love seeing that. Again, you know what I will say though? It was nice to see some Wolverine. I feel like Wolverine was something that we would have seen maybe banned, you know, maybe behind in numbers compared to Human Torch. I know there's a lot of Wolverine specialists out there in Marvel Rivals Ignite. Curious to see how it all unfolds. I will say though, Zune there with the strange switch, you know, going for a bit of Agamotto. I feel like Agamotto's, they need a bit more setup. You know, it's a bit unfortunate to see Agamotto's haven't popped off just... Actually, no, there was one earlier today when our legendary co-casters, Shib and Dogman, were casting. They did catch a massive Agamotto. I remember witnessing that. I would love to witness an Agamotto on our end too. That would be fun to call. Now, of course, this team were... Stella were hyped, and that's how Nova feels.
I think running two Vanguards into Wolverine was also pretty sus for me, right? Because you know there's a Wolverine in the mix. You know Bobo's going to play Wolverine. You know there's only one Vanguard. But you still insist on the 2-2-2 composition, which is not only predictable, but you're sort of just saying, hey, we do not respect your Wolverine. Right? But nonetheless, after all has been said and done, Nova Esports was the better team today among the encounter, right? In the encounter. So congratulations once again. And of course, Von XL, congratulations on the MVP. We're sort of going to be able to see the interview section that is going to be happening soon.
Very soon, an interview with Nova.
Bobo's going to be the one.
Oh, Bobo. Bobo. Okay, it's going to be exciting to see. Okay, spice it up. As we know here in Marvel Rivals Esports, the games are amazing, but I want to know about the players. I want to learn who these people are. We've got the folks at home. You want to rally behind your favorites.
The Prince of Nova there.
The Prince.
He's going to introduce the
Prince
team
has
to us.
subjects. We got to know who they are.
The royal subjects.
Keen to see, you know, a bit of a curtsy. All those things. You know, what is royalty in Marvel Rivals? It's Black Panther in your backline, I'll tell you that. All right. That's what it is. Oh, very exciting to see.
Yeah,
this is
I'm
going to be
super excited too.
This is going to be a very good matchup. Very good interview very soon, hosted by our amazing host for today, Cozy.
Cozy.
Legend is going to be exciting to see. Cozy's so nice.
Cozy
Okay, we got to give some love to Cozy. W Cozy in the chat, one of the best out there in the Marvel Rivals scene. Content, beautiful, absolutely amazing. Everything he does, crisp, clean, perfect. Also, his drip today, ooh, so good, saucy. I love it.
Yeah,
Go to W Cozy in the chat, everybody. Now, what I gotta say, this is good. This is good. We're nearing the final match very soon. But before we get to that, you know, again, GenG, big love to them for coming out, putting on a show, doing the work. And you know, Nova, as you said, they got one more bout, but Rad's rested. Nova hasn't. How's that gonna matter?
Yeah, I mean, Cozy's gonna be talking to the Prince of Nova very, very soon, right? So, Bobo, without further ado, Bobo, the Prince of Nova, show some respect to royalty.
Hello, welcome to the post-match interview. I'm Cozy. We just saw Nova Esports take out GenG. We say goodbye as they're now knocked out of the tournament. And I'm here with Nova Esports, the one and only Bobo.
大家好，刚才我们结束了这个比赛结束，我们就是欢送一下 GenG。那么在这里的是 Nova 队的 Bobo， 大家掌声欢迎 Bobo。
I've got to ask, we just saw such an amazing game there, Bobo, and there's so many things you could pull apart, but who was the MVP in your opinion?
刚才是一场非常精彩的比赛。那么 Bobo 想问一下，你觉得刚才谁是全场的 MVP 呢？
我们全队。
Actually, all the team.
Ah, that's a good answer. The people's answer. I love it. And with that, you know, you're making history here for Marvel Rivals, the first ever LAN tournament here. And I've got to ask, how is it with such an amazing home crowd for Nova Esports here cheering you on? We definitely heard them throughout the entire day.
这是 MRC 第一场线下赛。刚才你比赛的过程中，其实也看到了观众给你很多欢呼声。作为主场的比赛呢，你的整个感受是什么样的？作为你刚才创造了这么多历史性瞬间的一场比赛。
很高兴，就是这个是漫威争锋有史以来第一次的线下赛，然后也是世界赛，然后很高兴也很荣幸能够来到现场，有这么多支持我的粉丝，支持我们战队的粉丝，也支持就是包括兄弟战队 OUG 都是来到现场。 然后像刚刚比赛的时候，我们都能听到就是观众的呐喊，还有就是大家都很高兴。然后不管最后结果如何，我们 Nova 一直都会在。
It's really a great honor to attend this global MRC LAN championships. So actually, I heard all your voice during the whole game. Thank you a lot for supporting our team.
I love the Nova crowd here. Love the crowd. I've got to ask, you're about to go up against Rad again to qualify for the playoffs. What do you feel like you've learned since you just played them?
刚才一会儿我们还会有一场 playoff 晋级赛。那么你们刚才其实也跟 Rad 战队有对战过。那么你觉得从刚才那个比赛经历中，你们队友学到一些什么东西吗？
就是他们的复活流体系非常的强，然后我们会考虑就是针对他们。 在 BP 上面做针对。
Actually, their resurrection stream is really strong, and we will considering like change the ban pick. Yes, that's all.
All right, the Res team, they're looking for the ban pick phase for the Res team potentially. And lastly, I've got to know, you know, you guys have been describing you as sharpening your blades in the shadows and a team unknown. What do you tell your fans out there for people that don't know you about Nova Esports?
在这个准备这场比赛过程中，可以说是这个一场10年磨一剑啊，台上1分钟。那么你想对这些现场不认识你们战队的这些粉丝们说一些什么呢？
不认识我们的吗？
现在大家认识了吗？
Love to hear it, love to hear it. Well, guys, we have that game coming up in just a moment. It's going to be Nova Esports versus Rad, the rematch to qualify for the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and another big thank you to Bobo for today's interview.
谢谢 Bobo 接受采访。一会儿我们是 playoff 晋级赛，大家不要走开，关注我们频道。
Yes.
You know what time it is, Ben?
You're darn right I do, Matchstick.
Come on, Ben! Say the thing!
Nope, I'm not saying it.
Supernova! Disappear!
It's
大家好，我是 NOAH 战队的波波，然后我也是这个战队的队长。
大家好，我是克莱姆。
大家好，我是温莎丽。
兴奋吧，然后也有点小焦虑，就怕自己打不好。
季中赛的话，我还好吧，我不会很焦虑，我比较放松的一个状态。
我觉得团队遇到困难的时候，还是得每个人需要给多一点的反馈和沟通，当时自己当前位置上遇到什么问题都得说出来。
我觉得主要是队伍的拉扯比较重要。我觉得国内外最大的差距在于阵容，但是我是觉得我们打他们还是有信心的。
国外相对于国内更多是节奏的不同和阵容 BP 上的不一样吧。其实个人实力真的没有特别大的差距，甚至感觉国内的个人实力反而是要强于他们的。
这天我们训练赛的一些内容就是针对我们接下来的对手做一些战略的部署吧。
觉得包括前面打的那些比赛也没有什么压力吧，每个队都一样。
我们组建就是为了拿冠军来的，
入围赛冠军也是冠军，
听天由命。
RAD 吗？他们就是玩的跟大部分队伍都不一样，它是一个非常独特的阵容。
夸一下这个波波的林杰啊，确实很厉害。
我觉得老温的那个捍卫者角色玩的都不错啊，像他的奇异博士跟万磁王，也包括他的石头人跟毒液也玩的非常有模有样。我来这个项目的时候本来就一无所有，所以你们最好也别被我带走了。
随便打打，早点回家。
RAD 希望你们能把饭票给用完。
Hello, we are Rad.
I am level 1 Crook and I specialize in Mantis, Loki and Lunar Snow.
Hello, I'm Trust Me. I specialize in Captain America, Venom, Hulk, and yeah, Penny Parker.
It's definitely exciting. We want to win it. We want to do our best. It's definitely a big event. See what we can do, really.
I hope we can do our best and I'm really enjoying it so far.
There's no downside, and I think we can happily go into the mid-season final tournament and perform our best.
The big two for me are Envy and Sentinels. Envy is, honestly, we think probably one of the stronger teams in the competition. They're definitely ones we are going to be putting in a lot of focus into trying to beat. And Sentinels is also a team which I have friends on, and I know there's a high chance we'll play them early in the tournament, so they're one of our earlier focuses, and we need to make sure we beat them as well.
Personally, I would like to face Citadel Gaming again, since they're this other European team, and we did fall short to them in the Ignite finals in Europe. So I would love to meet them again and show that we can be the better team.
I think we will be able to beat any team. I don't think anyone is able to put a lot of pressure on us. I think the only thing we can do is focus and do our best. I think we need to put pressure on ourselves rather than be pressure from any team.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a chance, we're going to be the ones to win. We're going to put in the most effort. We're going to roll every game. And to the team we see in the finals, unfortunate for you, but the crown will be ours.
The results will speak for themselves. L'anxiety Suzamti.
嶺南有句俗話：飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
"我会把你打回现实."
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
让世界记住我们的名字。
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite, the mid-season finals here in Guangzhou, China. My name is Liger and I am joined by
Mellow, and Liger. I'm so excited because right now we are going to finally see who's that team that's going to be joining Envy going towards the play-ins tomorrow.
Yes. Oh yes. We're going to see indeed. This is the final series for today in the play-in stage. We're going to find out that final team. That's right, that's joining the top 8, joining Envy, going into those final 2 slots.
Exactly.
Very pivotal 2 slots.
2 slots, yeah, to play against the champions of their respective regions, right? Tomorrow, that's going to be a huge deal tomorrow. Today is also a very intense moment because right now, Nova Esports, after getting a 2-0 against GenG Esports, they have to go up against Rad Esports. that sent them down to the lower brackets in the first place.
A bit of a rematch. Let's see if we get a rehash of the same results, but ultimately, I want something different. I want something spicy. I want a competitive series. I want that one-to-one.
You want Moon Knight. You want that Moon Knight.
Okay. I want Moon Knight.
Yeah.
But I want a tiebreaker. Give me a tiebreaker. Give me the fire. Give me the thunder. Give me everything you need. Show me some action. Show me your heart right now. I want to know how it's all going to unfold for these two teams. Nova versus Rad, the rematch in this play-in series. Now, Nova, we know they've got the Magneto down pat, but Rad do have that Psylocke specialist as well. We got Naga, of course, representing that, but there's so many other factors, so many other players, so many other variables that could decide everything going forward. I want to know how it's all going to unfold, but you know, it is what it is. We're here for Marvel Rivals, we're here for the action, we're here for all the good stuff that is involved. All I want to know from you, Nello, I want to know, who do you think is going to be able to bring out that first map win? Who do you think is going to roll out first on Domination?
I would say that Rad Esports has the advantage coming into this because they are unpredictable. Yeah, and they have that surprise coming in, and that makes things so difficult for a team that is so fixated on certain compositions. And we're talking about Rad Esports, Naga, Melio, insane duelists. Trust me, Rajaro, insane Vanguard. You can see them wrecking the front lines just now in the previous games. Level 1 Crook, Fate, those are the strategists. And Fate, my god, the Jeff is such a menace.
Absolute menace. But Nova have shown they got momentum now. They're feeling good. They knocked out GenG and they're feeling confident. Yexit, Voxel, Uwu3, Bobo, and Clem and Ghost. This is the team. This is the team. They got royalty on this team as well. It's very exciting to see how this all unfolds for their squad right now. Keen to see how they move forward. A lot of different factors. The Magneto specialist, a lot of power coming from their duelist players as well.
Exactly. The firepower by Nova is definitely very respectable, but when it comes to firepower, Rad Esports also has that in their arsenal, right? They're also very good when it comes to crossfire. They're very good. The advantage is they also have that unpredictable lineup coming in, right? But we've started to see Bobo on Jeff, but whether or not it's utilized in the same manner as Fate is a totally different story, because Fate, that's the strategy, is utilizing Jeff for very purposeful is Jeff in the precise critical moment. But Bobo, that's a duelist playing Jeff.
Just to let you know.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Hydra Charter's face.
Let's go.
You've been talking about Jeff. We're going to get some Jeff action. Jeff, jump into the lava, please.
Or Spider-Man.
Cook everyone up in that nice lava. Oh, Spider-Man is a great pick, but I don't think these two teams have that Spider-Man
right?
player.
Yeah.
However,
Gotcha.
two teams tomorrow do have a little bit of that Spidey in them, so we might see some Spidey action tomorrow. Might see some friendly neighborhood. Yeah. I got FMC up. Ground Zero does bring out a little bit of that melee shenanigans when he feels like playing some Spider-Man. Good friendly neighborhood, not so friendly when he's pulling you into, you know, a bad neighborhood.
You would rage.
Yeah,
I would rage. Come on. I'm just trying to get out of my spawn.
That's why I play Thing. You can't web sling me.
All right.
Anyway,
That's good.
Besides what we play, let's talk about what these teams play. Now, of course, going into this, of course, there's so many variables, so many things. I want to bring attention. Crook, level 1 Crook. Now level 2 Crook.
Level 2.
We've leveled him up. Yep. We might see level 3.
Right.
If Rad make it through, we're getting level 3 Crook. Okay?
All right,
the
let's
Mantis
go.
is evident. The Loki is evident. I want to know, there's something else there for Crook to play. If those two picks are banned out, which is very common to see, the Loki, the Mantis banned out, how are we going to see that next level of level 1 Crook? Now, besides all that, Fate as well. We know that Jeff is there. We know they play a lot of different unorthodox duelist picks. I want to know, ultimately, coming from them, how are they going to respond if Jeff is banned? Will Jeff ever be banned?
I think they probably wouldn't emphasize banning Jeff because it's only 4 bans. I mean, the bans are so limited, right, coming into this game, and there are just so many characters that you gotta ban. And banning a Jeff might be out of the question because, hey, if you're gonna play Jeff, fine, we just get some counters.
If you don't ban the Jeff and the Jeff is the one eating you all and throwing you off the map and winning the game, maybe it's time to ban Jeff. You never know. You never know. There's always this assumption. We have to ban what we know, ban what the standards are.
True.
When you come to tournament play, to LAN play, people aren't playing the practice strategies. People aren't playing what you expect in your queues, no matter what rank you are. people are playing to win the final glory that is the championships within Marvel Rivals Ignite here at the mid-season finals.
Sure.
Playing for that prize money, paying for the respect of their regions, paying for the love and admiration of all the Marvel Rivals gamers out here, those at home right now today. So that's what you're playing for. So if I say ban Jeff and you need to ban Jeff, maybe that's a decision. But that's up to you, up to your coaches, up to the wise players that are playing for this event. On top of that, I want to see something different from Nova. Right now, they did lose 0-2 to Rad. How are they going to change that? How are they going to bring something different? And most importantly, we know that GenG did have a bit of a map slip up, of course, but Nova didn't have that. They did kind of lose a bout. That was pretty close, of course, you know. Nova, you know, they weren't banning that Adam Warlock. Rad's Adam was prevalent.
Yeah.
So is that going to be a ban they walk out with now? Just to start off, just to guarantee themselves that early lead and potentially winning themselves that first domination map and putting Rad on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the teams that are left right now, they're going to make that same mistake because honestly, if we could see it from a mile away, like, hey, I think they probably should have done it in the first place. Like, take out the Guardian Revivals team up, ban out the Adam Warlock, you know, just get out the res comp out of the way. I think that should probably have happened. But either way, I don't think both these teams are going to make that same slip up. And Rad Esports, honestly, they're already playing very stellar, right? Nova Esports, if they want, the advantage I would give to them is they are very good when it comes to Crossfire. They have home ground advantage as well. The crowd just goes insane. The cheers can inspire them to do even better. And honestly, there's the pros and cons side of playing the extra game. They're warmed up. For Rad Esports, they're rested up. So which one's the better one?
Yeah, that is definitely a factor to consider. You know what I want to see more than ever? I want to see that Psylocke mirror. I want to see Naga and Bobo going dance for dance, first step versus first step of the butterfly. That is what I would love to see. We do know that Magneto will be present. We do know probably Emma Frost will be the other two Vanguard picks that are going to be going forward as well. So many factors to consider ultimately from these two teams. I also want to know how can it all unfold when it comes to Nova, because, you know, Ghost is also another player to consider. Ghost can do quite a lot, and we don't know too much about Ghost, but Ghost, you know, can bring some really cool unorthodox picks when it comes forward. But you know what else, Nilo? I actually want to know, going into this, Rad, they also have that Venom. Trust me's Venom is really, really, really exciting, and honestly, I'd love to find out how that could all unfold, and if we can see what comes from that. Venom would be spicy.
That would be really spicy. I mean, I think you put it the best way possible earlier on. Like, if you cannot play as well as the other team in a certain type of composition, you probably should just ban it out, right? So I think that should definitely be the case. But I feel like the proficiency level for both teams are already more than enough in order to utilize the comps that they're playing. I mean, Rad Esports, they can definitely play that if they want to. Nova Esports can also play that composition if they want to. I mean, come on, man. They have Bobo, Uwu 3 on the Star-Lord that was going insane.
The Star-Lord, my goodness, I couldn't keep in mind. The Star-Lord is a stellar performance from Nova right there. I actually am curious what could be the response to that from Rad. You know, Rad do dive, and dive is a bit of an interesting one. You know, dive, how can that, you know, roll through? You know, they've got, like, you know, they make plans, right? Rad have a lot of plans. They're known to make big plans and try out some different strategies, you know, moving in unorthodox ways around different points of the map. You know, potentially could start off early with a bit of a Doctor Strange portal, maybe go around the side, especially on this map. You know, there's a lot of great portals that you can set up on Charter Space. It's going to be exciting to see how they do it. If, you know, the sinister nature of being a Hydra gamer.
Look at that, staring into our souls right there.
Go.
Oh, the miniature love Korean heart. We love to see this kind of thing.
Big love to everybody.
Big love, yeah, exactly.
We love it.
That is not a stressed out player at all. I think he's just there trying to have fun. Every team, both these teams are actually very chill. So I could imagine that they're very calm in their composition as well. But yes, we are yet to see what the changes Nova might be doing against Rad Esports. Because if no changes are made, I would foresee the same results, which is Rad Esports capitalize on them, and they are going to be the second team going forward. But if Nova makes those changes, they stand a chance to be the second team going forward.
This is it. You know, hey, all the casters made a prediction on Rival Esports Twitter. You can check out the official Twitter for Marvel Rivals Esports. Now, on top of that, those decisions, you know, Rad were in a couple of those caster picks to see if they could win it all. The question is, can Rad survive Nova Esports coming from this winner's momentum?
True. Rad Esports, I believe Dogman chose Rad Esports as well.
Ah, okay.
Right. Was it Rad Esports, or it has to be Rad Esports, right? Either that or Sentinels, but yeah, we're gonna have to check Twitter a little bit later on. But for now, Nova Esports versus Rad Esports. I would imagine that they have to take out Mantis, take out that Rescom, take out the Torch, the Human Torch. That's going to be a very, very annoying character to have to play against. Oh, wow. Okay, so Nova Esports is going to save Luna, and Loki's going to be saved by Rad Esports, probably. I mean, they gotta save. Yeah, that's going to be Loki. Loki right
okay,
there.
Hold on. Let's have a look here. Let's see what's going on. A lot of strategists on my screen.
Okay.
As you said, Rad locking out the Mantis, locking out the Cloak. Going to protect Loki for themselves. Human Torch potentially going to be a selection as well, and it's going to be banned out. Yep. Once again, no Human Torch in this series between Rad and Nova Esports. Is it good?
It's good. Because I think they have so much respect for the opponent's Torch.
That's true.
Yeah, you might as well ban it. Because like the moment you see the opponent bans Human Torch, it's like, yeah, that's you're doing it. We might as well just have to do it as well.
This is exciting. Nova has banned and protected Magneto, denying Rad from playing Magneto. I wouldn't say that's too much of an issue because Nova do have the as they self-proclaim, the Von, the Mag Lord. Exactly. So that would be the well-known one when it comes to Nova. But you know, Rad do prefer, you know, the Captain America, the Venom, you know, the Dive, Vanguards, a bit more in your face, ready to, you know, change the pace. But let's see how it unfolds. Again, Luna Snow protected for Nova, but Luna Snow banned for Rad.
I don't think
to see how it all unfolds. No Mantises here today, no Torches. The mirror bans are there. Again, that kind of does shut down a majority of the potential of Fantastic team-ups to show up, including the Thing team-up and the entirety of the Fantastic Four. Yeah. But that also shuts out the Karmic Revival team-up, the Guardians Revival team-up.
That's the dangerous one.
That is the real dangerous one. Currently in Marvel Rivals Ignite. I will tell you though, I would love to see some Fantastic action.
Yeah, I would love to see that too.
Give me Reed Richards, come on.
Let's go. But I was about to say, like, even if they ban out the Magneto, right, it doesn't really matter because we've seen, trust me, on the Venom. We've seen him on, he's also more than capable of playing Groot, right? So, honestly, it doesn't really matter as long as he shuts down the heal from reaching Nova's front lines. That's it. Vaughn or Yesing, you can come in, but you won't make it out alive.
Oh, too true, Nella. Let's get into the action right now. Okay. Let's see how it all unfolds right now. Yixin on the Captain America, putting in the work. Emilio back on the Phoenix. Mission unlocking now. Let's see how this area turns out for everybody. I'm excited to see Trust Me on the Groot. The absolute tree trunks are flying right now, feeling exciting. Being able to strangle them and bring them in. Oh! Naga in disguise with a kidnap taking them. Hey, Rajario taking out Boba right there. The hammer takes down the Psylocke. We're going to see Wolverine slashing it up right now. Naga pushing forward and making it happen. And from what I can see, Rad right now do have the first amount of percentage on the board.
I love it. The instant change onto the Wolverine. Bobo definitely knows that he has to play this, has to make that change, adaptation on the fly. And right now, just going back into the spawn point. It's only 20% in favor of Rad Esports, but Nova still has an opportunity to come and snipe this away. The kidnap has to be on point, but look at the Wolverine from the side of Naga, just trying to wreak havoc on the back lines, just trying to kidnap the tanks as we speak. Ooh, just trying to deal damage as the Phoenix onto the back line, building up momentum, but now Bobo finding value on the Wolverine onto Rezo.
It was blocked by the Phoenix!
Beautiful!
What did the Inside Song in photo block the Meteor? What? That is the first time I've ever witnessed that!
On competitive level, that was insane, but the action continues. The last stand onto Fade. Bobo's gonna take out Fade. That's gonna keep the balance is shifting towards Nova Esports right here. But my goodness, Rad Esports falling like dominoes. Bobo doing God's work right there, taking out two of them, and now they've taken over the spot.
They've taken it over. They got some percentage on the board for Nova Esports right now, making it happen. Uwu 3 building up to another and Song Inferno. Amelia closer though with 50% on the line. 13%, 14%, 15%, climbing nice and easy for it. Nova Esports, Rad got the 59% mark. They're feeling confident they can come back with a last stand from Naga on the Wolverine to try and bring the pressure and make it happen. Naga trying to get a bit of a kidnap. Does see Uwu on the sidelines. Trying to get an angle, seeing how they can all unfold. Getting sneaky with it. Taking to the skies, going for a slash. Into the coach on the last stand. Does a lot of damage. Does manage to get through two. Trust me, taking out the Captain America. Level 1 Crook taking out Bongshu. That's a trade. Both Vanguards down. That's going to be a 1-to-1 for both squads right there. Looks like Rad almost had enough pressure to capture a backhand. Bobo's going to hit the big slashes from the Wolverine claw action, making it happen. Mutant Madness right there. And there it is. Uwu taking out level 1 Crook. And Nova Esports are still climbing in their percentage right now and are going to match Rad to that 50% mark.
That was one angry Wolverine slashing away at the lines of Rad Esports, and now Nova looking to retain that position a little bit longer. But Rad Esports, they're trying to make something happen. They do have an ultimate on Melio, but right now is a matter of just picking up the ultimates, building it up as much as possible, just take over the point with a decisive win. But Bobo trying to do a little bit of kidnap, but the Captain America is a little bit too slick, a little bit too agile on foot. You're not going to be able to catch him much there, but right now, Yuan, Meteor M, who's going to be able to catch? No! Level 1 Crook!
Inferno! Right there from Emilio. Invisible boundary set up by Clem right there into the Eternal Bond from Fate. Both strategists pouring their heels into their team right now. But wait a minute, 95% for Nova Esports. Right now, Rad, they're going to take it into overtime, try to contest, try to hold it down. Ranjario has the Sonic Seduction ready to go. Ranjario is going to try to make it happen very soon. Naga's ready with the Psylocke on the sidelines, trying to get down to business. Emma is going to go straight for Steve Rogers right there. Going for it right now. Captain America v Captain America right now. The dance has begun from Lunar Snow. Everybody's sustaining. Everybody's trying to make it happen. Everybody's going in. The overtime sticking off. Uwu on the side. Big steal from the kidnapping. Wolverine right there does enough damage to allow Clem to clean house on Rosario right there. The Sue Storm putting in the work. Overtime sticking down and out. Is anybody there to contest? It's going to be a final destructive struggle from Rad right now. Nova have the power, have the potential to capture this. They do have the numbers, they do have the lead. Bobo gets two, and there it is.
Bobo on the Wolverine. That switch was definitely godsend at that moment. Best decision on the fly, and that's how they were able to sustain the spot, and they just went right to 100% from that spot onwards.
Absolute storm through. Capped it back after a 50% loss in the lead and took a 0 to 100 for their own percentage.
Look at their face, man.
Oh, they're feeling good. Oh, they're feeling good.
They're feeling good, but it's like, okay, we're pretty chill.
They're trying to keep it calm because they know the cameras are on there. But I know inside they are screaming just because I am screaming just as much right now.
God.
And that is exactly what I want. Come on. Show some signs of life, Rad, though.
Exactly.
You can't let that just go through your hands right there. You gotta pull through if you want to keep in the game. This is a decider. This is also the final elimination series of the play-ins. One of these teams is going to be joining Envy into the top 8 going tomorrow. Going hard in Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. Let's see how it unfolds. We're rolling out again on Charter Space. We're going to a map that I believe is one of the generally most well-designed maps by the Marvel Rivals devs. This map, based on damage output from both teams, it slides. And when things slide, you don't know how it's going to divide when it comes to the expectations of your team. But Glover's on the high ground for now. Yexen's going to try to get some flank scouting around as Captain America as we move to where the mission area will unlock.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Rad Esports already has a foothold onto it, even though mission has not unlocked yet. But now Bobo is coming in with the swing, trying to get someone on the fly. He has the last stand available to use if he wants to, but Bond XL being the sole Vanguard right now, just trying to make that move onto the mission area. The action gonna be coming in. They're just saving up the ultimates, rotating level 1. Already has it! And no, the Meteor is not gonna get anyone, but yes, it's gonna be able to take out Fate!
It clears enough damage for Bobo to take out Naga. Bobo putting in the work on the Wolverine, backed up by the Headslong Inferno. The Phoenix, the Wolverine, the Mutant Madness, the duo potential is just enough, but not enough to capture, as Rad are the ones in the lead when it comes to capturing. We still don't even have Mission Area fully captured yet. Bobo gets another pick, taking out Rosario. The Yexen side by side with Bobo. They're pushing forward, they're holding it down. They're old war buddies, they're doing it up. That's Captain Wolverine. They got Voxel with them in the front lines. They're holding it down. That's the Magneto, that's the Phoenix, that's the squad of Nova Esports. And they finally get some percentage on the board.
My God, Bobo is a god on the Wolverine. just slashing through the front lines and just dealing so much damage. And this is just absolutely insane. But Red Esports still has a chance to come back in this game. They still have the Dance of the Butterfly on Naga, and of course the Eternal Bonds that will be able to keep them alive. Rojaro with the Psionic Seduction ready to use if they really want to engage onto the team. But right now Bobo has to be really careful. Dance of the Butterfly being initiated first, but that's going to try and keep them all alive. Ghost, right now the duration might be over a little bit soon, but they're already fighting, clashing into each other. Eternal Bond being used, but now Psionic Seduction trying to silence all of them. Oh no, trust me, it's going to end Clan B. Von XL is going to go down. Next, Red Esports, Trank taking them down one by one by one. Bobo trying to fight his way into the lines of Red Esports, but that's not going to happen. And Yeshin is going to join the rest of the team back in the spawn area, Liger.
There it is right there. 50% on the board for Rad. They show signs of life and they get themselves back into this domination map today. Rad now have the Freedom Charge ready from, trust me, Milio ready with the Ensong Inferno, closer than ever to the other 4 ultimates as well, but Nova have the lead with 3 ultimates, the last stand, the Invisible Boundary, and their own Ensong Inferno. Speaking of Ensong Inferno, who doesn't need it because Ruben's going to go to pick right there, nice and early, put it in the work. Milio's going to return the favor, taking out both Phoenixes, putting in the work, Ensong Inferno this time from Uwu, and it does manage to push back Rad just a little bit, and we do see Milio holding that Ensong Inferno in the skies right now, crashing it down. Didn't get the value they needed, but it did zone them, and zoning is just as important in domination because you're bailed in that percentage. Milio knows that they had that lead, and now, because of that holding of the Ensong Inferno, they grab 50%.
Okay,
Wolverine goes for a grab.
Yeah, he's going to wait until he's reached probably a little bit closer to 100%, but no, he's going to initiate right now. He's not going to get anyone, but it doesn't really matter because the Pharaoh Claw is going to be used to slash through the opponent's lineup. Bobo is going to suffer in the hands of Trust Me, and now he's going to 5v6. Now the defensive support ultimate is going to be used up, but they are just pushing Nova out the line. And look at the comeback coming in. Milio taking out Clan B, Naga taking out Uwu 3. They are getting pushed to the corner. Nova Esports falling one by one by one right there. Liger, Rad Esports showing life.
One after another, showing life is what we want to see. 85% climbing for Rad. Nova Esports got to make it quick, got to make it fast, got to make it happen. Yexin's the cap that can make it there. Will anybody else be able to speed? 10% climbing, 10% left, 8% left. Yexin's going to have to try to make a charge, a freedom charge, a charge for the ages to try to keep the contestant going. Is anybody going to make it? Is anybody going to do it? Yexin does. Overtime kicks over. Let's see how Nova Esports hold it down. The fire, the power, the Ensong Inferno is online for Milio. It's going to be Naga takes out Ghost. Ghost at the same time. A Magneto Meteor is charged up. It crashes down. And that does mean with a Dance of the Butterfly, Naga gets Bobo, Yexin falls to level 1 Crook. The boundary is up by Clem. And there it is. Sustain and Pain is a game that we are witnessing right now. Uwu 3 taking out Naga. They're on the point. Overtime's ticking over. Rad have to hold this down to claim this round and keep themselves in domination. But if Nova take it here, if the Kraken is impactful, if Yexin hits that freedom charge, they will have the power. Look at the reset from Milio. So technical with the Phoenix. Majoria, 1 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Nova, 4 to Rad. Overtime sticking out the final last freedom charge from Yexin trying to stall it. As a Captain America could. The portal is there from Bobo. Ghost could follow suit. Clem could make it, but it's not enough. And Rad keeping alive and capture the second round of Hell's Heaven. We're going into it to the cider.
What a game we're having, ladies and gentlemen. Rad Esports coming in strong in the second game, showing why they are the ones to beat, especially in today's matchup. So Rad Esports just coming in, I don't know, Liger. It just feels like they just popped off. Naga just popped off. Everyone on the side of Rad Esports just popped off. Yeah, and it feels like they found a way to shut down the Wolverine.
Oh yeah.
And then forces him back to the sidelock. But, well, Naga's back on the sidelock, and it just counters them so hard at the very end.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is exactly what I wanted right now. This is what I wanted. I told you earlier, Nilo, when we get that sidelock mirror matchup, we are in for a show, and that's what Rad and Nova are gonna put on for us right now. I'm excited to see how this all unfolds. Let's get into it, shall we? Milio is on the Phoenix Force, ready to go. Ensong Inferno is online. Trust Me Freedom Charge 2. Level 1 Crook with the copy. Cat, Loki, Mischievous Ultimate is online as well. Rosario ready as well with the Sonic Seduction. But Nova do have that Kraken impact. We haven't seen yet. We need to see that big Kraken impact. it always goes off and it's armed and dangerous, and I want to go again and again. So come on, Uwu 3, give us the impactful Kraken.
Exactly, and with the Loki on the other side, it could make things a little bit easier with the clone as well. But right now they are contesting the battlefield even before it's unlocked. You can see that Trust Me is just trying to bully his way in, just bulldozing over the way into that small opening, not allowing Nova to have free reigns. Look at that. They're going to force out the fate of... They're going to use the fate of both worlds just to try to come in, but Rajaro ready to respond with the silent seduction, and right now they are going to beat the trade-offs of the ultimate coming in, and the Phoenix. My goodness, just melting away the backlines. No casualties just yet. Just the trade-off of ultimate. You can see that they're still building up a lot of damage. Naga trying to snipe off the backlines. The dash into the fly! Will it be able to catch anyone off guard? The answer is... Oh my god.
The answer is kind of yes, actually. It did get a bit of value. I won't lie. He actually kind of did a bit of work there. And on top of that, Boba still managed to follow suit, taking out Naga after that absolute dance, which does mean 20% is climbing for Rad. Nova do manage to, you know, get back here, do a bit of regrouping. Bonso's still on the point, trying to contest. Rad's there to meet with him. Fate's got the Eternal Bond online, Nilo. And most importantly, the fate of both worlds goes to the next ultimate online for Nova.
Yeah, they'll be able to use that ultimate when they need it at the very end. And Rose already has it, instantly uses the fate of both worlds, just trying to keep the team alive. Emilio just trying to find that upper hand onto the high ground, just trying to pull it. Yeah, but right now, they gotta be really careful. The team fight is gonna be going, the clash happening right there. Bobo just trying to get into the heat of the battle, but he has to be really careful right now because he's so low! My god, the Phoenix blowing them off! Level 1 Crook taking them out as well, and Emilio with a triple elimination. Only Yeshin is left, the Freedom Charge just to run away from the area, Liger.
Unbelievable, burning out the Freedom Charge was ecstatic. Emilio hitting that first. Double KO from the Ensong Inferno, leading into a triple KO clean up right after that as well. Excellent, excellent from Emilio right there. Finally getting some... Look, I'll tell you what, Ensong Inferno, it's been thrown all day long, but I've wanted to see it actually take some people down. That's finally got from Emilio. But Jario's ready as well with the Sonic Seduction to group them up and bottle them up, and Nova's going to not want to be caught between that again. 85%.
The battle of the sideline.
Looks like Boba.
Oh, Naga! Taking out Bobo, and there's going to be 5v6. The Eternal Bond is going to be used up in this small area. It's such a beautifully executed Eternal Bond, but the Sonic Seduction by Rajaro trying to put the nail onto the coffin, and the dance of the butterfly by Naga, pushing Nova Esports away, and the overtime, it feels like they're just pushing them out, but Nova Esports fighting back hard with the sustain from the fate of the world, and Bonnex now taking out level 1 Crook, slowly taking out everyone else, but Rad Esports taking out 3 of Nova Esports, and it seems like they will be able to take the point.
And there it is! Final KO from Bobo, and there it is. Hell's Heaven for Rad.
Nova starting off strong, but Rad Esports going hard and strong in the second part, the third part.
Oh yeah.
And finally getting that 1-0 head start.
Woo! Absolutely ecstatic performance on Hell's Heaven right there. Crook putting in the work on the mischievous Loki. I expected nothing less. Absolute Asgardian cinema right there. That is exactly what I want to see.
I love that.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
For that first map, Rad do get the dub on domination. Now, which means Nova do have the map selection. Let's see what they decide.
That's true. That's true. Will they play into the hands of Rad Esports and finally allowing Rad Esports to get the 2-0 over Nova Esports? Or will Nova Esports be able to turn it around in game number 2? Because obviously it felt like Nova Esports had the right moves, coming in strong with the Wolverine. Pharaoh Slashes is going into the battlefield, just taking, putting up so much damage. But it was quickly countered. They adapted so well. They adapted so well towards what Nova had in plan. And honestly, Bobo might have a lot of final hits in that game, but the sustain on the side of Rad Esports was just more than enough to eliminate them one by one. And when that happens, when the first domino falls, everyone else just falls soon after.
Yeah, that is exactly what can happen. You know, and I gotta say, it's nice to see a strategist MVP.
Yeah.
It's nice to reward our strategist W, all the strategist players out there in the world. Thank you.
My God, thank you.
Keeping us alive. We appreciate it. We appreciate
it. Don't ever say GG no heals.
As a thing player, I love to stop. All right, but I'll tell you what I love more. I love these absolute legends on the TV, on our screens right now, putting in the work and making it happen here. Now, we could potentially win this our last map of the day very next up. That
That's
could
true.
be exciting.
That's true.
I'm curious to see how it unfolds. Nova do have map selection. Curious what they'll choose when we go into this. What kind of map will gain them favor? I'm curious what Nova does. They do bring out Magneto a lot. They do also have, you know, the Psylocke in their pocket, but it seems to be like Rad also have those as well. So what do they have that Rad don't have? How can they bring that out?
I find it very hard to put it in the sense that Rad has something that Nova doesn't. But if there's one thing we can point out is the versatility of Rad Esports, because the reason why they had to ban the opponent's Magneto and saving it in the first place was because Von XL is pretty much a one-trick Magneto. Yeah, I mean, this shoutouts to 2DM, the Chinese caster, right?
Yeah.
He said that Von XL is pretty much just on Magneto 100% of the time, and I believe one of the best, if not the best, Magneto in China right now. So I think that's a very good reason, because when that happens, you have one less ban and one less save to work on.
So here's my theory.
Yep.
To enable a Magneto, what do you need? You need to get rid of shields.
Yeah.
You need to get rid of the cover.
Yeah.
You need to make sure the Fate of Both Worlds isn't online. Even though the Maggo can fight through it, I've seen times that the Fate of Both Worlds does sustain through that Meteor. And why? Because people aren't powering up that Meteor. So how do you power up the Meteor? How do you bait them into powering it up? How do you shut down those shields so that when we see the Meteor M, the Maglord, that is the Von, can actually go to Dunk City and take him down? That's what they need to do right now. That's what Nova needs to work on. If they're going to work around someone who's a specialist, someone who's a bit of a borderline one trick, we'll say, they need to enable them. That's how you extract the value from somebody who's a specialist.
Exactly. And honestly, I feel like the whole team was just doing so much. It just ultimately comes down to the ability of, how do you put this, trust me, and Rajaro was just absolutely insane. You barely see him die, get eliminated in that game, and the shield position as well. And when you see the Emma being played on the side of Rad Esports as well, the shield going up just to cancel off the Meteor Ram, that was absolutely insane. Cinema as well. So I feel like coming into this game, Rad Esports can feel a little bit more comfortable because it is their forte when it comes to pushing cards. Like whether it's convoy or conversions, they can feel pretty comfortable. Whereas Nova Esports, I think domination was pretty much their strongest bet in getting one win over Rad Esports.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that was their chance.
Interesting. Interesting. That is exciting to see. Okay, well, Nova. Oh, in for an interesting one over there. Let's see how it unfolds. Rad in the lead. This is exciting to see how it goes. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Now, what I want to know, going into this next map, the teams are, you know, getting ready, getting righted up. We're going to see that map selection from Nova. What I want to know from you, Nova, when it comes down to these moments, when it comes down to this elimination moment, you know, if you were a player, what are you thinking in this moment? You're up for elimination. If you're Nova, if you're Rad, what do you think you would do to talk to your team, to try to rally them? Let's talk about some sportsmanship. What do you think you would say to your team in this moment?
What I would say to my team if I was in Nova would probably be very different to what Clem, which is the band picker for Team Nova, would say. He would probably say something like, let's just chill and play our best. For me, I'll probably go a little bit more like, I'll say, you know what, don't mind, reset, and let's just get our head in the game. Let's have fun, and let's just leave the best impression of what our team can do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
I think that would work as a motivation. But for Nova Esports, simply because they are pretty chill, but against a very headstrong team, right? The one that is just burning to win.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you probably want to give them the heart love.
I think you need to fire up. I think if you're down and out for elimination, I think if you're going to be down and out for elimination, you need to get fired up.
Lock in.
You need to lock in. If you're going to get done up and dusted, you got to fight with every might that you possibly can. You cannot go out without putting everything absolutely on the line right now. This is the final chance for Nova to get a win and keep them in the running to stay in this best of 3 series. But if Rad take home a second map, they do claim themselves that final 8th slot into Marvel Rivals Ignite tomorrow. Now, we are here in the mid-season finals. We're at the play-in stage. Level 1 Crook did get the MVP on Hell's Heaven, putting in the work. 42,000 healing, my goodness. And even get some chaos to spare. That is exactly what I expect from a cheeky Loki.
Yeah, exactly. Level 2 Crook, like what you mentioned, and they won this game, and they won the next. If they win the next game, that's gonna be a level 3 Crook right there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely a tribute towards all the strategist mains out there.
Oh, yeah.
As we watch the replay, you can see that Bobo actually did an amazing job. The kidnaps happening, and the last stand just taking out the strategist when needed. You can see Fate going down, the slashes going in. It's just dealing so much pressure on the front line. And I think that was ultimately what led to Nova winning that first round. But yeah, you can see Bobo just slashing away. Like, wow, what can you do in the face of such ferocity, right? But when Rad Esports just locks in the second game with Melio, with Naga's Psylocke, I think the rush as well, like trust me on Captain America, Rajaro's Emma's Psionic Seduction was just on point. I feel like the Emma was also very vital. You can see just silencing the ultimate at the very end. I think it really just messes with the flow of what Nova Esports was trying to rotate with the cooldowns.
Definitely. Look at this. I mean, look at the power from the Phoenix. Melio, so much value. Understanding, such a new hero at such a high level. Look at that again, Melio, with the Insong Inferno double KO right there. Bobo, the 1v1 between the Psylocks. I love this. This was epic. I honestly thought this was Bobo's, and then, whoa, Naga hit the flash dash slash and crashed out right there, taking it done. Bobo again on the Psylocke, putting in the work. Vongsu in the backline, taking out Crook. I love replays. Big W to the production team. I love highlights. I love to remember the best of the best moments and how exciting it was. Now, let's see how it all unfolds in this final potential final matchup. That's right, it isn't over. But I'm saying that because I'm trying to give a bit of emphasis that this could be it. This could be the last map of the day. But that's up to Nova to, what I believe, change the sacred timeline. You know, go to the TVA, have a little chat with Loki. You know, it's time to break the sacred timeline for yourselves, Nova. Because if it is the sacred timeline, if it is the prediction of many people out here today at Marvel Rivals Ignite, they said Rad might take it to the grand finals.
I mean,
Rad,
that could definitely be.
Rad has been a very vocal favorite for some people. So to see that they are in a position now they could potentially be eliminated, it's pretty crazy to see. I won't lie, after how much I've heard about Rad throughout the past week. But Nova, dark horses of the tournament, now's their time to prove that their unchecked, unrivaled, unresearched strategies are out there to claim victory here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. I want to see if they can show that aggression that we've heard so much about. I want to see if they can bring out something other than just the Magneto. I know they will play the Magneto, but I want to see someone else stand out. I want to see something unorthodox. I want to see something special and exciting that can ultimately change the tide and keep them in the running.
Yeah. The thing is, I would just go back to the point, right? I mean, it's just down to versatility again, because if Von XL only plays Magneto, they would pretty much know what they can do to counter the rest of the team, right? So if Von XL is just going to stick to Magneto, that opens up a lot of opportunities for Rad Esports to counter, and not to mention there are two Vanguards, Rajaro, trust me, they can play almost anything.
Okay.
Right? Okay. They have the Groot, they have the Captain America. Even if you want a safe bet like Magneto, that's also up for the tables for them. So I feel like ultimately it's just the matter of versatility. One trick is very good if you want to get the proficiency all the way up, but you kind of need, in this high level competition, right? You kind of have to have that versatility to deep character pools to play in order to play around and adapt towards what the opponents are trying to do.
Okay, I see. All right, it's going to be very interesting to see if they do hear your advice, Nilo. I hope they can hear you from afar.
Hopefully.
Because they need to, a bit of telepathic connection, a bit of psionic seduction from you today. That's what I want.
This would be the last game they play.
It could be, but I will say, going into Symbiotic Surface again, going back to Clintar, Nova or Rad, who does better on Clintar? The kind of picks they make, Magneto, versus the Venom. They have the Venom. I feel like Venom's better on Symbiotic Surface. Lore advantage, and generally the map is wider and he can swing around and get a lot of value. Magneto Meteors do have some high ceilings to work with though. That is true, and they can absorb a lot of damage because that tunnel at the very start of the map, everyone's just throwing damage in. Pop up a meteor, which within 3 seconds it can be fully charged, especially in that, you know, that nice little hallway where everyone can just absolutely decimate and put a lot of damage out. Now, going into this, we know we've got the Maglord from Von, but I actually think this Clem is actually someone that could be very surprising right here. I'm waiting to see that very pivotal Invisible Woman pull. I've heard about the pulls. I've heard about this. I believe maybe Clem was one of the first players out here to bring out the pull tactics from Invisible. Most people use the push, pushing people away, things like that. I'm curious to see if maybe we could see some of that aggressive Invisible Woman we've heard so much about. Some of that Sue Storm action, you know. Maybe a bit accurate to the new movie. Something exciting would be very cool.
Yeah, I mean, we love seeing an aggressive support, but unfortunately in this meta, right, and the way things are working right now, an aggressive support might not be the best fit in this situation, because you want your support to be in the back lines, being safely tucked and healing, right? Providing that support at the back lines, healing your front lines, right?
They won't be safe. When Naga's diving, when you got Trust Me on the Venom, when you got the Psylocke, it's a lot of pain. Curious to see how.
That's true.
Maybe. You know what, actually? You know what? If you can keep him safe in the backline, that's good. If you can shut down the dive, that's also good. If you can do both at the same time, that is optimal. What Nova wants, even better.
Exactly, yeah. But you were asking, right, like between Rad and Nova Esports, which team would be playing better in this map? I would say Nova might has the slight disadvantage.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Simply because Rad, they could pull off a few strategies that can fit the situation. Like for example, they can already play more they have a more Vanguard choices compared to Nova, right? And you can play Magneto all you want, right? But if they can figure out the pinpoint target action by Von XL in the middle of a team fight, I mean, yeah, you can get a dunk, you can probably miss, and even if you hit, minimize the casualty. Yeah, I think they can do a lot more in this situation. But Nova does have that firepower. So I think that puts that... if Bobo can continue to wreak havoc, get more final hits, I think they can slowly build up the advantage into Nova Esports. But if Bobo fails to get that pressure up, I think Rad Esports is going to run over them.
Yeah, look, you know what? I'll tell you that. You got to be careful. It's all also about the mental warfare and the game in itself.
It is.
Psychologically preparing yourself for a LAN event is a very big factor. You know, a lot of these players may be new to the stage. New to the stage can affect you. We can see it on their faces. They're keeping it calm, cool, and collected. But ultimately, what's happening on the inside, in your heart, in your brain, in your soul, what really is chugging along and keeping your hype train, your internal hype train going. That is what I want to know for these teams today. But Rad's going to keep it Rad, Nova's going to do what they do, and that's how it's going to be. Let's see this amazing matchup. Let's see what could potentially be the final map, or do Nova bring it to a 1-to-1 series and we run it down on a third and final map after this. But let's see how it unfolds today. It is exciting. I'm curious to see what will turn out. We're going to go very soon into Fix and Bans. As we know, Nello is very excited to see Fix and Bans, because why? They can decide everything right then and there.
Yeah, I mean, the outcome of a battle, 50% of it comes from a successful ban pick phase, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that pretty much just decides the pre-battle success. So the team that has the better ban picks obviously is going to be able to enjoy a little bit more success when it comes to the team fight section, which happens in the gameplay, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right now, both teams are, I would say they are very strong in terms of firepower, in terms of being aggressive, the crossfire happening. You can see Naga versus Bobo, both are just equally as aggressive, right? And that one hit, that one elims, right, between the trade-offs, 1v1, that can pretty much just say, like, yeah, they have the mentality of a hunter.
Oh yeah.
Right? But you sort of need the whole team to function together. And with that, I felt like, trust me, Rajaro is just so dependable in the front lines. And even when it comes to diving in, they're just so dependable. Whereas for Von XL, it's a more static Vanguard. Yesin's the only one that we kind of see rushing into the back lines, trying to push them forward. So That's the reason why I feel like Reds would have the advantage coming in. But Nova Esports, maybe they can surprise us. Like in this map, maybe Jeff. But if they play out Jeff on Bobo, they're gonna lose out because Red, they can have faith on Jeff, something else to counter Bobo's Jeff, and at the same time, their two duelists, Melio and Naga, can still continue to wreak havoc as the duelist main. And Bobo would pretty much have to leave the clickings, the clicking heads for Uwu. So that's going to be a lot of pressure coming in for the side of Nova Esports, and Uwu being the only duelist might also have to do a lot more, and I don't think that's going to be enough.
It won't be enough if you don't work with your team. I think ultimately that is the end of all matters there. You need to make sure you're working with your teammates, you're working to each other's strengths, and of course covering the weaknesses. You know, you can have your specialists, you can have your decisions, you can have all the above, but other teams have more than you. It's not a good day, so you need to ban them out. The question is, do they even have the knowledge or the means to be able to pick the right precise bans they need, you know? And there's always a chance the opposing team does let through something and let it slip and you get an advantage, but I wouldn't bank on those mistakes happening at this level of gameplay, at this stakes here at Marvel Rivals Ignite for the mid-season finals. The most minuscule of mistakes won't even happen now here. They are playing for quite a lot of prize money. We're talking $500,000 across the entire mid-season finals. It is exciting to see how it all unfolds. Very soon we're going into, of course, Symbiotic Surface Clintar is going to be on map very soon. We're going to find out very soon what the picks and bans are going to be. It'll be exciting to see what people roll out with. I can guarantee, without a shadow of a doubt, we're probably not seeing Human Torch.
Probably not. They're probably going to ban out, I mean the usual suspects, right? Human Torch, Mantis, that's probably going to be it. Yeah. But honestly, I just feel like this is just all or nothing, right? This is the last stage. If they can get through this, they're pretty much going to be set for the a grand matchup, the play-ins tomorrow. So here, every single decision counts. Clan BB needs to make sure that his team is able to adapt well towards make the necessary changes that will allow them to counter Rad Esports. Whereas Rad Esports, they're just doing the thing. They're like, okay, you do this, we're just going to come back with this lineup pick. And so I feel like they are quicker in terms of decision making. But without further ado, I think Rad Esports ban out Nova Esports Vanguard, which is oh my god, they're gonna ban out the Magneto, right? That's gonna put a lot of trouble for Nova.
My days, this is what Nova did not want to encounter, losing Vongsul's Magneto. Okay, seems they do protect Loki though. Maybe that could be an option. Maybe Vongsul plays Loki, copies the enemy Magneto. There's always a way.
I don't think Vaughn's gonna do that. I mean, the next best option, probably Emma.
That's a good show.
Emma and Psylocke would be a good combo, right?
Yeah, you can still get that team up active. You can still put in quite a lot of work. But what won't be putting in the work is that Wolverine potentially banned for Rad. Let's see if that's what they go through. Shutting down that Wolverine will definitely be a good decision. Curious to see how it all unfolds, to see the action impact. And there it is. So, Rad. Okay. Okay, facts are facts. Rad will not be able to play the Mantis, the Luna, the Human Torch, or the Wolverine, but they're going to protect Loki and Cloak and Dagger. And as for Nova Esports, they will not be able to play the Mantis, the Torch, the Magneto, and Emma, but they will be protecting themselves a nice Luna and a nice Loki, which means we might get to see, that's right, a double Loki matchup, which means we could see the fate of how many worlds? 3. Nope. 6, because it's both worlds. 3 times 2, that's 6. Because there is a Luna ban, which means we won't see 8 worlds, we'll see 6 though. But I saw Namor for a second, maybe. Nah, I must be, my eyes are tricking me. Nah, they're playing. Listen, if I saw a Gamma Namor team up, I would be very happy. But curious to see how it all unfolds. These players are getting ready. Look how serious they look how pumped they are. Come on, fist bumps to each other, hype it up. This could be potentially your winning round, Rad. Let's see how they perform. If they take Nova out of the running, or does Nova represent that spirit and hold it down here. Yeah, Marvel Rivals Ignite. Let's get ready. We're going to Clinton.
Oh my god, they are going to insist on the Namor.
Is that a Hulk?
And there's a Penny as well.
Bruce
Penny.
Banner.
Oh, wait, no Penny. No Penny. That scared me for a little bit.
Okay, let's spice it up right now. Nova Esports bringing out the Bruce Banner. The Gamma team up has in effect with Bubba on Namor. Now, this is what I've heard stories about. I know it's a bit unorthodox. I know it's not the current meta, but they are gonna bring it on what they bring best. Let's change it up, let's spice it up, let's see how it rolls. Rad's got the Punisher, Amelia with the pump action. It's gonna be big. Hulk jumping in, hovering up, making it happen, smashing around, doing what a Gamma beast does.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Yashin just trying to deal a bit of damage on the sidelines. Even though he has a lot of health, you can see that he doesn't recklessly rush into the heat of the battle. But right now, he's gonna fall into Milia's side. Bruce Banner is gonna be around. Oh my god! Yashin, Vaughn XL, they are gonna be the first 2 down. Bobo's gonna follow suit right after. And Red Esports, the first successful defense of a team fight.
And they're taking it, Rad, capturing it, gonna get started up. And run it down and get that symbiote husk ready to roll. How fast? Look at the time bank. 5 minutes 30. My goodness, what a large time bank here on Symbiotic Surface for Rad right now. Milio on the assault rifle Punisher on the backlines, trying to make it work. Nagas on the Phoenix, trying to do it up and burn him up and fly to the high ground right now. Going to meet with a Venom in the front lines, but he's going to get the Bulwark shield from Rajara, which is going to keep him sustained, allow him to stay in the fight. Just a bit longer. Venom dives in. That's right. Dexter goes in. Bobo's on the Panther? Is that a Black Panther, the king of Wakanda?
Oh my god, they need royalty blood right here fighting for them. But Milio, oh my god, the Phoenix coming down! Oh! And that's gonna take level 1 Crook and Milio down. So signs of life by Nova Esports. Bobo taking
a days!
Oh my god,
double kill from Bobo the Panther! The assassin!
God.
The flash dash and gone are your strategists once again.
Yeah, that's why you have to fear the Black Panther, especially in this kind of map where you can just easily come in, do the double dash, and that's gonna be a problem for the backlines of Rad Esports. Look at Bobo going in, but the silence of the ultimate by Emma Frost, trust me, with the Silent seduction, but the Fate of Wolf World is going to be executed thanks to level 1 Ghost. Oh my god! That's gonna take out Ghost and Vaughn XL. Red Esports pushing forward strong, and they're gonna take out Yashin, they're gonna take out Woo, and they are just clearing up shop at this point. Liger Clem's gonna go down.
Oh my days, they are definitely clearing up shop. You might as well close down the store. You might as well shut down the mall because they are going to the ball. That's right, they're gonna make it happen. They're gonna go and keep on dancing forward. That's right, Rad are here. They got the strats, they got ultimates after ultimates, and they managed to push Nova out once again. Nova trying to regroup for another defense. They do have the roar of the Panther ready to go in the next round. We're going to see if Bust is on their side.
They need a beautiful dash strike though. Okay, firing everyone up. Oh, they're going to take out the turrets almost instantly. Yashin just trying to target focus, but he has to get out of there. His life is dangerously low. He's going to get sniped out of the air. What a play. Rad Esports like, no, you're not going to get out here alive. The action is going to continue 5v6, but look at Milio just being super aggressive.
Pop action!
Yeah, that one hit onto Bobo right there, and they are going to continue the advancement. But wait a minute, Nova Esports, they're going to come in and the God of Mischief just copying the Fate of Both Worlds. They're going to come in and trying to heal everyone as much as possible, but it does not deter Red Esports. They know the cooldown. They're going to come in, pushing it back. Vaughn XL is going to go down. Yes, it's going to go down. Double Vanguards out of sight. No one's defending the front lines of Nova Esports at all, Liger, and they are going to fall one by one. Everyone's gone.
There it is right there. Naga taking a Clem. Boba falls as well. And that's Rad with a 4-minute time make already in the final section of the Symbiotic Surface right there. Clintar is being claimed by Rad. But Nova still have a couple ultimates ready and online. Maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. If Vongsul can open that spectral door and bring down the Agamotto. Vongsul does have a lot of potential here to set up a nice maelstrom of madness if they can get the timing right on this Agamotto. Looks like they're pushing up now, trying to get the angle, trying to get the Maelstrom ready to go. They're going to get choke slammed by the Emma. We're going to see the fade of both worlds. Jumping from Ghost to keep us sustained. Bobbers in the back line, straight into Bike Radio Street. The roar of Bust does land, but it doesn't enable them enough more than that. We're going to see the Punisher, Milio, hit the shred on the executioner right there. Taking out Voxel, taking out Uwu. Ghost falls as well. That's just me taking them out. That's one for Nova, each taking a piece of Rad. And that's Rad, sorry, taking a piece of Nova right there. That's how it's going to be. Naga takes out Boba in the final section. This is it. Nova, you do have the Strange. Are you going to be able to portal to contest? Are you going to make it out of spawn? Rad's holding it down. A few seconds left. A final chance to hold it. Jackson does have the freedom charge to be able to roll on. We're seeing Uwu on the Hawkeye, landed shot off the shot, but he's shielded off by blocked in Emma. We do see Jackson at the freedom charge, rushing straight into the Loki clones. We're going to see if it's going to be enough time. Finally enough. Uwu gets a pick. Rajara falls, Voxel, Popo, Milio, trust me, they hold it down. Nova showing signs of life, and they hold the defense, and Rada push back into spawn.
My goodness, showing signs of life indeed. Nova Esports with that change onto the Hawkeye has definitely helped in dealing that damage output needed, but Rad Esports still has 2 minutes and 20 seconds to fight their way through. So Liger, a lot of time for Rad Esports, and even if they slip up this team fight, they still have time to fight back in the next one. So right now, Nova Esports cannot celebrate too early yet. They still have a lot of momentum going on for Rad Esports here, but Uwu, okay, trying to deal that headshots, but the Lantern is so much problem though.
There it is right there. The Sonic Seduction from Trust Me on the Emma Frost is going to be pulling them in, going to be pulling Nova Esports. They're going to have to burn out the Hawkeye for now. They're going to have the Dance of the Butterfly. We're taking the step over. It's going to be met with the Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond from Fate right there. Tomahawk Agamotto! It's big from Voxel! Master of Madness. The Phoenix goes straight for Loki. It's not going to be enough. A Meteor flies as well, but Loki gets out clemmed with the fancy footwork. Survives. We're taken down by Rosaria. The Punisher is shredding. The Strange is down. Bubba's down. Clem's down. Just Me takes one. There it is. The final fight. Do Nova have the chance to contest Voxels on the Strange? Will they be able to portal? It's not enough time, and Rad pushed to the end of Symbiotic Surface. They did have a massive time back that did get chucked down all the way to 1 minute 17. What a stellar defense, but it wasn't enough. But Rad do push it, and we're still in the match.
In record time as well, Liger, because look at how fast they were pushing it forward. And every single time Nova seemed like they have an answer to the advancements of Rad Esports, they just continue shutting down Nova. And it just comes down. They cannot die. The defense, the iron formation in the very middle of the push, they could not go down. Even with the firepower of Hawkeye, right? And even with Bobo as well, it was just so hard to take anyone out. And not to mention that Punisher. That Punisher is a sin right there. He was just wreaking havoc. He was just dealing so much damage. He was just freely shooting out of his mind with his final judgment as well.
Let me tell you something about Punisher. Frank Castle, he puts in the work, I'll tell you that. That is exactly what I expected from Milio. Absolute shredding. Once you saw the executioner was popped, okay, that final judgment. My days, it's absolutely stellar performance right there. Taking out Voxel. Voxel again is not in a comfortable position. Magneto banned out. Voxel on the Strange.
He wasn't comfortable, right?
I'd rather the Emma. Emma might be the better pick there.
Yeah. They would have been able to block out those advancements as well, right? But right now, Liger, we might be looking at the beginning of the end, because Nova Esports, they gotta push through all 3 points in order to bring it to an overtime. Bobo is gonna persist onto the Black Panther. You can hear the crowd support coming in with the shouts of support for the Chinese powerhouse right here, Nova Esports. But Uwu is already going to be taken out by Rajaro Milio as well. This Punisher is punishing Team Nova Esports right here, Liger.
Look at them both, Milio and Naga, putting in the damage on the Bucky and the Punisher, putting in the work that you need when you're Rad right now. You need that firepower, as you said, Milo. Firepower might actually be the answer for a lot of these teams right now.
It's the answer to everything.
Yeah,
Violence is.
Violence. In the video game, of course. That is why we're here playing some Marvel Rivals.
Exactly.
And Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. This is exactly what you want to see. Ghost out here on the new Lunar Snow skin, rocking it, representing. They're doing it up. We're feeling the swish. We're feeling the chance for Uwu on the hell. Milio almost caught out. Smoke bombs out. Doesn't get caught. Jackson actually cleans out and catches Milio on the escape. Well-timed execution by the squad right there. Red did not see that one coming. Yexen's on the back line, going for the Loki clones, trying to get some information. Going to be able to push them off point. They do capture 1/3 of it so far. Red do seem to be on the back foot. Boba's on the skies and the Panther holding them down, trying to keep them busy, trying to keep them out of their damn time. But there it is. Eternal Bond drops from Fate. Fate of both everything. I was about to say it's fate of both worlds. It's the fate of the eternal worlds. I'll tell you that when there's fate on the clock and dagger right now. Trust me, taking out Uru. The Stranger's there with the Seraphim shield, trying to keep the team shielded up, trying to keep them sustained. That is exactly what you're from Voxel. And trust me, is on the Emma holding shield, holding diamond form. Thrush taking out the cap and pushing them back. And Boba's picked by Rajaro. It looks like Rad do hold this defensive push from Nova 4 now, but
pushing them back.
They still have 2 minutes. They still have 2 minutes.
Like they're pushing them back.
I don't even believe it. They're pushing them back. Red still has 1, 2, 3, potentially 5 ultimates ready for this next fight. Nova have all 6. My goodness.
I know, and you know the crazy fact was they pushed Doctor Strange so much to the back that he was already maxed out on the Maelstrom of Madness, right? He wasn't able to use the E at all because he was pushed back so to the back so much, and the heal would not have mattered at all at that point. But this is just Rad Esports shutting down Nova's front line so efficiently. They know the Magneto was going to be a problem, and when they ban it out, that's it. Look, they're moving forward.
There it is, 1 minute 25 for the Esports. The execution is here. The final jump from Milio takes to gonna keep shredding through. Yep, it's enough damage to take down Voxel. That's a double KO for the Punisher. Right there, Milio. And trust me on the Emma, pushing forward, hammer, arm up the diamond form. Kicks. And it's gonna be a tough one. 1 minute left for Nova Esports. This is 1 minute left for Nova to stay in Ignite today. This is their final chance. If Red hold this defense, Nilo, they are going in tomorrow. They are the top 8, one of the top 8 teams in Marvel Rivals Ignite starting off tomorrow. But of course, here we are still in the playing stage, and Nova have 40 seconds to hold it down and prove they deserve a shot. Can they hold it?
They're desperate right now. The Magic's going to be into play by Uwu right here. They know that they have to get rid of the back lines, and Magic can definitely shred the tanks in front as well. But right now, Fate has already taken out the Magic. It's 5v6, and even with the Fate of Both Worlds by Ghost, how long can they apply it? Because Rajaro has a Meteor M ready to execute. Is he going to land?
It's enough!
That's going to take him out.
Ghost taken down by the Meteor. Double KO from Rajaro right there. Holding it down. That's Rad's defense. 10 seconds left for Nova. Yexen could run. Who is there to contest? There's not enough time. 5 seconds left. Does anybody make it?
Doctor
It's
Strange?
3, 2, 1, and you're
No
done.
one's gonna touch.
Rad are going to the top 8, and they make it through the playing stage.
My goodness, Rad Esports continuing their dominance with a 2-0 sweep against Nova Esports, and unfortunately sending Nova Esports as the second team going home. But Liger, that was just absolute cinema of a game, right? Because the firepower, they have no answer for the Punisher, and banning off Von XL's Vanguard, the Magneto, it just shuts them down.
It does indeed. I will say absolutely decimation when it came to that Magneto ban. That really did put Nova in a negative position. Again, versatility is important in Marvel Rivals. One tricks are amazing, specialists are amazing. No matter what you play, but it is interesting.
Yeah, this is one of the games where the Vanguards actually did so much final eliminations, right? Because Rajaro was just picking off the opponents left and right. And I swear, Uwu as well was just absolutely insane on the Punisher, but I have to give my hats off for Rajaro as well, because that guy, he was also dealing a lot of damage in front, at the sides, and picking them off. And not to mention, I don't even recall seeing them get eliminated at all. They were just there in the battlefield the entire time.
Yeah, absolute stellar performance. I honestly believe it. I think only a couple players on Rad only had 1 down. They were holding it down. They barely got taken down. That is a strong performance on Symbiotic Service Clintar by Rad. And look at them. You know, we saw the sportsmanship earlier. They were shaking hands, of course, both teams. We love to see it. But Rad are your winners of the playing stage, the second winners. That's right. They're going to survive through, and they're going to make it tomorrow. They're going to be joining Envy. So there it is. We do know the 2 teams that are moving forward too.
Yeah, exactly.
The final 8.
Envy, Rad Esports, they're gonna wreak havoc in tomorrow's game as well, because with that performance, I think even the top 6 that were waiting in the later rounds, in the later days, I think they gotta be really impressed. Like, and for some, they might even feel the threat coming in. You know what I mean? Like, my God, we were not expecting this much of a firepower by either teams. But Envy, though, I gotta say, Envy, it's so hard to imagine how good the first and second are if the third place is already this good.
Woo!
You know what I mean?
It's crazy. I can't wait to meet the teams tomorrow. I can't wait to meet the other 6 teams we haven't seen yet. It is going to be exciting. So much to say. I mean, there are amazing results coming from today. We now have some information. We have some information about Envy and Rad. Again, Rad was a big name that people throw around. Envy as well. You know, honestly, both these teams have a lot of potential to, you know, show up and show out when it comes to taking on the top 6 from the other regions, the top seeds from, of course, the other regions of Marvel Rivals Ignite. But here we are. It is a culmination of all the best across the globe here for the mid-season finals. This is where it goes off. It goes down, and it's about to be a beautiful one for the rest of your weekly entertainment. That's right. Esports is back with Marvel Rivals, better than ever before.
Let's go.
It never left, but I always like to say it's back. We love comebacks. Isn't that a thing? Who doesn't love a good comeback?
Yeah.
We can go for one day and come back tomorrow. It's a comeback.
Exactly. And not to mention the insanely high prize pool as well. $500,000 for a single event.
$500,000 USD.
I know, and that's only for one part of the tournament, because Ignite Stage 1, that's already 500,000. And then Stage 2, 500,000. This is also 500,000. A total of $3 million US.
$3 million. US dollars.
You can buy a mansion.
To the Australians out there, that's a good conversion rate.
You can buy a mansion.
Can we buy Iron Man suit?
Iron Man suit. You probably gotta ring up the Tony Stark.
That might be $3 billion.
3 billion.
Okay.
Listen, with the nuclear power.
We'll call him up. We'll call him up. We'll
Yeah.
We'll get him on the line.
We can definitely afford his Audi R8.
Yeah, okay. There you go, teams.
All right, let's go.
Yep, the winning team will pull all their money and share one Audi R8.
Yeah, we're all Iron Mans.
Yeah, we'll all be Iron Man together. We'll borrow the car every week. Everyone gets a different weekend. That's how we're going to do it.
Exactly.
But what would I also want to mention, you know, performance from these teams today. Again, let's give a bit of love and a bit of respect to the 2 teams that unfortunately didn't make it through. GenG and Nova, so amazing players. So kind. It was nice to chat with them throughout the week. They are the best of the best out there in their region, and I can't wait to see them again on the stage. Because that's the thing, for some of these players, first time on the stage.
First time on stage.
It is exciting to see them return. I just love when they come back and they're like, I was here before, I didn't make it through, I'm here to change that, I'm here to make it next time. But today, their page 1 has happened. Page 2, chapter 2 is for another day. But for now, let's continue the book of Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals, because we got 8 teams very soon that we're going to find out more about. It's going to be exciting to see, but I believe we may have a cheeky interview soon as well. That'll be exciting to see.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with Cozy. That's going to be exciting.
Exactly. Cozy has been amazing as well. And the opportunity as well, not just to be here casting for this amazingly huge tournament, but to meet you as well, Liger. I mean, this connects people from across. Let's go.
From 2 different regions,
Let's
we
go.
come together.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all right. We've been casting Ignite for 2 months.
If you come to Malaysia, I'm gonna bring you around.
Oh yes, please come to Sydney as well.
All right, Sydney.
Let's go.
And you know what's the first thing people say when I go to Sydney? Welcome to Sydney. Everything's expensive.
Oh!
That's what the person told me, literally.
I don't have my wallet on me.
Exactly. But then we also get to meet amazing people, like just special shout-outs to Dogman as well, God Moxie, Leg Day, and Iron Ship. Amazing. Thank you for the info as well. God Moxie, Godly Notes. I gotta say, Godly Notes, and thank you so much.
And Tetra tomorrow on the host. It's gonna be exciting to see.
Yeah,
the whole commentary talent team is amazing in Marvel Rivals Ignite. I can't wait for you to meet all of them. But again, to just recap, Rad went 2-0 to Nova Esports. And the winning team was Fate, Melio, Level 1 Crook, Trust Me, Naga, and Rajaro. And they took down Nova Esports, who was Ghost, Voxel, Clamby, Yexen, Uwu, and Bobo. But that does mean that Melio put in the work. Honestly, you know, MVP could go between a couple of these players. Honestly, I'd give it to, Rajaro stands out, Naga stands out.
I hope Rajaro gets it.
Honestly, yeah.
Just a tribute to Vanguards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Shout out to the Vanguard players out there, aka me.
Exactly.
And
let's go.
Oh,
it's level
Crook
again.
It's level 4, Crook now. Come on, Crook. Stop farming MVPs. Share with your team. Nah, you know what?
I think they're happy.
Absolute
they're
cinema.
happy with it.
Absolute earned. I would expect nothing less from a Loki player. You earned the 20k healing, getting so many KOs, 23 KOs, and still assisting the team, 30 assists. Final hits
Beautiful.
2, accuracy 62%. I would say for someone that can do a lot of suppression fire, a lot of spread damage, having 60% plus accuracy on Loki, that's actually massive.
Yeah, massive, exactly.
That's pure accuracy.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a look at the replay as well. You can see Emilio and Naga just absolutely wrecking the battlefield. Level 1 Crook getting his fair share of action as well. But honestly, it was really a lot of the Punisher show. They should just probably call this the Punisher show.
Oh,
the Punisher show.
there's a couple seasons of that.
Oh, all right.
And there's some news about Frank Castle very soon. Hey, listen, Marvel and Nennies have come together, to make this amazing game.
I know.
Let's get into the back rooms and let's talk. Let's bring a little bit of MCU love to the game. I mean, we're already seeing on our screen right now, Infinity War skin, Captain America, EX, and put it in the work on the Freedom Charge, still holding it down on Symbiote's surface. Even if it was a last-ditch effort, what do you expect from Captain America? You're gonna hold it down till the very end.
Yeah. This was a one team fight that they won, right? This was
I believe so. This was a massive defense. The crowd roared for them, and honestly, I love that. I love when you still have breath in your lungs and you're still holding it down.
I know. And I just absolutely love it when the Final Judgment is being employed, right? Because it's like, you're locked in here with me, and he just goes berserk. And good job by the team as well, just keeping them alive, because the front lines was definitely there. That's why Melia was able to use the whole duration. It was really smart, just banning out the Magneto straight off. Von XL was unable to counter Punisher at all.
Unbelievable. That's what you expect from Magneto. Putting in the work, putting in the power on. Punisher was there, Magneto was there, presence was there. Bans and picks mattered yet again.
I know.
If you're ticking boxes off at home, tick off the one that bans and picks do matter. They do, definitely. No matter the level of play, bans and picks do matter. And I will say, Black Panther was nice to see. Something
it was
new,
nice,
but I feel like a little too late.
Kinda.
Because
there was
it's
like
still
a
very
surprise
strong.
thing.
Yeah, you know what? Bringing that out early might have helped. Especially when we saw those rounds where there was maybe 3-4 strategists banned.
Yeah.
Bringing out the Panther early, you know what? Panther might be the answer to Adam.
I know.
Yeah.
But bringing it out that late into the game and just changing out certain characters, bringing in magic as well.
Yeah.
I felt like instead of being creative and something rehearsed, I felt it was more of a desperation pick at the very end.
Yeah.
I mean, they did try to fight back, right? Instead of just standing still and just choosing the exact same characters and not responding. I felt like there was a very valiant effort coming in, but honestly, I don't think that was ever enough. Especially if it's a desperation move to pull off, because I don't even recall ever seeing Uwu pulling off the magic, at least not in this
way too little too late. It would be nice to see magic. The limbo combination of Black Panther and magic is very effective when timed, when practiced, when initiated very early on, because it catches teams off guard. But when Rad was so confident after such a good defense, knowing one of the best feelings is knowing all we got to do is hold it down. We've already done the hard part. We've already pushed. All we got to do is prevent their push, and we win. No overtime congestion, nothing to worry about. They managed to make that happen, and they did secure themselves victory, and they did secure that victory alongside Envy going into the top 8. That is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, I would definitely want to see more coming in from Rad Esports. And of course, Envy, since they are the two teams that will be playing tomorrow in the play-ins.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, they definitely have something to celebrate at the moment. Tonight.
Oh yeah.
But as for GenG and of course Nova Esports, unfortunately this will be the end of the journey for them. But do show some love to both teams because they did play their heart out. Yeah, I mean 1, 2, 3. All right, let's go. But right now we are going to head to the interview portion. So let's check it out.
Hello and welcome to the post-match interview, our last one of the day. We just saw Rad Esports eliminate Nova Esports in a tight battle 2-0. And I'm joined by the one, the only, Crook. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm really happy we won, and I hope we can keep the energy going for the main stage.
Absolutely. How does it feel going through this and being battle tested in the play-in stage and then now going into the main stage? How does the team feel and yourself?
Well, I think the play-in stage was very tough. Envy had Nova being in it. GenG didn't show up that much, but that's okay. But I really think Nova is a really good team, and they tested us, they tested our ban theories, and luckily we came out on top, and it's just very nice to go through that.
Absolutely. I mean, we know what tomorrow looks like. Y'all will be going against Sentinels, and this is a team that just won the America Group stage, and so you handle business here. How does you and the team feel about going against them?
So Sentinels were nice enough to give us a warm-up today, and the warm-up went really well against them. So I'm kind of hyped to play against Sentinels tomorrow. And I think we have great chances because we've proven ourselves. Even against Envy, even though we lost, I think it was a very close loss, and I think we're up there at the top if we play correctly.
Love to hear it. Walk me through a little bit of y'all's pick ban phase and the process behind it with so many great teams that have access to tons of diverse comps. You know, they got rid of the res comp. They said they were going to go for that. Mantis at least was out for the last two matches. So walk me through what you and the team do.
So first it was kind of expected they would adapt with the Mantis ban because they don't want to run into Jeff as well. And Mantis is pretty good for the Jeff, so that's one part of it. And also we knew that they would adapt, so we started banning tanks on the second map, which they did not expect, right? We gave them all the supports they wanted, but then no Mag, no Emma, and that means it was really hard for them to play because they have a Frozen Strange and we have Punisher. And there's not much counterplay there. Very little margins of error you can make to win.
Absolutely. We knew we would kick the day off with razor-thin margins of error. And listen, Vanguard, once you remove those, it can be tough. It's cool to see each team do something different with their picks and bans. Finally, I know that people want to know tomorrow, main stage, is there going to be more Jeff? Are we going to see more Jeff the Baby Land Shark?
Definitely. If they give us the bans, we'll rock the Jeff.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it. Well, y'all, this was our last interview of today, and give it up for Crook here and Team Rad as we go into tomorrow. And we're going to go ahead and throw it back on over to the casters. Good job, buddy. Good job. Great answers. Great answers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cozy. Thank you for bringing it back to us. And of course, it has been an absolute banger of a day. And nothing short of amazing.
Ooh, you can say that again.
Okay, let's, nothing short of amazing. Let's go. Yeah, but honestly, today's matches were so intense, and when everything's on the line, you can see the willpower to go the extra mile come out, and that's exactly what we see from the four teams. And Rad Esports, Envy, those were the two teams that came on top of the rest.
Oh yeah, they made it through the play-in stage. It's done. The play-ins are over, just like that, in the flash of a day. And that is exactly the power, the importance, the intensity of Marvel Rivals Ignite right now.
Exactly.
That's how you need to know it's gonna go down over these next few days. You've got to make it happen. You've done all the training, you've done all the prep, you've done all the coaching, you've done the VOD review. It's now time to bring out the best of the best strategies on the best of your players in your teams and run it down, because it's Marvel Rivals. You got to be careful now. Rad and Envy are coming through stronger than ever, more confident than ever. They got winners momentum going into it against these other teams. But, you know, momentum can be dangerous if you don't know how to slow down and look around and make a plan.
True. I absolutely agree with you on that. Decisive planning is also very important. The balance is definitely very important.
Oh, yeah.
But, guys, if you think today was the best of them all, well, we'll be seeing even more intense and exciting matches tomorrow.
Better than ever before.
Another one.
Oh my days. You know what? You thought today was amazing. Today was armed and dangerous. We're gonna go again tomorrow and the day after again. And again, and I would love to see a Bucky pop off and hit some cracking impacts. I'd love to see some Moon Knight. I'd love to see the Hand of Khonshu drop down. I'd love to see some clobbering time. I want to see more dances of the butterfly from Sylex. I want to see the Sonic Seduction from Emma. I want to see Lunar Snows dropping the Fate of Both Worlds, dropping the fancy footwork and making it happen. I want to see all these players, all these heroes. I want to see the best of Marvel Rivals has to offer from the players, from the production, from everybody, the devs, the entire Marvel Rivals community. You're the ones who made it possible to be here today for Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. What an amazing day one in the play-in stage. This is absolutely amazing. I'm so honored and proud to be here. Boss, this was a pleasure. This was an absolute pleasure. We got to hit that one.
Let's
We'll
do
hit
the
the
boom
fist
first.
bump. Yeah,
Okay,
boom.
boom, boom. And then
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
let's
it. This was
go.
too good. Too good.
Exactly. The experience itself is amazing, as always. And as I was saying, like the opportunity to meet people on the land, on the stage itself, in the venue itself.
Amazing.
Like we got to meet Necros, we got to meet
Oh,
Bolger,
yeah. Amazing.
J3, very amazing people. Lulu, Fan Fan. I haven't met Fan
Oh,
Fan
the
yet.
best,
Yeah,
the best creators in the Marvel Rebel scene.
Exactly.
And I know some of the best are at home doing watch parties right now.
Exactly.
I see you. Wave to you, chat.
Let's
wave,
go.
wave.
Yeah. We're not saying bye yet, though.
No, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. You know what I mean? You know how it be to those at home doing all the watch parties. And there's the partner program and Marvel Rivals. Shout out to all of you doing the watch parties. Hey, there's drops as well. Everybody, get your Marvel Rivals Ignite drops.
If you're on
exclusive
Twitch.
Ignite drops, get them. Get them. Oh, I need to get them.
I should have kept the phone.
We'll get them tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll probably.
We'll get it tomorrow. We gotta
get the phone.
we'll do it. And the beautiful thing is tomorrow they get to meet the rest of the amazing, talented commentary team for Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's gonna be good. You're gonna love them. They're gonna be the best of the best around the world, brought together here in China, in Guangzhou. It is exciting. And Nello, it was an absolute pleasure to cast with you today.
I know.
It was an
Thank
honor.
you so
Thank
much.
you
It's
so
an
much. We've got a
honor
proper
to
handshake.
cast
We've got to
with
keep
you
it formal. We've got to keep it formal.
I know.
It was too good. We
Like
brought
this.
2 worlds together, 2 regions together, represent our regions. You know, it's going to be good. Tomorrow they get to meet the EMEA casters. Got Moxie and Leg Day. It's going to be good.
Exactly.
They get to meet Tetra as well from EMEA. It's going to be a good one. And yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to cast these matches today.
I know.
What an honor. Amazing. Thank you.
know. It's just surreal, right? And just being here. And trust us when it says it really changes one's life, right? Because this is an absolute banger of an event. And not to mention Ignite is the biggest Marvel Rivals event to date. And being able to just getting flown out here into Guangzhou, China, that in itself is already surreal.
Life-changing.
Yeah, exactly. And being taken care of. And shout out to Linda, our handler.
Yeah, shout out Linda.
Linda.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah,
Shout out to everybody, the whole crew that took care of us here today.
exactly.
It was so fun. Ah, my days. It's so good to be here.
It is.
And it's
Good time to
only
be
just
alive.
begun. It's only just begun. It's
is.
only just begun.
I know.
I'm getting fired up. I can't wait. Oh, I feel like we took it to such a high level today, but we got more. I got more in the tank. I can't wait for some big plays. It was
Can't
nice
believe
to
it's
see.
over.
Oh, just I know some teams played the thing. Come on, I want to get that clubber in time. Come on.
Yeah.
Bring the action.
Yeah,
Bring
bring
the
that.
action.
And Liger's going to bring in the hand of Khonshu.
I would. Hey, listen, there's
follow
a
up.
couple Moon Knight players. There's a couple players that said, listen, if you play Moon Knight, I will farm you that clip.
All right, let's
I will
go.
pop off on the comms for you.
Let's go.
right.
Oh my God.
We'll see.
But yes, absolutely fantastic phenomenon right here.
Goosebumps, man. I got
I know.
goosebumps.
The
from
hair is
today.
standing.
My
the hair
goodness,
is
it's all
standing.
standing up.
I know.
Woo.
I mean, we cannot. It's definitely a surreal experience, like what I've mentioned. And honestly, being around amazing people, it just makes you feel better. It just brings you to the whole new level. And honestly, you're amazing, man.
You're more amazing.
No, you're amazing.
You're breathtaking.
You're captivating.
No, you're inspiring.
You're wonderful.
You are the best of the best. And that's why we know who the rest are, because you are the best of them all.
Oh
and that's why you're here with me, and that's why we're here today.
Oh my
because
God.
they said, hey, let's
Come
get them
on.
together. They said, we haven't even put them together before, but we're naturals, we're synergy.
That's true. That's true.
It's locked
This is
in.
the
We're
first
like
time.
Cloak and Dagger. Easy. Let's
Yeah,
go. All right.
Yeah. This is the first time we're working together.
This is the first time. Hey, it's a beautiful honor. Let's do it again. We're gonna definitely do it again, even when we head home.
Yeah, of
yeah,
course,
it's okay.
of course.
You know, it's all right. Don't worry about the ping.
Of course.
We're
Don't
gonna hit
worry.
the cues.
Yeah,
We're gonna
yeah.
play some games.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I'll just turn off comms.
Yeah, yeah.
like, oh please. No, why are you 0 and 9 with Cloak and Dagger?
I love. I actually like comms. Okay, everybody out there, listen.
Okay.
Communicate with your teammates with kindness and respect. Okay. Sportsmanship is everything, because there is no greater feeling than hitting the cues, communicating with some new friends, and winning some Marvel Rivals. Okay. All right. Don't be toxic.
Yeah.
Be respectful.
Yeah.
Be the best out there. All right.
True story. Yeah. True story.
Hey, it's
though.
a game about heroes.
Yeah. True story.
Listen. All right. Even Dr. Doom is respectful to people.
Exactly.
Even if he's a villain, he still shows respect. Okay? Come on. Be like Dr. Doom.
Be like Dr. Doom. Destroy.
But show respect while doing it.
Exactly. But definitely can hop on board with what you just said, because I've made some friends just being nice in the comms, and I just turn on comms. It's not something common where I'm playing at. I'm playing at Southeast Asia, the Asia region, and it's not really normal to turn on in an open party system. But when I do that, and people listen, and they're like, "Oh, hey, I can hop on Vanguard. I can support if you can." So amazing things happen.
I think naturally the way the game is, especially with Marvel Rivals, they're team ups. The concept of team ups. I remember times I'll pick something, and then someone else will pick something, and then I'll switch to something else. They switch to complement and get a team up. They're like, it's just a natural progression of working together, because you both benefit. You both realize the potential of doing this, and then sometimes someone will be like, "Hey, can anyone play Hulk for me? I want to play no more." And then someone says, "You know what? Yeah, I can play Hulk for you." And then the next round they're like, "Hey, return the favor. I want to play some Moon Knight. Can you jump on Cloak and Dagger? Give me the team up." You know, that's another thing.
That's true.
That team up especially has got a new person arriving.
I know.
A little somebody who's been having a big nap in Wakanda. I'll tell you that. Who definitely, you know, he deserves it. He got captured by Dracula. He needs a little bit of a break. But as we learned from the VA earlier over the weekend at Comic-Con as well, his nap is over. The rest is over. Blade is on the way, and he is here to bury the light.
I can't wait to play Blade, honestly. It just looks so sick.
So fun.
He's definitely slaying out there.
I love melee. I've been waiting for a sword hero similar to many different things. Look, Magic is amazing, but Magic holds a giant chainsaw. I want someone a bit more precise.
Yeah, and fast and swift.
And
right?
fast.
Yeah, exactly.
He's everything. He's a blade
For
dancer.
sure, for sure. And not to mention, I just love Marvel Rivals specifically because this is the one game where the devs really listens to the community and they make adjustments based on the feedbacks that are useful.
Yes, I can speak from experience. I was the thing looking up at everybody flying the Ultron meta. And I was looking up at them like a pizza on the roof. And I said, "Please, let me catch them." And then they gave it to me. And Thing now uses his charges, and he can jump up and haymaker, and he fly out of the sky and sink him to the ground. And then they also gave him the Human Torch team up. Well, I think that was a bit, you know, that was a little like, "Hey, listen, we gave you something. We're gonna give you another one. You've gone through enough."
I'll play the torch for you.
Listen, I tell you what, I'll give me Invisible Woman, give me the torch, you give me Wolverine. My entire ability bar is like I'm playing an MMO.
I know.
I love it.
Yeah, it's just really fun. But you know what else is fun? Today's results, because you can see a lot of 2-0s on board. Match 1, GenG against Envy. Envy's gotten 2-0 in favor against GenG. And match number 2, Rad Esports getting 2-0 over Nova Esports. Envy on game number 3 getting 2-0 against Rad Esports. Whereas in match 4, this is the game that decides the beginning of the end. Nova getting 2-0, but match 5, Rad Esports continuing the story. Different chapter, same story, 2-0.
That's right, that's right. There it is. Those are the two teams, Envy and Nova, moving forward. We farewell, of course. Envy and Rad, sorry, moving forward. We farewell to GenG and Nova. And it was an exciting, amazing 5 series today. You know, we had Iron Ship and Dogman covering the action in matches 1 to 2, and it was an honor to do the final 3 matches as well alongside Unella, and that was exciting to see the results. A lot of 2-0s. I don't think that'll be the case in the next few days. I think these teams are going to hit those long series. We're going to have best of 5s as well. It's going to be very exciting. As we can see here, there it is, everybody. The playing stage is complete. We now know the final 8 teams playing in Marvel Rivals Ignite. It is going to be exciting to see tomorrow with Sentinels, 100 Thieves, Citadel, and of course, what about the other teams?
Rejects, and of course your home team, Ground Zero, OUG, the Chinese region powerhouse, and of course Envy and Rad Esports will be joining them as the final 8.
There you go. That is the final 8 teams.
Yeah, super excited to see what
lock it in. It is going to be a beautiful final few days of Marvel Rivals Ignite here at the mid-season finals, playing for $500,000 US. It's going to be exciting to see how these teams unfold, how these teams get into all the action. Right now, go home, get some rest, get some sleep, have a good feed, relax, sit down, have a bod review, have some team bonding, focus, because tomorrow it's all about to go down.
Exactly.
And it's about to go off, because we're going to get ready very soon tomorrow to write it down, rivals. as we see all the action on the main stage tomorrow in a double elimination stage. It is going to be very exciting to see how it all unfolds and see who continues into the quarterfinals and who gets knocked down to lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Citadel going against Envy. That's the first match for tomorrow. And of course, Sentinels versus Rad Esports. That's going to be a banger of a match as well. OUG versus 100 Thieves and Rejects versus Ground Zero.
Ooh.
That's going to be a match not to be missed.
Okay. You know, these teams have a lot of plans. Here we go. That is the schedule for tomorrow.
Starting at 10:30 UTC+8.
Yep. This will also be posted on the official Rivals Esports Twitter. You can check it out as well. On X, you can see match 1 between Citadel and Envy. How exciting is that one going to be? And match 2, Sentinels versus Rad. And then how about match 3 and 4?
Yeah, OUG versus 100 Thieves is going to be super exciting to watch as well. Whereas Rejects is going to go up against Ground Zero Gaming. So honestly, all matches are super exciting to watch, but the #1 team of EMEA and of course against the play-in #1, I mean, that's gonna be super interesting to watch. Envy going up against Citadel first up.
Citadel very cheeky. I've seen some of the media they've been posting. You know, they've done some power rankings for the other teams. They've judged everyone a little bit in a kind way, in a cheeky way. I like it. I want that esports banter, the respectful banter, the silliness, the fun. That's what makes it live. That's what makes it real. That's exactly what I want. And Citadel do bring that. But so do these other teams. You know, Sentinels are very well known for being a very family-oriented team. And family comes first, and there's nothing more fantastic than that. So that is exciting to see. So many teams, so many cool prospects. Ground Zero Gaming, I've known them for a very long time. Since February, I've known about their org, and I knew this team before they joined Ground Zero. They were clearing up the monthlies. I'm very excited to see how they perform, but there are many more teams on the horizon. And of course, the LAN watch parties that we've had all Marvel Rivals Ignite long. We're going to have the amazing, talented streamers, Voga, SK, FanFan, J3, Lulu Lovely, and Necros catching the action and having a good time. That is exactly what we want to see. How amazing.
Yeah, exactly. These people are absolutely amazing, and we just love to see them, especially when we get to see them in person. It's so different, right?
Yeah.
They're actually super friendly, super courteous as well, and we just love it when we come to an event like this. We get to interact with our favorite content creators, right? But speaking of interesting, Season 3.5 roadmap is here. Check out what's in store for the next half of the season, because the sharpest hero is ready to leave his mark on the battlefield. Get ready for Blade on August 8th.
Whoa, bury the light. He's going to have a new costume. You got the Polarity Edge skin. You've got the new event, the Queen's Codex. Hella, the Queen of Black will be arriving too. So many amazing skins and concepts there. August 15th, the 22nd, the 29th, September 5th, and something coming on September 12th as well. A little secret, Season 4. How exciting will that be? But Season 3.5 still has a lot. Even the Symbiote Iron Man skin, the Extreme Bio armor is an amazing concept. Ancient Powers Awaken, so much more.
Exactly. And the maintenance will also begin on August 8th at 9 AM UTC and is expected to take approximately 3 hours. But we are super excited for what is to come, and you can see the roadmap clearly there. And honestly, it's only going to get better from here on.
So excited, so much content, so many amazing designs put into the game, and of course amazing content with new game modes and new skins on the horizon. It's going to be exciting to see how it all unfolds. New heroes as well. You know, I'm curious who's after Blade as well. Blade's coming. That's the beautiful thing about Marvel Rivals. We know there's usually a hero around the corner. Just when you think one's arrived, another one's around the corner down the pipeline. Has been teased maybe months ago. There's somebody who wears a certain big helmet. There's somebody who may, you know, represent a bit of wheels. Maybe there's somebody who, you know, maybe is a bit of a doctor. Maybe there's somebody who's a bit of a, you know, a bit of a professor, maybe. There's a couple other ones that have been teased. Someone who's a bit of a mischievous one. Somebody who likes to play with cards, maybe. You know, there's a lot of different things that could come down the pipeline. You know, I personally would love to see something cool from the Spider-Man universe. A certain individual that may be a bit mischievous, maybe a bit evil, maybe a bit masked.
Is that a teaser right there going on?
I wish it was. I know nothing. I'm only theory crafting like my fellow Marvel fans out there.
All right. Leave it to Liger with his build-up for the Marvel universe to come.
We're going to get
especially
Moon Knight 2.
Moon Knight 2. Oh my
Moon
god.
Knight 2.
Oh my god.
A second Moon Knight, so you can run 2.
Oh, all right. I guess.
No, actually, in the comics, there's another Fist of Vengeance, part of Khonshu, the Hand of Khonshu. His name is Dr. Badr. He's actually known as Hunter's Moon. And he actually is a doctor. And I thought, what about a Moon Knight similar restructure that is also a strategist?
Too much Moon Knight.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Too much Hand of Khonshu.
We can call him the Fist of Vengeance. We can change it up.
Okay.
All right. Hey, listen. We have 2 fists.
Okay.
So the Khonshu, you know. Hey, I wouldn't mind just another strategist. You know, that way everyone can stop dealing with Moon Knight. Then he can heal Moon Knight. He can heal him with just a couple wake-up slaps.
I like that.
Something different.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, listen, I'm down for it. Hey, Marvel Rivals has been known to put unheard of, obscure, not necessarily the S-tier heroes because they want to give everyone some love in the Marvel lore, and I like that. I like that. I love that some of the best heroes in this game are those who aren't necessarily the most famous.
Okay.
And they do shine, and they do get that fresh coat of paint, and a newer audience gets to meet some of these amazing deep-cut Marvel heroes and enjoy them as well.
Yeah, I mean, this game is definitely very beginner-friendly. Of course, the ceiling to master it is all pretty high, but honestly, it's a game that can be enjoyed by everyone who simply enjoys the Marvel universe. But for now, we're gonna head to the host as he draws the curtains.
Take it away, Cozy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sun sets on day 0. We look towards the sunrise of day 1. And if today was any indication of what we're going to see, we can expect this. Scarlet Witch would say pure chaos, folks. We had 4 teams step into this spotlight today, but only 2 will move on. With Nova and GenG, we say goodbye. And we say hello to Envy and Rad Esports as they step into the main stage. Again, this is history in the making. Regions clashing here, and day 2 is going to be full of surprises and action that you don't want to miss. From all of us here today, we want to say thank you guys for watching, and have a good night.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 가까워지려면 꿈 같은 너와 나